Others ride shared bikes to school. You drive a Ferrari to school. Because you got into university, the system gave you 10 billion. You drive the Ferrari to school for registration. I unexpectedly saw a rich second generation with dyed hair, bullying the poor school beauty. It wasn't intentional. I'll cover the repair costs. I'll compensate you. This is a Porsche 718, the base price is over 700,000, with options it's almost $1 million. Can a poor out-of-towner like you afford it? Wang Gue angrily shouted. Yunxi's mind was like being hit by a hammer, feeling like the sky was falling. She ranked first in the county in the college entrance exam. The government rewarded her with 10,000 yuan. After deducting tuition, she should have a few thousand yuan left. $1 million car, how can this be afforded? Yunxi stood helplessly in place, feeling dizzy, feeling like it's all over. Some parents who were registering their children also felt sorry for this unlucky girl, someone commented. Just a slight bump on the luggage box, making people talk about selling houses. You should go to the 4S shop for an assessment first. Yeah, I don't think the accident is that serious, just a dent, not worth selling a house over. Wang Guiwen became even angrier, talking nonsense and saying, do you guys understand anything? I just bought this car a month ago. Do I need to compensate for the depreciation cost of the car, my transportation costs, mental distress, and so on? Let me tell you, you'll have to compensate me 100,000 yuan, no less. Yunxi doesn't understand the compensation in the car. Hearing that she has to pay 100,000 yuan, her head hangs even lower. She tried hard to endure, but tears still uncontrollably overflowed from her eyes. I'll compensate you with over 10,000 yuan first. Can I slowly repay the rest by working? Even over 10,000 yuan is not enough. Call your parents to raise money, Wang Gue said sternly. He inexplicably felt a sense of joy in his heart. It seems he can make a lot of money from him, which can also be used as the startup capital for his university dating. Wang Gue looked at Yunxi, who was burying her head in keeping quiet, and loudly said, did you hear me? Let your parents pay. Yunxi, with her head down, had a slight tremble in her shoulders and remained silent. Call your parents and have them come to play the pity card. Lin Shi's body sank even lower, feeling so low that she was almost in the dust. She really wanted to say she had no parents, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. She didn't want to play the victim. The roar of a powerful mechanical bird approached, a red supercar shining under the sun. Even more eye-catching, you are sitting in the car. Everyone's attention was focused on this blazing red supercar. The proud Wang Gue, also attracted by the cool and prestigious Ferrari, his eyes revealing envy. This is the luxury car he aspires to, in stark contrast. His own 8-hand Porsche is really like industrial scrap metal. The Ferrari approached from a distance, and soon someone noticed the uniqueness of the Ferrari. I went and saw what was happening. Luxurious cars worth millions, the top 10 extraordinary cars, Ferrari, the aristocrats in Ferrari. Eyes filled with envy, following the Ferrari sports car. The Ferrari, like a giant sand, stopped at the door of the magic mansion. The butterfly door of the driver's seat slowly lifted. You walked out from it, looking at Wang Gue with anger on his face, and Yunxi with a pale face from fear. You roughly understood the ins and outs of the matter in your heart. Hearing the onlookers nearby say that the Porsche owner roared and demanded compensation of 100,000. You took a glance. It's a 4 to 5-year-old car model, and the Porsche has a slight dent. If the paint is scratched, it would cost 100,000 to fix. You hadn't spoken yet, but Yunxi, with her head down, gathered courage and said, don't ask my parents for it, I can work and compensate you myself. Wang Gue's anger surged, feeling inexplicably extreme, jealous of you driving a Ferrari, stealing all his limelight, not only so rich, but also so handsome. Thinking of this, Wang Gue became even angrier. Working to pay off the debt, how long do you need me to wait? 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years? Wang Gue's loud words provoked the dissatisfaction of many around him. Calling someone poor, he almost incurred everyone's anger. Many classmates' parents frowned, thinking that Li Yungue was talking nonsense, driving a Porsche sports car, acting all high and mighty. You looked around for a week, then slowly said to Wang Gue, this car is yours. It's none of your business, Wang Gue weakly responded. Then, he looked at the timid Yunxi and vented all his anger on her, saying fiercely, what are you hiding? Everyone saw that you damaged the car, stop pretending to be innocent. Pay me quickly, my time is precious. After speaking, Wang Gue was about to grab Yunxi. He wanted to teach this dull person a lesson. You pushed Wang Gue's hand away and coldly said, it's an old model Porsche 718. You ask for 100,000 as soon as you open your mouth, not afraid to talk nonsense. The lie was exposed. Wang Gue was like a wolf stepped on its tail. He blurted out, who told you this is an old model? This is a new car I just got a month ago. For the sake of our brotherhood, I won't make it difficult for him. Help him pay me 150,000, and we'll consider this matter settled. Wang Gui secretly felt pleased, thinking he found a scapegoat. Since the owner of the luxury car worth millions, he added another 50,000 to the compensation amount. Okay, but with this 5 to 6 year old Porsche of yours, this minor collision, you can't afford the repair costs. You casually picked up a brick and smashed the front bumper of the Porsche to pieces. You then looked at your masterpiece and said with a smile, "This is the price of 150,000. You've gone too far. Yes, I did deceive you. So what? Is it only okay for you to bully others? What do you expect me to hold on to? Talk directly to my lawyer." You interrupted Wang Gui before he finished speaking, waved your hand, and slapped the lawyer's business card on him. "Leave the rest to my lawyer. Money is the confidence. There are billions of assets lying in the bank card, not to mention a second-hand Porsche sports car. Even if there are tens or hundreds of them, you won't be afraid. Such a cool boyfriend, so secure. Mom, I'm in love. The girls around me are all gaining a lot of goodwill towards you. Who would reject a righteous, kind, and wealthy little handsome guy? Li Wenxian's beautiful eyes are also frequently gazing at you. White shirt with black casual pants. The outfit looks simple, but the material is definitely not ordinary. It must be a custom-made luxury brand. White shirt paired with a delicate appearance, bursting with youthful vibes. It's a pity not to play the campus heartthrob in movies. Wenxian silently sighed in her heart. "Shanxian, my Prince Charming has appeared. I'm going to be in love," said the Black Stockings' senior sister next to her. Li Wenxian was speechless, with black lines all over her head, saying, "Your love life is moving too fast." "Oomph, mind your own business. I think this junior brother suits my taste, domineering personality, just like a real-life domineering CEO. Classmate, what major are you in? Our school is large, and the roads are hard to navigate. After you register, I'll have the senior sister show you to the dorm. Don't listen to him, I should be the one to accompany the junior brother." I'll do it. Countless male students around, holding their acceptance letters, feel like crying. Why are they being received by men, while those beautiful senior sisters are all competing to welcome you in a Ferrari? At this moment, Wang Gui looks at the lawyer's business card from the week, realizing he can't deceive more. Everyone is watching and laughing at him. This matter is not over, he glared fiercely at Yunxi. Watching you being warmly welcomed by the senior sister in black stockings, not only did she take the initiative to carry your luggage, she also bought you a bottle of sparkling water nearby. At this moment, all the male students at the entrance are envious of you to the extreme. The gap is too big. On the first day of entering university, everyone felt the gap between them and you. Although you don't care about the senior sister, it must be said, the service of the senior sister in black stockings is really attentive. Upon reaching the dormitory, she, in front of the other 3 male freshmen in the same room, made your bed. After making the bed, she took out the clothes from her suitcase one by one, saw your wrinkled clothes, carefully smoothed them out, neatly folded all the clothes, and put them in the wardrobe. The senior sister in black stockings that you admire behind him, with ups and downs. You are well aware of what the senior sister in black stockings wants from you. For this type of materialistic girl, back when you were a poor student, you definitely despised them. But after having billions in assets, you can't say you hate these gold-digging girls, nor can you say you like them. You come and go as you please, each taking what they need, as long as nobody loses out. The youth who once slayed dragons, loyal to the evil dragon. The other 3 roommates in the dormitory were dumbfounded, witnessing an extremely bizarre scene, feeling their worldviews shattered. A goddess-like girl laying out the bed and tidying clothes for a man, something they never dared to dream of, now happening right before their eyes. Completely unbelievable. The busy senior sister in black stockings, a slight sweat breaking out on her forehead, a fragrant sweat. There was a small sense of anticipation in Wang Yanyan's heart, thinking that after putting in so much effort to tidy up the junior brother, he would surely praise her, and then take the initiative to ask for her contact information. At the staircase entrance, Wang Yanyan looked up at your 183 centimeters height, anticipation shining in her eyes. You just smiled slightly and thanked the senior sister, saying you'll treat her to a meal next time you're free, then turned around to go back and get to know your new roommate. That's it, Wang Yanyan's face full of disappointment, no sincerity at all, saying to treat someone to a meal without even exchanging contact information. What a joke. "Junior brother, add me on WeChat, in the Magic City I can be your guide," said Wang Yanyan. A smirk plays on your lips, thinking you can still play hard to get with me. As soon as you entered the dormitory door, 3 pairs of eyes stared straight at you. Wow, they want to become your apprentices and learn from you. Sure, brother, you silently captured the beautiful lady and even trained her so obediently, teach us too. If you can't afford it, we can just be regular friends. Answer honestly, and think about how to make it happen. Unless you can also drive a Ferrari with one hand. Be humble, bro. The senior sister has been helping you so much, she must be interested in you. In a few days, you two might become a couple. The four of us exchanged pleasantries back and forth. Suddenly, our roommate Huang Zicheng, holding his phone, cursed, "This scum has really tarnished a man's reputation." He then showed the phone to the three of us, the school forum of Mordor University. Some students gathered around and posted about the Porsche compensation incident on the school network. The arrogant Porsche 718 Jr. made remarks like poor people always cause trouble and called on girls to claim a sky-high compensation for the Porsche 718. His arrogance made the girl sell her house to compensate. The freshman driving a multi-million-dollar Ferrari in his first year is like a hero saving a beauty. It would be even more satisfying if they smashed the whole Porsche to pieces. Various posts with headlines about today's ceremony at the school gate went viral on the school network. With the incident, both Yu and Wang Gui have become well known on campus. The difference is that Wang Gui is infamous, with everyone online criticizing him. "Holy cow, a multi-million-dollar Ferrari, that's so cool," roommate Zhou Tao exclaimed in shock. "If I drove this kind of car, picking up girls would be a piece of cake." Another roommate expressed his sleazy thoughts. Even Huang Zicheng, a native of Magic City, looks envious. Although his family is well off, they wouldn't even buy him a $1 million luxury car, let alone a multi-million-dollar supercar. This is the difference. To drive a Ferrari worth over 20 million, the second-generation rich must have at least tens of billions in assets. People compare themselves to others and feel miserable. With so much wealth, their family must be in real estate or medical business. Everyone laughs, unaware that the Ferrari they are discussing is actually parked right in front of them. You don't bother to reveal your identity. They'll figure it out eventually, and besides, you don't plan on staying in the dorm for too long. Tang Chenipin, known as the #1 luxury residence in Magic City. If you want to buy, you can buy. If one unit is not enough, buy 10. Money is the least of your concerns. Listening to your roommate bragging, you remember your Ferrari parked at the school gate. You decide to drive the car onto campus and head to the security office for registration. You greet the three people and then leave the dormitory. In the scorching summer, various short skirts and long legs dazzle the eyes. Without the boost from the Ferrari, but with your handsome looks, you still attract many female classmates as you walk on the university campus. Glancing back at the girls exclaims, you only feel a soft, fragrant collision against your thigh. Before you could react, you accidentally bumped into your little sister, who quickly ran out of your arms. Oh, Chen Shui, you also got into Magic City University. You are a bit surprised. You didn't expect to meet an acquaintance studying so far away from home. How do you know me? Who are you? Chen Shui asked in confusion, looking at the handsome boy in front of her, who had no recollection. I'm also from Yeyang No. One middle school, you smiled calmly. She was the universally acknowledged school beauty in high school, with countless boys admiring her both inside and outside of school. While you were just an ordinary and poor student in high school, it's normal for Chen Shui not to know you. You thought the school beauty would have some impression of you, but it seems you were mistaken. You stopped talking and left directly. No matter who the school beauty is, with a net worth of billions, you would never become a lackey. Who was the guy with Xiaoshui just now? Walking behind the school beauty, he approached and asked. That guy is named Chubo. He was classmates with Chen, the school beauty, in high school, and he's also a famous second-generation wealthy student from Yeyang No. One middle school. He pursued Chen Xiaohua for a full 3 years. When he found out she was going to study at Magic City University, he eagerly changed his college preference to match hers. As soon as he came out, he encountered a tall, handsome man who was chatting up his goddess. He felt a bit jealous. Chen Shui, a high school classmate, said. There was a hint of darkness in Wenqing Chubo's eyes, his first thought being that someone else, like him, would continue pursuing Chen, the school beauty, at the same university. Such audacity. Everyone knows at Yeyang No. One middle school that Chen Shui is his girlfriend. Chubo thought to himself, I'll definitely show you what I'm made of when the opportunity arises. Chen Shui didn't want to agree to have a meal with him. It's just that Chen Shui and Chubo's parents are family friends. They kept refusing him, but eventually agreed due to Chubo's persistence. Deep down, he really dislikes Chubo, but he didn't show it too obviously out of courtesy. You and Chubo walked out of the school gate one after the other, and Chubo recognized you at a glance. It was him just now. He sneered inwardly, but put on a gentlemanly facade in front of Chen, the school flower. Classmate Xiaoxue said you are also from Yeyang No. One high school. He didn't notice that Chen, the school flower, heard him calling himself, and Xiaoxue's face showed disdain. Yes, what's the matter? You're waiting for the bus here, and coincidentally, I have a BMW 5 Series. If it's on the way, I can give you a ride, Chubo boasted. Especially the fact that I have a BMW 5 Series, he emphasized loudly with 6 words. People nearby could all hear it, feeling everyone's shock. His expression gradually became smug as he continued, "Don't be shy. We're all from the same hometown, we should help each other. Riding in a BMW is more comfortable than squeezing onto public transport." With a smirk, Chubo's face was filled with pride and showiness. He took out the BMW key, pressed it, and the BMW 5 Series lights flashed by the roadside. I swear, the surrounding university students were all shocked. Being able to afford a BMW 5 Series in college, while not as good as a Ferrari, is still pretty impressive for ordinary people. They looked at Chubo with envy written all over their faces. No wonder he's average looking, yet the girl beside him is stunning. Enjoying the envy and jealousy of everyone, the anchor felt extremely proud, rediscovering the pleasure of showing off from high school. Showing off on the first day of college, it feels great. No need to shake your head in refusal. The other party's words are full of hidden intentions, seemingly offering goodwill, but actually showing off and humiliating oneself. This kid wants to use you as a backdrop, a stepping stone for his showing off. I spent over $50,000 on my BMW 5 Series, you probably haven't sat in such an expensive car before. You can experience it, pride written all over Chubo's face. Kid, you are not even in the same world as us, yet you still want to pursue Chen Shui. It's like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. I have a car myself. What kind of car in this hot weather? A shared bike? Aren't you afraid of heat stroke? The anchor mocked slightly. You stride forward, the fiery red Ferrari shining brightly. Not far away, the crowd surrounding the millions of sports cars knew the owner was here, so they had to disperse and make way. I haven't sat in a BMW 5 Series, I never sit in cars priced below 5 million, you say as you walk. You open the butterfly door, lean in and sit down. With a roar, the engine roars like a beast, narrating that he possesses the most top-notch power. In an instant, the air became quiet. 3 seconds later, the noisy sound rang out. Wow, the Ferrari owner is so young, driving a Ferrari worth over 20 million. It's truly enviable. Everyone looked at the cool Ferrari, filled with envy. Witnessing his rival driving a Ferrari sports car, Chubo looked as if he had eaten a piece of rat feces, his face turning extremely ugly. He felt ruthlessly crushed. Just moments ago he was showing off in front of you, but never expected to be humiliated so quickly. You are actually driving a Ferrari supercar worth over 20 million. How can you not afford a 500,000 BMW? Others wouldn't even bother looking at such a low-end car. At that moment, Chubo was extremely embarrassed. He made a complete fool of himself in front of Chen Xiaohua. He had finally managed to invite Chen Xiaohua out, but now the meal was ruined. He took advantage of everyone's attention being on the Ferrari. He slinked away from the car in embarrassment. You were originally here to register your vehicle for school, but unexpectedly ended up showing off. Since that's the case, why not take a spin around the city and get familiar with the new environment? With a roar, the engine ignited, and the car shot into the traffic like lightning. At the same time, Heisi, the senior sister who helped you make your bed in the girls' dormitory 302, is currently boasting to Li Wenxian about getting your approval, claiming to take you down within a week. However, Wang Yanyan was almost falling asleep waiting for a response, and didn't see you acknowledge her. She felt wronged in her heart. This was different from before. In the past, those rich second generations or guys would reply instantly. He tends to ignore me, but when he speaks, it's always to someone else. Guys who usually suck up to girls would reply with long chat logs, but today, in front of the junior, it backfired, and the tables turned. He has sent you dozens of messages, yet you haven't replied to a single one, and what's worse is, he even risked his image to send a few photos that even he thought were on the edge, full of hormones. Is the junior with another woman? A sense of crisis surged. She couldn't just sit and wait. Wang Yanyan hesitated for a moment, then clicked on the voice call. On the other side, you were enjoying the joy brought by the supercar. The phone rang. Hello, what's up? Facing the T-Art girl, you had to take the lead. Otherwise, the other party will become more and more pretentious. Junior, I know a super delicious restaurant in the city. Shall we go together? Wang Yanyan's gentle voice came from the phone. Okay, wait for me at the school gate. You happen to have not had lunch, just hearing that made you feel a bit hungry. You agreed. You didn't reject him. Wang Yanyan was delighted. A smile spread across her fair face. That smile, just like the smiles of those guys who suck up to her and get a reply, it's all the same, commonly known as sucking up, a mysterious smile. Only those involved in the situation can understand. In the same dorm, when Xian saw it all clearly, she sighed in her heart, realizing that even Lian and Wang Yanyan couldn't escape becoming licking dogs. If those boys pursuing her saw this scene, I'm afraid the boys would go crazy. When Qian and Wang Yanyan, known as the two golden flowers of the magic dance department, were referred to as the flower of the dance department by boys on the forum. Their soft figures and long legs have captivated countless male peers. After you answered the call, you found dozens of unread messages. Do you like it, younger brother? You can keep this original younger brother today for collection. I have many styles of socks, senior sister. I can show them to you. There are over a dozen accompanying pictures, various selfies, and words in different colors. Very special. How can I resist the burst of heat in your heart? This is the most curious age, a time for exploring new things and encountering these enticing selfies. Who can resist? Enjoy boasting for now. When you cry later, suppress your desires, step on the gas pedal, and head towards the Magic City University in a Ferrari. Of course, you wouldn't refuse a beautiful woman who comes to you. With 10 billion in your account, living freely is your nature, and happiness is most important. You replied directly that you arrived at the university gate. At this moment, Wang Yanyan was standing at the intersection, carrying her bag. Her sexy outfit made passing males unable to resist glancing at her. Being a dance student, Wang Yanyan's figure and appearance are definitely among the top. She matured early, knowing her high looks and what she wants, never hiding her desire for money. But her standards are surprisingly high. Among many rich second generations, she hasn't been involved in any love scandals. At this moment, a Maserati pulls up beside Wang Yanyan. It's so hot, Wang Yanyan, don't stand there, come sit in my car for a while. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. The guy driving the Maserati is called Du Ziting, a senior student in Magic City. He's also a quite famous rich second generation. Du Ziting is most passionate about picking up girls. With the Maserati, he has dated many girlfriends. Having recently broken up and officially single, he finds Wang Yanyan more and more beautiful. Upon seeing that it's Du Ziting, Wang Yanyan's calm expression subtly changes. Her impression of the flirtatious Du Ziting is very negative. Without saying a word, he moves aside and waits. Du Ziting is not angry. Instead, he chuckles and drives the car back to where Wang Yanyan is. I have a high-end restaurant nearby. Would you honor me with your presence for a meal today? He said with a hint of arrogance. He's showing off his wealth, trying to win over Wang Yanyan today. He's been bragging a lot at school too. Sorry, I have plans. I'm busy today, tomorrow, and in the future. Find someone else. Wang Yanyan coldly rejects him. His stomach hurts from being rejected twice. He's angry. In his heart, he curses that the whole school knows she's a gold digger. Stop pretending to be stupid. I have plans. I know all the rich second-generation students at Magic City University. Who are you dating? There's a hint of envy in his tone as his stomach hurts. Someone else beat me to this beauty, Mada. Wang Yanyan looks cold and indifferent, not wanting to talk to him. Why don't you dare say his name? Is it because he's not as rich as me, so you're embarrassed to say it? He proudly mentions that his date may not be perfect, but after all, students like him who drive million-dollar Maseratis in college are rare. There's no need to compare others to me. Wang Yanyan rolls her eyes, feeling like an annoying fly buzzing around her, extremely irritated. Why hasn't Baima Jr. arrived yet? I wore what he likes on purpose. A red Ferrari quickly approaches from a distance. Wow, a Ferrari. His stomach hurts, and he's excited upon seeing the Ferrari in the car. Incredibly excited, he instantly screams out, feeling super cool and amazing. Dutong is a car enthusiast, and his favorite supercar brand is Ferrari. At this moment, Dutong, who drives a $1 million Maserati, looks envious. Then, he stared at Wang Yanyan, who got into the Ferrari's passenger seat, stunned, especially recalling how he had shown off in front of Wang Yanyan before. Does he not have money like I do? Now thinking of this, Dutong wants to slap himself. In this instant, Dutong suddenly realized. No wonder Wang Yanyan didn't even look at him. She found a super wealthy gentleman. The woman he fancied got into someone else's car. Dutong looked on desolately at the disappearing Ferrari. Congratulations, host, on unlocking a new title, Winning Hearts. You are rewarded with a high-end Western restaurant. Congratulations on acquiring the skill Single-Handed Supercar Critical Hit and receiving a special boss license plate. Any items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host for safe use. As the system notification sounded, you were stunned. It turns out that this system not only gives 10 billion but also rewards shop car plates and more unexpected gains in the future. You then immersed yourself in the system messages. Unconsciously, you placed your hand on the passenger seat, on Wang Yanyan's smooth legs in fishnet stockings. She is indeed a dancer. This touch feels really great. You're so naughty. Wang Yanyan blushed and slapped away the wandering hand. How come you were all talkative online just now, chatting about King of Glory, got me all fired up, but now you're acting timid? You said while driving. Things are developing too quickly, I'm afraid, Wang Yanyan said weakly. You furrow your brow, and I'll be obedient all day. Stop sending me those ambiguous photos, just keep starting fires and don't put them out. Hee hee, I don't care. Wang Yanyan stretched out her long legs and continued, dang dang dang, do I look pretty in fishnet stockings? Wang Yanyan's legs are really long, not like bamboo poles. Her legs are round and straight, not too thin or too fat. These legs with fishnet stockings have a unique charm. I have to say, her legs are the most beautiful I've ever seen. Why stretch your legs so far? They've reached my side. If you want me to touch your legs, just say so. Shameless, you let me touch a few more times, satisfied now? Blushing, Wang Yanyan grunted, you just want to see Manhwa, right? I'm being so obedient, not only do you not praise me, but you also take advantage of me. How bad can you get? Since you're being so obedient, I'll treat you to a big meal. You smiled and said, we just happened to pass by a 5-star hotel. There are many luxury cars parked in front, Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, and a few sports cars. Only super luxury vehicles are allowed to park on the ground. Vehicles that don't meet the standard can only park in the underground parking lot. You drove your Ferrari worth over 20 million and parked it at the entrance of the hotel. Upon seeing the Ferrari, Wendong hurriedly removed the no parking barrier from the empty parking spot. After arriving at the 5-star hotel, Wang Yanyan felt uneasy in her heart. What is my junior brother planning to do? Book a room? Although she knew that eventually they would reach this stage as time passed, moving forward so quickly today seemed too rushed. Wang Yanyan nervously came up with a lame excuse, stammering, Junior brother, I still have something to take care of. You're daydreaming all day. I find it amusing and exasperating, she playfully flicked his head. Who said coming to a hotel means booking a room? We have a private chef here. Let's just enjoy our meal today and not discuss marriage. Okay, Wang Yanyan obediently nodded. Although she was a materialistic girl, she was a good person. She usually liked to post some edgy photos, but in reality, she was still in her first love. As they arrived at the restaurant, you handed her the menu. Wang Yanyan exclaimed at the prices, feeling dizzy as she looked at dishes costing hundreds or even thousands on the menu. She was just a student from an ordinary family. The Hermes bag she carried was bought after saving for a year or two. Little did she expect that a random signature dish in a 5-star hotel would almost cost as much as her bag. It would be a shame not to try the signature dishes here. Price is not an issue, as long as they taste good, she said as she noticed him hesitating. She directly ordered 5 or 6 signature dishes. Wang Yanyan noticed that you selected several dishes from the most expensive items on the menu, and in the end, you also chose 2 bottles of red wine. The price of wine on the price list startled him, with a unit price of 88,888 per bottle. 2 bottles totaling nearly 180,000. Wang Yanyan felt like her eyes were playing tricks on her. She looked again and again before daring to believe it was real. The junior spent nearly 180,000 on 2 bottles of wine, not to mention the signature dishes. This meal must have cost over 200,000. The money spent on a meal by the junior could equal the savings of others' hard work for a year, or even several years. Is this the life of the wealthy? Spending money like water, the junior is too extravagant. It made Wang Yanyan's head spin even more, her face flushed as if she had just drunk wine. Wang Yanyan felt like she was living in a dream, a high-quality lifestyle she never dared to imagine before. After ordering the dishes, the two sat together chatting happily. After a while, the waiter brought all the dishes on a cart. You asked the waiter to open a bottle of wine and prepare to take the other one back. Try it occasionally when you can't sleep. You asked if it's true that dancers have very flexible bodies. Hearing your question, Wang Yanyan's first thought was, maybe it unlocks more positions. Feeling Wang Yanyan's strange gaze, you furrowed your brow and thought, what are you thinking about again? This is a shocking question. Wang Yanyan pursed her lips and said, could you please remove your hand from my leg? Can't help but be a rascal. The two of you were very satisfied with the meal, you gained a little advantage, but still wanted more. The phone rang with a ding-dong sound, eating and touching at the same time, with hands full, so Wang Yanyan was asked to put it on speakerphone. A pleasant female voice came through the phone, asking if it's Mr. Gai Gu. Receiving a positive response, he continued, hello, Mr. Gai Gu. I am a staff member of the Magic City license plate auction. It's 20 million for one, the plate number is 11111. The transfer and registration will be handled by the auction house for you. It's a special license plate awarded by the system. You are very satisfied with this unique plate number. Without system intervention, this Magic City Leopard license plate, no matter how much money you have, you won't have the chance to buy it hands-free. Wang Yanyan listened attentively, mouth agape, completely stunned. What did he hear? A junior negotiated to buy a license plate for 20 million, just the negotiation price. The total transaction price is already astronomical. Just negotiating at 20 million, you can be in the most prosperous area of Magic City. Buy a large apartment. This junior is too rich. Wang Yanyan felt that her imagination was lacking. Before, he only thought that rich people lived luxuriously in terms of food, clothing, housing, and transportation. He never imagined that someone would spend billions to buy a license plate. This world is too crazy. He was still in shock, unaware that you had already touched it. The soft conversation continues. Mr. Gai Gu, are you still there? I'm at our auction house, and there's a star license plate AZ8888 up for auction. Mr. Gu, are you interested? The auction staff are afraid you might not understand, so they explained that there are only over 2,000 AG license plates. In the 90s, an AG license plate was once auctioned for a sky-high price of 300,000. Besides its economic value, the AG license plate also holds historical significance. You've heard how rare this license plate is, and with your financial means, you'll be buying more luxury cars in the future. There's no reason not to buy it. You didn't hesitate and directly mentioned the price. The price of the AG8888 license plate is 5 million. You said it's so cheap directly. Bought it. I'm at the Zilela 5-star hotel, just come over. After hanging up the phone, the auction house staff looked at Guchen with respect. Is the 5 million license plate still cheap? Compared to the 20 million premium he paid for the license plate, 500 million is indeed not worth mentioning, but it's still a significant amount. Many families may never earn 5 million in their lifetime. And Mr. Gu readily spent 5 million to buy a license plate of little use. She quietly thought to herself, if I had 5 million, I would definitely buy a house. In that moment, she became curious about Guchen. From the voice on the phone, Mr. Gu should be relatively young. She picked up the mirror and started to touch up her makeup. She was going to meet Mr. Gu later, and she wanted to present herself in the most perfect state. Zilela 5-star hotel. Wan Yenran hadn't recovered yet when she heard that her junior brother had bought another license plate for 5 million. Having seen the billion-level license plate before, buying another license plate for 5 million didn't surprise her much. She came to her senses and realized that her body felt numb and gently brushed off the soft massage hands on her. Her face turned red. Don't move randomly. Guchen smiled and said, I'll just put it on top, not moving. Bah! Shameless. The two bantered, and not far away, the middle-aged men who overheard the conversation were sarcastic. Ha, he even paid a 20 million premium for the Shanghai A11111 license plate. Is he putting on a show here? Young people nowadays are too impulsive, dreaming all day without doing any real work. One of the men, shaking the Bentley key in his hand and smelling of alcohol, said, Girl, don't be fooled by this kid. The Shanghai A11111 license plate is impossible to auction. The person who owns this license plate in the Magic City business circle is a prominent figure. He is not short of money at all, so this is just a show in front of you. After the Bentley man finished speaking, he intentionally or unintentionally revealed the Bentley key hanging on his pants. They had a bit of white wine and were somewhat tipsy. Alcohol is a double-edged sword, and seeing Wan Yenran so beautiful, they had some other thoughts. Seeing Guchen pretending there, they directly approached to expose the lies, hoping to make the girl disgusted with the guy. Then they would have a chance. Young man, seeing you so young, as an elder, I remind you to walk the right path and be down to earth in your work. The Bentley man said in an elder's tone, but his eyes were fixed on Wang Yenran's long legs. Look at me working diligently. Now I have 3 houses in the Magic City, several cars under my name, and I even bought a new Bentley a few days ago. The Bentley man was showing off, but Wang Yenran was startled by his lecherous expression and felt very disgusted with him. She thought to herself, the junior brother is better, not as lecherous as him. Guchen sat calmly, quietly listening to the Bentley man showing off in front of him. Yes, my eldest brother is amazing. My brother's company makes a profit of over 10 million a year. My brother's net worth is over $1 billion. Young man, you should learn more from our eldest brother. The people dining together nearby were also praising the Bentley man. The Bentley man smiled arrogantly. He was wealthy and powerful. Wang Yenran wanted to retaliate but was stopped by Guchen. Guchen slowly said, Are you done talking? Finished showing off? Your net worth is over $1 billion? You make 10 million a year? Is this achievement worth boasting about? Guchen said disdainfully. Guchen threw the Ferrari key on the table and opened his mobile banking app. The interest on my savings in a year is higher than your company's annual profit. Upon hearing this, the men were stunned. When they saw the series of numbers on the bank card, Bentley couldn't believe it was real. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion, 10 billion, 100 billion. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion, 10 billion, 100 billion. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion, 10 billion, 100 billion inch. He counted 3 times in total. It was really an 11-digit deposit. What did they see? A young man with 100 billion in his bank account. Oh my God. They were all shocked to the core. They couldn't imagine that by just pretending a bit, they actually fooled a big shot and hit a wall. At that moment, they felt their bodies go weak, sobered up from the alcohol, and collapsed in a daze on the ground, murmuring 100 billion. The little episode ended, and due to drinking some red wine, the Ferrari couldn't be driven. Gu Chen hailed a taxi and let Wang Yanran go back to school by herself. He still had to deal with the registration of the car. In front of the Ferrari, a beautiful woman from the auction house, dressed in professional attire, black silk high heels, holding documents in front of her chest, was waiting for Gu Chen. Inside the taxi, Wang Yanran was deeply shocked again. 100 billion. An 11-digit deposit. Although she didn't see it with her own eyes, she heard it from those few men. Does he really have 100 billion? Wang Yanran was unsure whether to believe it or not. She believed it because Gu Chen drove a supercar worth over 10 million, spent over 200,000 on a simple meal, and paid a premium of 20 million for a license plate. All of this was enough to show that the younger student's family was not just wealthy. She didn't believe it because, for an 18-year-old freshman to have 100 billion in his account, how absurd was that? Even if the family was wealthy, they wouldn't give the child 100 billion in pocket money, right? How did I become so hesitant? She had always been someone who dared to love and hate. Wang Yanran smiled and thought, why not just ask the younger student directly? Wang Yanran typed on her phone directly, is what those old perverts said true? False. Internet rumor. After receiving the message, Wang Yanran breathed a sigh of relief. She felt much lighter. Upon learning that the younger student didn't have 100 billion in his account, she not only didn't feel disappointed, but her mood became joyful. It's good that it's false. I was afraid I wouldn't be good enough for you, Wang Yanran silently said to herself. With nothing but her beauty to offer, she always felt a bit inferior in front of the younger student. Joy Luxu 5-star Hotel. Yang Mo quietly waited. She saw a handsome young man walking towards her, clean and youthful in his outfit, tall at 180 centimeters, exuding a youthful vibe, very handsome. She couldn't help but take a few more glances. However, as the handsome young man approached, Yang Mo's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Could he be Gu Chen, Mr. Gu? Yang Mo couldn't help but ask in her heart. Someone who casually paid a premium of 20 million for a license plate, and then easily spent 5 million on another license plate, shouldn't be this handsome, right? Deep down, people always feel that no one can be perfect. There should be very few people in the world who are both rich and handsome, and tall. But when the young man walked up to her and said, "How did you guess my car was a Ferrari?" she was excited. Mr. Gu was so young, so handsome. He was like the prototype of a domineering CEO in a novel. Yang Mo was momentarily slow to react, her tone a bit stuttering. Gu. Mr. Gu? Gu Chen nodded. You haven't answered my question yet. Yang Mo smiled and said, because there's only a Ferrari here without a license plate. Gu Chen felt stupid for asking such a silly question. It was his fault for forgetting that the Ferrari didn't have a license plate. I've had a bit to drink, you drive. Gu Chen tossed the car keys to her. Oh, I didn't bring flats. Yang Mo was dumbfounded. The black stockings paired with high heels made Yang Mo's figure tall and sexy. Although her features couldn't compare to Wang Yanran, she was also a rare beauty. Gu Chen furrowed his brows. The supercar only had 2 seats, so there was no way to call for a designated driver. It seemed like buying a pair of shoes was the only option. Gu Chen asked Wen Jun, what shoe size do you wear? Size 38. Alright, wait here, I'll go buy you a pair of shoes, Gu Chen said before heading to find a shoe store. Yang Mo was very touched. Mr. Gu was truly a gentleman. Seeing her in high heels, he made her wait in place while he went to buy shoes for her. Other second-generation rich kids would never do this. Working at an auction house, Yang Mo inevitably came into contact with wealthy individuals, many of whom only saw women as tools for showing off and venting. Soon, Gu Chen returned with the shoes. Yang Mo sat in the Ferrari, stretched her legs out, and prepared to change. Yang Mo held her shirt with both hands and took off her high heels. Gu Chen teasingly said, hurry up, I don't mind if your feet stink. They don't stink. I don't have smelly feet, don't believe me? Smell them, Yang Mo blushed and retorted. Faced with the $1 million Ferrari sports car, Yang Mo, sitting in the driver's seat, didn't know where to start. She had driven many cars before, but this was her first time driving a Ferrari. Sitting in the Ferrari, she was flustered and didn't know how to proceed. Gu Chen watched on the side, amused. Yang Mo's silly appearance was quite cute. First, start the engine like this, then the handbrake here. And then, Gu Chen had to sit next to Yang Mo and teach her step by step. Along the way, there were inevitably some physical contacts, and Yang Mo blushed several times. The navigation showed only a half-hour journey, but Yang Mo took nearly an hour to arrive. Countless drivers on the road cursed as the Ferrari drove at a snail's pace, wasting such a good sports car. Gu Chen urged her to accelerate, telling her to step on the gas pedal. Yang Mo directly said, "I'm afraid, what if I crash and can't afford to pay for it?" Gu Chen joked, "If you can't afford it, then give yourself to me." Yang Mo replied, "Don't you mind that I'm old? A woman in her 30s is like a golden brick, especially now that mature women are popular in society." Men's words are deceiving, Yang Mo pouted. Although she said that, she was secretly delighted. Rich, beautiful, tall, and sweet-talking. Oh no, which woman can resist this? Time passed. By the time Gu Chen finished his tea, the license plate was ready. The Shanghai license plate on the Ferrari LaFerrari read A11111. The other plate as 8888 was kept for the next car purchase. Ugh, this tea is still so bad, Gu Chen said. It seems like at my age, I'm only suitable for drinking something like fat water. You're only 18 years old, Yang Mo learned Gu Chen's real age when they were getting the license plate. Yeah, strange, right? I was just curious. I always thought you were young, but I never expected you weren't even 20 yet. Sigh. Seeing your age, I feel really old. Yang Mo sighed. How old are you? Gu Chen asked back. 24. Gu Chen smiled and said, You're 6 years older than me, so I hit the jackpot. Should I go hug a mountain of diamonds? You're annoying. Everything was done. They exchanged WeChat contacts. Yang Mo had to go to work, so she left. Gu Chen sobered up and drove the Ferrari back to the Magic City University. At the school gate, the Ferrari once again attracted many exclamations. After Gu Chen got off the car to handle the vehicle registration, the Ferrari roared and drove on campus. Before he could even park the car, he heard the sound of crying and howling in the dormitory. As soon as Gu Chen entered, Zhou Tao came up and said loudly, Lao Gu, you've hit the jackpot. That pretty senior sister at Moda University is famous. She is known as one of the campus beauties in the art department. Oh my goodness, no wonder she's so beautiful. I thought the female students at Moda University were of high quality, but I never expected that senior sister's looks are top-notch. Wow, the campus belle is chasing after you, Lao Gu, you've hit the jackpot this time. When Gu Chen returned, the three roommates kept talking, their faces full of envy towards Gu Chen. After expressing their envy, Huang Zicheng still had some concerns in his heart. He reminded, many people say that the campus belle is a bit materialistic, so be careful and spend your money wisely. Gu Chen smiled and said that he and Wan Yanran were just ordinary friends. Zhou Tao noticed that Gu Chen brought red wine. He grinned and ran to the bathroom to get a rinsing cup and a bottle opener. He opened the bottle of red wine, poured a full glass, and drank it down in one go. Zhou Tao drank it directly, burped after finishing. Wow! This red wine tastes great, much better than the 35 yuan bottle we have in our town. Zheng Xiaohong poured a glass and drank it properly. Huang Zicheng, who had seen the world, took a closer look and realized that he had seen this red wine brand somewhere. It was at his cousin's friend's banquet. Oh my god! The price of this brand of red wine starts at least at 20 to 30,000. Oh my god! What a waste! Wines worth thousands should be savored slowly, not chugged like soda. Huang Zicheng looked at the remaining half glass of red wine, feeling heartbroken. What? Thousands of yuan for a bottle of wine? Zhou Tao was dumbfounded, shocked, so I just drank about 5 to 6,000 in one gulp. I can't believe it. I've spent my living expenses for a semester. Zheng Xiaohong was also extremely surprised. Lao Gu, is this wine really that expensive? Why didn't you say so earlier? Gu Chen modestly said, It's not expensive, don't worry, just drink. An 88,888 yuan bottle of wine was not expensive for him now. Huang Zicheng tasted it slowly. The wine was authentic. The taste was even better than at that banquet. Seeing Gu Chen's indifferent attitude, Huang Zicheng didn't say much more. As a native of Modu, he was originally a bit proud, thinking that among the roommates, his family should be the wealthiest. After this bottle of wine, he realized that his thoughts were wrong. The real big shot in this dormitory is Lao Gu. Night quietly arrived. In the city lit with lights and filled with wine, the nightlife began. Just as Gu Chen and his friends left the dormitory, they saw several groups of girls coming and going. The weather was hot, they were wearing shorts or skirts, showing off their fair legs, paired with white or casual shoes. Simple outfits, yet exuding a youthful vibe. Zhang Xiaohong couldn't take his eyes off, smiling and saying softly that the girls at Moda University are of good quality. Zhou Tao agreed, grinning, I've been in my hometown for so long, I haven't seen as many beautiful women in one day as today. Huang Zicheng sneered, girls in big cities dress up a bit, as long as they have a good foundation. A little makeup will definitely make them more charming than those plain-faced girls in small towns. The four of them walked and talked, and found a barbecue stall not far from the school gate to sit down. Huang Zicheng's girlfriend also studied at a local university in Modu, a second-tier university not far from Moda University, about a dozen kilometers away. Huang Zicheng called his girlfriend, and they were on their way. Did her roommate come? Zhou Tao asked eagerly. Huang Zicheng smiled and said, don't worry, they're all here. Seize the opportunity yourself. The four of them ordered some barbecue and beer, waiting. About 20 minutes later, the four girls got out of the taxi. When over here, Huang Zicheng excitedly shouted towards the girls. Zhou Tao and the others could see from afar a tall and beautiful girl, followed by three other girls walking towards them. Zhou Tao's eyes lit up. Lao Gu, such a beauty, and so pretty too. I've got my eyes on the one in the front, no snatching allowed, Guchen said. Looking in that direction, the leading girl was indeed good-looking, with long brown hair, a pink top, light gray denim shorts, fair and straight legs wrapped in white socks, and a pair of casual white shoes on her feet. The girl's eyes were really beautiful, like they could make people feel a bit happier just by looking at them. Huang Zicheng said somewhat resentfully, damn, can't mess with a friend's wife, that's my girlfriend. What? Your girlfriend? Zhou Tao was dumbfounded. Zhang Xiaohuan was also a bit confused. If Gu Chen had a girlfriend with such good looks, the two of them wouldn't be surprised. After all, Lao Gu was incredibly handsome. But Huang Zicheng, who looked so average, actually had a girlfriend with such high looks. Li Wenhuan led her three roommates to the barbecue stall. Seeing the dirty and messy environment here, she frowned, feeling somewhat unhappy. She had a hard time getting her three roommates to come out, driving over 10 kilometers, only for Huang Zicheng to choose such a lousy place to eat. She felt embarrassed in front of her roommates. Zhang Xiaohong was encountering such a beautiful girl up close for the first time, intending to say a few more words, but ended up tongue-tied, awkwardly saying, hi, hello. Zhang Xiaohong was the oldest in the dorm, so she called Huang Zicheng's girlfriend's sister-in-law. What did you call me? Li Wenhuan frowned, her tone a bit unfriendly. Huang Zicheng awkwardly smiled, touched his nose, and said, he's older than me, calling you sister-in-law isn't wrong, a temporary boyfriend is still a boyfriend. Li Wenhuan looked proud. You haven't been officially confirmed yet, don't spread rumors. Zhou Tao was stunned. What? City folks really know how to play, there are even temporary boyfriends and girlfriends. Huang Zicheng sighed, sigh, it's complicated, not official yet. Hearing this, Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong exchanged a smile, no wonder, they weren't even officially dating yet. Huang Zicheng dressed like a non-mainstream person all day, he would definitely need to put in some effort to pursue such a beautiful girl. The four girls sat down next to each other. Li Wenhuan's three roommates had come to see if the guys from Emoda were handsome. If they were good in all aspects, they could exchange contact information and chat. But from a distance, they saw Zhou Tao, dressed in dark clothes, and the skinny Zhang Xiaohong, looking disappointed. After sitting down and seeing Gu Chen, oh my, he's really handsome. The three of them frequently looked at the most attractive Gu Chen, and Li Wenhuan also took a few more glances at him. In Li Wenhuan's dorm, it could be said that everyone was good-looking, all four of them had high looks, and they all seemed like city girls, well-dressed and well-groomed, each with their own style and charm. Su Qiuqiu wore a white long dress, looking very ethereal. Mo Luo wore a sports tight-fitting outfit with sports shorts, usually liked working out, her skin slightly wheat-colored, but her figure and appearance were very attractive. The one with the lowest looks was Daishi, wearing a white t-shirt and denim skirt, her skin so fair it glowed, her fair arms and legs exposed in the air were particularly eye-catching. Gu Chen couldn't help but sigh, one white covers 100 uglies. Daishi's appearance is slightly lower compared to the other three, but with her glowing white skin, she is the most charming girl among the four. Everyone introduced each other and got to know each other. Halfway through the drinks, Mo Luo suddenly asked, Gu Chen, do you often work out? Gu Chen took a sip of beer and asked back, why do you ask? Having lived for 18 years, Gu Chen has never been to a gym in these 18 years. Mo Luo's eyes lit up and said, I saw your 8-pack abs, such great muscle definition, people who don't work out regularly can't have that. Earlier when everyone was chatting and drinking, it was a bit warm, so Gu Chen lifted the hem of his shirt slightly, which caught Mo Luo's attention. Gu Chen couldn't say it was a system reward and smiled, saying, "You noticed that? I really like working out." "Wow. That's great, I have a workout buddy now. Let's make plans to exercise together when we have time. I just got a gym membership card, we can use it together," Mo Luo said happily. "Okay. You're too much, trying to flirt with handsome Gu so quickly." Li Wenhuan giggled. Suchochio nudged Daishi's arm and whispered, "Your eyes are glued to him, if you like him, go for it early. Didn't you see Mo Luo making a move first?" Daishi's fair face blushed slightly and said softly, "No, we just met, how could I like him? Haha, women, don't regret it later." The 8 people in the 2 dorm rooms were chatting lively. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Everyone in the shop turned to look in the direction of the noise. The tables and chairs in front had been overturned on the ground. "Damn, what are you pretending to be innocent in front of me? Have no shame, huh?" Several men cursed, and the leader slapped the short-haired woman. Gu Chen frowned. At this moment, the short-haired woman was knocked to the ground, and behind her, Gu Chen recognized the long-haired woman, Chen Yunxue, the school flower from high school. Just a few minutes ago, several drunk men saw the innocent young girl. One of them reached out to grab Chen Yunxue and lewdly said, "How much for a night of drinking with you?" This angered Chen Yunxue, and her companion, the short-haired woman Lu Yao, cursed, "You're sick." This directly provoked the man. He punched Lu Yao in the head. Then, several other drunk men joined in, and Lu Yao endured the pain, shielding Chen Yunxue behind her to prevent the school flower from being affected. The leader of the drunk men didn't stop, hitting and shouting, "I'm giving you face, I've taken a liking to you, it's your fortune for 8 lifetimes." The leader grabbed Lu Yao's hair and dragged her to the other drunk men, lifting a table to smash it. The school flower, who had always been surrounded and flattered, had never encountered such a situation. Chen Yunxue felt helpless and desperate. The people eating around were also shocked. Some took out their phones to call the police, some took photos and videos. Too arrogant, blatantly ignoring the law. Who wouldn't want to be a hero to save the beauty? But when the other side has more people and stronger combat power, self-preservation is the right choice. "I've called the police, let's wait for them to handle it. They are despicable, I hope justice comes quickly. Damn, it's all my fault for getting dizzy from drinking, I have no strength left," someone said. Some students from the Magic University directly recognized one of the girls as the school's online goddess, Chen Yunxue. The redhead saw many people avoiding the situation, dodging eye contact one by one, not even thinking of stepping forward to help. Her eyes were red. With so many people on the scene, as long as they all act together, they can definitely stop the drunkards from causing trouble. But everyone chooses to protect themselves wisely, and it's not fair to blame others. Watching the table about to hit Lu Yao, Gu Chen stood up. 3 roommates shouted, "Old Gu, don't go. I've already called the police, don't show off." Gu Chen ignored them and rushed forward directly. "Don't worry, I've trained for this." Gu Chen possesses the skill of invincible in all directions. He didn't even bother to look at these thugs. The girls present were relieved. The red-haired girl saw hope. In that moment, Gu Chen seemed like a light in the darkness. The girls had only one thought, really heartwarming: it's hard not to love him. Gu Chen had already rushed over. His speed was fast, and just as the drunkard was about to smash the table down, Gu Chen flew over with a whip kick. Before the drunkard could react, he was kicked and fell to the ground like a dead pig. This move made the other drunkards who were fighting around also react. F***KU, looking for death. Faced with a big man coming towards him, Gu Chen didn't retreat but instead advanced, ignoring the countless punches hitting his body. Every punch he threw landed heavily on the drunkard's head. Bang! Bang! Loud noises rang out one after another. After 7 punches, almost instantly, they all lost consciousness, their faces covered in blood. Gu Chen had deliberately held back, otherwise their jaws would have been dislocated. The first drunkard who was kicked away regained his senses. F***K, I'm going to kill you. Saying that, he rushed towards Gu Chen with a knife. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts tightened, praying that nothing would happen to him. Gu Chen frowned, realizing he had been too kind and used too little force. Gu Chen instantly rushed forward. With his skill of being invincible in all directions, he was not someone these drunken fools could compare to. In an instant, Gu Chen threw dozens of punches, only stopping after the drunkard vomited blood and fell to the ground. In the distance, Huang Zicheng was shocked with his mouth wide open. In just a moment, old Gu had resolved the situation. Damn, this is too awesome. Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong were also shocked, nodding in agreement. At this moment, Gu Chen seemed like a war god, giving people the feeling that Gu Chen was like a general from ancient times charging into the enemy ranks. Thud, thud, thud. Seeing this scene, many girls couldn't help but swallow nervously. So manly, so reassuring. The sound of police sirens came from a distance. After understanding what had happened and with the testimony of the crowd, the actions of the drunkards were recorded. Gu Chen, who had acted bravely, went to the police station to make a statement, and soon it was all over. Walking out of the police station, the few people who accompanied Gu Chen, seeing him come out, Li Wenwan's eyes lit up. He stepped forward to carefully look at Gu Chen's abdominal muscles, giggling and saying, "Wow, you're amazing, making us worry for nothing." Mo Luo exclaimed, "Wow, I didn't expect you to have practiced martial arts, you can teach me in the future." Dai Shijing remained silent, but her eyes were full of worry. After this incident, several girls looked at Gu Chen with even more admiration. It turned out that good looks can make them feel good. Plus, his brave confrontation just now, facing the abuser alone, elevated Gu Chen's image in the hearts of the girls. Feeling everyone's concern, Gu Chen smiled, "When I see injustice, I must intervene. I can't just stand by and watch them being beaten." Gu Chen was born under the red flag, raised in the spring breeze, with justice in his heart. "Hey, wait for me." And his roommates were about to leave with 4 girls. The girls' crisp voices could be heard behind them. A cute red-haired girl came running over, panting. "Phew, I'm so tired. You're lucky you didn't leave." Lin Yingying, with her red hair, was dressed in expensive clothes, looking very glamorous. She wore a black lace-trimmed dress and Valentino high heels, accentuating her figure. She handed a newly bought piece of clothing to Gu Chen. "Here, for you." Gu Chen didn't refuse and put it on directly. Lin Yingying glanced at Li Wenhuan and the other 3 girls with a hint of hostility in her eyes. These girls must also admire him. "You were so cool just now. Can you give me your contact information?" Swipe. Swipe. Zhou Tao, Zhang Xiaohong, and Huang Zicheng's eyes were full of envy. Old Gu was really awesome, being asked for WeChat by a beautiful girl. "Ah, is this the gap between us and Gu Chen?" Gu Chen, with a good figure and high looks, also knows martial arts, and most importantly, has a sense of justice. If I were a girl, I would definitely like him too. They thought so. Okay. Gu Chen agreed. Gu Chen accepted her friend request and returned to the dormitory alone. As for Zhou Tao and the others, they were escorting the girls back to school. Just after this incident, Li Wenhuan's temporary boyfriend Huang Zicheng was also worried about Li Wenhuan and the other girls going back to school. Zhang Xiaohong and Zhou Tao targeted their prey and felt it was safer to have more people, so they shamelessly followed to escort them. Ding! Host unlocked new title, Act of Valor. Reward, 10 storefronts on Huaxi Commercial Street. Congratulations to the host for gaining character attribute blessing, elegant and cultured, graceful temperament, extraordinary demeanor. Gives the host a youthful and elegant temperament, enhancing the host's looks. Temperament? Gu Chen muttered to himself. He thought he didn't look bad, with a youthful and temperamental aura. Now, with the blessing of elegant and cultured, wouldn't his looks be outstanding? Oh my! How are other boys on Earth supposed to survive? With the continuous unlocking of new titles like this, in less than 3 years, he might become a young and wealthy man with both looks and talent. All grass, as the name suggests, the most handsome guy on Earth. After a while, Gu Chen calmed down his excitement. Gu Chen transferred 5,000 yuan to Lin Yingying via WeChat. This clothing was from a luxury brand and quite expensive. Note, money for clothes. Lin Yingying replied instantly, "What are you doing? I don't want it. It's just a piece of clothing. This is my reward for your act of valor." Gu Wenyi, the clothes are nice, but I don't like owing favors to others. He then thought that the girl was also kind-hearted, and being too harsh might hurt her feelings, so he typed another message, "When you're free, you can treat me to a meal." Lin Yingying obediently replied, "Okay, you can't refuse to eat with me then." In a villa area in the Magic City. After receiving the money, Lin Yingying felt like she had encountered a treasure boy. Feeling happy, she couldn't help but hum a song. A Ferrari, bank card with over 1 billion yuan, 10 storefronts on Huaxi Commercial Street, a high-end Western restaurant, 2 expensive Magic City celebrity license plates. In a brief moment granted by the system, Gu Chen unknowingly acquired so much wealth. Each of the items above, taken out individually, would make others envy the wealth. And Gu Chen had them all. Moreover, his future wealth would be even greater. Today, 10 storefronts on Huaxin Street were rewarded. Huaxin Street is the most luxurious commercial street near the Magic City University City. Normally, students nearby would choose to go to Huaxin Street for shopping. Therefore, the huge flow of people on Huaxin Street has driven up the value of the storefronts significantly. If an ordinary person owns a storefront on Huaxin Street, just renting it out could bring in several million yuan a year, allowing them to live without working for a lifetime, just collecting rent. And now, Gu Qingwen suddenly owns 10 storefronts on Huaxin Street. After a tiring day, Gu Chen quickly fell asleep. The next day, The counselor reminded the class group yesterday that military training would be held today. Gu Chen got up early. Hey, Lao Gu, why do I feel like you suddenly became handsome? Huang Zicheng, who was fixing his hair, noticed the change in Gu Chen. Zhou Tao envied. Yeah, I feel the same way. Zhang Xiaohong exclaimed jealously, oh my, is there no justice in the world? You were already handsome enough, and now you've become even more handsome after a nap. Are you not going to let us live? Gu Chen laughed, get lost. I've always been this handsome, you just didn't notice. With that, he went to the bathroom to freshen up. After washing his face, Gu Chen looked up and was startled by his reflection in the mirror. Damn, is the transformation so obvious? The facial features are still the same, but the overall optimization has improved by several levels. It's obvious at a glance that he has become much more handsome. No wonder the three guys in the dormitory were so surprised. Gu Chen used to be quite handsome, but not to the extent of causing envy among gods and humans. However, after the system's gentle and elegant optimization, his appearance instantly jumped several levels. Before the optimization, Gu Chen's looks could rival those of Bai Gu Tianle, Wu Yanzu, and Nicholas Tsai. After the optimization, sorry, they are all trash. Directly killed by Gu Chen. In the scorching September sun, on the playground of the Magic City University, thousands of freshmen in camouflage uniforms stood in military posture. The weather was hot and everyone's sweat kept flowing. It felt like they had been washed all over by water. Alright, everyone is here, rest in place. The instructor glanced at his phone, the time had come, and blew the whistle for a break. The students in military training all collapsed on the ground as if they had been emptied. Gu Chen took off his hat. His body had been strengthened so he wasn't tired, but it was really hot. Gu Chen felt like his underwear was soaked. Seeing everyone sitting down, Gu Chen also sat down. Huang Zicheng exclaimed, damn, I just styled my hair this morning. Gu Chen glanced at his hair, which had turned oily and was tightly bound by the hat. It looked quite funny. Gu Chen was glad he had cut his hair into a neat short style. After taking off his hat, his hair remained unchanged. Whoosh! A cry of surprise came from the front formation. The sound was so loud that everyone on the playground looked up. Even the instructor, as well as the senior students who were watching the freshmen's military training with glee, couldn't help but look over. As their eyes met, the boys' eyes were fixed. Isn't she the department flower from the art department on Tiaba? It's senior Wang Yanran. How did she end up on the playground? With the focus of attention, Wang Yanran was wearing a white off-the-shoulder t-shirt, a light-colored ultra-short skirt, fishnet stockings on her lower body, and white shoes. Her long hair was styled into a playful bun. Her tight makeup was very eye-catching under the brilliant sunlight. She walked with her long black stockings, exuding a bit of mature charm, and a charming smile on her face. Her appearance brightened everyone's eyes. The boys, who were originally listless with drooping heads, suddenly became spirited as if they had taken a pulse. Wang Yanran, a sophomore at the Magic City University. She is known as one of the two campus beauties in the art department. The new freshmen who have just entered the school have long seen Wang Yanran online and exclaimed that she is even more elegant in person than in photos. Wang Yanran walked to the front of the playground with her long legs. She was holding a bottle of sparkling water in her hand. This is the favorite of the freshmen. Seeing Wang Yanran holding water, everyone on the playground was surprised. Is the campus beauty really delivering sparkling water to a new student? Impossible, right? It's only the first day of freshman year, and a new student has already captured the heart of the campus beauty? Senior sister Wang Yanran is really beautiful. Who has such great charm to make the campus beauty deliver water? The male students in Gu Chen's class were excitedly discussing as they watched Wang Yanran. Hey, don't you know yet? Wang Yanran likes Gu Chen from our class. Old Gu, senior sister's thoughtful service is here. Ah, old Gu is really enviable. Several roommates from the same dormitory expressed their envy and jealousy. What? It's actually for Gu Chen. This is impossible. Although I admit that Gu Chen is handsome, it's impossible for him to captivate senior sister so quickly. I don't believe it either. Several male students from different classes in the formation said. The male students in the class all showed expressions of disbelief, thinking that Zhou Tao and the others were bragging. It was rumored online that Wang Yanran was materialistic and couldn't be won over just by being handsome. But as Wang Yanran walked closer and closer, until she stood in front of Gu Chen, they realized the reality. The beautiful and sexy senior sister had indeed come to find Gu Chen. They felt empty in their hearts, a feeling of heartbreak. Wang Yanran playfully winked. Freshman, here's your sparkling water. It's hot weather, drink cold water to cool down. This scene shocked everyone present. The campus beauty braved the scorching sun to deliver water to the freshmen. Everyone looked on in shock, unable to believe it was real. After Wang Yanran's grand gesture of delivering water, the female students on the playground discovered that there were such good-looking male students at Mo University. Oh my god. I'm in love. He's too good-looking. He's so handsome. No wonder the beautiful senior sister took the initiative to deliver water. Even though everyone was wearing the same camouflage uniform, the two men beside him, one thin and wearing glasses, looked like a monkey in his camouflage uniform. And the other one had dyed yellow hair, with long hair like a non-mainstream. In comparison, Gu-chun with his crew cut and camouflage uniform looked even more dazzling. With a crew cut that good-looking, how could the girls not love him? The post-00s generation, most of them are all about looks. The senior sisters in the stands not far away felt regretful. Why didn't I notice him earlier? The handsome guy was snatched away by that materialistic girl. I'm so mad, the handsome freshman is no longer mine. Mom, I'm in love. Mom, I'm heartbroken again. Someone took a few sneak photos of him and posted them on the school forum, titled The Most Handsome Freshman of This Year. Mo University's campus hunk has been chosen. It quickly made it to the hot list on the forum. Gu-chun was now completely popular. Previously, in the Ferrari incident, Gu-chun only took a blurry side profile photo. Although he became popular among the Ferrari owners on campus, no one knew who the Ferrari owner was. But on a short video app outside of campus, Gu-chun's video of single-handedly taking down 8 drunkards went viral, and the incident was escalating. Wang Yanran noticed his change. Freshman, you've become handsome again. Right. Handsome men and beautiful women, we make a good match, Gu-chun said with a smile. Wang Yanran smiled back. I think so too. Shall we give it a try? Sure, let's meet at Shilai Lu tonight. Wang Yanran pretended to be angry. Get lost. The two of them chatted quietly for a while, and Wang Yanran left. At that moment, the male classmates in the class were extremely jealous of Gu-chun. They were both freshmen, so why was Gu-chun so outstanding? Even during military training, there were senior sisters bringing drinks for him. It seems that Gu-chun is being pursued by the campus belle. It looks like, in order to have a happy university life, we also need to work hard. Many male students clenched their fists to encourage themselves. Suddenly, a pleasant voice was heard again. Gu-chun, here's your milk tea. Just as one wave subsided, another rose. Chen Yunxue, dressed in a school uniform, a white shirt, a light blue skirt that reached halfway down her calves, and white stockings, stood innocently in the sunlight. Because of the events of last night, she was taking care of Lu Yao in the hospital and did not participate in military training. Another beautiful girl took the initiative to bring warmth to Gu-chun. The male students present were all envious to the point of turning red with jealousy. Damn it, are they not going to let us live? It's one thing for a campus belle to do it, everyone can tolerate it. After all, there are other beautiful girls in the school. But damn it. Chen Yunxue, who is hailed as the most beautiful freshman, also brought water to Gu-chun. There are only a few top-tier beauties, and Gu-chun has captured the hearts of 2 campus belles. How could this not make everyone angry? What a fool. He's a scumbag. Just now, senior sister Wang Yanran also brought him water. He's playing both sides, don't be fooled. Several male students from Chen Yunxue's class walked over, each saying a sentence. At the beginning of the school year, when they found out that the most beautiful freshman was in their class, the male students were very excited. Some male students thought that the most beautiful freshman might take a liking to them. But before they could be happy for long, the goddess of their class actually brought water to a student from another class. They couldn't let the campus belle jump into the fire pit. Chen Yunxue's tone was cold. It's none of your business. She does her thing, I do mine, there's no conflict. She handed the milk tea to Gu-chun and left, as she still had to go to the hospital to take care of Lu Yao. Zhou Tao, Huang Zicheng, and Zhang Xiaohuang's eyes were focused on Gu-chun. Damn! Our role model. Impressive. He actually got 2 beautiful women to bring him water at the same time. Could it be that Wang Yanran and Chen Yunxue are both competing for Gu-chun? Since you already have a senior sister, please stay away from Chen Yunxue, said a handsome male student. His name was Wang Songyang, and he was in the same class as Chen Yunxue. Wang Songyang was an admirer of Chen Yunxue. From the moment he first saw Chen Yunxue, he fell in love with her. Seeing his beloved goddess bringing water to another man, Wang Songyang felt a strong sense of hostility towards Gu-chun. Do you think you can play both sides just because you're handsome? Wang Songyang questioned loudly. Gu-chun calmly replied, sorry, I'm single, where did playing both sides come from? Wang Songyang raised his voice, in any case, you can't let Chen Yunxue bring you water in the future, you're not worthy of her. Hearing this, Huang Zicheng stepped forward and said, are you crazy? First, figure out that it was Chen Yunxue who took the initiative to bring water to Gu-chun. If you have the guts, stop her from doing so. Wang Songyang also retorted, Shen Yunshui is still young, she's been deceived by his superficial looks. When she enters society, she will understand that being good-looking doesn't put food on the table, only money does. Wang Songyang seemed to have found great confidence and loudly said, do you know how much my family's house is worth? My family's house? You all can't afford a house in the Magic City even if you work your whole life. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding students fell silent. Although Wang Songyang's words were harsh, they were not baseless. It's only after coming to the Magic City that one realizes how poor their family is. The housing prices in the Magic City easily reach 8 or 9 million, even 10,000 per square meter. Buying a one-bedroom apartment in a bustling area will cost at least 3 to 4 million. Many people are expected to leave the city they have been striving in because they simply cannot afford to buy a house. Even if they grit their teeth and empty their wallets to come up with a hefty down payment and monthly mortgage payments, it can still be suffocating. Some students suddenly envy Lu Songyang. At least he doesn't have to worry about the high-priced houses in the city. Wang Songyang's tone became very arrogant. My family's house is worth 8 million, and we have 4 of them. He sneered at Gu Chen. What do you have to compare with me? After saying that, he stood there proudly, feeling very pleased. Handsome looks aside, the most important thing in this world is financial power. 4 houses worth a total of 8 million. That's a total of 32 million. What kind of concept is this? You could directly buy 30 to 40 high-rise apartments in a small city. When several girls heard that Wang Songyang's family had 4 houses, they secretly sent flirtatious glances to Wang Songyang. Even if Wang Songyang is just average-looking, having 4 houses in the city makes him a desirable catch in the eyes of some girls. Just as everyone was still shocked by Wang Songyang's words, the school security guard walked onto the playground. The security guard shouted loudly, "Is Gu Chun from the economics department here?" Gu Wenqing walked out of the crowd and replied, "It's me. Your Ferrari is parked under the tree at the school, obstructing the school's landscaping. Please move it." "Okay," Gu Chen said and went to move the car, completely ignoring Wang Songyang's provocation. As Gu Chen took out the Ferrari key, Wang Songyang was dumbfounded. How is this possible? An out-of-town student like Gu Chen driving a Ferrari to school. The cheapest Ferrari sports car costs over 4 million. Zhou Tao, Huang Zicheng, and Zhang Xiaohong, along with everyone on the playground, were stunned. They couldn't believe what they were hearing. Gu Chen was driving a Ferrari. After a while, they finally came to their senses. Someone gasped and said, "What kind of standard is it to drive a $1 million sports car in your freshman year?" The standard of the sky. His family must have assets worth at least tens of billions. Damn! Born at the finish line. Hearing everyone's words, Wang Songyang felt extremely embarrassed. Soon, Gu Chen returned after moving the car. Zhou Tao asked, "Lao Gu, how much is your Ferrari worth? Are you asking about the car price or the license plate?" Zhou Tao didn't understand. "Of course, I'm asking about the car price. Why would I ask about the license plate? The Ferrari LaFerrari costs over 20 million. Wow, over 20 million could buy 2 houses in a prime location in the city." The boys looked sourly at Gu Chen, feeling extremely conflicted. At this moment, Wang Songyang wished he could find a hole to hide in. He boasted about his family's house being worth 32 million, while the car Gu Chen drove was worth over 20 million. How could he compete with someone who could afford a car worth over 20 million? Wang Songyang was simply asking for trouble by provoking Gu Chen, and after being provoked, he still had to pretend to be okay. It's really like a series of unfortunate events. "Lao Gu, is this your Ferrari?" Huang Zicheng found a picture on the forum. Gu Chen replied, "Yes." Gu Chen confirmed. In the entire city university, or even the entire university town, he was the only one driving a Ferrari LaFerrari. Damn! This time, Huang Zicheng truly admired Gu Chen from the bottom of his heart. Damn! The Ferrari's license plate is HUA 11111. Gu Chen, you are truly amazing. What did they just hear? The Ferrari's license plate is HUA 11111? Even girls who don't know much about cars know how valuable this type of license plate is. It's more expensive than the car itself. A Ferrari LaFerrari worth over 20 million yuan is still not as expensive as its license plate. Is this how the rich play? Look at the news on my phone. The media reported that the Shanghai license plate A11111 was sold at a premium of 20 million. The total transaction price is 168 million. At this moment, they truly experienced what wealth gap means. What a societal slap in the face. A license plate could buy a dozen or more houses in the Magic City. With 168 million in the bank, just the interest for 1 year could make them financially free. Everyone looked at Gu Chen with infinite jealousy in their eyes. He is the real tycoon. Wang Songyang was already in despair. Feeling the strange gazes around him, he felt uncomfortable all over. He actually showed off in front of the Tycoon. Is a 32 million house impressive? No. A Tycoon's license plate is worth more than 50 times that. Compared to Gu Chen, he is like a firefly compared to the sun, bringing shame upon himself. With his head down, Wang Songyang slinked back to his own class formation. Gu Wenqing's 3 roommates surrounded him. Among them, Zhou Tao said, "Damn, my bottle of wine last night was really worth tens of thousands." Huang Zicheng, you were the one who signed up for the Ferrari hero to save the beauty, right? I have to say, you were really low-key. You fooled us all. I'm going to show off to my high school classmates. My roommate drives a Ferrari worth tens of millions. Online, the 2 major short video platforms, Douyin and Kuaishou, had extremely high heat over the incident. As soon as the video was played, it instantly ignited the anger of the masses. The hearts of the audience who saw this video were all clenched. Once the incident fermented, it quickly received high attention from everyone. The complete version of the store's surveillance video was soon leaked. People in front of the screen were all shocked. The surveillance video continued to play. The young man in a white shirt suddenly stood up and rushed towards the leader. A flying kick, saving the person. Then everyone saw countless fists, slaps, all heavily landing on the white-shirted boy. Pulled by several big men, his white shirt was torn to shreds. Faced with several big men, the boy showed no fear. 1 punch, 3 punches, 5 punches, 7 punches. 1 punch knocked down a drunken big man. In that moment, standing naked in the dark, the boy seemed like the light of the world. Bro, well done. Isn't this more worthy of admiration than some celebrities? There are no Ultraman or Gridman in the world, but there is an ordinary boy in a white shirt. Even as a man, I think he's handsome. This guy is really fierce. At the end of the video, the light came. Countless people were moved. A young man standing alone. Justice may be delayed, but it will never be absent. The situation began to ferment. Of course, Gu Chen was unaware of all this. He was still in the midst of grueling military training. For a while, the search for the white-shirted youth spread across the entire internet. How hot did it get? 9 out of 10 videos on Kuaishou and Douyin were about the white-shirted youth. Countless girls across the country see the white-shirted youth as an idol. In an office building in the Magic City. At the front of the conference hall, an elder looked at the soldiers under his command, his tone serious. It's fortunate that someone stood up, otherwise where would the face of the Magic City be? How will people from all over the country view the people of the Magic City? Without this young man's intervention, the image of the Magic City would probably have plummeted. Give me a strict investigation, handle troublemakers with special care, and hold them accountable to the end. As the meeting was about to end, the old man's tone became slightly softer. For the brave young man, we cannot turn a blind eye, we should commend where commendation is due. Magic City University Playground. The freshmen had just finished military training and were resting in a shady area. Zhou Tao envied and asked, Lao Gu, what is the life of a wealthy person like? Gu Chen smiled and replied, same as you, eating, drinking, sleeping, and going to the bathroom. Damn, can it be the same? A bottle of wine costs tens of thousands, more expensive than my family's annual income. Zhou Tao, who came from the countryside, sighed. People are not equal. Huang Zicheng spoke up, you can't even imagine the life of a wealthy person. Zhou Tao. After spending a day together, the 3 roommates did not feel any alienation towards Gu Chen for being wealthy. Instead, they thought Lao Gu was a great person. Lao Gu's family was so wealthy, yet he never flaunted his wealth in front of everyone. He never looked down on anyone. Especially for Zhou Tao, who came from the countryside, the feeling was particularly deep. Coming from a poor and backward land, he always felt out of place in the big city of Magic City. Walking on the street, he always felt like he was being pointed at and talked about. They said he was as dark as coal, dressed in shabby and outdated clothes. Zhou Tao usually appeared cheerful on the surface, but deep down, he was very sensitive. He would also feel very sad. Some arrogant city people always discriminated against him. On the other hand, Gu Chen could drive a luxury car worth millions, with a license plate worth tens of millions, yet Lao Gu was humble towards people and never looked down on anyone. Even when Zhou Tao drank half a bottle of Gu's expensive wine, Gu Chen said, it's not expensive, let him drink as he pleases. It's no wonder Lao Gu is wealthy, and it's no wonder he is adored by girls. Suddenly, 5 or 6 government officials in uniforms appeared on the playground. Behind them seemed to be cameras, along with interviewers holding microphones. Excuse me, where is Gu Chen? Asked the police officer in uniform. Oh, their class formation is over there, the most handsome one is him. The boy saw the police and felt a bit nervous. Thanks to Wang Songyan's pretentiousness just now, he finally knew who Gu Chen was. Looking for Gu Chen? Why are so many police officers looking for Gu Chen? What does a freshman have to do with the police? Suddenly, someone said, damn. Could it be that Gu Chin did something wrong? The person who said this was Chu Bowen. Yesterday, he was embarrassed by Gu Chen. He also missed the chance to have a private date with Chen Xiaohua. He was someone who feared authority and just quietly watched Wang Songyang provoke Su Wenqing. He hated both of them to death. But Chu Bowen couldn't afford to provoke them. One drove $1 million Ferrari, the other had a house worth $32 million. He could only endure. Now, Chu Bowen finally found an opportunity for revenge. Back at Yeyang No. 1 middle school, Chu Bowen was also a prominent figure in the school, and he had never heard of someone like Gu Chen in the school. If Gu Chen's family was really that wealthy, it would be impossible for him to be unknown at Yeyang No. 1 middle school. Yes, Chu Bowen felt he had grasped the truth. There was only one truth: Gu Chen's family was not wealthy at all, and all this money was obtained through illegal activities and crime. Chu Bowen continued to say loudly, "The police are here, maybe Gu Chen has done something wrong." Boom! This sentence was like a bomb that exploded in the playground. It seems like the police are really looking for Gu Chen. Could it be that he really made a mistake? Some classmates whispered quietly. The fact was right in front of them. The police had personally come to find him. He must have done something wrong. Moreover, the number of people mobilized was huge. 5 or 6 police officers, the school leaders of Modi University, and even journalists with cameras. It was clear that Gu Chen had gotten himself into serious trouble. When the police and others walked up to Gu Chen, the 2 leading police officers had already put their hands on his shoulders. They began to arrest him. Chu Bowen felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Justice is served. Damn, look at him still pretending. Being handsome is wasted, no goddess will like him anymore. The 2 police officers put their hands on Gu Chen's shoulders, patted him lightly, and then said with a smile, "Hello, brave young man in white. Modi University President, Gu Chen, you are excellent. You have brought honor to our Modi University. You are a role model for all of us." What? Brave? Bringing honor to the school? Weren't the police here to arrest Gu Chen? Didn't Gu Chen commit a crime? Hearing the words of the police, Chu Bowen, who was kicking someone when they were down, was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. School leaders took advantage of this free time to deliver words of praise. Our first-year student majoring in economics, Gu Chen, bravely intervened outside the school to save 2 female students from the same school. He single-handedly confronted the assailant without fear, ultimately successfully subduing the attacker and preventing the situation from escalating. All the teachers and students of Modi University should learn from Gu Chen. After unanimous consultation, we have collectively raised funds to reward Gu with a bonus of 200,000 yuan as an encouragement. After everything was done, Gu Chen went to an empty classroom with the journalists for a separate interview. Modi's upscale villa area. Lin family. The Lin family of 3 was having dinner, and the TV was playing Modi TV. After going to college, you run around all day and don't come home. I can't even see your shadow. Remember, you can't date until after you graduate from college. Stay away from those boys at school. Many of them just like to deceive innocent rich girls like you. Lin's mother earnestly advised her daughter. In her eyes, her daughter was very outstanding, looking like a fairy, and not very scheming. She was afraid that her precious daughter would be deceived by men for money or other things. Lin Yining said angrily, I know, what era is this? How can you stop college students from freely dating? And when I don't go home, I stay in the dormitory. I want to get along well with my girlfriends. Lin's father also smiled. You have to be careful when choosing a partner. There are too many shady boys in your art department. You must protect yourself. Lin Yining pouted. Okay, I know. I have someone I like, and he is handsome and very responsible. Even if it's you, Mom, you can't stop me from falling in love. Humph. Lin's mother struck back. What's the use of being handsome? The most important thing is character. As long as the character is good, it's okay if the family is not wealthy. Anyway, we are not short of money at home. Just then, the TV played a video of a person being beaten. On the TV, the host said, yesterday, at the food store near the entrance of Modi University, 7 or 8 big men harassed and assaulted 2 female college students. At this critical moment, Gu Chen, a freshman in the Department of Economics at Modi University, bravely stepped forward, acted bravely, and single-handedly fought against the assailant, successfully subduing the drunkard. I appeal for this video to awaken more people's passion, to help those in need as much as possible when able to protect oneself, just like the red-haired girl and the boy in white in the video. Inside the villa, Lin's mother immediately recognized her own child. Is that red-haired girl you? The girl replied proudly, Humph, of course it is. Lin's father smiled and said, well done, our Lin family cannot lack this sense of justice. Dad is proud of you. Mom is also proud of you. The news continues. Our station's reporters also interviewed the brave young man. Here is the interview footage. Gu Chen appeared on the screen. His clean crew cut and camouflage outfit made everyone in front of the TV brighten up. Do I need to blur my face? The reporter thought this young man wanted to show off and said, no need. Oh, then I'll wear a mask. Soon, Gu Chen appeared on the screen wearing a mask. The girls in front of the TV felt uneasy. Oh, why is it like this? The evil mask, I will not tolerate you. Watching the news, Lin's mother exclaimed, this young man not only has a sense of responsibility but also looks quite handsome. Hearing Gu Chen being praised, Lin Yingying's eyes curved happily into crescents. Right. He's super handsome. Lin's father looked meaningfully at his silly smiling daughter. Gu Chen, dressed in camouflage, exuded a vibrant and youthful aura. Although he wore a mask, his stunning appearance left a deep impression on countless viewers. Do good deeds without asking for rewards. Even without me, I believe there will be countless others who will stand up bravely. Gu Chen is very humble and speaks positively, making the people in front of the TV feel passionate, wishing they could do something brave on the spot. In the end, the reporter asked a question. Gu, how do you plan to use the 200,000 yuan reward for bravery? The young people in front of the TV, upon hearing about the 200,000 yuan reward for bravery, were very envious. Especially those young people who dropped out of school to work were shocked and speechless. They worked hard for 4 or 5 years and still didn't save up 200,000 yuan. An 18-year-old youth receives a reward of 200,000 yuan for bravery. It is truly enviable. In front of the TV, they imagined how they would spend 200,000 yuan if they were rewarded. I would use it to buy a house. I would buy a nice car to show those who look down on me that I'm doing well. I could buy a lot of makeup, branded clothes, and bags. Everyone unconsciously fantasized about how they would use the 200,000 yuan. Gu Chen's voice came from the TV. First of all, I would like to thank the government and the school for the reward. I plan to give this 200,000 yuan to those in need, especially the children in impoverished mountainous areas who need this money the most. Damn! Oh my god! What a vision! What is vision? This is a person's vision. At this moment, everyone was impressed by Gu Chen's character. He is a true role model for young people today. The young people who fantasized about how to use 200,000 yuan were also shocked by Gu Chen's noble character. They blushed with shame. Their vision was too narrow. Tonight, Gu Chen dominated all the hot searches on the entire internet. So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. Important things should be said 3 times. Mom will never stop me from falling in love again. Gu Chen, wait for me. All the stars can go away. Gu Chen is the forever god. Crying, I want to go find brother Gu, but it's so far away. When I saw the post upstairs, I cried out, are you as far away as I am? I'm abroad. Gu Chen looks so handsome in camouflage, using it as recruitment material. Won't that make countless women join the army? I'm signing up. Me too. Let's go together. Plus 1 million inch. One of the hot searches, we all owe the white-clad youth a shirt, caused a surge in sales of white shirts in Taobao stores tonight. It is said that many stores' white shirts have been sold out. Girls ordered white shirts online and had them delivered directly to Magic City University, with the recipient being white-clad youth Gu Chen. Righteous, noble, and extremely good-looking, among other factors, made Gu Chen an idol for countless young people overnight. At a certain middle school, Wang Cheng happily ran to school wearing a white shirt. He wanted to announce in front of the whole class that he too was a white-clad youth. As he burst into the classroom, he found that all 48 students were wearing white shirts. Wang Cheng was dumbfounded. Were they all fans of Brother Gu? Class begins. At this moment, the homeroom teacher walked up to the platform wearing a white shirt. The whole class. Magic City University, boys' dormitory. Gu Chen lay on the bed, feeling like crying without tears. He really didn't want to be famous. That damn reporter promised to cut out the part where he wasn't wearing a mask. Unreliable journalist. Ding. Host unlocks new title, Rising to Fame. Reward, 10 Chinese-style songs in the parallel space. Arrangement, lyrics, already stored in the host's mind. Reward, 2 top-tier cinemas in Magic City. System rewards will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner. Host can use them with confidence. Another new title unlocked. In just 2 days, Gu Chen has unlocked 4 new titles. This time's reward is a bit disappointing. Not only no skills, but also songs that have nothing to do with him. Chinese style? Why haven't I heard of this style of music before? Gu Chen searched through the additional memories and found that they were quite pleasant to listen to. One song could easily surpass all the albums released by the current entertainment industry. He couldn't help but hum softly. The song is called Blue and White Porcelain. The outline of the plain embryo sketches the blue and white pen strokes thick and light, the peony depicted on the bottle is as delicate as the first makeup. The charm of the lady's figure is privately hidden, and your smile is like a bud waiting to bloom. Gu Chen admired in his heart, the lyrics and imagery are truly beautiful. Huang Zicheng suddenly spoke up, Old Gu, what the hell are you humming? It's really bad, stop singing. Zhou Tao, with a hint of mockery, said, damn. I didn't expect Old Gu, who looks so handsome, to sing so badly, unbelievable. So bad. Nobody's perfect, Old Gu, take your brother's advice and stop singing, you can't handle it, Zhang Xiaohong agreed. Gu Chen, is he really that bad at singing? How come he feels like he sounds good to himself? He continued to try, the sky is blue waiting for the rain. The three roommates covered their ears and shouted loudly, Old Gu, stop your actions, you're committing murder. Damn, just wait. Wait until I have singing skills. I will definitely let you guys see what a song god is. The next day after military training, Wang Yanran, who had been waiting for a long time, said she wanted to go out with Gu Chen. Amidst the envious gazes of countless people, Gu Chen and the campus belle walked side by side towards the Ferrari. Both boys and girls couldn't help but glance at Gu Chen and them. The boys were extremely jealous that Gu Chen had a sexy and beautiful senior sister, while the girls envied Wang Yanran. They envied her ambiguous relationship with Gu Chen, and even more envied her being able to sit in the co-driver's seat of Gu Chen's Ferrari. Gu Chen asked, where to? Wang Yanran said, let's go to Huaxi Street, it's quite fun there. Gu Chen nodded, coincidentally going to see the 10 storefronts on Huaxi Commercial Street. There was also a high-end Western restaurant on Huaxi Street. The Ferrari drove on the road. Gu Chen looked at Wang Yanran. The senior sister's outfit was really impressive. She wore a white slim camisole on top, revealing a slim waist without excess fat, and a denim miniskirt on the bottom, revealing round, long legs wrapped in black half-knee stockings. A sexy campus style. Perfect outfit, with pink pure makeup, making Gu Chen a little itchy to look at. Gu Chen drove with one hand, inadvertently resting his hand on Wang Yanran's long legs. Wang Yanran helplessly glanced at him. All the advantages had been taken, so just let it be. After a while, Gu Chen no longer stayed in one place, his hand moved a bit. Wang Yanran blushed and said, not now. Gu Chen asked, then how long? Wang Yanran said, humph, I'll say when it's okay. Gu Chen didn't insist, and soon arrived at the underground parking lot of Huaxi Street. Let's go see my storefront first, Gu Chen said. Wang Yanran obediently nodded. It wasn't surprising that Gu Chen, who was so rich, had a storefront on Huaxi Street. According to the system prompt, Gu Chen quickly found his 10 storefronts. The geographical location of the storefronts was very good, right in the center of the commercial street, the best and most expensive location in this commercial street. Each storefront was over 200 square meters, with an average market price of 80,000 per square meter. A 200 square meter storefront was worth 16 million. 10 sets were worth 160 million. The rent for these 10 shops alone was 10 to 20 million a year. Such popular storefronts were completely priceless. After all, who would sell such a profitable storefront? Is this your storefront? Wang Yanran looked at a high-end milk tea shop and asked. Yes. Wang Yanran exclaimed, wow, your storefront is so big, and it's in a prime location with such a large flow of people, any business would do well. Inside the high-end milk tea shop, Du Ziting was drinking milk tea with the air conditioning on, and inadvertently noticed Gu Chen and Wang Yanran outside. Du Ziting put on a smile and said, hi, Wang Yanran, come in, I'll treat you to milk tea. Although he had given up pursuing Wang Yanran, he still felt unhappy seeing Gu Chen. Hearing the familiar voice, Wang Yanran wanted to leave when she saw it was Du Ziting. Gu Chen hugged her slim waist and walked in, saying, it's too hot outside, and I'm a bit thirsty, let's sit for a while. Gu Chen wore sunglasses and a mask, covering himself up tightly, so he wouldn't be recognized as the white-robed youth by passers-by. He planned to wait for this heat to pass before revealing his full face. After sitting down, Gu Chen sent a location to the agent of the shop and the original owner of the shop, and if he had time today, he would sign the contract for the 10 storefronts. What would you like to drink? Don't be polite with me, I'm the owner of this milk tea shop, Du Ziting said proudly. Hearing this, the customers in the milk tea shop all looked surprised at Du Ziting. Opening a milk tea shop in such a prime location, the annual rent alone was close to 1 to 2 million. In addition to this high-end decoration, this milk tea shop has invested no less than 5 million. Several girls couldn't help but take a few more glances at Du Ziting while drinking milk tea. Is the boss really this young? He is indeed promising. The shop assistant delivering the milk tea happened to pass by and flattered Du Ziting. Our boss is amazing. With his business model, our milk tea shop makes a net profit of over 4,000 a day. Our boss plans to open a second branch next year and aims to expand to over 100 stores nationwide within 5 years. After hearing the assistant's words, the young girls drinking milk tea were full of admiration for Du Ziting. Wow, this young man is amazing. The boss looks so young, same age as us. While we are still asking for money from our families, others are making over 4,000 a day, nearly 1.5 million a year. So impressive. He has great business acumen. I really like successful men like him. The girls praised Du Ziting without reservation. Du Ziting felt delighted in his heart, unknowingly showing off. He restrained his expression and said, "Starting a business is really tough. In the early days of opening the shop, we encountered numerous troubles. The shop almost couldn't survive. Fortunately, through my efforts to identify and solve the problems, the milk tea shop started to operate smoothly and became profitable." After speaking, he glanced at Wang Yanran, but unfortunately, Wang Yanran remained expressionless, not showing admiration like the other girls. Du Ziting then disdainfully looked at Gu Chen. Trash. Born into a good family, if it weren't for his family's money, Gu Chen would be a useless waste. Unlike himself, who started a business before graduating from college and has achieved some success. Du Ziting thought to himself, "Let you, who only rely on your family's wealth, see the huge gap between us. Gu Chen, I really envy you. With such a wealthy family, you can buy whatever you want and live off your parents for the rest of your life." Du Ziting pretended to look envious. "Unlike me, my family background is not as good as yours, but I will work hard to start a business. I believe that one day I will become a business tycoon." Two young girls nearby exclaimed, "Boss, you are really outstanding. You are much more impressive than those who rely on their parents." Du Ziting said so much. Just to emphasize 2 points. Gu Chen is just a useless person who relies on his parents. While he, Du Ziting, is very ambitious and has great business acumen. Du Ziting kept belittling Gu Chen, only to highlight his own excellence. At this moment, an old man walked into the milk tea shop, followed by a man in his 30s dressed in formal attire. When Du Ziting saw the old man, he immediately restrained his arrogance. He quickly stood up respectfully to greet the old man. The old man was his landlord, but that alone wouldn't make Du Ziting so respectful. The reason why Du Ziting was so respectful was that all 10 storefronts in this row belonged to this old man. The 10 most prosperous storefronts on Huaxi Street, with a market value of 160 million. In this money-oriented society, Du Ziting naturally respected the old man. The old man's surname is Lu. A few days ago, his business abroad suffered a devastating blow, almost leading to bankruptcy. He had no choice but to reluctantly put the storefronts on Huaxi Commercial Street up for sale to alleviate the pressure from overseas. When someone learned that he urgently needed money, they forcefully squeezed the price of his storefronts. The storefronts, with a market value of 160 million, were directly slashed by 40 million, aiming to take over at a low price of 120 million. What's even more despicable is that the other party had some strength and used some means to intimidate many potential buyers. In the following period, no one showed interest in Lu's storefronts. He was in urgent need of money, feeling both sad and angry, but the other party was strong. He was extremely helpless and almost compromised. Just then, someone was willing to offer 1.6 million directly bought his facade, a total of 160 million in funds, which can directly revitalize his business overseas. At his most critical moment, his usual business partners all turned their backs on him, only Gu Chen extended a helping hand, solving Lu Lao's urgent need. He is grateful to Gu Chen, who acquired his facade. I entered the store and saw Gu Chen. Before Lu Lao could come forward to greet, he saw Du Ziting walking over with a flattering look. Lu Lao frowned and ignored the obsequious Du Ziting. "Lu Lao, why did you come in person? This must trouble you. Rent is a small matter that shouldn't waste your time. Little Du should hand the rent to you." Du Ziting tried to please. It was a busy time, and there were no empty seats in the store. Customers cannot be offended, so Gu Chen had to give up his seat. Anyway, he couldn't stand Gu Chen. So, Du Ziting walked over and said, "Gu Chen, get up quickly and give Lu Lao a seat." Gu Chen ignored him, and Du Ziting became anxious. "Lu Lao owns 10 such facades here and has billions of assets overseas. It's your fortune, Gu Chen, to give a seat to someone like Lu Lao, worth billions. If Lu Lao is happy, he might teach you some business skills or introduce you to some connections, which would benefit your family business. Get up quickly, Lu Lao is right in front of you. Why are you still sitting there? Don't you understand how to respect your elders?" Du Ziting said anxiously. Lu Lao walked to Gu Chen's table, ready to thank him, but then heard Du Ziting's meaningless chatter, full of disdain for Gu Chen. What a fortune it is for Gu Chen to give up his seat, and to introduce connections, teach business skills. Lu Lao's anger rose instantly. What kind of person is Gu Chen? Easily taking out 160 million in cash and easily solving the big shots who want to buy the facade at a low price. It's no exaggeration to say that money and connections, Lu Lao deeply feels his own inadequacy. Nonsense! Lu Lao was so angry that his beard was crooked. Does Gu Sha, with such extraordinary skills, still need me to introduce connections? When Du Ziting heard Lu Lao's angry voice, he was dumbfounded. Lu Lao called Gu Chen Gu Sha? How is that possible? Isn't Gu Chen just a college student with some money at home? This is totally unreasonable. It must be that Lu Lao is getting old and his eyes are failing him. Du Ziting kindly reminded, Lu Lao, are you mistaking him for someone else? He is a freshman at Moda University, not some Gu Sha. Lu Lao looked around and then said loudly, mistaken? I haven't got dementia yet. When buying the facade, Gu Chen's information was implanted in the system. How could Lu Lao not recognize him? After Lu Lao finished speaking, he walked up to Gu Chen, slightly lowered his body, and said, Gu Sha, thank you. Gu Chen calmly said, it's just mutual benefit. If it weren't for Gu Sha buying these 10 facades, solving my urgent need, otherwise my old Lu would be in trouble. My family would be ruined. Lu Lao was very excited. Lu Lao, who even the milk tea shop owner wanted to please, actually showed respect to a young man and called him Gu Sha. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Gu Sha. This was the title Lu Lao just used for the young man. What's happening? Gu Chen looks like a college student. How could he have the ability to acquire a facade worth 160 million? This is too unbelievable. And to acquire 10 facades for 160 million, the facades on Huaxi Street are so valuable, only a fool would sell the goose that lays the golden eggs. This old and young, are they performing a duet here? In this moment, only Du Ziting, who knows Lu Lao's identity well, was shocked. What? Gu Chen acquired 10 storefronts for 160 million? Resolving Lu Lao's urgent need, helping Lu Lao's business overseas revive. So, Lu Lao refers to Gu Chen as Gu Shao. 160 million in cash. 160 million, not 6 million, not 16 million. How terrifying is someone who can easily come up with 160 million in cash? Lu Lao's net worth is over 1 billion, with liquid assets of at most just over 100 million. And Gu Chen, a sophomore, can easily come up with 160 million. Du Ziting is embarrassed to death. He is playing with fire in front of Guangdong, inviting humiliation upon himself. Is this what a truly wealthy person is like? Casually spending 160 million to buy 10 storefronts. Du Ziting knows he is completely lost, his face turning pale. At this moment, he finally understands. The world of the rich, he couldn't imagine. Soon, a real estate agent in a suit presented the contract, and Gu Chen and Lu Lao signed it. At this moment, the 10 storefronts on Huaxi Street officially changed hands. Bang! Fireworks filled the sky. The property staff of Huaxi Street waiting outside set off the fireworks in their hands. Congratulations, Mr. Gu, on becoming the owner of Huaxi Street. This is the grandeur of the wealthy. Huaxi Street attaches great importance to Gu Chen, who invested 200 million to purchase storefronts, creating a grand scene with drumming, lion dancing, and other festivities outside, very lively. Seeing the grand welcome from the property staff of Huaxi Street, he slapped the faces of those people hard. My goodness! This young man really spent 160 million to buy 10 storefronts. It's truly insane. For the ordinary people of the milk tea shop, the milk tea shop owner Du Ziting is the successful person they envy. Lu Lao is even more admired by them. And Gu Chen, who is even more impressive than Lu Lao, makes them admire him wholeheartedly. To possess such immense wealth at such a young age. Young master, a true tycoon. All the girls in the milk tea shop were gazing at Gu Chen with admiration. He is the prototype of the legendary overbearing CEO. Even sunglasses can't hide his handsomeness. His temperament is extraordinary, making people's hearts flutter. Many boys in the milk tea shop were heartbroken. Their girlfriends looked at Gu Chen with admiration, making their mood as cold as the Antarctic weather. Wang Yanran was also dumbfounded. She thought it was just one storefront before, how could it be a total of 10? She was completely shocked. The most bustling 15 storefronts on Huaxi Street, Gu Chen monopolized 10 of them alone. If the schoolgirls knew, they would probably all go crazy, and definitely compete to pursue Gu Chen. Ah, the junior is really outstanding. Can she really catch him? Why are you standing there? Go collect the rent, Gu Chen said. Oh, okay. Wang Yanran casually responded, her mind still in a daze, wondering why her junior is so outstanding. It's already mealtime. Both of them are hungry. Gu Chen and the beauty took a casual stroll and headed straight to their own Western restaurant. The Western restaurant is located opposite the only cinema in the business district. Although the location is not as good as their 10 storefronts, it is still in a prime location. Debon Western Restaurant. There are 2 floors in total, with a total area of over 800 square meters. It is the most famous Western restaurant in the Magic City University town. Wow! Junior, you are amazing. You know I love this Western restaurant. The last time I said a delicious restaurant, it was this Western restaurant. The taste is excellent. The only downside is that it's too expensive. I dare only come to eat once every semester. Coming to the Western restaurant she had been thinking about, Wang Yanran was in a good mood, holding her junior's arm with both hands, and without realizing it, her whole upper body was pressed against Gu Chen. A soft touch, along with the unique body fragrance of a young girl, made Gu Chen intoxicated. He suddenly had an urgent expectation for further progress. I won't do it in the future. If you want to eat, just come, I can afford to feed you every day. Gu Chen said softly. Humph, bragging. This restaurant is very popular. If you don't make a reservation in advance, you can only queue up. The wait can be 3 to 4 hours. I don't want to wait that long. Wang Yanran didn't believe it. Gu Chen said, don't believe it? Let's make a bet. If you lose, you have to listen to me all day today. Wang Yanran pouted. What if you lose? I won't lose. Nonsense, what if you lose? If I lose, I'll treat you to 100 meals at Debao Western Restaurant. Wang Yanran giggled. Deal. He. The junior is still too naive. He will know he lost once he enters the restaurant. As soon as the two entered the restaurant, the cool air conditioning in the Western restaurant swept away the heat on their bodies. Gu Chen and Wang Yanran had just entered the restaurant when another couple followed in behind them. The girl noticed Wang Yanran. Oh, Wang Yanran, what a coincidence, you're here to eat too. The girl's name is Zhu Yu, and her boyfriend is Yang Kuan. Zhu Yu is also in the art department of the Magic City University. Yang Kuan glanced at Gu Chen beside Wang Yanran, then nodded at Wang Yanran as a way of greeting. The three of them have a history. In their freshman year, Yang Kuan pursued Wang Yanran for a whole year, but in the end, he couldn't win her over and settled for a relationship with Zhu Yu. Their friends often teased her that she was not as good as Wang Yanran, that she was just a substitute. For so long, Zhu Yu has been holding a grudge about this. Hello, the restaurant is full now, dining needs to queue up in order, the waiter said politely. Wang Yanran asked, how long do we have to wait? The waiter replied gently, there are 35 tables ahead of you waiting, it will probably take about 3 hours. Wang Yanran said, so long. Junior, let's go eat somewhere else. Extremely happy in her heart, the junior lost the bet. On the other side, hearing that Wang Yanran still needed to wait for 3 hours, Zhu Yu's face lit up with a smile. She said to the waiter, I know the manager of your restaurant, tell manager Zhu that her cousin is here, ask him to arrange a meal for me immediately. After speaking, Zhu Yu looked at Wang Yanran with a sense of superiority, saying, you wait in line obediently, I have privileges and can dine immediately without waiting. The waiter went inside to inform manager Zhu. Soon, another waiter came forward and invited Zhu Yu and her boyfriend to dine. Zhu Yu smiled triumphantly, Wang Yanran, you wait patiently, I'll go in and eat first. Zhu Yu felt extremely pleased with herself. She arrived later than Wang Yanran but could dine without any waiting. Wang Yanran must be envious of her. Privilege, that's the benefit of having privileges. Gu Chen's eyebrows furrowed beneath his sunglasses. Why would such a good Western restaurant have a manager like manager Zhu, who dares to openly let his relatives in through the back door without waiting in line? Xu Wen is just a manager, how did he get such a big privilege? According to Gu Chen's knowledge, his Western restaurant always keeps a luxurious private room regardless of how busy it is. This private room is not open to any guests, only one person has the right to use it, and that person is the owner himself, Gu Chen. Manager Zhu has a lot of guts, daring to entertain his relatives in Gu Chen's private room. Wait a moment, go and ask Zhu Wen to come to me first. Gu Chen's voice was cold. Zhu Yu was unhappy, how can you address my cousin by his name? You should call him manager Zhu. She continued, my cousin is the manager of this high-end Western restaurant, and he must be respected here. Gu Chen sneered. Respect him? What is he worth? Gu Chen took off his sunglasses and mask, revealing his face in the air. Boss. The waiter was dumbfounded. The person in front of him turned out to be the elusive boss of the restaurant. The violation just now. The waiter was instantly frightened at the thought. The Western restaurant rewarded by the system is solely owned by Gu Chen. The legal person of the restaurant is Gu Chen, and all the staff in the restaurant have been implanted with the memory that Gu Chen is the boss. Since its opening, Gu Chen has always been the boss, but he rarely appears in the store. The boss? The waiter called Gu Chen the boss? How could this be? Gu Chen looks so young, he looks like a student, how could he become the boss of a high-end Western restaurant? This is unscientific. Unfortunately, is he really the boss of Debon? Zhu Yu's voice trembled as she looked at the waiter. When she saw the waiter nod, she felt as if all the strength had been drained from her body, and she collapsed and knelt on the ground. It's over. She has ruined her cousin. Later, when she learned that the boss had arrived, Zhu Wen quickly ran out. When he saw his collapsed cousin, he knew that the boss knew all about his private dealings. Manager Zhu Wen tremblingly approached Gu Chen, avoiding his gaze with guilty eyes. "Boss, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again next time." Zhu Wen didn't want to lose this job. Working at Debon is not only easy, but the annual salary is a full 500,000, and more importantly, Zhu Wen likes this kind of freedom. The boss rarely comes, so in the store, he is the emperor. "Forgive me for my dedication to my work," he pleaded. Hearing this, Gu Chen sneered, "Pack up and leave." Gu Chen had already asked the waiter about Zhu Wen's habit of being late, leaving early, and engaging in misconduct. Such an employee should not be kept. Should he be kept for the new year? Zhu Wen wept bitterly. He knew he had permanently lost this job, and he looked at his cousin with hatred in his eyes. It's her fault. All of this is her fault. When he gets home, he must teach her a lesson. Zhu Yu knew that she had caused her cousin to lose his job, and when she got home, she would inevitably be subjected to a severe scolding from her parents. The price of pretending to be someone else is really high. She suddenly envied Wang Yanran, who had found such a handsome and successful boyfriend. Customers in the waiting area watched enviously as Gu Chen and the others entered the boss's exclusive private room. The boss of Debon restaurant is so young? Amazing, with an average consumption of 700 per person in the Western restaurant, wouldn't the annual income be in the millions? Impressive, achieving financial freedom at such a young age. He looks like a white-clothed youth. Successful career, stunning girlfriend, I really envy him. These words of admiration echoed in the waiting area. At this moment, everyone was extremely envious of Gu Chen. Wang Yanran sat in the luxurious private room. At this moment, she still couldn't believe that her junior brother was the boss of Debon Western Restaurant. This Debon restaurant has been open for 3 years. This younger brother opened this restaurant at the age of 15. This is too unreliable, right? Younger brother, did you open this restaurant when you were 15? Gu Chen responded indifferently. Who told you that? I acquired it. Wang Yanran frowned, pretending to be angry. Okay, you were such a big villain. Clearly you are the owner of Debon Western Restaurant, but you set me up and challenged me to a bet. Gu Chen chuckled, feeling somewhat expectant. It's your fault for not asking. Anyway, you lost. Don't forget our agreement. Wang Yanran's face blushed slightly. Villain. Today I'm going to eat heartily, hopefully until you go bankrupt. The kitchen staff, upon learning that the boss was dining, put in 200% effort to satisfy the boss. Soon, a table full of dishes was served. Foie gras, Paris lobster, red wine pheasant, roasted turkey, orange braised wild duck, American steak, and other Western delicacies were laid out on the table one by one. They looked appetizing and delicious. There was also a bottle of wine worth tens of thousands. The price of this table of food was over 300,000, far more than the two of them could finish. These were all the famous dishes that Wang Yanran had always craved but couldn't afford, and Gu Chen was happy to indulge her. After all, she was so beautiful and obedient. Gu Chen's current worth was not low, so he didn't mind spending money on women. Gu Chen tried a bit of everything. Truly worthy of being the top Western restaurant in the university town, the taste was indeed excellent. Gu Chen asked, "Sister, is it delicious?" Wang Yanran, with her cheeks puffed, replied directly, delicious. If it's delicious, then eat more. Okay. Sister, can I bring you here to eat every week in the future? Wang Yanran didn't even lift her head. Okay. Sister, tonight I want to see you in lace stockings. Okay. Alright, it's a deal. Suddenly, Wang Yanran, who had been eating non-stop, came to her senses. No, I've been eating the whole time. I didn't hear what you said at all, but anyway, no. Gu Chen held Wang Yanran on his lap. No? Wang Yanran blushed. No. A woman who doesn't keep her word. I'll have to teach you a lesson. Don't, it tickles. After the meal, Gu Chen felt refreshed, although the final defense line had not been breached yet. But the upper body of the sister was already open to him. They finished dinner, and it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Passing by a store, Wang Yanran asked Gu Chen to wait outside while she bought some personal items. After buying them, the two of them aimlessly walked hand in hand on Huaxi Street. The two of them, holding hands, with Wang Yanran's height of 170 and Gu Chen's height of 180, had a perfect couple height. This pair of high-value men and women attracted the attention of many young men and women. As time passed, Wang Yanran blushed, but her words were a buzzkill. Relatives had arrived. Gu Chen's hand moved a few centimeters down. Sure enough, Gu Chen couldn't hide his disappointment. Soon, Gu Chen thought of a movie-like plot. Gu Chen stood up and took Wang Yanran towards the hotel. However, not far behind them, two girls happened to see them. Hey, isn't that Wang Yanran? She's actually going to a hotel with a man. Seeing this scene, one of them quickly took a photo with her phone. The two of them had just come to Huaxi Street for dinner and happened to stumble upon Wang Yanran. This morning they also saw Wang Yanran and recognized her outfit at a glance. Wang Yanran has been taken down? A girl with an average appearance said. She has been hanging on to her wealthy boyfriend for so long, and her record of never having rumors has been broken. Another asked, who is the guy next to her? It should be Gu Chen from the freshman year. She even sent water to Gu Chen during military training. At school, everyone knows that Wang Yanran is materialistic, but there are still countless rich second-generation, entrepreneurial students, etc., who fawn over her. Not only because she is beautiful, but more importantly because she has never been in a relationship. The first love of the department flower, many well-off male students at school rack their brains, all wanting to become Wang Yanran's first boyfriend. Unfortunately, for the entire freshman year, Wang Yanran never had a meal alone with a male student. So she got the nickname of a materialistic goddess. Materialistic refers to Wang Yanran being picky about the economic strength of her partner. Goddess refers to Wang Yanran's outstanding looks and pure body. Gu Chen's hand was around Wang Yanran's waist as they walked into the hotel. Seeing this scene, the two girls inexplicably envied Wang Yanran. This is the super-rich second-generation Gu Chen, with outstanding looks, driving a $1 million sports car, and a license plate worth billions. Most importantly, the white-clothed youth is the dream of many girls. They stared at Gu Chen's back infatuatedly, feeling extremely envious of Wang Yanran. Inside the hotel, a beauty bathing. Wang Yanran was extremely shy. This outfit made Gu Chen's eyes light up. The car lights were dazzling, making it hard for someone's gaze to look away. The atmosphere was pushed to the extreme. The personal items bought by the senior sister, Gu Chen finally saw them. Black knee-length stockings. Gu Chen showed a slight smile. How could he let go of such a charming and beautiful girl? The enchanting Wang Yanran felt the hot gaze of the junior brother and became even more shy. It was also the first time she wore something so revealing in front of a boy. When emotions run deep, Gu Chen picked up Wang Yanran and walked inside. Wang Yanran in his arms, like an ostrich, buried her face in the junior brother's chest, extremely shy. After a long time, Wang Yanran frowned, looking pitiful. Her arms were sore from holding the cup to drink water. Junior brother, you are so bad. Wang Yanran held a soft pillow and knocked on the junior brother's head. And then, the exhausted Wang Yanran clung to him like an octopus. Like a little cat curled up in his arms, she entered dreamland. The Western restaurant fired Zhu Wen and the system had an unlocking prompt. Gu Chen now had time to look at it. Ding! Host unlocked new title. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Reward, 1 Porsche Cayenne. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. Sounds of Nature, enhances the host's singing skills, changes the host's tone-deaf voice, giving the host the qualities of a professional singer. Soon, Gu Chen also entered dreamland. The next morning, Gu Chen drove his Ferrari straight to school. In just over 10 minutes, he arrived at the school. Gu Chen parked the car in the parking space. It was early morning, the freshman military training, and the university's early classes, so there were a lot of people. When they saw the Ferrari and the extremely cool license plate HUA 11111, everyone knew it was Gu Chen. Nowadays, Gu Chen is an absolute celebrity at Magic City University, the center of attention for everyone. Not only because of his bravery, more so because of his wealthy identity. The butterfly door of the Ferrari slowly opened, and handsome men and beautiful women walked out of the car. When they saw the appearance of the girls, all the male students present were thinking, damn, oh my god. Early in the morning, the department flower Wang Yanran actually got out of Gu Chen's car? Did they go to a hotel last night? Did she give herself to him? At this moment, all the boys' moods sank to the bottom. The materialistic goddess was taken down so quickly. Wang Yanran, one of the 4 recognized goddesses at Moda University, has become someone else's. All the boys looked at Gu Chen with super jealous eyes. Soon, someone discovered a photo on the campus forum that seemed to show Wang Yanran and Gu Chen going to a hotel together. In the photo, Gu Chen was affectionately holding Wang Yanran, and she was leaning against him tenderly. Seeing this photo, combined with the fact that they got out of the car together in the morning, it was basically confirmed. She gave herself to him. Countless rich second-generation and promising young men had pursued the goddess for over a year, only for her to fall into someone else's arms. What's more, it had only been 3 days since the start of the school year. 3 days and they had already won over the goddess they had longed for. The boys present were heartbroken. Wang Yanran, who got off the car without caring about others' gazes, has always been straightforward and daring in love and hate. She had already met with her junior openly, so why should she care about what others say? I'll go back to catch up on sleep first. You should go to military training soon. After saying this to her junior, Wang Yanran left. Today, it might be impossible to even hold a pen to write. Lao Gu, did you really book a room with Wang Yanran yesterday? Huang Zicheng asked. Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong were also curious, listening intently. Yeah, Gu Chen replied. Damn. So, she really gave herself to you? Damn, you hit a home run with the senior beauty in your freshman year. I'm really envious. The three roommates wailed in envy. They hadn't even touched a woman's hand, while Gu Chen had already lost his virginity. The gap was too big. After the roommates calmed down, Gu Chen continued, we booked 2 rooms, 1 for each. The 3 exclaimed, why didn't you say so earlier? They had been envious for so long. After chatting and boasting for a while, the 4 of them walked towards the playground together. They knew about women's matters themselves. There was no need to share with others. Let them guess on their own. The sun was shining brightly. The air was filled with a hot smell. For the freshmen undergoing military training in their first year, their underwear could even squeeze out sweat due to the heat. After 2 days of military training, everyone had become smarter and brought their own water bottles. During the rest period of military training, they could replenish their fluids. Unlike Gu Chen, who had 2 senior sisters taking turns to bring him sparkling water and milk tea. Many male students on the playground looked at Gu Chen. I heard Gu Chen went to a hotel with the senior beauty yesterday? The campus network has exposed the photos. Damn, seeing that salty hand in the picture makes me angry. This time, Gu Chen and the senior beauty have officially announced their relationship. Chen Yunxue probably won't like Gu Chen anymore, right? Of course, she won't send anymore. It's said that Chen Yunxue was the school flower in high school. How could the school flower be a lapdog? How could the school flower become the third party? By the way, Chen, the school flower, is really beautiful. Among the freshmen, everyone's mood was both heartbroken and relieved. Heartbroken because the school's most sexy goddess had become Gu Chen's girlfriend. Relieved because after Gu Chen and the senior beauty had a thing, Chen Yunxue probably wouldn't like Gu Chen anymore. Feeling the gazes from all directions, Gu Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows slightly. Was Wang Yanran's influence at Modu University so great? Was it really necessary for everyone to be so shocked just because he got off the car with Wang Yanran? Besides, their relationship hadn't reached the stage everyone thought it had. Although Gu Chen really wanted it, the actual situation was that Wang Yanran had come to visit relatives during the rest period of military training. After being exposed to the sun for so long, everyone felt parched and took out their water bottles to drink. Glug, glug. After finishing their drinks, everyone felt much more comfortable. Gu Chen was also thirsty, as he had come to military training after getting off his Ferrari without bringing any water. Buying water was not an option, and he couldn't leave the field to rest. Gu Chen had no choice but to ask his 3 roommates, do any of you have water left? Zhou Tao shook an empty bottle and said, sorry, Gu, you're too late, we finished it. Oh no. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen felt even thirstier. Seeing Gu Chen without water to drink, the boys on the field laughed mockingly. Haha, he's having a tough time today. Seeing him without water to drink finally balances things out in my heart. Let him show off, he's in for some bad luck now. He probably still thinks some goddess will bring him water. Great, Chen Xiaohua finally sees his true scumbag nature. Seeing Gu Chen thirsty made everyone extremely happy. Just a few days ago, 2 goddesses brought water. One was the department flower of the university, and the other was the former school flower in high school. Both were top-tier beauties who brought water to Gu Chen, making others envious. Which guy wouldn't go crazy after seeing that? It was a show for him a few days ago. Today, seeing Gu Chen without water to drink, everyone was naturally happy. Many girls actually wanted to bring water to Gu Chen, but thinking about the 2 goddesses who had done so before, they felt a certain pressure. They didn't have the same level of beauty as those goddesses. Many girls were torn about whether to bring water to Gu Chen. After all, who could bear to see a handsome guy suffer? Just as the boys were feeling happy, a very soft voice came from the field. If you don't mind, drink my water. The girl speaking was wearing camouflage clothes, and her white canvas shoes were slightly yellowed but very clean. She had black glasses on, and her face was mostly covered by her black hair as she looked down. Yun Weiwei cautiously handed her water bottle to Gu Chen. Gu Chen looked at the worn-out water bottle in front of him, which had clearly been with its owner for a long time. She was the girl he had helped before. Gu Chen immediately recognized her. Seeing that Gu Chen didn't take the water bottle, Yun Weiwei lowered herself even more, feeling rejected. Yun Weiwei spoke softly, I got hot water from the canteen. It's clean. Of course. With his wealth, he shouldn't have to drink canteen water, right? Suddenly, the water bottle in his hand was taken by Gu Chen. Glug! Glug! Gu Chen drank all the water in one go. Gu Chen smiled happily. Thank you, I wouldn't reject you. Yun Weiwei held the empty water bottle, feeling relieved. At that moment, the wind picked up. The breeze lifted Yun Weiwei's hair slightly, and her fair and pretty face flashed by. Stunning Gu Chen. Who would have thought that the girl who always kept her head down had such outstanding looks, comparable to Chen Yunxue and Wang Yanran? Startled by Gu Chen's gaze, Yun Weiwei quickly lowered her head and walked away. While Gu Chen was refreshed, the boys on the field were not pleased. Oh man, someone else is bringing water. The girl bringing water is so tall. Damn, too bad we can't see Gu Chen thirsty. My joy is gone. It's okay, as long as it's not Chen Xiaohua bringing water. Don't worry, Chen Xiaohua definitely won't come. As they were talking, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance of the field. At that moment, Chen Xiaohua had abandoned her usual campus style. She was wearing a tight little tank top today, paired with a light gray skirt. Her straight long legs were covered in black stockings, accentuating her fair skin. Beautiful face, great figure. The wind blew Chen Yunxue's hair, and her long hair fluttered, resembling a girl stepping out of an anime. Chen Yunxue no longer holds bubble tea in her hand, but has switched to sparkling water. Just taken out of the refrigerator, the bottle is still covered with frost. Chen School Flower, here she comes again. Could it be that she's bringing water to Gu Chen again? It shouldn't be. It's definitely not for the scumbag. She was bringing bubble tea to Gu Chen the past few days, and now switching to sparkling water means what? It means Chen School Flower has changed the recipient of her water delivery. Bro, think about it. After the Big Brother's analysis, everyone thought it made sense. Switching from bubble tea to sparkling water, doesn't it mean that Chen School Flower has changed the recipient of her water delivery? She must have known that Gu Chen has a senior sister, and she's disappointed in him. That's why she changed the person she's delivering water to. The boys' eyes followed Chen School Flower's figure, thinking to themselves, how they wished they were the ones being given water. Chen School Flower, who was meticulously dressed, was as beautiful as a fairy, leaving the boys staring in awe. 1 step, 2 steps. In everyone's gaze, Chen School Flower walked towards the class where Gu Chen belonged. The boys' hearts were suddenly suspended in mid-air. Chen Yunxue scanned the crowd and quickly spotted the most handsome guy, Gu Chen, who happened to be looking at her. Their eyes met. Chen School Flower remained composed and shifted her gaze. When Chen School Flower reached Gu Chen, she handed him the sparkling water. At that moment, it was as if all the boys on the playground could hear the sound of their hearts breaking. I heard you like drinking sparkling water, so I bought it specially for you. Standing in front of Gu Chen, Chen Yunxue handed him the sparkling water. Thank you. Gu Chen took the water from Chen School Flower's hand. He wasn't thirsty after drinking a lot just now, but feeling the expectant look from Chen School Flower, Gu Chen opened the bottle cap and took a sip. Seeing Gu Chen drink the water she gave him, Chen School Flower smiled with satisfaction. In an instant, seeing Chen School Flower's charming smile, the boys were blown away. I can't believe it, she's giving it to Gu Chen again. Chen School Flower is confused. Gu Chen already has a girlfriend. Why does Chen School Flower insist on pursuing Gu Chen? I was just mocking Gu Chen earlier, and now Chen School Flower is here again with water. People were discussing one after another. They didn't understand why Chen School Flower was so fond of Gu Chen. Although Gu Chen is handsome and wealthy, he already has a senior sister, so why does Chen School Flower refuse to let go? They didn't want to know that among the girls Gu Chen had saved, there was Chen Yunxue, but the surveillance footage was blurry, and the school didn't publicize who the girl he saved was. So no one knew about the connection between Gu Chen and Chen Yunxue. The two walked one after the other to a shady spot. Gu Chen said, "There's no need to thank me by bringing water every day. Whoever gets beaten up, I will always step in to help." Chen Yunxue's tone was cold. "I know, I'm giving it to you, whether you like it or not." Gu Chen was speechless. She truly lived up to her reputation as the iceberg beauty in high school, so aloof in every word and action. Gu Chen responded directly, "I'll drink it, as long as you give it to me. Let her deliver it. It's not like it's troublesome for him. So cold, whoever marries her in the future will be bringing back an iceberg, saving on air conditioning costs in the summer." Ding! Host unlocks new title, stand out from the crowd, reward, 10% stake in Huafeng Real Estate. Reward, 1 billion coins on the Douyin platform. After returning from military training to the dormitory, Gu Chen opened the system. The rewards for unlocking the new title this time seem unreliable. Even virtual currency like coins on Douyin can be used as a reward? The system has been a bit perfunctory lately? However, this reward does seem quite intimidating. Huafeng Real Estate, as we all know, real estate companies have high market values, even a 10% stake is worth tens of billions. Gu Chen opened the browser and searched for information on Huafeng Real Estate. Established in 1996, Huafeng Real Estate has grown in the Magic City, with its business limited to the Magic City, covering real estate development, commercial operations, housing leasing, smart services, housing sales and rentals, and housing decoration. As of 2022, Huafeng Real Estate has a total valuation of 8 million, holding 7 highly valuable development sites around the Magic City, with the land in the Magic City alone worth 40 billion. While real estate companies nationwide are defaulting on bank loans in the hundreds of billions, Huafeng Real Estate's assets exceed its liabilities. The reason for this is that Huafeng Real Estate has not expanded nationwide, only focusing on the Magic City. With a market value of 80 billion, a 10% stake is worth 8 billion, Gu Chen thought to himself. Today, he achieved his goal of earning 8 billion, feeling the thrill of a successful life. At this moment, a phone call came in for an interview for the manager position at the Debon Western restaurant. Gu Chen drove to Huaxi Street. Parking his car in the garage, he could feel a much more positive atmosphere in the store compared to yesterday. The applicant was a man in his 30s who claimed to have been a manager at a star-rated hotel. Seeing the young owner of the Western restaurant, he felt a bit disdainful. "Mr. Gu, I have been a manager at a star-rated hotel. Managing this restaurant is not difficult for me at all." Gu Chen frowned as he listened to the man ramble on. Unable to bear it any longer, he interrupted the man and said, "Thank you. Our temple is too small to accommodate such a big Buddha like you." The man was shocked on the spot, a former high-ranking executive of a hotel company, willing to condescend to work in such a small Western restaurant. It was entirely the owner's blessing. Thinking he had the position in the bag, he never expected to be rejected on the spot. Gu Chen walked out of the Western restaurant, feeling upset. Damn, still an executive, doesn't even understand the most basic humility? Boasting about his abilities, looking down on a small Western restaurant. What a joke. Such a high-handed person. He would be better off hiring someone with less management experience but down to earth, as the restaurant is not that big, it doesn't need high-level talent. Gu Chen got out of the garage and saw a sexy female anchor, live streaming next to a Ferrari LaFerrari. Audience, this is a flagship supercar launched by Ferrari, limited to 499 units worldwide, with a price tag in the millions, Yuanan said, adjusting the camera to focus on the Ferrari LaFerrari. Yuanan looked at the screen and continued, "As a beauty anchor, I encountered this rare Ferrari LaFerrari today, so I will briefly commentate on this supercar. The LaFerrari is equipped with a 6.3-liter V12 naturally aspirated engine capable of producing a maximum power of 588 kilowatts, with an independent electric motor outputting 120 kilowatts of power, resulting in a combined output power of up to 708 kilowatts. With its powerful engine, it can dominate the road, the sky, and even the air, not even letting you see its taillights." After the commentary, Yuanan looked at the million-dollar supercar and jokingly continued, "Brothers, you have to work hard, strive to drive a Ferrari in the future, and I will definitely offer myself to you." Yuanan, as a minor anchor on a live streaming platform, has very low popularity, barely enough income to cover daily expenses in the Magic City. Without a big sponsor in the live stream room, even the most beautiful anchor would find it difficult to gain popularity. After all, in the era of live streaming, without some fame, who would watch your live stream? Yuanan had the opportunity to become popular before, with a big sponsor once giving her a 100,000 yuan tip in a single day. Yuanan was so happy that her efforts finally paid off. In addition to the Big Brother's WeChat, the Big Brother directly sent a location and reported the hotel room number. Yuanan was disgusted and immediately blocked the Big Brother on WeChat. The Big Brother definitely wouldn't do it for nothing after spending money, so he spread rumors everywhere, saying that Yuanan agreed to sleep with him. That's why he sent so many gifts. After a few days of turmoil, Yuanan finally paid 100,000 yuan to settle the matter. After the platform took half of the 100,000 gifts, Yuanan only had 50,000 left. She borrowed another 50,000 from everywhere to make up the 100,000. She worked hard on her live broadcast and didn't do anything wrong, but ended up losing 50,000 yuan, equivalent to 3 months' salary from live streaming. That day, Yuanan cried in despair. In the live broadcast room named Anan is the cutest, the online audience showed over 1,000 people. Damn! If I could afford a Ferrari, I would give the streamer 100,000 gifts. I really like the streamer, want to take her away. Ferrari is so cool. I'm not here to see your face, point the camera at the Ferrari. The little streamer is ridiculous. She became a streamer but still refuses to sleep with the Big Brother. What a pretense. There were not many barrage comments, with both fans and haters. After Yuanan refused the Big Brother's request to stay in a hotel, she received fewer gifts every day. Those Big Brothers who used to send crazy gifts were only interested in her body. When they realized there was no benefit, they stopped sending gifts and turned into haters, criticizing Yuanan in the live broadcast room every day. Some genuine fans of Yuanan were outraged when they saw the barrage comments. Protect our female streamer. Anan is not the kind of woman who jumps into bed for money. Brothers, Anan has lost the Big Brother recently, let's send more gifts to her. For a moment, fans who loved Yuanan sent a wave of gifts. Thank you, Mosquito Big Brother, for the 66 lollipops. Thank you, Naughty Cat Big Brother, for the 10 heart symbols. Thank you, Safely Home Big Brother, for the 66 beers. Thank you, Love Little Anan Big Brother, for the 2 hot air balloons. Yuanan saw the gifts sent by everyone and thanked the audience in a clear voice. Although she smiled on the surface, she was almost in tears inside. Dozens of people sent gifts, and the most valuable were the 2 hot air balloons sent by Love Little Anan. Each hot air balloon was worth 52 yuan, so 2 were only 104 yuan. Yuanan felt powerless, as the daily gift income on the leaderboard never exceeded 400 yuan. After the platform's cut, she didn't even receive 200 yuan, which was not enough to cover her monthly rent, let alone meals and tens of thousands of debts. Gu Chen waited from a distance for a while, letting Yuanan broadcast the Ferrari. Seeing that Yuanan had no intention of leaving, he had to walk towards the Ferrari. In the live broadcast room of Anan is the cutest, the barrage comments from the audience were rolling. An unidentified man appeared behind the streamer. Damn! Someone is approaching Anan. Could it be An's boyfriend? Crying, Anan is finding a wild man behind our backs. Ha, no wonder she rejected the Big Brother, she found a toy boy. The streamer is shameless. Stupid streamer, young and ignorant of the value of money. Yuanan looked at the barrage comments, ignoring the haters and curiously turned around, only to see a guy in a white shirt, loose black casual pants, and white casual shoes walking towards her. Although the sunglasses and mask worn by the boy covered his face, she was certain that the boy's looks were definitely not low, with an invincible youthful vibe. And those long legs, the hardware was simply unbeatable. Yuanan thought to herself, could it be that the boy finds me attractive and came over to strike up a conversation? Thinking about this, Yuanan's face turned slightly red. Should she give him her WeChat later? It's not Yuanan's fault for being narcissistic, mainly because she often encounters boys who come up to chat or ask for contact information when walking on the street. Just as Yuanan was in self-doubt, Gu Chen arrived in front of Yuanan. Sorry, can you move aside? I'm in a hurry. Yuanan. I was supposed to be the one being approached. Yuanan felt somewhat disappointed in her heart. Following that was a bit of grievance. The road is so wide, who am I blocking? Yuanan's soft and crisp voice. The garage is so big, why don't you go around? Why do you have to make me move for you? Seeing the situation, it was not Yuanan's underground boyfriend. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also in an uproar. Damn, is this guy crazy? Blind, such a big garage, and he insists that Anan is blocking his way. He's just trying to show off in front of Anan. Confirmed, he's an old pervert. Anan might have encountered a perverted man. Gu Chen was speechless. Beauty, you are standing in front of my car's front, blocking me from driving. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live broadcast room went crazy, the barrage of comments mocking without mercy. Ah, this pretense is so forced. Young man, I crown you the king of pretense in the world. I give this pretense minus 100 points, not for anything else, just because this pretense is too fake. Young man, stop dreaming, go work on the assembly line. This guy is amazing, just to show off in front of Anan, he doesn't even bother to prepare a script. Not only did the barrage not believe it, Yuanan also did not believe that the tall boy in front of her was the owner of a Ferrari. His school-grass youthfulness was so strong. So young, how could he possibly drive a Ferrari? He didn't have the arrogance and domineering aura of a second-generation rich person. Could it be that he was doing this to get her attention? Yes. It must be. Yuanan lightly touched the bangs on her forehead, feeling a slight sigh in her heart. He is already handsome enough to attract her. Why use such a forced way to get her attention? Gu Chen saw that Yuanan was still standing there in a daze, so he directly took out the car key, pressed the unlock button, and the Ferrari's dazzling headlights instantly lit up, illuminating the entire garage. Whoosh! Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What did they see? The boy took out the car key, and the Ferrari was unlocked. Oh my god! This boy wasn't pretending, the Ferrari really belonged to him. They had just been mocking the boy vigorously, and now they were slapped in the face by the boy on the spot. For a moment, the popularity of Yuanan's live broadcast room directly exceeded 3,000, and the barrage of comments kept coming. Damn, my dog eyes are blinded. Oh my god, this young man. Is this a live face slap? Oh my god, the little anchor encountered a big shot on the road. He's so cool, driving a million-level sports car must be awesome. Damn, I'm so envious. He must be a rich young master, with assets estimated to be at least tens of billions. The audience kept refreshing the barrage. They were all shocked. They had just been mocking a second-generation rich kid driving a Ferrari. Luckily the man couldn't see the barrage. From the moment Gu Chen pressed the car key, the online audience and the anchor Yuanin were deeply shocked. Yuanin was confused, her speech became incoherent. Is this Ferrari really yours? After saying that, Yuanin regretted it. She cursed herself in her heart for being stupid. Others had already taken out the keys to unlock the Ferrari, and she asked such a stupid question. It wasn't her fault, mainly because she was too shocked. Such a handsome young man driving a car worth tens of millions. Yuanin felt a bit embarrassed in front of the rich man. Hearing this, Gu Chen felt that the beautiful female anchor in front of him was a bit cute, but also silly. Absolutely genuine. Are you live streaming on Douyin? Gu Chen curiously asked, glancing at his phone screen. The nickname of the anchor was Cutestanin. Gu Chen subconsciously glanced at Yuanin. Oh, she's still a cute anime girl, dressed in a black and white maid outfit, with a youthful face and huge breasts. Probably G-cup. The maid outfit skirt hem, white knee-length stockings, and high heels made Yuanin's figure look even more tall and sexy. With cute features, big eyes, and pink hair, she was like a typical anime girl. Gu Chen took another look at her super large G-cup breasts. They were indeed overly cute. Yes. Yuanin responded, do you usually watch live streams on Douyin? Yes. Gu Chen searched for the live stream room of Cutestanin on his phone, seeing over 3,000 viewers. Your popularity isn't high, keep working hard, strive to become a big internet celebrity with over 100,000 online viewers. Gu Chen, looking at her G-cup breasts, followed her. Yuanin muttered, there will be a day sooner or later. Gu Chen looked at the barrage, begging for the camera to focus on the rich man. Let me have a close look at the rich man. Does the anchor not understand? Quickly kneel and worship the rich man. Anchor, quickly kneel and worship the rich man. He's so rich that even a bit of money he drops could cover your income for several months of streaming. Oh no, I feel like Anen will run away with the big shot. Nonsense, Anen is not the kind of woman who is greedy for money, right? Anen is a good girl, she wouldn't do anything reckless. Gu Chen then looked at the gift ranking. The top gift today was only around 100 yuan. Yuanin's total gifts for the day were less than 200 yuan. Isn't this a bit too pitiful? With such a cute face and unparalleled G-cup breasts, this shouldn't be happening. Gu Chen asked, little anchor, you're not doing well at all. When you become a big internet celebrity, the world might have already ended. Yuanin was stunned. Pitifully she said, it wasn't like this before, it's just that I refused the big brother's excessive demands. That's why I'm in such a miserable state now. In the live stream room, the barrage flew up, crying, my heart aches for Anen. Anen, don't be upset. When I get my salary, I'll save 500 for instant noodles for a month, and the remaining 2,500 I'll give it all to you. The one above is really showing off. Anen, you don't bow down to money, good for you. Hee, fake anchor, pretending to be innocent. No way, are there still people who believe in the pure image of anchors? Trash, acting pitiful in front of the rich man. Damn, beautiful and busty, but not letting us play, why should I give you money? Gu Chen glanced at the screen and understood the situation. The big brother had given money as a reward, wanting to sleep with the young anchor, but she refused. Later, the big brother stopped sending gifts to her. The big brother was lusting after Yuanin's body, but she didn't give in, only a fool would keep sending her gifts. Gu Chen had never seen a full-time anchor in such a miserable state before. Those big internet celebrities, who earn millions in a day from live streaming, and then look at small streamers like Yuanin who barely make 1,000 a day. It seems that every industry has its winners and losers. Yuanin, who can't afford the rent, is about to be in dire straits. Yesterday, Gu Chen unlocked a new title, Stand Out Among the Crowd, and the system rewarded him with 1 billion Do coins. The recharged virtual currency cannot be exchanged for real money. Do coins are just chicken feed to Gu Chen. Not worth a penny. Considering your G-cup assets, I'll give you a light brushing. Gu Chen glanced at the fair and tender waves, thinking to himself. Gu Chen started sending gifts. Gu Chen had never rewarded anyone with gifts before, so he opened the interface and looked around. He found the most expensive gift, the Supreme Gift Cannon. The Supreme Gift Cannon cost 66,666 Do coins, equivalent to 6,666. 6 renminbi. At this moment, in the Cutestanin live broadcast room, another wave of small gifts arrived. Yuanin was looking at the screen, and with a soft voice, she exclaimed, "Thank you, Big Brother Love Beauty for sending 66 beers. Thank you, Big Brother Naughty Kitty for sending 66 heart symbols. Thank you, Big Brother I Have Money for sending 20 little clouds. Thank you, Big Brother Love Little Anon for sending another 2 hot air balloons." Yuanin's cute voice echoed in the garage, with a wave of operations as fierce as a tiger, and she saw her income reach 250. But for Yuanin recently, today's gift rewards were quite a lot. Today's gift income exceeded 500 renminbi, and Yuanin was a little happy. Since rejecting Big Brother, today's gift list was already a record high. Suddenly, Yuanin saw a cool special effect. The brilliance of the special effect almost filled the entire phone screen. As everyone knows, the more expensive the gift, the cooler and more screen-filling the special effect. This was the special effect of the Supreme Gift Cannon. A Supreme Gift Cannon costs 6,666. And the last time she was rewarded with a Supreme Gift Cannon was when Big Brother asked her to open a room. Considering her recent daily income, it would take a full 20 days of live streaming to afford a Supreme Gift Cannon. Yuanin only saw a crazy bombardment on the screen. The sky-high cool effects covered the entire phone screen. The special effects of the Supreme Gift Cannon continued to roar in her live broadcast room. The first one, the 5th one, the 10th one, the 60th one. In that instant, Yuanin first felt a lack of oxygen in her head, and then an excitement surged from the bottom of her heart. Oh my goodness, she's getting rich. Magic City's most affectionate, giving the cutest Anchorinen, a Supreme Gift Cannon X1. Magic City's most affectionate, giving the cutest Anchorinen, a Supreme Gift Cannon X10. Magic City's most affectionate, giving the cutest Anchorinen, a Supreme Gift Cannon X20. Magic City's most affectionate, giving the cutest Anchorinen, a Supreme Gift Cannon X40. Magic City's most affectionate, giving the cutest Anchorinen, a Supreme Gift Cannon X66. Magic City's most affectionate, giving the cutest Anchorinen, a Supreme Gift Cannon X100. A continuous 100 Supreme Gift Cannons not only exploded in the cutest and live broadcast room, but also caused a huge shockwave on the Douyin platform. All users on Douyin saw a banner at the top of the screen. Magic City's most affectionate has sent 100 Supreme Gift Cannons in the cutest Anchorinen's live broadcast room. Everyone hurry to grab the boxes. Magic City's first deep affection, in the cutest live broadcast room of the Anchorinen, gave away 100 Supreme Gift Cannons. Everyone hurry up and grab the boxes. 3 golden banners fluttered on the screens of all online users. This is quite a spectacle. The giveaway of a total of 100 Supreme Gift Cannons. The official Douyin also gave enough face to the Tycoon. Magic City's first deep affection. This shocked countless people. What did they see? Supreme Gift Cannons worth 6666. 6 renminbi. Supreme Gift Cannons are not rare, someone gives them to anchors every day. But a total of 100 Supreme Gift Cannons, since the establishment of the Douyin platform, such a feat has rarely occurred. How could these 100 Supreme Gift Cannons not shock them? 100 Supreme Gift Cannons, converted into real money, is over 600,000 RMB. Over 600,000, many people can't save up this much in their lifetime. Over 600,000, in a small city, you can buy a house. Over 600,000, you can buy a brand new Mercedes-Benz E-Class. The anchors on the Douyin platform are also going crazy, wishing that they were the ones being rewarded over 600,000. Unfortunately, I'm uneducated, just one dam can conquer the world. Damn. 600,000, wouldn't it be great to spend it? Tycoon, his world is beyond our understanding. Using one dam to represent 10,000, I struggle to say 100 dam, but the Tycoon easily brushes off 600,000. Damn, my eyes are turning red with envy. Boss, amazing. Magic City's first deep affection, long live. A group of people exclaimed, all rushing into an Anne's live broadcast room. The number of people in an Anne's live broadcast room skyrocketed from 300 to over 50,000 in an instant. With over 50,000 viewers, she would be considered a second-tier anchor even on Douyin. Anne looked at the popularity of her live broadcast room, feeling like she was dreaming. She hurriedly said, "Thank you, Big Brother Magic City's first deep affection, for sending 100 Supreme Gift Cannons." She continued, "Deep affection Tycoon, amazing and domineering, the world's #1 show-off." The audience in the live broadcast room also exploded. Damn, Anen is standing up. Awesome, the anchor easily earned 300,000 renminbi. Coming from the banners, I have to say the anchors looks really match the Tycoons over 600,000. Is Big Brother Magic City's first deep affection here? Spending so much money, there's no way to repay it. How about I sing a song for you, or dance? What do you think? Anne's soft voice rang out. Once bitten by a snake, one is scared all one's life. Since being rewarded with 100,000, then having it taken back, Anan felt both joy and fear at the sight of large rewards. If this big brother makes inappropriate demands again, how should she politely refuse? So, she tentatively said, to sing a song for the big brother, to dance, in return for the big brother's over 600,000 reward. As soon as the words came out, even she blushed with shame. The barrage was full of airdrop, send from afar, inflate prices. Overnight. Hearing this, Guchen was speechless. Thanks for what? Give me something practical. Ah! Anan was dumbfounded, twice, thrice. And Anne's voice trembled. You are Magic City's first deep affection? Guchen said, who else would I be? Anan walked over. Oh, accidentally, the camera turned to Guchen's Douyin account. A series of numbers. Docoins 999333340. In that instant, Anan was completely stunned. Not only Anan, but also more than 50,000 viewers in the live broadcast were shocked to death. What did they see? Oh my god. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion. In the account of the most passionate in the Magic City, there are billions of Docoins. Over 9 billion Docoins. The most passionate in the Magic City, just rewarded with 100 Supreme Gift Cannons totaling 666,660 Docoins. 999,333,340 plus 666,660 is equal to 1 billion, meaning the account of the most passionate in the Magic City has a billion Docoins, which is equivalent to a whole billion in RMB. Damn! How rich must the most passionate in the Magic City be to recharge 1 billion cash in Douyin at home? What does it mean to recharge 1 billion cash into Douyin? Nowadays, many people easily have a net worth of several billion or tens of billions, but most of it is in stocks, real estate, and so on. Many seemingly billionaires actually can't even take out a billion in cash from their pockets. Even if a billionaire can take out a billion, they definitely wouldn't recharge it into Douyin. What did I see? A real tycoon. A series of numbers, my eyes are spinning. Damn, the little anchor is really lucky, actually encountering a tycoon in real life. Driving $1 million Ferrari, recharging a billion in Douyin, this damn tycoon's home must have at least hundreds of billions of assets, right? Little anchor, go eat chicken quickly. Once you're done, the tycoon will definitely take care of you clearly. I cried out when I saw it, about to lose the lovely Anan. Really rich, I'm really jealous of this kind of life. In the live broadcast room with over 50,000 people, countless barrage messages, people of all kinds expressing their opinions. Anan looked at the balance of over 9 billion Docoins, feeling scared. She said in a mournful tone, brother, I'm scared. Could it be that he wants her to accompany him again? She really doesn't want to do that. Countless viewers seemed to freeze as if their phones had crashed, only seeing the dazzling special effects repeating on their phones. The most passionate in the Magic City, giving the cutest anchor Anan, Supreme Gift Canon X1, the most passionate in the Magic City, giving the cutest anchor Anan, Supreme Gift Canon X20. The most passionate in the Magic City, giving the cutest anchor Anan, Supreme Gift Canon X40. The most passionate in the Magic City, giving the cutest anchor Anan, Supreme Gift Canon X66. The most passionate in the Magic City, giving the cutest anchor Anan, Supreme Gift Canon X100. Another 100 Supreme Gift Cannons smashed into the live broadcast room, and the popularity of Anan the cutest directly soared to over 200,000 plus. With over 200,000 viewers, Anan experienced the thrill of being a top anchor. Damn! Another 100 Supreme Gift Cannons. Everyone shout with me, the passionate big shot is awesome. Oh my god! The most passionate in the Magic City directly sent over 1.3 million gifts to Anan's live broadcast room. The world of the rich is so terrifying. The big boss is confused. With 1.3 million, how many women can you buy? Why give it to Anan? Begging the big shot to spare the innocent Anan. 10 billion Docoins is equivalent to 1 billion RMB. Although Guchen could find someone to reward and cash out 50 million renminbi, he finds it troublesome. Guchen's current net worth is close to 20 billion at least. He has countless assets under his name. 110 billion in bank deposits. A Ferrari LaFerrari, a Porsche Cayenne, 10 storefronts on Huaxi Street, an 800 square meter high-end Western restaurant, 2 top-tier cinemas in the Magic City, a license plate worth 168 million, shares in Huafeng real estate worth 8 billion. When all these assets are added up, it definitely exceeds 20 billion. Douyin has reached 1 billion Docoins, which is just peanuts to him. No need to spend time cashing out 50 million. He doesn't lack that pocket change. Yes, 50 million to Guchen now is like 50 cents or 5 yuan in the past. He can't even be bothered to bend down to pick it up if it's dropped on the ground. Wow! Such a small amount of money? My goodness, 3 million is small change. Is this the scale of a tycoon? It seems we really don't understand the world of tycoons. Yuanin also expressed being shocked and pressured. What is the concept of 200 royal salutes? It's over 3 million renminbi. After splitting the platform's revenue 50-50, she can still get over 650,000. It's not an exaggeration, she has never seen so much money in her life. In the eyes of the first deep affection in the Magic City, it's still small change. That's right. Brother Douyin has recharged 1 billion in cash. Over 1 million is nothing to him, Yuanin said in a flattering manner. She didn't realize how much she was flattering. She's just a step away from hugging Gu Chen's thigh and calling him daddy. Alright, close the live stream. Gu Chen waved his hand and said, I've given you so many gifts, you don't have to thank me by singing or dancing, just accompany me to the mall to buy some things. Anyway, the dough coins are given by the system, might as well not waste them. Okay, brother. Anin will accompany you for an all-night shopping spree. Yuanin's voice remained soft and gentle, and after saying that, she immediately ended the broadcast at lightning speed. The 200,000 plus viewers watched a black screen, but the barrage of comments never stopped. It's ending now? Damn! What is the tycoon buying with Anin? Black stockings, high heels, Durex. Top floor, Anin's body is in danger this time. Driving a Ferrari, Douyin recharged 1 billion, still so young, and also gave the anchor over 1 million. Would you refuse if it were you? If the brother rewards me, I would kneel and lick. I'm beautiful and healthy. Is it too late to transition now? Gu Chen, accompanied by the second-dimensional cute girl Yuanin, returned to Huaxi Street. At this moment, the lights were on, and this bustling Huaxi Street, with everything from food and drink to entertainment, had all kinds of goods, affordable, expensive, luxurious, everything could be found in this huge commercial street. Brother, what do you want to buy? Yuanin asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen wanted to tease this cute female anchor. Gu Chen replied, buying condoms. What's that? Yuanin's brain didn't react for a moment and asked. Gu Chen smiled, Durex. Ah. Yuanin's face turned pale with shock. Brother, no. I'm not that kind of person. Gu Chen saw Yuanin's shocked and pale face and couldn't help but find it amusing. Women are always welcome, but he doesn't just want their bodies, more importantly, he wants to gain their emotions. A woman who has no feelings for herself is just a body that can be manipulated at will, no different from a zombie. Just kidding, I want to go buy a watch, Gu Chen said with a smile. As the saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. Gu Chen also wants to buy a watch to play with. Oh, brother, you scared me. Yuanin patted her chest and said, relieved. Gu Chen's eyes, however, were fixed. Baby, it seems you really don't know your own charm. Softly swayed by the waves. Feeling Gu Chen wearing sunglasses, but always facing her directly, is he staring at her? Yuanin blushed, but she didn't mind Gu Chen's gaze. If it were someone else, she would definitely curse in her heart, dirty old man, because Yuanin is a true looks lover. She only judges people by their appearance. And although Gu Chen's face is covered, it definitely won't be lacking. 10 minutes later, following the signs, Gu Chen found the gathering place of luxury brands. The entire mall here has 7 floors, all selling domestic and foreign luxury brands. Gu Chen doesn't know much about luxury watches. Patek Philippe, Vacheron Constantin, Richard Mille. He has only heard of these names but never actually seen them. Enter the mall. Gu Chen headed straight to the second floor, where luxury watches are concentrated. Vacheron Constantin, Audemars Piguet, Lang and other world-renowned watch brands have stores here. Unfortunately, Patek Philippe does not have a store on Huaxi Street, otherwise Gu Chen would have bought a Patek Philippe directly. Not for anything else, just for the brand's great reputation and show-off value, especially with Patek Philippe's provocative slogan, "No one can own a Patek Philippe, it's just for safekeeping for the next generation." Listen to this slogan, isn't it much more high-end than "This year I won't accept gifts for Chinese New Year, I only accept brain platinum"? Just as Gu Chen reached the transparent glass door, a female store clerk in uniform smiled and opened the door. "Hello, VIP, welcome to the flagship store of Vacheron Constantin." The interior decoration of the store is light luxury style, with a faint fragrance in the air. A huge billboard inside the store displays Vacheron Constantin's slogan, "You can easily own time, but you can't easily own Vacheron Constantin." Seeing this, Gu Chen couldn't help but sigh. It must be said that these luxury brands do have a presence, even a plain slogan can be designed so high-end. It seems that luxury watches not only need history, but also need a cool slogan to show off. "Sir, do you have an appointment?" the sales clerk asked. "Appointment? Do you need an appointment to buy a watch?" This time Gu Chen was a bit puzzled. He had only heard that you need to make an appointment in advance to customize a luxury car, but it was the first time he heard that you need an appointment to buy a Vacheron Constantine. At this moment, a middle-aged man happened to walk in, and the middle-aged man casually said, "Wang, appointment at 5 o'clock. Seeing how at ease he was, it was obvious that he was a regular here. Wang Qin, the salesperson who received Gu Chen, quickly left Gu Chen to greet the middle-aged man who had just entered. The middle-aged man had bought watches from Vacheron Constantine a few times before, and Wang Qin knew his spending power well, usually around 1 million for a watch. Selling a watch for over 1 million would earn the salesperson a commission of 50 to 60,000. Wang Qin wouldn't have any issues with that. She's not stupid, Gu Chen, although young, would probably spend at most 400 to 500,000 even if he's a second-generation rich, while the middle-aged man's spending power is over 1 million. In this comparison, she would definitely choose the middle-aged man. Gu Chen thought that the salesperson who received him had made an appointment with the middle-aged man, so he took Yuan in to look at watches at Vacheron Constantine by himself. It was his first time looking at luxury watches, and for Gu Chen, the price didn't matter, he was mainly looking at the appearance of the watches. Yun Jing is a salesperson who has just joined Vacheron Constantine, or rather, an intern salesperson. In order to remove the word intern, she must sell a Vacheron Constantine watch within 1 month. If she fails to sell a single watch within the 1-month internship period, she will be dismissed. Vacheron Constantine watches are priced at tens to hundreds of millions, not easy to sell. Today is the last few days of her internship. If she still can't sell a watch in these days, she will be unemployed. "Sir, what kind of watch do you like?" Yun Jing asked Gu Chen. Gu Chen replied, "Expensive." Yun Jing was shocked and disappointed. Based on experience, people like him usually just come to browse. Out of professionalism, Yun Jing took Gu Chen to the glass counter with the lowest priced watches, not looking down on him, but considering his young age. Even if he wants to buy a watch, he definitely won't buy a very expensive one. Vacheron Constantine 25250/D01 and 9123, priced at 88,000. Vacheron Constantine 25015/000G9233, priced at 89,000. Vacheron Constantine 25093/000 or 8741, priced at 93,000. "Sir, these watches are loved by young people, you can see which one you like." Yun Jing smiled and said to Gu Chen, "Wow! These watches are so expensive." Yuan N exclaimed. Gu Chen frowned, looking at these Vacheron Constantine watches ranging from tens of thousands to 300,000. He felt that these watches were not to his liking, giving off a somewhat petty feeling. With a net worth of billions, he must wear a unique watch. On the other side, Wang Qin had already closed a deal with a middle-aged customer. The middle-aged man bought a Vacheron Constantine watch for 1.5 million, earning Wang Qin a commission of over 70,000. Wang Qin smiled triumphantly at Yun Jing, thinking the newcomer was too inexperienced and couldn't judge people well. Unlike herself, who sold a 1.5 million watch in 2 or 3 minutes, effortlessly earning 70,000. Especially seeing Yuan and thinking tens of thousands of Vacheron Constantine watches were expensive, and Gu Chen's frown, she wanted to laugh. Tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of Vacheron Constantine watches were considered expensive, so the 1.5 million watch she just sold was beyond expensive, right? Thinking this, she became even more skeptical that Gu Chen could buy a watch. "Sir, do you not like these series of Vacheron Constantine watches?" Yun Jing asked softly. "They look a bit petty, not suitable for me." Gu Chen nodded, then continued, "Don't try to save money for me, as long as the watch looks good and has personality, being expensive is not a problem." Gu Chen knew that the young salesperson in front of him was worried that he couldn't afford it and would embarrass himself, so she showed him the cheapest watches. He understood her good intentions, but he really didn't like the style of these tens of thousands of watches. With assets of over 20 billion, driving $1 million luxury car, wearing a watch worth tens of thousands would indeed be very discordant. Hearing this, Yun Jing introduced Gu Chen to each counter one by one. "Sir, this Vacheron Constantine 30110/000P9999 is priced at 2.66 million yuan, with a platinum case, loved by Chinese watch enthusiasts and highly collectible." Yun Jing introduced the watch. Upon hearing that a watch costs over 2 million, Yuan was completely stunned. "It's like wearing a house on your wrist. Terrifying." Gu Chen shook his head, "It looks too old-fashioned." Then this Vacheron Constantine Ma 30682/S21G9477, priced at 6.1 million, made of platinum with diamonds. Yun Jing selected another young style for introduction. "The appearance is okay, let's see if there are any others," Gu Chen said. Gu Chen was quite satisfied with this Vacheron Constantine watch 30682/S21G9477, thinking that if the others didn't look good, he might as well buy this one. Cut. Such a show-off. At this moment, the salespeople in the store thought to themselves, a watch costing over 6 million is just okay. The salespeople were almost laughing out loud, thinking that showing off shouldn't be done this way, and if he doesn't buy it later, it would be embarrassingly awkward. With over 6 million for a watch, in a country of 1.4 billion people, there would be no more than 10,000 people wearing a watch worth 6 million. And this young man in front of them still seemed unimpressed? At this moment, the people in the store didn't believe that Gu Chen would buy a watch. He was probably just here to look around and show off in front of that two-dimensional cute girl. Even middle-aged men who bought good watches were standing in the store and not leaving, wanting to see how Gu Chen would back down. Just then, Gu Chen's eyes lit up. A watch in a clear glass caught his attention. Gu Chen pointed to the watch and said, "Take this watch out for me to see." "Sir, this Vacheron Constantin P30630/S22G9899. The case material is 18K platinum set with diamonds, 228 rectangular cut diamonds, invisibly set," Yun Jing patiently explained. After accompanying Gu Chen to look at the watch for so long, she did not show any impatience, always patiently and gently explaining. In the transparent crystal box, the Vacheron Constantin P30630/S22G9899 exuded a mysterious and noble aura. "Can I try it on?" Gu Chen said. "Sir, of course you can." Yun Jing carefully took the watch out of the box. She dared not be careless. If there was an accident, she couldn't afford to pay even if she sold her house. Yun Jing wanted to help him put it on, but Gu Chen was not used to it. Gu Chen took the watch, not as careful as Yun Jing, and put on the Vacheron Constantin watch casually, like wearing an electronic watch worth a few dozen bucks. He moved his arm and it really looked good. This watch with 228 rectangular cut diamonds, invisibly set, one glance could tell its noble value. Gu Chen nodded in satisfaction. "I'll take this one," swiped the card. "Ah." Yun Jing was dumbfounded. He's buying it. "Sir, this Vacheron Constantin Multi P30630/S22G9899, priced at 10,121,000. Yun Jing stated the price. Gu Chen didn't care. "I know, I saw the price tag. Hurry up and swipe the card. I need to go back to school." Boom! Wang Qin's mind was as if struck by lightning. She still couldn't believe. This young man who was still studying actually bought a watch worth 10 million. Not only Wang Qin, but all the salespeople in the store didn't believe that Gu Chen could come up with 10 million. The middle-aged man also looked at Gu Chen with a skeptical eye. Yun Jing tremblingly walked to the cashier, swiped the card. Deep down she also couldn't believe that Gu Chen, who was still studying, could afford it, but she hoped Gu Chen had that financial power, so she wouldn't lose her job. At the scene, only the little anchor Yuanin, who knew Gu Chen's background well, stared at Gu Chen in amazement. He bought a watch worth millions. Oh my goodness, not 100,000, not a million, but a full 10 million watch. Yuanin's eyes were full of stars. Gu Chen bought a watch worth 10 million without even blinking, as if he was buying vegetables on the street. So simple. If she had 10 million RMB, what would she buy? Yuanin would definitely choose to buy a house. She was tired of the helplessness of moving. 10 million could buy a 2-bedroom apartment in the most prosperous area of the Magic City. Gu Chen actually has a set of houses in the Magic City on her hands. Just the thought of it makes people feel so extravagant and inhumane. When the receipt came out of the machine with a clatter, it means that 10,121,000 has been successfully deducted from the card. Everyone in the store took a sharp breath. 10 million really went through. Damn! This is too unbelievable. Especially for those salespeople who are used to customers buying watches worth hundreds of thousands, they are no longer surprised. But today, when the 10 million Vacheron Constantin that has been in the store since its opening was bought, they were all shocked. The middle-aged man was also quite scared. Damn, he thought he was a winner in life with his watch worth hundreds of thousands, but comparing to others, it's really frustrating. A student bought a watch worth 10 million, 6 times the price of his watch. He was extremely envious. The one who regretted the most on the scene was Wang Qin. She was regretful to the core. If she hadn't been clever just now, the commission for this deal should have been hers. A 10 million watch, the salesperson's commission alone is 500,000, plus various bonuses. A slight misjudgment caused her to miss out on 500,000. She fell to the ground in an instant, completely lost. On the other hand, Yun Jing. At this moment, her heart couldn't calm down for a long time. The VIP she served bought a 1,000-watt watch, and she earned a commission of 500,000. And after this deal, her job was also secured. Thinking that she had just entered society and earned 500,000, she felt dizzy, feeling like she was dreaming. Soon she adjusted her excited emotions and said, "Congratulations to the VIP for purchasing the watch you like. The VIP is really promising. Listening to the salesperson flattering herself, Gu Chen smiled, "The service is excellent. I'll come to you next time I buy a watch." With just a simple sentence, Yun Jing was overjoyed. Walking out of the Vacheron Constantin store, Gu Chen admired the newly bought watch as he walked. Being expensive has its reasons. 228 rectangular cut diamonds, shining under the nightlight, incredibly handsome. While Yuanin was still in a daze, still immersed in the shock of buying a 10 million watch. After buying the watch, it was already past 7 o'clock. "Brother, I'm hungry," Yuanin rubbed her stomach. "Then let's go, I'll treat you to something delicious." "What are we going to eat?" "Deben Western Restaurant." Gu Chen smiled, having bought a watch he liked, he was quite happy. The two headed towards Deben Western Restaurant. Along the way, many men's eyes looked at Yuanin, making her somewhat uncomfortable, so they quickened their pace. When they arrived at the restaurant, Yuanin saw many people lining up. Feeling a bit disappointed, it seemed that their luck was not good, they couldn't eat the most famous Western food in the university town. Just as she was feeling down, she saw Gu Chen skillfully walking towards the restaurant, and the waiter respectfully led him into a private room. Bang! A sound of tables slamming. A bald man angrily said, "Everyone is queuing up nicely, why can he cut in line for a meal? You are promoting privilege." After someone questioned, other customers also had some complaints about Gu Chen cutting in line. At this moment, a waiter calmly said, "Sir, please don't be angry, that person is the owner of our Deben. You don't have to worry about being cut in line, because the boss has an exclusive private room that is not open to the public." Hearing this, the bald man felt embarrassed, scratched his bald head, and said with a smirk, "That's fine then." Yuanin, who was about to follow Gu Chen, just happened to hear it. Oh, no wonder he rushed in even though there was no seat. So he is the boss behind Deben Western Restaurant. This is really amazing. The two of them entered the private room not long after. Exquisite French dishes were served on the table one after another. Marseille fish soup, foie gras, Paris lobster, red wine capon, coq au vin, chicken liver steak, and so on. She, who had once struggled to make ends meet, couldn't afford to dine in such a luxurious restaurant. Little anchor Yuanin saw these dishes and her mouth started to water. It was also the first time for Yuanin to use a knife and fork, looking flustered and embarrassed. "Hey, you really look like my idol, the white-clothed youth." Guwen took off his sunglasses and mask at this moment, and Yuanin got a clear look at his face. "Really? How much do I look like him?" Yuanin took out a screenshot she painstakingly captured from the video, finally capturing the full appearance of the white-clothed youth. To be honest, this picture made Yuanin drool for a long time. The eyes are similar. The nose is similar. The mouth is also similar. Yuanin compared the picture, muttering to herself, "Even the temperament is the same, it's like being carved from the same mold." "So what?" Gu Chen said nonchalantly. "So you are the white-clothed youth, right? Wow! I'm so lucky to meet my idol and have dinner together." Yuanin's eyes sparkled with stars. Being with the person she liked, Yuanin became more talkative. "Idol, I want your autograph." "Sure. Idol, I want to take a photo with you." Gu Chen said, "Okay. Idol, I want a hug." "Alright, come here." Before Yuanin could hug Gu Chen, he had already taken the initiative to embrace her. A surge of emotions. "Very nice." With a youthful face and ample bosom in his arms, Gu Chen shamelessly said, "What else do you want? I'll fulfill your wishes." "No need." Oh. Yuanin's legs went weak, speaking softly. All feasts must come to an end. After the meal, the two of them became more familiar with each other. After dinner, Gu Chen escorted Yuanin home. Watching Yuanin's figure in a maid outfit, Gu Chen said, "Won't you invite me up for a drink of water?" Hearing this, Yuanin muttered to herself, "Pervert," and she ran back home. Gu Chen was about to start the car when Yuanin hurriedly ran over. Gu Chen felt a dizzying blur of movement. "Really?" Gu Chen joked. "What, have you changed your mind and want me to come up for a drink?" Yuanin gasped for breath, her soft body rising and falling with each breath. "No, I just forgot to add you on WeChat earlier." After Gu Chen accepted her friend request, he drove back to the city. Yuanin returned to her rented apartment, feeling like she was dreaming today. Not only did someone give her a gift worth 1.3 million, but next month she would earn over 650,000, finally breaking free from her current poverty. The happiest thing was meeting her long-awaited idol, and the money was a reward, making Yuanin feel ecstatic. She was in a very good mood and posted a selfie with the white-clothed youth's face on WeChat. The caption read, "Being supported by my idol for a day, super happy." Soon, many people liked and commented on it, but she ignored them all. Gu Chen was driving when he suddenly noticed a familiar figure on the side of the road. It was Yun Weiwei in camouflage from military training, always with her slightly lowered head and yellowing white canvas shoes. Gu Chen was afraid she might accidentally bump into a utility pole. After finishing military training, Yun Weiwei was going to withdraw money. There was only an industrial and commercial bank in the city, but Yun Weiwei used the postal bank. Interbank withdrawals incurred fees, so Yun Weiwei had to ask passers-by for directions. After walking 8 or 9 kilometers and finally finding a place to withdraw money, she realized it was already dark outside. There were fewer pedestrians to ask for directions on the road, and with nightfall, she got lost in this unfamiliar city. She felt a bit helpless, but relying on her vague memory, she slowly made her way to school. Suddenly, the loud roar of a sports car engine whizzed past, and a red Ferrari stopped in front of her. A familiar face popped out of the car window. "Hey, get in." Yun hesitated for a moment, walked to the passenger side door, and stood aside without getting in. Gu Chen knew she wouldn't open the car door, so he opened it for her, but Yun still stood outside the car. Gu Chen continued, "Get in." Yun spoke softly, I just came to ask you for directions back to school." Gu Chen smiled, "I'm going back to school, I'll give you a ride on the way." Yun lowered her head and said, "I'm dirty." She was covered in sweat from military training and had walked 8 or 9 kilometers under the scorching sun, her military uniform already sour. It would make his car smell. Gu Chen felt sorry for this girl who always considered others, wondering what she had been through before. Gu Chen said loudly, "What's dirty? The dirtiest thing is the human heart, not the person." Hearing this, Yun hesitated for a moment and then carefully got into the car. Once in the car, she sat obediently, not daring to touch the interior or anything inside the car. She heard from the schoolgirls that this car was very expensive, and if she accidentally damaged it, she wouldn't be able to afford to compensate. On the way, Gu Chen asked, "What's your name?" "Yun Weiwei." Gu Chen sincerely praised, "Nice name. Sounds really good." Yun Weiwei lowered her head and fell silent. "By the way, did Li Yuangue cause you any trouble?" No. Gu Chen instructed, "If he bullies you, come to me, don't be afraid of him." Yun Weiwei lowered her head, rummaged through her bag, and after a while, took out a stack of money and placed it on the car. This is 5,000 yuan, I will slowly repay you the remaining 145,000. In her small voice, there was hidden stubbornness. Gu Chen looked at her worn-out, yellowed canvas shoes and asked, "How much money do you have left?" Yun Weiwei honestly replied, "After paying the tuition, I have a little over 300 left." Hearing this, Gu Chen inexplicably felt a bit angry and spoke a bit loudly. "What can you buy with 300 yuan? It's not even enough for meals. Take care of yourself first, okay? Why are you in such a hurry to repay me? Do I lack your 5,000 yuan?" The words were a bit loud, a bit fierce. Yun Weiwei was scared, her nose tingling, and dared not speak again. Gu Chen parked the car on the side of the road. For some reason, he felt like smoking. He didn't usually smoke, just occasionally. There were cigarettes in the car, and after taking them out, Gu Chen asked, "Do you mind?" Yun Weiwei shook her head gently and whispered, "My husband often smokes in front of me." Yun Weiwei murmured softly, "Smoking is bad for your health." "Then I won't smoke." Gu Chen extinguished the cigarette. "You hold on to the money first, and when you graduate and have a job, you can slowly repay me. And the repair cost is 10,000 yuan, not 150,000. Li Yuangue deliberately exaggerated it to scam money. "Really?" Seeing Gu Chen nod, Yun Weiwei felt less oppressed than before. In fact, the Porsche was repaired for 60,000. Gu Chen definitely wouldn't tell her the truth. 150,000 was just too much. She had been losing sleep every day recently. Although 10,000 yuan was not a small amount, with some effort, working part-time, she should be able to pay it off in a semester. Yun Weiwei suddenly felt a bit hopeful about the future. Yun Weiwei stubbornly said, "I don't want the money." Gu Chen's voice was deep, "I said you should take it." Yun Weiwei still stubbornly kept her head down. Gu Chen knew that he had to be tough. He rolled down the car window and said, "If you don't want it, I don't want it either." Gu Chen held a thick stack of money in his hand, placed it outside the car window, and menacingly said, "Since no one wants it, I'll just throw it away. Consider this money repaid to you." "Ah!" Yun Weiwei was startled. Nervously waving her hands, she said, "No, you can't do that." Gu Chen sighed, took the money back into the car, and commanded, "You must take the money back, or I'll do as I say." Yun Weiwei was frightened by his tone, afraid that Gu Chen would throw the money away, so she tightly held the money in her hand, exerting too much force. Her fingers even left white marks. Gu Chen gently said, "Be good, listen to me." Gu Chen started the car and arrived on campus in just over 10 minutes. Yun Weiwei got off the car, whispered a thank you, and walked towards the female dormitory with her head down. Upstairs in the female dormitory, Jinyu, who was hanging clothes on the balcony, happened to see Yun Weiwei getting off the Ferrari. Back in the dorm, Gu Chen took a shower and felt refreshed. Just as he lay down on the bed, he heard a pleasant ringtone from his phone. It was a voice call from senior sister Wang Yanran. Gu-chen answered, "Hello, what's up? I missed you after not seeing you for a day. By the way, I messaged you earlier, why didn't you reply?" Senior sister's tone carried a hint of resentment. Gu-chen nonchalantly replied, "I was showering just now, didn't check my phone." "Really? Are you sure you weren't with other girls? I heard that Chen, the school flower, delivered water to you again today." The jealousy pot was stirred. Gu-chen could feel the jealousy from senior sister even through the screen. Gu-chen hung up the phone directly and initiated a video call. Senior sister answered, but the screen was black on her end. Gu-chen complained, "Damn. I can only let you see me, but I can't see you. Isn't that unfair to me? Humph. I won't let you see, you ignored me all afternoon." Gu-chen casually said, "I had important matters to attend to. I fired the manager at Debon, went for interviews." Gu-chen said without a hint of guilt, choosing to selectively forget about his encounter with Yu Wenwen. Senior sister arrogantly said, "Humph, you passed this time." With that, Gu-chen saw the previously dark screen revealing a pair of long legs wrapped in lace stockings. "Wow!" Gu-chen exclaimed in admiration, his eyes fixed on the screen. Before he could look longer, senior sister humph and ended the video call. Indeed, senior sister was still the same, always stirring up trouble. "Damn! You fired the manager, old Gu. Are you the owner of Debon Western Restaurant?" Huang Zicheng, who overheard the call, asked in surprise. Gu-chen didn't want to be too conspicuous, so he said, "It's a family business, I'm just helping out. My family also runs a Chinese restaurant next to Debon, what a coincidence." Huang Zicheng exclaimed. Hearing this, Gu-chen furrowed his brows slightly. Next to Debon Western Restaurant? If he remembered correctly, out of the 15 storefronts in that row, 10 were under Gu-chen's name. It's a small world. He turned out to be the landlord of Huang Zicheng's parents. Zhou Tao had just finished showering and overheard their conversation, asking, "What is Debon?" Huang Zicheng replied, "A high-end Western restaurant in the university town." Zhou Tao exclaimed, "Damn! Old Gu is awesome, his family runs a Western restaurant. I've never tasted Western food in my life." Gu-chen said, "I'll treat you guys when we have time." Zheng Xiaohong gave a thumbs up, "Cool, you're a good buddy." Zhou Tao grinned, "I never expected our dorm to have two big shots, one with a family running a Western restaurant, and the other with a family running a Chinese restaurant. We won't worry about finding part-time jobs during holidays in the future." Modu University. Female dormitory. Yun Weiwei returned to the dorm, placed the small bag containing the money under the bed, and then went to the bathroom to take a shower. After taking a bath, she placed the bucket on the ground and started scrubbing the dirty clothes. There was a washing machine in the school, but it required money to use. It cost 2 yuan each time. Yun Weiwei chose to hand wash in order to save money. At that moment, Jinyu, who was sitting on the bed, asked, "Where did you go after military training?" Yun Weiwei paused her laundry washing and replied, "I had something to do outside." Jinyu asked, "Alone?" Yun Weiwei nodded, "Yes." Jinyu suddenly arrogantly said, "You're lying. I just saw you getting off Gu-chen's car. After military training, you must have done something inappropriate with Gu-chen." At that moment, the other two girls in the dormitory also looked at Yun Weiwei and Jinyu. Yun Weiwei remained silent, lowered her head, and continued to scrub the clothes. Jinyu, feeling ignored, became even angrier. "Don't think you can attract Gu-chen just because you look good. Do you even think you deserve him? You can't even afford 100 yuan worth of clothes, only drink cafeteria water, eat cheap vegetarian dishes, can't even afford a 2 yuan washing machine. Do you think you deserve Gu-chen?" "Jinyu, that's enough." Another chubby girl in the dormitory spoke up loudly. Her name was He Yuan. "Humph, what I say is none of your business." Jinyu arrogantly finished speaking and put on her headphones to listen to music. Yun Weiwei, who was washing clothes, showed no change, still scrubbing the clothes as if the words spoken by Jinyu had never come out of her mouth. The relationship among the 4 girls in the dormitory was not good. The main problem lay with Jinyu, who had a bad temper, was picky about everything, and neither He Yuan nor the other girl liked her. Jinyu, lying on the bed, thought of Yun Weiwei's stunning looks and felt a surge of jealousy. It was a pity that such a perfect face was given to Yun Weiwei. If only it were given to me. Military training was not as hard as going home to plant sweet potatoes. The military training life continued as usual, and Gu-chen received bubble water from his senior sister, Chen Yinxue, every day. Everyone felt tired in the first few days, but as they got used to it, it felt normal. In the admiring eyes of everyone, Gu-chen received 2 more bottles of bubble water today. Especially Chen Yinxue, who wore different stockings every day. The boys on the playground were all stunned. Gu-chen frowned and thought to himself, how did Chen Yinxue know about his preferences? Who leaked the news? Huang Zicheng sneered, old Gu, drink less carbonated drinks, they kill sperm. Gu Chen laughed and scolded, what's there to be afraid of, I have plenty of energy. During the break in military training, the platoons from each class gathered together. It was not clear which class started it, but someone performed a talent show, which received cheers from everyone. A girl played a hot song, swaying her body seductively in her oversized camouflage uniform, showcasing her sexy figure. Zheng Xiaohong exclaimed excitedly, damn, she's so sexy. Huang Zicheng also agreed, which class is this girl from? Why didn't we notice her before? The girl's hot dance brought the atmosphere to a climax, and some boys below whistled excitedly. The noisy chatter below began. Wow, she has a great figure. University students have the priority to choose their partners. Isn't she better than those flashy girls in the singing competition? One word, amazing. Following the rhythm of the music, Qin Munan swayed her waist, ignoring the cheering boys around her, dancing seductively while keeping her eyes on Gu Chen, never looking away from him. As the song ended, Qin Munan was slightly out of breath. At that moment, Qin Munan's name spread like wildfire at Mo Du University. Her long hair scattered, her fair forehead slightly sweating, her camouflage top sticking to her body, revealing her exquisite figure. Below, the excited boys were shouting, all of them were amazed. What's the name of that girl? She's so pretty. Hee hee, she's Qin Munan from our class. Does she have a boyfriend? Bro, what are you thinking? Whether she has one or not, it's none of your business. Damn, I can't hold back anymore. How can you resist after seeing this? How will you sleep at night? Hearing the gossip, Huang Zicheng also excitedly said, Moonlight, it feels like first love. Zhou Tao grumbled discontentedly, damn, you already have Li Wenhuan, looking at what you can't have. Huang Zicheng cursed, you don't understand a thing, I'm just admiring. Besides, Lao Gu is both a senior sister and a campus beauty, can't I even fantasize a little? Gu Chen was speechless, he quietly watched the performance, the battle could even reach him. Zhou Tao looked disdainful, damn, you dare to compare yourself with Lao Gu. Lao Gu is so handsome, look at yourself. Huang Zicheng sneered, what's wrong with me? Are you jealous of a handsome guy like me from the Korean series? Zhou Tao, Zheng Xiaohong, Gu Chen. Feeling insulted that Korean handsome guys were being disrespected, the surrounding area was cheering for Qin Munan, while Gu Chen sat quietly there, having seen it all with his senior sister, he was no longer interested in these little tricks. Qin Munan finished a song over there, looking at Gu Chen lost in thought. She danced with all her heart and soul, not for herself, not even as attractive to Gu Chen as the starry sky. Qin Munan couldn't help but feel a little emotional, she looked around and suddenly shouted, economics student Gu Chen, come up. Boom! Hearing the goddess calling out, everyone's just calmed emotions rose again. Especially the girls, hearing the name Gu Chen, was like a shot of adrenaline. In the Magic City University, as long as Gu Chen was mentioned, there was no shortage of topics among the girls, whether they were freshmen, sophomores, juniors, or even seniors about to graduate, they were all familiar with Gu Chen. When Gu Chen was mentioned, they would think, ah, that guy who drives a Ferrari, the one who made headlines for standing up against 8 people, the white-clad youth. It's the sophomore Wan Yanran, the one who took turns with the campus beauty Chen Yunxue to deliver water. Oh, he's the most handsome guy in the Magic City University. Privately, many girls discussed that the most handsome guy in the Magic City University was Gu Chen, an economics student. It's no exaggeration to say that the girls at the Magic City University may not know any teachers or professors, but they definitely know Gu Chen. When the girls go crazy, there's no stopping them. Someone started shouting for Gu Chen, and soon more girls joined in. At one point, the girls on the playground were shouting in unison, Gu Chen, come up. Economics student Gu Chen, come up. Many boys below also joined in, shouting together. The instructor saw this and waved his hand for everyone to chant slogans. Instructor, 123. Everyone, come up. 1 2 3 4 5 we've been waiting so hard 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 we've been waiting anxiously. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 do you have it or not? Do you have it? Economics, Gu Chen's class. Zhou Tao was shocked, damn. Lao Gu, when did you provoke Qin Munan? Huang Zicheng was also stunned, damn, you've probably become the enemy of all the boys in the school. Zheng Xiaohong gloated, Lao Gu, go up there and perform a ghostly cry. The three of them exchanged words. I won't sing, I can't sing. Faced with everyone's calls, Gu Chen didn't fall for it. You want me to sing, I won't sing? I won't sing. Gu Chen stood up and directed the economics students, loudly starting off, if you want me to sing, I'll sing. Where should I put my face? If you want me to sing, I won't sing. What can you do to me, what can you do? Shoo, shoo, shoo. Laughter and whispers could be heard from the opposite side. Everyone was having a great time, and the atmosphere was lively. At that moment, the instructor timely said, "Other classes have already showcased their talents, we can't fall behind. So many girls are calling your name, Gu-chun, it's a popular demand, don't disappoint the girls." At this point, Zhang Xiaohong kindly said, "Old Gu, please don't sing. If you can dance, do a street dance, or even a robot dance, or at least tell a joke." Zhang Xiaohong remembered the horror of that night being controlled. Zhou Tao also chimed in, "Absolutely no singing, otherwise your perfect image as a male god among the girls will be ruined." Huang Zicheng nodded, "Yes, you can't handle singing." Upon hearing the words of Gu Chen's dormitory mates, the classmates in the class were shocked. Could it be that Gu Chen's singing was really terrible? Even the students from nearby classes overheard. Some who were jealous of Gu Chen felt a sense of joy, hoping Gu Chen would embarrass himself in such a big event. Without exaggeration, during the freshman military training, Gu Chen dominated everything. He was in the spotlight. He was the one even the goddesses served water to. Now, even the dance White Moonlight seemed to be interested in him. My goodness, why does everything good happen to him? Everyone was impressed by his performance, showing off his skills. Today, everyone was looking forward to seeing Gu Chen make a fool of himself. I hope Gu Chen doesn't choke. Maybe he has no talent. I heard he sings terribly. Ha, this time he's going to embarrass himself. Poor thing, this is the consequence of being famous, others don't even have a chance to perform. Coward. Below, especially Li Yuangue, Chu Bowen, and other boys who had grudges with Gu Chen, were now extremely happy. They couldn't wait to cheer and applaud. Gu Chen, you also have your day, making a fool of yourself in front of the public is satisfying. It would be best if the performance fails. The economics class formation. Gu Chen borrowed a guitar and tested the sound. This scene frightened his 3 roommates. Oh my god. Old Gu, are you really going to sing? Listen to our advice, don't be stubborn, okay? Don't you know you're tone deaf? It's over, this time old Gu is going to embarrass himself thoroughly. The 3 surrounded Gu Chen, trying to persuade him to change his performance. The boys from the neighboring dormitory of Gu Chen's class were also terrified. The school's walls were not soundproof. They had also heard Gu Chen's howling. His duck-like voice, combined with being tone-deaf, sounded like a ghost howling in the night. The duck voice, so terrifying. He usually spoke as smoothly as a spring breeze, but for some reason, when he sang, it was a duck's voice. People are not perfect. They also advised, Gu Chen, change your talent. It's over, if you start singing, the girls might be scared to death. Sigh. Why do you have to sing? If you really have no talent, let someone else perform. Holding the guitar, listening to everyone's well-intentioned advice, did he really sing so badly before? Gu Chen furrowed his brows, laughed and scolded, "Get lost, my singing is so good, don't spread rumors." Ha! A bunch of scumbags. He was no longer the same as before. Gu Chen glanced at the system reward, Divine Voice. Divine Voice enhances the host's singing skills, changes the host's tone-deaf voice, and gives the host the qualities of a professional singer. Everything was so perfect. Who's afraid of who? In fact, Gu Chen couldn't play the guitar at all. But as long as he sings the 10 Chinese-style songs rewarded by the system, he is invincible. The arrangement and lyrics are deeply imprinted in his mind, he sings however he wants. In simple terms, when he sings the songs rewarded by the system, he can use various instruments, piano, violin, guitar, even suona and eru. At this time, the playground is bustling. The girls are eagerly waiting for Gu Chen. Why hasn't he come yet? He wouldn't be shy, would he? Look, Gu Chen is holding a guitar. Wow. He can play the guitar too? He's really talented. He's really handsome. Gu Chen takes off his hat, revealing a slightly longer crew cut, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, emitting a gentle and elegant aura from within. The crew cut is a hairstyle that tests a boy's true looks. With a crew cut, Gu Chen, even if he does nothing, is pleasing to many girls' eyes. Not only girls, but boys also sigh in their hearts, he is really handsome. Chen Yunxue is also curious, he can play the guitar too? In Yeyang no. One high school in a small town, any boy who can play the guitar will definitely become a popular figure in the school. How come she has never heard of anyone named Gu Chen who can play the guitar in her 3 years of high school? It's all just a bluff, Chu Bohan said confidently. Hearing this, Chen Yunxue frowned, and Chu Bohan's score in her heart dropped a few points again. Chu Bohan looked at Gu Chen, feeling extreme hatred towards him. Firstly, because the girl he likes, Chen Yunxue, seems to have a good impression of that kid. Secondly, he hates Gu Chen for stealing his limelight, thinking that he, Chu Bowen, has always been a popular figure from childhood to university, but now he has become Gu Chen's background, how could he not hate him? Gu Chen walked to the center of the crowd, facing the breeze. Many girls whispered softly, "He looks so handsome holding the guitar." As Gu Chen strummed the strings, the noisy playground quieted down. A long and beautiful prelude captivated everyone. The prelude is so comfortable. It has a classical feel. Such a nice prelude. Shu listened carefully. During a long prelude, Gu Chen gazed towards his hometown. Zhou Tao and Huang Zicheng, among others, covered their ears. Although the prelude was nice, it couldn't change the fact that Lao Gu is tone-deaf, who stole the light by chiseling through the wall in childhood, not combing hair in the past, remembering 10 years of hard study, now leisurely reading under the lamp, adding fragrance to the red sleeves. Half a lifetime of fame is just a delusion. March, the road is full of mist, birds fly and grass grows. In the drifting willow catkins, I see my hometown. I wonder if you, my love, are still in Luyang, a strand of green silk cherished for a lifetime. Lovers on the bridge come and go in pairs. This song is Luzhou Moon in the parallel space, known as a Chinese-style song in the parallel space, but this style does not exist in Huaxia now. With Gu Chen's melodious voice, clear and pleasant, he captivated everyone's ears as soon as he started singing. Some girls gazed at him infatuatedly, feeling a sense of infatuation. The lyrics are really beautiful. The moonlight shines on Gu Chen's three-dimensional features, adding a touch of mystery to him, making girls more curious and wanting to get to know him. The climax is here. Gu Chen thought to himself, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. The moonlight in Luzhou sprinkles on the heart. The you under the moon is no longer the same as before. Too many wounds are hard to express. Sighing that at that time, it was just ordinary. Luzhou moonlight, pear blossom rain and cool. Who are you with now? Hometown moonlight deeply imprinted in my heart. But tears from the past cannot flow. The lyrics are beautiful, the melody is pleasant, and the person is handsome. It's as if he has brought everyone into the lyrics of Luzhou Moon. A scholar studied hard for 10 years, achieved fame, and later realized the emptiness of fame and returned to his hometown in March. Looking at the couples walking hand in hand on the bridge, I was reminded of her from the past. Is she still in her hometown, or has she already become someone's wife, standing in the coldest place under the moonlight, gazing at her hometown, only to suddenly realize that she is no longer the same under the moonlight? The song Lu Prefecture Moon, Homesickness, also missing the woman she once deeply loved. Lu Prefecture Moonlight, pear blossoms falling coolly. Where are you now by someone's side? Hometown moonlight deeply engraved in my heart. But tears from the past cannot flow. Gu Chen, playing the guitar, with a hint of melancholy on his face. Lu Prefecture, also known as Hefei, Gu Chen's hometown. Below, a lively song telling a story of faint sorrow, causing many emotional girls to shed tears. Listening quietly, it is truly a very sad song. Especially the various feelings of homesickness, resonating with them at this moment. Most of them have left their hometowns to study in the big city for the first time away from their parents, feeling homesick. I really want to go home. I miss my parents. I miss him. Girls are always sentimental, searching for their own stories and songs. After the song ended, everyone remained silent. They were still immersed in the music. Suddenly, the sound of applause rang out. A male student from the economics department shouted frantically, "Gu Chen is awesome. Gu Chen, you're really amazing." The girls below were also asking each other, "What is the name of this song? Why haven't I heard it before? I couldn't find it online either." This song is called Lu Prefecture Moon. Lu Prefecture refers to Hefei, my hometown. Gu Chen said. A curious girl asked, "Gu Chen, did you write this song?" Gu Chen replied, "Sort of. Anyway, it's a song from a parallel world, and the system has registered the copyright for me." What? It's really his original creation. Unbelievable. Hearing Gu Chen say that he created it himself, the girls' eyes sparkled, and they exclaimed below, "Wow, Gu Chen is so talented. What to do? Who can resist such a talented guy? Oh no, I feel like it will be hard for me to find a partner in the future. Meeting Gu Chen is a lifetime mistake." Listening to the girls around praising Gu Chen, the boys who had second thoughts couldn't help but shout in their hearts, "Damn it! This kid fooled us again." There was no way Gu Chen's excellence made them admit defeat. He was just too awesome. Rich, handsome, and he can sing and compose songs. How can anyone compare to that? Chen Yunshue's eyes kept following Gu Chen, becoming more and more curious about him. After it ended, Gu Chen rejected several girls who wanted his contact information. Walking back to the dormitory with his roommates. "Lao Gu, you're awesome. Damn, we worried for nothing." The four of them chatted and laughed. "Gu Chen, stop." A female voice came from behind. Qin Yunan stood under the street lamp by the tree. Gu Chen helplessly said, "You guys go ahead. I'll be back in a bit." Huang Zicheng envied, "Lao Gu, you're really lucky." Zhou Tao envied and resented, "Damn, the white moonlight of the whole school. Zheng Xiaohong said, "Lao Gu, be careful, don't start a fire in the backyard." The three patted Gu Chen on the shoulder, looking envious, and returned to the dormitory first. "I don't think I know you," Gu Chen said. A senior sister from Moda University, and now Chen Yunxue, were already giving him a headache. He really didn't want to provoke girls anymore. Under the yellow light, the girl in camouflage t-shirt tied up, revealing a slender waist and long legs. "Humph, just knowing you is enough," the girl muttered. "Alright, now we know each other. I'll leave first." Gu Chen waved his hand. Suddenly, Qin Yunan ran up to Gu Chen, her whole person enlarged in front of his eyes. "Take a good look, do you really not remember me?" Gu Chen looked for a moment and thought she might have mistaken him. "I really don't know you." Qin Yunan looked at Gu Chen with a grievance and walked away. "Idiot. Jerk. Fool. Just 7 or 8 years apart, and she's already forgotten him." Ding. Host unlocks new title, Center of Attention. Reward, a game studio in Magic City. Reward, skill, Eternal Beauty. Eternal Beauty enhances host's anti-aging ability, skin and mental state receive a certain boost, and no balding will occur. System, stay up all night to your heart's content. Young man, simply unlocked a new title. The game studio is good, it's like a legendary cash cow, like a game from the Goose Factory, bringing in over 10 billion in cash revenue for the company's annual report. Gu Chen made up his mind, "I'll go take a look tomorrow." When Gu Chen saw the Eternal Beauty skill, he was a bit shocked. The system is awesome. Anti-aging, never balding. It's freaking amazing. The biggest worry for men is probably balding. Even the most handsome person, once bald, no matter how high their previous looks were, they will directly become ugly. Gu Chen returned to his dorm and quickly looked in the mirror to see the changes in himself. He found that his skin had become smoother and more radiant, with increased elasticity, full of collagen. Before, Gu Chen's skin had some acne due to staying up late, but now the few pimples on his body had disappeared without a trace. With the blessing of Eternal Beauty, Gu Chen's appearance improved slightly, but not significantly. After all, his looks were already high enough, and becoming more handsome wouldn't make much of a difference. Gu Chen happily walked out of the dormitory bathroom. Huang Zicheng was unpacking his newly bought watch. Zhou Tao, who had not seen much of the world, also leaned over to look. Zhou Tao asked, "The packaging is so exquisite, this watch must be expensive." "It's okay, this is a Longin's watch," Huang Zicheng boasted. Longin's is a world-renowned watch, the brand has a long history, it is a must-have for successful men, hee. "I've liked this watch for a long time, it's just a bit expensive, I thought about it for a long time before deciding to buy it." With his new watch in hand, Huang Zicheng just wanted to show off in front of everyone, to show off his brand. After buying such an expensive watch, if he didn't show off the brand and price, wouldn't it be a waste of money? Zhou Tao frowned and asked, "Longin's? I haven't heard of it, how does it compare to Wenjuan brand watches?" Huang Zicheng was dumbfounded. "What is Wenjuan brand?" "Oh, it's an electronic watch sold at our hometown convenience store, quite expensive, a watch costs 200 to 300 yuan. Huang Zicheng felt like he was talking to a brick wall just now, pretending to be cool. "Zhou Tao, this ignorant person." He shouted loudly, "Don't compare those miscellaneous brands with Longin's, it lowers the class of my watch." "Oh, Longin's costs more than a few hundred yuan. So expensive?" Zhou Tao had heard people bragging before, mentioning that Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin were very expensive, so he remembered. After thinking for a while, Zhou Tao continued, "Is your watch more expensive than Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin?" Huang Zicheng was speechless. "Why am I even talking to you? Vacheron Constantin and Patek Philippe are much more expensive than Longin's. How can you compare watches of different levels?" He just wanted to show off and make everyone envy him. Why is it so difficult? Zhou Tao, who had nowhere to show off, happened to see Gu Chen walking in. "Lao Gu, how does my watch look?" "It's a Longin's," Huang Zicheng said, shaking his arm to make the Longin's sparkle in the light. Gu Chen, expressionless, said, "Oh, it looks pretty good. This Longin's model is quite suitable for young people. Lao Gu, you can also buy one." After Huang Zicheng finished speaking, he subconsciously looked at Lao Gu's wrist. Damn! His jaw almost dropped. What did he see? Vacheron Constantin. This is too outrageous. As a native of the Magic City, Huang Zicheng has studied various luxury brands. The watch on Lao Gu's hand is not an ordinary Vacheron Constantin. Through the platinum set diamond case, rectangular cut diamonds, and diamond invisibly set, he was sure that Gu Chen was wearing the Vacheron Constantin P30630/S22G9899. It costs over 10 million. His roommate is wearing a watch worth over 10 million. It's too damn scary. Huang Zicheng had considered buying a Vacheron Constantin before, but the lowest price for a Vacheron Constantine is close to 90,000. It exceeded his psychological budget too much, so he ended up choosing a Longines watch for over 20,000. Huang Zicheng's trembling voice asked, Lao Gu, are you wearing the Vacheron Constantine Multi? Hearing this, Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong also looked over. They have all heard of the name Vacheron Constantine. Lao Gu, your watch is really handsome. The diamonds of Vacheron Constantine shine nobly in the light. Even Zhang Xiaohong was stunned. Zhou Tao curiously asked, Lao Gu, how much did you pay for such a handsome watch? If it's cheap, I want one too. Before Gu Qin could answer, Huang Zicheng said directly, you want one too? You must be kidding. Do you know how much this Vacheron Constantine Multi costs? Over 10 million. What? 10 million? Zhang Xiaohong and Zhou Tao couldn't believe what they heard. How is it possible? A watch worth over 10 million? How can such a small watch be so expensive? Lao Gu, did you really buy a watch for over 10 million? Zhou Tao asked tremblingly. Gu Chen replied, yes, it looks pretty good, right? Damn. Lao Gu is really wearing a watch worth over 10 million. What concept is this? 10 million can buy a house in the most expensive area of the Magic City. 10 million can buy 2 ordinary Ferraris. 10 million can ensure an ordinary person's food and clothing for a lifetime. The watch Gu Chen is wearing is not just a watch, it's a house in the most expensive area of the Magic City. Huang Zicheng also stared blankly at the Vacheron Constantine Multi. Feeling complicated. Just now he suggested Lao Gu buy a Longines. As a result, Lao Gu was wearing a Vacheron Constantine Multi worth over 10 million. He was planning to show off the Longines watch he bought for over 20,000 in the dorm. But now his roommate is wearing a $1 million watch. If he shows off his 20,000 Longines now, it would be like showing off in front of Guangdong. At this moment, Huang Zicheng had a feeling. Compared to Gu Chen, as a native of the Magic City, he seemed like he came from a small place. And Gu Chen seemed like a true resident of the Magic City. Looking at the license plate worth 168 million, the Ferrari sports car worth 10 million, and the Vacheron Constantine watch worth 10 million, all of these made Huang Zicheng extremely envious. Gu Chen was lying on the bed, chatting with Wang Yanran. Senior sister, I saw your singing video on the campus network. Hee hee, how was it? It's really good. You have talent. I'm starting to like you more and more. Gu Chen, I like you too. Nabla, so, what do you like about me? Gu Chen, your black stockings and long legs. Wang Yanran, besides black silk, can you like me in anything else? Oh, I like you even when you wear nothing at all. Oh, in the morning. Gu Chen, Zhou Tao, and Zhou Tao finished washing up and went to the cafeteria to eat. One cafeteria had to pass by a block of female dormitories. Lao Gu, look, it's the girl who used to bring you water. She seems to be crying. Zhou Tao, with sharp eyes, was the first to spot Yun Weiwei and exclaimed loudly. At this moment, Yun Weiwei was sitting on the steps by the roadside, her whole head buried in her arms, sobbing softly, her shoulders trembling. Gu Chen saw the scene and was furious. Was she being bullied? Who would have the heart to bully such a kind and innocent girl? Gu Chen approached and asked, Yun Weiwei, did Li Yuangue bother you? Yun Weiwei cried and said, no. No. When she saw Gu Chen, all her strength was shattered, and she leaned against Gu Chen's shoulder, bursting into tears with a loud wah. Tears wet her cheeks and dark hair. Her beautiful face was faintly revealed. Passing male students were all amazed. The appearance of a weeping beauty was truly irresistible. Who is that beautiful girl crying? So beautiful, not inferior to the campus belle Chen Yunxue. Damn! Could it be that Gu Chen made her cry? That damn Gu Chen already has a senior sister and still wants to provoke other girls. The male classmates who came later were puzzled. They thought Gu Chen had bullied Yun Weiwei. They gathered not far away in indignation. Someone spoke up, Gu Chen, as a man, bullying a woman is simply too much. If you don't explain to everyone today, we will report you to the principal's office. Beauty, stop crying, we will uphold justice for you. The crowd was chattering. Gu Chen angrily shouted, shut up, all of you. Be quiet for me. For a moment, the air froze. Everyone was intimidated by Gu Chen. Gu Chen's fiery anger was not taken lightly. Normally, Gu Chen gave a gentle and cultured impression, but today, when he was angry, his eyes were frightening, like a mad dog about to bite someone. Then, Gu Chen turned around and gently wiped away the tears on Yun Weiwei's face with his hand. He said gently, don't cry. Crying like a little kitten is not attractive. Rest assured, no matter who bullied you, I will make them regret it. At this moment, a plump girl walked out of the crowd. He Yuan said, the money Weiwei had hidden under the bed is missing. I searched the dorm with her and couldn't find it. Hearing this, Gu Chen became even more angry. Yun Weiwei lost the 5,000 yuan she took yesterday? He knew what 5,000 yuan meant to Yun Weiwei. Perhaps for other university students, 5,000 yuan might only be a month or two of living expenses, and even if lost, they could still ask their families for it. For Yun Weiwei, who walked 8 or 9 kilometers on foot to save a few yuan in handling fees, 5,000 yuan might be a semester, or a year's living expenses, or even the entire university. Gu Chen looked at Yun Weiwei's slightly worn canvas shoes, frowning. Did anyone else enter your dorm today? Seeing He Yuan shake her head, Gu Chen continued, then it must be someone from your dorm. Let's go find the other 2 people in your dorm. Even if the heavens block the way, I will find the thief. As long as it wasn't an outsider committing the crime, finding the thief wouldn't be difficult. There were only 4 people in the dorm, excluding Yun Weiwei who lost the money. There were only 3 suspects. At this moment, school playground. Jin Yu and his male followers were sitting on the playground waiting for military training. Jin Yu said, I want to buy an iPhone 13 Pro Max, but I'm short of 1,000 yuan. Can you lend me 1,000 yuan? Didn't you say you were short of 6,000 yesterday? Jin Yu said calmly, oh, my family gave me 5,000. Before the male follower could speak, Jin Yu saw Gu Chen leading a group of people towards her. When she saw Yun Weiwei following behind Gu Chen, she was shocked internally but remained calm on the surface. Gu Chen stood on the playground in silence, waiting quietly. Jin Yu, who was already feeling guilty, started to feel a bit overwhelmed. Soon, another female student from the dormitory, Yang Lihua, also arrived. Let's go somewhere and talk, Gu Chen said. Although he was angry, he didn't want to escalate the situation. He intended to find a place with fewer people for the parties involved to talk. Jin Yu refused. I'm not going. Gu Chen suppressed his anger. I don't want things to get out of hand. At this moment, the male follower of Jin Yu loudly asked, what are you going to do? The male follower of Jin Yu stood up to block Gu Chen from taking Jin Yu away. Gu Chen patiently said, it's nothing, just a small matter. Who do you think you are? You think you can just leave whenever you want? You're nothing. The male follower angrily shouted. If you dare to force Jin Yu today, I will not stand by. In front of Jin Yu, the male follower showed a particularly manly side because Jin Yu had once said she liked boys who could make her feel safe. Hearing this, Gu Chen also got angry. Not stand by? Who do you think you are? In terms of strength, I can take on 8 people alone. In terms of money, I can wipe you out with the money in my bank account. I'll say it again, move aside. Hearing this, the male follower suddenly realized that the person in front of him was Gu Chen, known for his bravery in Shanghai, driving a luxury car worth millions, with a license plate worth 168 million. At this moment, the male follower suddenly felt powerless. He couldn't beat him in a fight, and he didn't have as much money as Gu Chen. It seemed like he could only talk tough. Gu Chen's sharp gaze swept over the male follower. Seeing the male follower silent, Gu Chen left with Yun Weiwei and the other 3 people from the dormitory. In the empty stairwell, Gu Chen said, Zhou Tao, you take Yun Weiwei away first. Zhou Tao nodded, and he and the other 2 people from the dormitory took Yun Weiwei to military training first. At this moment, in the hallway, there were only Gu Chen, He Yuan, Jin Yu, and Yang Lihua left. Long story short, I'm sure you all know why I brought you here. The thief who stole Yun Weiwei's 5,000 yuan must be among you 3. I hope the person who stole the money will not make the same mistake again. Gu Chen glanced at the 3 of them and said calmly. Jin Yu sneered, you just assume it was one of us 3 who stole it? What if Yun Weiwei lied? Maybe she didn't lose the money at all. Gu Chen, you don't know, Yun Weiwei is extremely frugal. She eats vegetables and rice with plain water in the cafeteria every day. She even saves 2 yuan by hand-washing her clothes every day. Her clothes and shoes are so old that she doesn't even replace them. Do you think she can come up with 5,000 yuan? She is framing us, she is just jealous that we are better off than her. Smack! A crisp sound echoed in the stairwell. Shut up. Jin Yu covered her face, unable to believe that Gu Chen, who had always had a gentle image, would hit a woman. Who are you to look down on Yun Weiwei? Gu Chen's eyes seemed to be devouring. Stop spouting nonsense, or I might not be able to resist giving you another slap. Jin Yu cried, how could you hit a woman? Gu Chen frowned, regardless of gender, if you make a mistake, you should be punished. He already had the answer in his heart. The person who stole the money had a 90% chance of being Jin Yu in front of him. But everything must have evidence. The dormitory is so small, and there are always people around. He doesn't believe Jin Yu could quietly steal the money. 5,000. As long as anyone reports the thief, I will give her 5,000 as a reward. Gu Chen looked at the 3 people and said slowly. Among the 3, He Yuan shook her head and said she really didn't know. Gu Chen looked at the other 2 and continued, 10,000. 30,000. Gu Chen continued, 50,000. Whoever reveals the culprit, I will immediately give her 50,000. I believe you won't doubt my strength either. Jin Yu was already anxious. She glared fiercely at Yang Lihua, who wanted to speak. Yang Lihua was scared, and the thought of speaking was dispelled. Jin Yu's family is from Modu, and her brother is also in the underworld. At the beginning of the school year, her brother brought a few tattooed brothers to send Jin Yu off, and Yang Lihua also saw it. Yang Lihua, who has always been a good student, is most afraid of people from the underworld. Guchen scolded angrily, "Damn you." Then he said to Yang Lihua, "Don't be afraid, I guarantee she won't do anything to you. As long as you speak, I will transfer 5,000 to you immediately." Hearing this, Yang Lihua hesitated for a long time. 50,000, equivalent to half a year's income for her father. How could she not be tempted? But she was really afraid of Jin Yu's retaliation. Her heart was in a fierce struggle. After a moment of hesitation, she made a decision. 50,000 is not a small amount of money. With this money, she can buy the phone and computer she has always wanted. Yang Lihua made up her mind and said, "Jin Yu stole the money. This morning, while Yun Weiwei and He Yuan were washing up, I saw her take the bag that Yun Weiwei had hidden under the bed." Jin Yu exploded, "You're talking nonsense." Since she had already spoken and offended Jin Yu, Yang Lihua decided not to hide anymore. The money was put in her military training pants. Guchen looked down and saw that Jin Yu's right pocket was bulging. It should be where the money was. The lie was exposed, and Jin Yu sat down on the ground crying. Guchen said, "Take it out. Since this is your first time, we will keep your theft a secret. Consider yourself lucky this time." The conversation turned, and Guchen said fiercely, "If you dare to bully Yun Weiwei again, I guarantee the whole school will know you are a thief, and Moda University will definitely expel you. So be honest in the future." Hearing this, Jin Yu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little grateful to Guchen. Luckily he didn't go too far, otherwise she wouldn't be able to continue studying at this university. Even if the school doesn't expel her, once the theft incident spreads, she wouldn't have the face to stay in school. Guchen kept his word and transferred 50,000 yuan directly to Yang Lihua, and instructed Yang Lihua and He Yuan not to spread the news of Jin Yu stealing money. "And don't tell Yun Weiwei that I spent 50,000 yuan. He wasn't a saint, he just gave Jin Yu a chance to reform. People make mistakes, giving Jin Yu a chance might help her correct it." At this moment, Yang Lihua and He Yuan felt a sense of admiration for Guchen. A slap and a candy. After Guchen dealt with Jin Yu, she would still feel grateful to him. He didn't act like a typical college student, considering all aspects. Really impressive. Being protected by Guchen, Yun Weiwei was really lucky. Suddenly, they envied Yun Weiwei. As for the matter of exchanging 50,000 yuan for 5,000 yuan, they didn't think Guchen was foolish, but rather that he was very fond of Yun Weiwei. He was willing to pay 10 times the price to recover the money that belonged to Yun Weiwei. He was truly like a domineering CEO in a novel, making people fall for him. Guchen left with the money. He still had military training to attend. 50,000 was nothing to him. He spends tens of thousands on a meal, not caring about 50,000 at all. In fact, he could have taken 5,000 for himself and given it to Yun Weiwei, telling her that the money was found, and she, being so naive, would not have doubted it. But Guchen did not choose to do so. Firstly, if the root of the problem is not solved, what will happen if Yun Weiwei keeps losing money? Secondly, he really didn't want to deceive the innocent girl Yun Weiwei. Guchen hurried to the military training, but he was still late. "Guchen!" the instructor shouted loudly. "Guchen, here! You are 10 minutes late for military training, violating school rules. You will run 10 laps around the playground as punishment." Damn! Guchen thought of a plant in his heart. The instructor continued, "Any objections?" Guchen blinked at Yun Weiwei in the crowd and answered loudly, "No." On the scorching hot playground, Guchen, wearing military training uniform, was running with sweat pouring down. Yun Weiwei stood in the crowd, her nose feeling sour. Why was he so good to her? On the playground, with the whistle of the instructor, all the freshmen felt relieved and sat on the ground to rest. At this time, Guchen was still running laps around the playground. After taking a sip of water, Chu Bohan cheerfully said to the male classmates around him, "He deserves it, daring to be late for military training." Seeing Guchen in trouble, Chu Bohan was ecstatic. He always likes to show off. It's time for him to have some bad luck. 10 laps, it will kill him. Haha, he looks like a dog running. Several other boys nearby also mocked. They had long been displeased with Guchen. The most beautiful girl in their class, Chen Yunxue, always gave the other side sparkling water, making them jealous of Guchen. They were very happy to see Guchen being punished. At this moment, they felt extremely happy. At this time, the girls in the class frowned and looked unhappy. Several girls said loudly, "Are they crazy? They don't know the truth and are talking nonsense here? Gu Chen was late to help a girl find money. He is kind-hearted, and you still have the nerve to laugh here? Exactly, a group of naive straight guys. How could they understand Gu Chen's romance? Ah, why is Gu Chen so kind? Yes, unlike them who only know how to gloat. If looks could kill, the girl's eyes would have turned Chu Bohan and his friends into ashes long ago. Chu Bohan and his friends felt extremely embarrassed, saying a few bad things about Gu Chen. Would that make them the bad guys? They were speechless. Damn it! Why were these girls so fierce? After running 10 laps on the playground, Gu Wenqing was soaked all over, feeling like he could squeeze water out of his underwear, his camouflage jacket sticking tightly to his body, vaguely revealing his perfect abs, attracting the attention of countless girls. Sweating profusely, Gu Chen walked up to Yun Weiwei, stuffed the money into her bag, and then left. Huang Zicheng walked over at this time, giving a thumbs up. Lao Gu, you are the man. Zhou Tao also approached and asked, Lao Gu, why didn't you explain at the time? Maybe the instructor would have let you off. What do you know? Some people don't like too much attention, Gu Chen said. That girl Yun Weiwei, so self-conscious and shy, often lowered her head to cover her face with her hair. If she was noticed by so many students during military training, she would definitely be frightened. Not far away, Yun Weiwei looked at Gu Chen lying on the ground in a shape, hesitated for a long time, and finally overcame her inner thoughts to go and give Gu Chen some water. As a result, another girl appeared in her line of sight, dressed beautifully, with delicate makeup, and handed a bottle of sparkling water to Gu Chen. Yun Weiwei looked down at her own faded water cup, feeling a little disappointed. Chen Yunxue stood in front, watching Gu Chen drink water. Can we have a different kind of sparkling water? Gu Chen frowned. It's orange flavor every day. He's almost sick of it. Hearing this, the boys on the playground wanted to jump up and beat Gu Chen to death. The school flower personally delivered the water, and he's still picky about the taste? Really want to strangle this jerk. If the school flower had brought them water, they would definitely be ecstatic. They would never act pretentious and picky like Gu Chen. After military training, Gu Chen's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. When he answered, a clear female voice came through. Mr. Gu, I'm from the Porsche 4S store in Magic City. The Porsche Cayenne you reserved, the top configuration, has arrived at the store. When are you available to pick it up? It was the Porsche Cayenne that was previously rewarded by the system. Gu Chen said directly, I'll be right there. If it weren't for the Porsche salesperson making this call, Gu Chen would have almost forgotten that he still had a Porsche Cayenne. Gu Chen called Wang Yanran. Do you have time, senior sister? Wang Yanran giggled and said, as long as junior brother looks for me, I'll make time even if I'm busy. Okay, then I'll accompany you for a trip. Gu Chen went downstairs and started the red Ferrari, arriving at the entrance of the girls' dormitory. Soon, Wang Yanran came down. Wang Yanran sat in the passenger seat of the Ferrari, wearing a one-shoulder denim top that revealed her delicate and fair collarbone and shoulders. She wore a denim skirt of the same color, showing off her long and shapely legs, with white stockings just reaching below her calves and a pair of Nike Air Force One sneakers. Her makeup was still the pure and alluring style she liked, like a ripe apple that made people want to take a bite. Passing a traffic light, Gu Chen naturally placed his hand on Wang Yanran's leg. Wang Yanran blushed even more, shyly saying, Junior brother, don't do this. Gu Chen said, don't be shy, we've already been open with each other. Oof. Wang Yanran pouted, glanced at Gu Chen, and didn't say anything. After touching her leg for a while, Gu Chen asked, why aren't you wearing stockings today? I am wearing them. See? Wang Yanran lifted her leg to show Gu Chen her mid-length white stockings. You are wearing them? Why didn't I see them? Gu Chen said, then directly lifted her denim skirt. As soon as he lifted it, all he saw was black leggings. Damn it! Where's the trust between people? Who invented these leggings? Perv. Wang Yanran knew Gu Chen's character, always trying to take advantage of her. Gu Chen touched her shapely long legs a few times before stopping. Gu Chen drove with navigation and soon arrived at the Porsche 4S store. As soon as they entered, they heard a male voice. Wasn't there no stock available? Why is there one parked in the showroom, the red Porsche Cayenne? I don't like waiting, just swipe my card for that one. Lu Yangwei held a girl in one hand and pointed at the red Porsche Cayenne with the other. At this moment, the salesperson hurried over to explain, Sir, this Porsche Cayenne was pre-ordered by another customer, and the full payment has already been made. If you want to pick up a car today, you can choose another Porsche model from us. Upon hearing the salesperson's words, Lu Yangwei's expression changed. At this moment, the girl in his arms spoke in a sweet voice, Wei, I like the Porsche Cayenne, I don't want any other car. Lu Yangwei looked at the girl in his arms, listened to her sweet voice, and felt much better. He just liked her delicate and coquettish appearance, always acting cute every day. Lu Yangwei has known this girl for 2 or 3 months. This girl is not as easy to handle as other girls. He planned to buy a Porsche Cayenne today, drive it for a few days, and maybe he could succeed in getting her into bed. Yes, Lu Yangwei is not stupid. He can give away a car worth millions of dollars. He prepared to put the car registration and insurance in his own name, and the Porsche Cayenne was just for the girl to drive. When this girl gets tired of him one day, she can just kick him out, and the car will still be his, with no loss. Lu Yangwei has been lusting after this girl's body for a long time. He knows that today is the best opportunity to win her over. If he misses it today, who knows how long he will have to wait again. After thinking it through, Lu Yangwei frowned and said loudly, "My dad knows your boss, Mr. Su. Don't underestimate me. Swipe the card, I want this car." Lu Yangwei handed the card to the salesperson, indicating her to swipe it. The girl coquettishly said, "Away, you are so domineering." Lu Yangwei said confidently, "I'll show you even more dominance tonight." The girl flirtatiously replied, "I hate you." Looking at the girl's hot figure, Lu Yangwei couldn't wait for tonight to come. The female salesperson stood there looking helpless. "Why don't you go now? Do you believe I can make a call and get you fired from Porsche 4S? Lu Yangwei shouted angrily at the motionless female salesperson. "What kind of nonsense is this? You have no manners. I'm talking to a wall." Lu Yangwei continued, "Let me tell you, it is an honor for the original owner that I, with my status, buy this Porsche Cayenne." At this point, the female salespeople in the store dared not intervene. They couldn't afford to provoke Lu Yangwei's background. The reprimanded female salesperson was almost in tears. She was just following the rules of the 4S store. Why was this person making it difficult for her? "Oh, that idiot didn't fasten his belt properly, and you were let out," Gu Chen said disdainfully as he approached. Gu Chen wouldn't bother with politeness towards such uncultured second-generation rich kids, he just scolded them. "Treat people like people, treat mad dogs with a stick. Who the hell are you?" Lu Yangwei said with a dark expression. When he saw Wang Yanran's appearance, a hint of greed appeared on his face. "This woman is so beautiful. Compared to her, the girl in his arms is simply trash. The gap in appearance is like heaven and earth, they are not even in the same league. The girl in his arms is not even worthy of comparison with Wang Yanran. You just said it was an honor for me to buy your car, but now that I'm here, how can I be honored?" Gu Chen said coldly. Hearing that it was the owner of the Porsche Cayenne, and with such a beautiful girl, there was some energy there. Lu Yangwei fell silent for a moment, no longer arrogant and overbearing, and said calmly, "I'll add 10,000 yuan to the original price of the car, how about that?" Gu Chen sneered, "Are you kidding me with that extra 10,000 yuan? My top-of-the-line Porsche Cayenne costs over 3 million, do you think I care about your 10,000 yuan? Wang Yanran heard this and couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Even the salesgirls at the Porsche 4S store couldn't help but smile. It's really out of line. Someone who can buy a Porsche for 3 million, would they care about that extra 10,000 yuan? After spending 3 million, would they care about 10,000 yuan in change? This Lu Yangwei is really cute in his stupidity. "I don't care, I just want this red Porsche Cayenne," the girl stubbornly said, blowing hot air into Lu Yangwei's ear. Lu Yangwei saluted directly. "Damn! For tonight's pleasure," Lu Yangwei gritted his teeth and said, 100,000. "I'll add another 100,000, give me the car." Damn! This is a big loss. He planned to buy a Porsche Cayenne with the 3 million he cheated from his dad under the guise of doing business, enjoy it with this little anchor, and when he's done with her, he won't lose out with the car still in his possession. As a result, he added another 100,000. His heart was bleeding. Damn it, he must make this bitch serve him well today. 100,000? Gu Chen frowned, even his dinner and a bottle of red wine cost more than 100,000. Listening to him bragging so much, he thought he was someone important, but it turned out to be just a bluff. Besides, Gu Chen would never let him have the Porsche. Gu Chen calmly held out 3 fingers. Lu Yangwei was greatly shocked. 300,000? Gu Chen said loudly, "No, it's 30 million. It's your honor to be able to buy my car for 30 million. Fight fire with fire. Damn it, are you crazy? You're obsessed with money. Let me tell you, my dad is Lu Guoliang." Lu Yangwei introduced himself proudly. He continued, "Let me tell you not to underestimate me." Gu Chen didn't care at all. F***ck off. "Get out of here, if you can't afford to buy my car, don't talk nonsense here. My dad is Lu Guoliang, all the real estate in this area is developed by my family, even the storefront rented by this 4S store belongs to my family's company. Kid, you can still apologize to me now, otherwise, when I call someone over, your little body won't be able to withstand a beating," Lu Yangwei said fiercely with a frown. This area was developed by Huafeng Real Estate. Lu Yangwei's father owns 5% of Huafeng Real Estate. With a total value of 80 billion, 5% of Huafeng Real Estate is 4 billion. Lu Yangwei had arrogant capital. Moreover, with just one phone call, he could summon countless construction workers to show off his power. So, why should he be afraid? Junior, why not sell it? I've heard of Huafeng Real Estate, it's best not to provoke them. Wang Yanran advised. Huafeng Group is currently in the limelight, with a villa group in a prime location for sale to college students, and Wang Yanran has also heard of the reputation of Huafeng Real Estate. She didn't want the junior to offend those business tycoons. The sales ladies in the 4S store also sweated for Gu Chen. They knew the terror of Huafeng Group. With total assets of over 80 billion, deep-rooted connections in the Magic City, they were not to be trifled with by ordinary people. Oh no, the handsome guy really made Lu Xiao angry. Ah, it's all because Lu Yangwei is too overbearing. The little brother is bound to be beaten by the construction team. The sales ladies whispered quietly. Lu Guolian? Why does that name sound so familiar? Gu Chen pondered for a while. Isn't Lu Guoliang a small shareholder of Huafeng Real Estate? Because of the system's gift of 10% of Huafeng Real Estate's shares, the system's incredible function made the senior management of Huafeng Real Estate aware of the existence of shareholder Gu Chen. Similarly, Gu Chen also knew everything about them. Looking at the arrogant laughter of Lu Yangwei, how could Lu Guoliang have such a foolish son? Still trying to force a sale? Gu Chen walked up and slapped Lu Yangwei twice, making his eyes see stars. Before Lu Yangwei could react, Gu Chen dialed his father Lu Guoliang's phone. Hello, old Lu. It's me, Gu Chen. You've really raised a good son, trying to force a sale on me? In a couple of years, won't he be so awesome that he'll just buy out Huafeng Group directly? As a business partner, I can't stand by and watch, so I had to teach him a lesson for you. Don't take it to heart. Alright, I'll hand the phone to that kid now. Boom! Lu Yangwei, covering his face, felt like he had been struck by lightning. Shocked, he couldn't say a word. What did he hear? Did that kid just call his father? And refer to his father as old Lu? Lu Yangwei was terrified for a moment. He was finished. Wait, no. He thought again, how could the young man in front of him, who was so young, possibly know his father and claim to be a business partner? Fuck this bullshit. Are you trying to act all high and mighty with me? Lu Yangwei sneered, casually answering the phone to prove to everyone that the person on the other end was definitely not his dad. He simply put the call on speakerphone. Lu Yangwei arrogantly said, Hello, you idiot. How dare you pretend to be my father, Lu Guoliang? Do you know how serious the consequences are? Pretend to be you? Lu Yangwei, have you grown wings or do you think my belt has softened? You're getting too cocky, aren't you? A familiar middle-aged man's voice came through the phone, causing Lu Yangwei's legs to go weak. Trembling, he called out, Dad. The voice on the other end continued to curse, Don't call me Dad. I don't deserve to be your dad. Do you know the grave mistake you made today? Normally, I turn a blind eye to your arrogance, but today you've crossed the line with Lao Gu. Your uncle Gu holds a 10% stake in our Huafeng Group, playing a crucial role. How dare a junior like you offend him? Both of us rely on him for our livelihood. Apologize to Uncle Gu quickly. Boom! After hearing his father's words, Lu Yangwei felt like his head was about to explode. What did he just hear? The young man in front of him owns 10% of Huafeng Group. What does that mean? Huafeng Group is worth 80 billion, which means the young man in front of him has a net worth of 8 billion. That's twice his family's. And he could feel his father's special respect for Gu Chen. His background must be extraordinary. At this moment, Lu Yangwei felt extremely intimidated. Compared to Gu Chen, his family is far behind in terms of money, and in terms of background, his family background is the Huafeng Group, while the young man in front of him not only has connections with Huafeng Group but possibly with other forces as well. Lu Yangwei held the phone with both hands and respectfully handed it to Gu Chen. He forced out a smile uglier than crying, Uncle Gu, I'm sorry, I was ignorant and offended you, please forgive me. Gu Chen nodded, educating him in his senior tone. There are always people better than you, don't be so arrogant and domineering all the time. Be humble and modest in your actions. If I see you being so overbearing again, I'll slap you twice on behalf of your father. Lu Yangwei nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Uncle Gu is right. Lu Guoliang's voice came through the phone again. Lao Gu, it's Yang's fault today. Let's have a drink at the company next time. I'll apologize to you in person. Hearing his father's humble attitude, Lu Yangwei's slight dissatisfaction with Gu Chen disappeared instantly. Just a second ago, the arrogant Lu Yangwei was now like a docile puppy, nodding and bowing, showing a very apologetic attitude. Gu Chen waved his hand and said, Yangwei, go apologize to the sales lady, you scared her. Lu Yangwei's face turned as green as a pig's liver when he heard Gu Chen call him Yangwei. If his friends dared to call him that outside, Lu Yangwei would definitely make them regret it. But since Gu Chen called him that, he had to accept it. After all, Gu Chen and his dad were business partners. He could only obediently say I'm sorry to the female salesperson. Seeing this scene unfold, all the salespeople at the Porsche 4S dealership were shocked. The once arrogant Lu young master actually apologized to a female salesperson. This young man is too amazing. He can make the Lu young master obedient, not only getting slapped twice but also apologizing. They heard on the phone that he is also a shareholder of Huafeng Group. He owns 10% of the shares, with a total value of 8 billion. He's just too wealthy. If he didn't already have a stunning girl by his side, they would have already approached him for his contact information. Who doesn't like a young and wealthy man? I envy the girl next to him. 80 billion, how can this money be spent? By this calculation, the young man's family must have assets worth hundreds of billions. They thought of the handsome young man in front of them worth 8 billion, looking at Gu Chen with admiration, their legs feeling a bit weak. In love. Uncle Gu. Gu Chen frowned. Stop, don't call me uncle on both sides. You look older than me. Don't be so shameless, call me brother Gu. Lu Yangwei. Gu Chen patted his shoulder. Go home and play with mud. Okay, bro. Away, my Porsche Cayenne. Smack. Lu Yangwei raised his hand and slapped her in the face. Damn your head, if it weren't for your old man, I wouldn't dare to offend brother Gu. Damn it, if you don't pose well for me tonight, I'll kill you. The little anchor cried. Wu inside the Porsche 4S store. Wang Yanran was still immersed in the shock of just now. The junior brother is actually a shareholder of Huafeng Real Estate. This is too crazy. If the junior brother is already so amazing, then his family must be even more powerful. When she saw the information of Huafeng Group on her phone, the 10% stake of the junior brother is worth 8 billion. She felt a deep sense of powerlessness. The junior brother is so outstanding. Is she really worthy of him? She still remembers a girl in the dormitory who had a boyfriend who bought a villa in Huafeng Real Estate, and the girl boasted about it in the dormitory for months before stopping. If my junior brother is a shareholder of Huafeng, they probably won't believe it if this is said out loud. At this moment, Gu Chen patted her slender waist, indicating to go see the car together. Wang Yanran put aside the matter just now and looked at the Porsche Cayenne in front of her. The appearance is stylish and dynamic, with overall lines that are relatively complete, smooth, and a strong sense of sportiness. The appearance is tall and majestic, and the front end looks very imposing. The top-of-the-line interior of the Cayenne is finely crafted, well-equipped, the seats are comfortable, the steering wheel automatically heats up and the armrest design next to the seat is more user-friendly, panoramic sunroof, and so on. Wang Yanran really likes it, and she can't help but wonder how long it will take for her to drive such a luxury car. She touched the car paint of the Porsche Cayenne and said, "Junior brother, the red Ferrari suits you very well, but the red Porsche Cayenne looks good, but not very suitable for you. Why don't you choose a different color?" Gu Chen said, "Because this car is not for me to drive." Wang Yanran suddenly felt nervous, afraid that she had guessed wrong. Could it be? That's right. Just as you thought. Junior brother, I really love you, give me a kiss. Wang Yanran took the initiative to kiss Gu Chen a few times. Then she looked at the Porsche Cayenne in surprise. She felt like she was dreaming now, just fantasizing about when she could drive a Porsche, and the junior brother gave her one. Wang Yanran is now extremely happy, a luxury car worth over 3 million from the junior brother. It shows that she is still very important in the junior brother's heart. Thinking of this, she felt a sense of fulfillment. At this moment, the Porsche salesperson stepped forward. "Sir, please provide your ID, we will help you with registration and insurance." Gu Chen said directly, "Use my sister's." "Junior brother, this is not good." Gu Chen said gently, "Be obedient, the car I gave you is yours, don't overthink it." At this moment, Wang Yanran's eyes were as gentle as water, her love for Gu Chen reaching its deepest point. In this lifetime, he is her man. As the saying goes, a man would die for a confidant, and a woman is no different. After handling the car matters, the two of them each drove a car out of the 4S store. Two red luxury cars, like a couple's car. Gu Chen called Wang Yanran. "Senior sister, let's go watch a movie." Wang Yanran replied, "Sure, I love watching movies the most." "Okay, then get in my car, I'll take you to a nice place." Gu Chen directly navigated to the Magic City International Cinema, which was a high-end cinema rewarded by the system. The cinema is located in the well-established commercial district of Magic City, on the 5th and 6th floors of the Lumao Commercial District. It is not only the largest cinema in Magic City in terms of land area, number of screening halls, and seating capacity, but also one of the most luxurious cinemas in China. As one of the top luxury cinemas in the country, it currently has 17 screening halls, including 14 regular halls, one 600-seat large hall, and 2 VIP halls, with a total seating capacity of about 3,500 seats and a building area of about 15,000 square meters. This top-notch cinema rewarded him with 2 tickets. At this moment, it was around 7 or 8 in the evening, the busiest time in the commercial district with a huge crowd. The Magic City International Cinema was also bustling with activity. In the waiting area, many people of all ages had bought movie tickets and were waiting for their favorite movies to start. The service attitude of the Magic City International Cinema was excellent, with 2 reception ladies at the entrance who warmly greeted customers and asked if they needed anything. As usual, when they saw a couple approaching, they greeted them warmly, "Welcome." When they looked up, they met the gaze of a young man. They were startled and quickly exclaimed, "Mr. Gu, hello." Gu Chen smiled and nodded at them. As expected of a top-notch cinema, the service attitude and awareness were excellent. This surprise inspection was not as bad as the one at the Debon Western restaurant. Gu Chen understood that it was the invincible system again, using unscientific means to directly transfer ownership of this cinema to him, and all the employees recognized him as their boss. The system was truly amazing. "Hello, boss." "Good evening, boss." "Mr. Gu, good evening." "Mr. Gu, good evening." Wherever Gu Chen went, all the cinema staff greeted him. This attracted the attention of numerous people in the waiting area. They wanted to see the true face of the owner of the 5-star luxury cinema. Could it be a middle-aged man with a big belly? At first glance, the first impression was tall, decisive, and still very young. After the heroic incident, with the heat still not subsided, Gu Chen noticed many people looking at him and furrowed his brows as he put on his sunglasses. This moment made many girls scream, "Oh my!" Such a domineering feeling. Especially when he raised his eyebrows. "I even thought of names for our children. So outstanding, to be the owner of a large cinema at such a young age. I want to have his babies. Come on, didn't you see the beautiful wife next to the domineering CEO?" The boys also looked at Gu Chen enviously, not only envying his wealth but also the beautiful girl behind him. Wang Yanran's presence overshadowed all the other girls in the cinema. When he arrived at his own cinema, Gu Chen was not polite. He directly booked the VIP hall. Whatever movie they wanted to watch, they had it. All the special snacks in the cinema were served. Wang Yanran frequently glanced at Gu Chen beside her. Since being with Gu Chen, she realized what kind of man was truly outstanding, attracting attention wherever he went. There was always someone trying to please Gu Chen wherever they went. Amazing! Being with a junior, she experienced a high-quality life she had never had before. VIP hall. In the immensely spacious room, there were only Gu Chen and Wang Yanran. On the huge screen, a youth romance film was playing. Wang Yanran was captivated by the movie, gazing up at it without blinking. Watching the movie was just a cover. He was not interested in the wine. Gu Chen looked at Wang Yanran's super hot figure and her strikingly long legs. A smile appeared on Gu Chen's lips as he directly wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Wang Yanran was startled by Gu Chen's actions. Looking at his mischievous smile, she pouted playfully. Gu Chen slowly leaned his head towards Wang Yanran's ear, feeling Gu Chen's warm breath, combined with the romantic and passionate atmosphere of the cinema. Wang Yanran's body trembled slightly, feeling weak all over. The mood was set, and Gu Chen's hand moved a few centimeters down. The movie's plot continued to unfold. At this moment, Wang Yanran blushed and covered her face with her hands, her denim jacket slipping slightly. Gu Chen was not going to stop at this point, although he knew that Wang Yanran's relatives had not left yet. But there were many ways. When love runs deep, passion naturally ignites. Half an hour later, looking at Wang Yanran's pure expression of desire, Wang Yanran instantly understood. This movie had been playing for a long time. Back in the dorm room. At this time, the other 3 roommates were also in the room. There were quite a few mosquitoes in the summer, and when Xian was about to light a mosquito coil but couldn't find a lighter, she had just seen Wang Yanran's Porsche key and asked, "Yanran, can I borrow your lighter?" She didn't realize that it was actually a key, thinking it was just a lighter. Recently, luxury car key lighters were quite popular on social media, and she had seen videos of them often. "Ha! I don't have a lighter," Wang Yanran replied seriously. I clearly saw it," when Xian said as she picked up the Porsche car key from Wang Yanran's table, looking for the lighter switch everywhere but couldn't find it. When Xian had to ask, "Yanran, how do you use this lighter?" Wang Yanran widened her eyes and said, "Xian, do you believe me if I say this is a car key?" When Xian joked, "This joke is not funny at all." She was convinced that it was just a lighter. When Xian knew about Wang Yanran's family background, belonging to a middle-class family, a Porsche costs at least 600,000 yuan, which Wang Yanran's family could not afford, let alone buying her a Porsche. As for her best friend Wang Yanran, she also knew her very well. Although materialistic, she had a strong sense of self-worth, and men couldn't take advantage of her, so it was unlikely that any man would give her a Porsche sports car. Wang Yanran led Wen Xian to the balcony and pressed the unlock button on the Porsche key. Downstairs in the dormitory building, the red Porsche Cayenne's headlights lit up, illuminating the darkness ahead. Wen Xian looked at the red Porsche Cayenne downstairs, one of her favorite cars. Girls like bigger cars, especially large SUVs, which provide them with a sense of security, and Wen Xian was no exception. Her favorite cars were the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, Porsche Cayenne, and Jeep Wrangler. As she looked at the luxury car of her dreams downstairs, she couldn't help but envy Wang Yanran. But then she felt a bit scared. Could her best friend be going down the wrong path, selling herself for the first time, or being kept by someone? Otherwise, how could she afford a Porsche Cayenne? Wen Xian said with a heavy heart, "Yanran, have you been kept by a wealthy man?" Hearing this, Wang Yanran reacted like an angry kitten. "How is that possible? You know my personality well. I have high standards for my future partner. Not only must he have some money, but he must also be good-looking, have a good personality, and be responsible." As she spoke, she sounded just like Gu Chen. Wen Xian snorted and continued to ask, "Then how did you get this Porsche Cayenne? This car's base model costs over $1 million, let alone you buying it yourself." Wang Yanran, "It was a gift from my junior." "Gu Chen? Then you gave it to him. Relatives are still." Wen Xian continued to ask, "Is the car under your name?" Seeing Wang Yanran nod, Wen Xian admitted her envy. What kind of immortal man is this? In the bathroom, she looked at her own extraordinary appearance and figure in the mirror, different from Wang Yanran's style, each with its own merits. Boys' dormitory. Huang Zicheng saw Gu Chen return and said, "Lao Gu, you're back so late? Went out with the senior sister. How's it going?" "Damn. Don't be concerned about my progress every day, face Li Wenhuan and become an official boyfriend first." "Damn, Lao Gu, don't bring up old wounds like this. Besides, Li Wenhuan and I still have a pure relationship," Huang Zicheng retorted. Gu Chen, as an experienced person, imparted his wisdom, "You're just being cowardly. Even as a temporary boyfriend, you have to exercise the rights of a boyfriend. Don't be afraid, start with holding hands with Li Wenhuan." "Okay, I'll go all out. Next time I'll give it a try," Huang Zicheng said firmly. At this moment, Huang Zicheng's Apple phone rang. Huang Zicheng saw it was a call from Li Wenhuan and felt happy. He gave Gu Chen a triumphant look. "See, Wenhuan must be thinking of me." Huang Zicheng answered the phone with a smile. Li Wenhuan bluntly said, "Why did it take you so long to answer my call?" Huang Zicheng humbly replied, "Oh, I was discussing things with Lao Gu just now and didn't hear the ringtone." Li Wenhuan coldly said, "Send me Gu Chen's WeChat ID, Mo Luo wants it." "Okay, I'll send it to you right away." After Huang Zicheng sent Gu Chen's WeChat ID to Li Wenfang, he said, "Wenhuan, let's go out together after military training." He was ready to try the method Gu Chen taught him, to see if it worked. "Let's talk about it later." Li Wenhuan received Gu Chen's WeChat ID and directly hung up the phone. Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong both laughed, real life on earth. Huang Zicheng felt embarrassed, touched his head, and said, "That's just Wenhuan's personality, I'm used to it." After the lights were turned off in the dormitory, Huang Zicheng tossed and turned on the bed, unable to sleep, and asked weakly, "Lao Gu, have you ever held hands with the senior sister?" Gu Chen smirked and said, "What do you think? Our lips are already worn out." Zhou Tao envied and said, "Damn, Lao Gu, you're amazing." In the faint moonlight, the hearts of the singles stirred, unable to calm down. After hesitating for a long time, Zhou Tao said, "Lao Gu, can you give me Mo Luo's WeChat ID?" Zhou Tao had a good impression of Mo Luo. So beautiful and kind, Zhou Tao really wanted to contact him. Huang Zicheng didn't have the heart to discourage his roommate, so he said tactfully, "Mo Luo is not an easy target, usually hard to grasp." Zhou Tao said, "I just want to give it a try." Gu Chen said, "I'll pass it to you." Huang Zicheng pursed his lips. Doesn't Zhou Tao have any idea in his mind? Mo Luo actively asked for Gu Chen's WeChat ID, he must be interested in Lao Gu. Besides, the gap between Zhou Tao's family background and Mo Luo's is too big, it's simply impossible. Huang Zicheng sighed silently in his heart. It seems that Zhou Tao has to hit a wall before he turns back. Zhou Tao quickly added Mo Luo's WeChat. After browsing through his moments, all were about fitness and food. Mo Luo, wearing tight fitness clothes in the picture, made Zhou Tao feel a bit hot. Zhou Tao asked Mo Luo if he knew who he was. Mo Luo said he knew, thinking that if he didn't share a dorm with Gu Chen, she wouldn't have added Zhou Tao. Zhou Tao, military training must be tough, right? Mo Luo, not really. Zhou Tao, remember to apply more sunscreen, so you won't get sunburned. Grimace. Mo Luo, Yeah, I'm going to rest. Zhou Tao, good night, sweet dreams, bye-bye. On the other side, at the MODU University of Commerce and Business, girls' dormitory. After chatting with Zhou Tao, Mo Luo took out the screenshot on her phone and looked at it intently. The muscular body of Gu Chen made her drool. She liked working out and often encountered muscular men at the gym, but it was rare to see someone as coordinated and well-defined as Gu Chen. Mo Luo thought that after becoming friends, Gu Chen would quickly start chatting with her. However, after waiting for a long time, she didn't receive any messages from Gu Chen. She had to take the initiative to contact Gu Chen. Picking up her phone, she didn't know what to send. Usually, it was the guys who initiated conversations, and she would selectively reply with a sentence or two. Mo Luo racked her brains and sent a message. Military training must be tough, right? Smiling, Gu Chen was looking at the benefits sent by his senior sister, showing off her long legs in black stockings. He casually replied, "It's okay. Mo Luo, the UV rays are strong in the summer, make sure to apply sunscreen." Grimacing, Gu Chen, I'm going to sleep. Mo Luo, rest early, obedient. Gu Chen chatted with his senior sister again. Wang Yanran, my relatives will be done in a few days. Shy, Gu Chen, I've been looking forward to it for a long time, compensation. Wang Yanran, you're thinking too much, I mean we can have hot pot after my relatives are done. Grimacing, Gu Chen, thinking of being taken care of? Wang Yanran, come on, I'm waiting for you, kiss, Gu Chen, in a few days, you'll definitely call me daddy. The next day, the sun was high. Seeing Huang Zicheng pale and weak, Gu Chen reminded him, take care of yourself, don't do needlework all day. King didn't. Zhou Tao pointed to the basket of crumpled paper next to Huang Zicheng's bed, then what's all this? Huang Zicheng argued, I have a cold. Zhou Tao looked disdainful, you have a cold in the summer? I have a summer cold, is that not possible? Gu Chen patted Huang Zicheng's shoulder, alright, whether you have a cold or not, taking care of yourself is always right. Huang Zicheng felt like crying, no one believed him. Seeing Zhang Xiaohuang coming in after washing up, he ran up to prove his innocence, you say having a runny nose in the summer is normal. Zhang Xiaohuang didn't hesitate to say, who gets a cold in the summer? With that sentence, Gu Chen and Zhou Tao in the dorm burst into laughter. The day of military training ended. The red girl Lin Yingying called on WeChat voice. Gu Chen, come out for dinner. You promised me, don't refuse. Lin Yingying's clear and pleasant voice came through the phone. Send me your location, I'll be there soon. Ha, I'm already at the entrance of your Magic City University, come quickly. Did you drive yourself? Gu Chen asked. The clothes Lin Yingying had previously given were not cheap, so her family should be well off. Plus, the Magic City Music Academy was not close to Magic City University, so Gu Chen guessed she drove. Okay, I'll be right out. Lin Yingying was already at the entrance of Magic City University, so Gu Chen didn't bother changing clothes and went out of the school gate in his military training outfit. As soon as Gu Chen stepped out of the school gate, Lin Yingying recognized her. Lin Yingying rolled down the car window and waved, Gu Chen, over here. Gu Chen looked at the Bentley Continental GT in front of him, priced at over 3 million. It seemed his guess was right, Lin Yingying was a wealthy beauty. Gu Chen got into the car, where are we eating? Lin Yingying smiled, what do you want to eat? Western or Chinese? Chinese. Gu Chen had been fed up with Western food recently. Lin Yingying said okay and skillfully drove the Bentley through the traffic. Lin Yingying was wearing a black fitted dress today, her long legs wrapped in black silk by Balenciaga. It seemed that a wealthy beauty like Lin Yingying wouldn't lack suitors at school. Feeling Gu Chen's gaze, Lin Yingying's face blushed slightly. She pretended not to notice and focused on driving. Shan Gongfu Restaurant is located in the Bay National Forest in the Magic City, with an average consumption of 4,000 per person. If it weren't for someone leading the way, first-time guests would likely get lost in the green sea of Shanghai Bay Forest Park. The Huizhou-style architectural complex of Shangongfu is said to have a history of over 400 years, with all the building materials being antique and exquisite. The hall upstairs where the original Wang family patriarch held meetings, the Qing dynasty Qianlong meticulously carved dragon-patterned round table as the dining table, seats made of Ming dynasty meditation couches, plaques inscribed by the national teacher, intricately carved wooden screens, Han dynasty Jin porcelain, all showcasing the essence of Huizhou culture. The two ordered a lot of dishes. Kaihua duck, white-cut chicken, braised yellow fish fin, steamed crispy mushrooms, sesame sauce pork kidneys, chicken soup fish rolls, mushroom meat patties, steamed chicken in a pot, peach blossom. When the table was filled with exquisite dishes, even without tasting, they looked like works of art. Gu Chen, how does it taste? Lin Yingying leaned over and asked. Due to the proximity, Gu Chen could smell the fragrance on the girl. Not bad, it's delicious, I really like it. Lin Ying giggled, hee hee, as long as you like it, I'm afraid it won't suit your taste. Even if I don't eat anything, just looking at you is a feast for the eyes. Lin Ying looks really good, both in appearance and figure, and her personality is distinctive. Although she is from the Magic City, she has the unique taste of Sichuan and Chongqing girls, a bit spicy and cute. Previously at the barbecue restaurant, if it weren't for Gu Chen, Lin Ying would probably have rushed to save someone herself. Especially Lin Ying's outfit today, and especially the taste that Gu Chen likes. He just likes women with high looks wearing black stockings. As the saying goes, a woman's beauty is directly related to her thighs. Lin Ying's legs are not much worse than her senior sisters, both top-notch. Lin Ying blushed. Her careful dressing today was just for Gu Chen to see. Feeling Gu Chen's gaze, she felt a little pleased. The two ended their meal with laughter and conversation. On the way back, Lin Ying drove, preparing to take Gu Chen back to school. She received a call from her friend, saying she had broken up with someone and was getting drunk at the bar, asking Lin Ying to pick her up. Before she could hang up, a man's voice came from the other end, "Beauty, are you alone?" Lin Ying, worried about her friend's safety, said, "Can you go to the bar first to find my friend? She's drunk, and the situation is not good." Gu Wenqing immediately agreed. "I'll drive," Gu Chen said at this time. He explained, "Your friend's situation is not optimistic, and my driving skills are pretty good." Lin Ying nodded, stopped the car, and switched places with Gu Chen. Her friend was at TAXX bar. Gu Chen set up the navigation and reminded, "Hold on tight." Since acquiring the skill of one-handed supercar, Gu Chen had not used it yet. With this skill, Gu Chen's driving skills were comparable to professional racers. "Fasten your seatbelt." With the roar of the engine and the intense pushback sensation, the car shot out like a flash of lightning. In just 3 or 4 seconds, the speed soared to 200 and continued to rise. Gu Chen maintained a super high speed, driving, turning, shuttled back and forth in the traffic, like threading a needle. The 40-minute journey on the navigation was completed by Gu Chen in 20 minutes. He drove a bit fast, especially when overtaking, stepping on the gas, probably scaring Lin Ying. After parking the car, Gu Chen asked with concern, "Are you okay?" What he had anticipated did not happen. At this moment, the co-pilot Lin Ying's face was flushed, and she was extremely excited, exclaiming loudly, "So much fun, so thrilling." Always a good girl, she was actually very rebellious inside. The street racing today gave her an unparalleled feeling of excitement. Lin Ying was even more stimulated, her whole body feeling weak. TAXX is the top nightclub in the Magic City. Since its opening, luxury cars have lined the streets every night. With a massive 3,000 square meter venue that can accommodate 3,000 people, TAXX features a wall covered with Ace of Spades, an industrial minimalist style, a 3D surround sound system, 4D holographic projection, a 12-meter long bar, and combines electronic music festivals, underground clubs, and indoor music festivals. Many rich second-generation and young urbanites in the Magic City enjoy indulging in life at TAXX at night, releasing the day's frustrations. Gu Chen and the blushing Lin Ying walked into TAXX. The extremely dazzling corridor, the closer they got, the stronger the ear-shattering music became. The walls were filled with the aura of the Ace of Spades, and everywhere were groups of men and women walking together. Gu Chen and Lin Ying's arrival attracted countless gazes. Handsome men and beautiful women are the most popular in nightclubs. Gu Chen's clean-cut short hair, along with his three-dimensional features under the flashing lights, gave off a charming and captivating feeling, attracting countless girls to throw flirtatious glances at him. Especially in his camouflage outfit, the conflicting qualities of youthfulness and masculinity were fully displayed on him. In short, he was different from the other flashy people inside. Gu Chen waved off the approaching salesgirls, saying he was looking for someone. Lin Ying and Gu Chen then looked around together. At this moment, at a scattered seat in TAXX, Wang Min was wearing a revealing black camisole, with fabric barely covering her, exposing her collarbone and slim waist to the air. She wore short shorts on the lower body, with stockings wrapping her round, long legs, and a pair of black knee-high boots. Her outfit was definitely in line with the girl group style. Wang Min was in a bad mood. Her boyfriend of 6 months had cheated on her, and with a woman inferior to her. Her boyfriend said one thing, "It's been 6 months, I've been with you for a whole 6 months, only holding hands usually, not even letting me touch your lips. But that girl, she gave it up in just a few days." Hearing this, Wang Min felt absurd. In fact, she had long noticed that her boyfriend had flirted with many women online, which could be considered emotional cheating. That's why she had consciously controlled the distance between them, hoping he would change this bad habit. But the result? Damn love. Was she blind to have chosen a man like Zhou Gui in the first place? After drinking for who knows how long, she felt a bit dizzy, and with her remaining sanity, she called Lin Ying to pick her up. The nightclub was a mixed bag, and she didn't want any accidents to happen there. But accidents always happen. Three men at the opposite table had been eyeing Wang Min, who was drinking alone, for a long time. Wang Min was good-looking, dressed provocatively, and alone, making her the prime target for men in the nightclub. Just as Wang Min finished her call, one of the men, who thought he was very handsome, approached to strike up a conversation. "Beauty, are you alone?" Wang Min completely ignored him, still drinking alone. The man wasn't angry either, playing in the nightclub. How could he pick up girls without being shameless? Besides, with the exceptional beauty of Wang Min in front of him, how could he easily let it slip away? He sat not far from Wang Min, quietly watching her drink. A mysterious smile hung on the man's face. "Drink up. When you're drunk, my brothers will take care of you." He waited for about 20 minutes, and Wang Min was already showing signs of drunkenness. He was about to call two other brothers to take Wang Min away. Before they could act, a man and a woman walked towards them. When they saw the redhead girl, they saluted directly under the influence of alcohol. "Damn, she's really on point, and her body is sexy." They envied the man next to her, envying him for getting such a stunning girl. The woman led the man closer and closer until they reached Wang Min's table. Lin Ying frowned and asked, "Who are you? Why are you sitting here with my friend?" Hearing this, the three men knew that the drunk woman's friend had arrived. But how could they easily let go of the moment of hunting, especially when the prey was already drunk, just a step away from taking her to a room? The three men drank a bit and shouted loudly, "Is that so? What evidence do you have? We are her boyfriends." "Ha, that's right." The three men laughed heartily, with the tallest one pointing at Gu Chen and saying, "Brother, take care of your woman. If you can't handle it, we can help you." Hearing this, the other two men also had lecherous thoughts, saying, "Hee hee, I like to help others have fun. Looking at this little redhead, it really excites people." Hearing this, Lin Ying disdainfully said, "A bunch of scoundrels. Are you even worthy of being Wang Min's friends? I've known her for so long, how could I not know who her friends are?" Gu Chen on the side was not idle either, raising his eyebrows, ready to carry the drunk Wang Min out from the booth. Seeing this scene, the three men howled like mad dogs, "Get lost. Don't touch her. She's ours today, try touching her and see." Gu Chen sneered, "Try and see." He princess carried Wang Min, lifting the drunk woman. His sharp gaze swept over the three lustful men. They were all a group of young people emptied by alcohol and lust, and Gu Chen could easily take them all down in a second or two. At this moment, the atmosphere was tense. Gu Chen faced the three men alone with a fierce momentum, which actually scared them. "Alright guys, you're tough enough. If you want to take her away, you can, but she drank so much of our alcohol, we can't just let it go like that, can we?" The tattooed man blabbered. Since the girl was already unconscious, they claimed they bought the alcohol, so it belonged to them. "Yes, this table of alcohol isn't cheap, a whole 100,000, as long as the money is transferred, we won't stop you from leaving, brothers." Another person echoed. The three men exchanged glances in private. They thought that even though they lost the drunk woman, as long as they got 100,000, the three of them could go for foot massages, a one-stop service, and so on, and still be carefree. Although Gu Chen didn't play in nightclubs, even a fool could tell that the alcohol on the table wasn't worth 100,000. These guys were asking for an exorbitant price. "No problem, 100,000 it is." Lin Ying spoke up at this point. 100,000 wasn't much for her, and she thought it was better to settle it quickly and leave. Most importantly, she was also afraid that Gu Chen might encounter an accident. At this moment, Gu Chen was holding Wang Min, his hands were not free, and he might not necessarily be able to handle three ruffians. Three people chuckled and were about to share their bank card numbers, when Gu Chen frowned and said, "Wait a moment, let me handle this." Gu Chen sneered, "Do you think 1 million is enough for me to compensate you?" The three men were confused. This young man seemed out of his mind, who would willingly incur losses and prefer to pay more. If he compensated with 100,000 and it wasn't enough, he would directly multiply it by 10 to 1 million. Gu Chen didn't wait for them to respond. He gestured to a salesgirl nearby, who immediately approached. "What is the most expensive wine here?" The salesgirl, blushing, looked at the handsome man in front of her and said, "The 5-color Divine Dragon of Spades, a set costs 78,888. Without hesitation, Gu Chen said, "Bring me 20 sets first." "20 sets?" The salesgirl was so shocked that she stuttered. Was it because the music in the venue was too loud that she misheard? She continued cautiously, "Sir, are you sure it's 20 sets?" "Absolutely." Instantly, the salesgirl's face lit up with joy. What did she just hear? The incredibly handsome man in front of her ordered 20 sets of the 5-color Divine Dragon. As the most noble and expensive set in the nightclub, one set alone was worth 78,888. 20 sets of the 5-color Divine Dragon totaled 1,577,760, a total value of over 1.5 million. Just from the commission she would earn, she would get 150,000, higher than her annual salary from the previous year. Usually, when a guest orders one set of the 5-color Divine Dragon, it would cause a sensation. And now, a handsome man in camouflage clothing was ordering a whopping 20 sets in one go. Wouldn't tonight be a blast? The salesgirl excitedly ran to the front desk to get the POS machine. The three tattooed men stood there, frowning. Didn't he just say he would compensate them with 1 million? Why did he suddenly order 20 sets of the 5-color Divine Dragon? They didn't dwell on it. Instead, they felt even more excited. If he could afford 20 sets of the 5-color Divine Dragon, it proved that Gu Chen was wealthy. So, the matter of compensating them with 1 million must be true, right? Ha, they were lucky to encounter a soft target today. The tall man waved his hand. Alright, as long as you compensate us with 1 million for the drinks today, we won't trouble you. And at that moment, although Lin Yingying didn't understand why Gu Chen did this, she didn't think about it and only focused on raising money. One set of the 5-color Divine Dragon cost 78,888. 20 sets totaled 1,577,760. Over 1.5 million, she only had just over 1 million in her account, still lacking 500,000. She rushed out of the nightclub and asked another girlfriend to lend her 500,000. The three tattooed men ignored Lin Yingying running out. As long as the drunken woman in Gu Chen's hands was still here, she couldn't escape. Lin Yingying, a wealthy beauty, and her girlfriend, who was also well off, easily transferred 500,000 to Lin Yingying's account. After borrowing the money, Lin Yingying hurried back panting. Having spent over 1.5 million, they couldn't just sit at a regular table. The salesgirl immediately arranged Gu Chen and his group to the A1 VIP area. Coincidentally, the salesgirl also brought the POS machine to the VIP area. Lin Yingying was about to take out her bank card. The drinks I ordered, charge it to mine. Gu Chen had one arm around Wang Min, and with the other hand, he took out his card to swipe. In no time, the bill was printed out, showing an amount of 1,577,760. The salesgirl, looking at the bill, felt like she was dreaming. Today, she easily became an elite salesperson for $1 million daily alcohol sales. The three tattooed men beside her were also stunned. Oh my god, he really spent over 1.5 million. If he was this wealthy, wouldn't they also get their 1 million today? Hey, wait a minute, 1 million, the three of us split it, each getting over 300,000. Just thinking about it gets me so excited. With 1 million, we can find as many girls as we want. The three couldn't help but get excited, whispering to each other. After swiping the card, the marketing girl didn't dare to be negligent, speaking into the walkie-talkie. Card A1 in zone 205, 20 sets of Dragon God package, hurry. After speaking, she continued to ask what Gu Chen's last name was. Gu Chen directly answered, Gu. In the nightclub, the privileges of the wealthy were extremely evident. In less than a minute after swiping the card, the exclusive music for the arranged Dragon God package started playing. The exclusive sensational music blasted, the dazzling lights were bright and colorful, directly igniting the atmosphere of the entire TAXX. Wow! Whether it was the customers in the booths, or the atmosphere group dancing to the beat, or the men and women who came to the hotel to play, all were in awe. A big shot had ordered the 5-color Dragon God set. Everyone thought, a set of 5-color Dragon God cost 78,888, so extravagant. A group of maids in black stockings, dancing with their legs wrapped in black silk, holding up lightboards, moving to the beat, the dazzling lightboards shining brightly. Behind them was a line of 5 girls, each holding up a drink with both hands, bringing 5 different colors of spades A. At that moment, everyone in the nightclub was fascinated. This was the display of the wealthy. It was truly amazing. A line of girls reached booth A1, 2 tall and burly security guards stood on either side of the booth. Their task was to block the girls trying to crash the booth, only allowing VIPs to nod before letting others enter the booth. Next was the dance group in black and white maid outfits, surrounding booth A2, twisting their bodies to the beat. 5 girls respectfully placed a set of 5-color Dragon God on the table. At this moment, the DJ started playing even more explosive music. At the climax of the music, the DJ shouted loudly into the microphone, "Welcome Mr. Gu, at booth A1, tonight's consumption is 20 sets of 5-color Dragon God. Welcome Mr. Gu, at booth A1, tonight's consumption is 20 sets of 5-color Dragon God. Welcome Mr. Gu, at booth A1, tonight's consumption is 20 sets of 5-color Dragon God." The DJ's magnetic voice filled the entire TAXX. Wow, at this moment, the whole place cheered. The entire nightclub exploded. Countless girls rushed to booth A1, eager to see Mr. Goo's true face, more so wanting to get close to a wealthy man. The people swaying with the music in the venue were all no longer calm. Watching another round, a line of girls delivering drinks, the dance group holding up lightboards, followed by beautiful girls holding up spades. One night, 1.5 million in consumption. Who wouldn't go crazy, who wouldn't be shocked? At this moment, at booth A1, Guchen sat calmly, while the drunk Wang Min was placed in a corner of the booth. He ignored the increasing number of young men and women coming here, and directly transferred 100,000 to each of the 2 security guards, then said to them, in a cold tone, "This wine is my compensation to these 3 idiots, you must make sure they drink it. From now until 7 o'clock tomorrow, they must drink for me at all times. As long as they don't drink themselves to death, make them drink to their limits. If they refuse to drink, beat them hard. As long as nothing serious happens, I'll take responsibility. Save whatever is left for me, I'll come back for it next time." The 2 tall and burly security guards nodded quickly, indicating that they would definitely do as instructed. This was a main spender of 1.5 million in one night. They couldn't afford to offend him. Moreover, the Tycoon was considerate in all matters, and even gave them a daily tip of 100,000, which was almost their annual salary. They had to handle the Tycoon's affairs well. Thinking like this, they saw 3 tattooed men standing foolishly, and one of them walked up and gave a big slap. "Stop daydreaming, drink up. It's your honor that the god of gamblers is treating you to such an expensive drink for the black spade." Facing the tall and burly security guards, the 3 tattooed men were extremely fearful in their hearts. They were originally street thugs without any background, and now they were easily controlled by 2 security guards. "I'll pay for the drinks. It's best to pay you guys." Guchen said expressionlessly, "You heard what I said just now. Anyone who dares not to drink will be asking for a beating." Guchen's voice sounded like a devil to the 3 of them, who had never seen such a scene before. Initially, they were just trying to take away a drunken girl, then extort 100,000 yuan, and later, to split 1 million. The other party directly chose to compensate more than 1.5 million, exchanging it for 20 sets of the 5-colored dragon package. They didn't dare to offend someone so wealthy anymore. They could only swallow the wine 1 cup at a time. They used to envy the prestigious black spade, which was now like a death knell in their eyes. They had to drink for 8 or 9 hours straight. How could they endure it? At that moment, they cried heartbreakingly, full of regret. Gu Chen was willing to reciprocate respect. Holding Wang Min, he left TAXX without looking back. The person who ordered 20 sets of the dragon package had left, but the nightclub was still bustling with activity. Damn! This is so cool. Awesome, ordering such expensive drinks just to get back at those 3 people, making them drink until dawn. Is this the god of gamblers? Unwilling to accept it, he would pay 1,500,000 to hit someone. This small amount of money is just peanuts to the god of gamblers. I envy him. When can I act so recklessly? Brother, it's only possible in dreams. The men were all impressed by Gu Chen's methods, realizing that money truly could buy anything. Meanwhile, the girls present were still screaming, "So handsome, incredibly cool. It turns out that you can spend money like this to slap someone in the face." Money was truly just a string of numbers to the god of gamblers. That handsome guy's actions were truly domineering. 1,500,000 just to slap those 3 idiots in the face. The actions of the wealthy truly shocked them. Many people thought to themselves, if only they had 1,500,000, they could directly buy a Porsche Panamera, or make a down payment on a house in the city. From that night on, the legend of Mr. Gu continued to circulate in TAXX nightclub. 1,500,000 spent on 20 sets of the dragon package, just to make those who offended him drink until they vomit. I, Mr. Gu, won't drink the 1,500,000 worth of alcohol, I'll feed it to the dogs. The 2 of them left the nightclub. Gu Chen asked whether to take Wang Min to the hotel or back home. Lin Yingying suggested going to a hotel directly. Gu Chen looked at his watch and saw that it was already early morning, so going back to school was out of the question. They opened 2 rooms next to the nightclub. They escorted Wang Min, who was drunk, to the room and then left. Gu Chen took Lin Yingying to the parking lot as she needed to go home. Lin Yingying asked, was it worth spending so much money? Gu Chen smiled and didn't say anything. He had just unlocked a new title, so of course it was worth it. I was planning to treat you to a meal, but who could have expected this accident? Not only did it prevent you from returning to school, but it also wasted 1.5 million yuan. Lin Yingying sounded a bit embarrassed. Give me your bank account number, I'll transfer 1.5 million to you. You were originally trying to help Wang Min, so you shouldn't have to pay for this. Gu Chen shook his head. No need, it was all an act. How can I let you pay the bill and then say I'm not short of money? Lin Yingying sighed and compromised. Alright, if you're short of money, just tell me, I'll give you the money. By the way, I took a taxi back. Can you drive my car to school tomorrow? Lin Yingying tossed the Bentley keys to Gu Chen, and before Gu Chen could refuse, she got into a taxi and left. She would rather take a taxi back herself and give him the Bentley. Gu Chen shook his head. This girl Lin Yingying is really reliable. Gu Chen took the hotel elevator to room 602. After taking a shower, he wanted to chat with his senior sister about life, only to realize that his phone was missing. It seemed like he dropped it on her bed when he carried Wang Min back to the room just now. Damn it! It's really frustrating. Nowadays, young people can't sleep without their phones. Gu Chen gritted his teeth, went out, hoping that Wang Min was a bit more sober now so he could knock on the door and get his phone back. Wang Min's room was next door, room 601. Gu Chen knocked on the door and waited quietly for a long time. Just as he was about to disappointingly return to his room, the door opened. It has to be said, Wang Min really dressed to impress. Black suspender top, revealing fair collarbones and a jade back, paired with short shorts on the lower body, wrapping her shapely legs in Balenciaga. This outfit really caught Gu Chen's eye. Wang Min was also good-looking, wearing black stockings that Gu Chen liked. The barely there black suspender top was alluring. Gu Chen couldn't resist. Wang Min, who was drunk, seemed to have regained some sense. Instinctively, she just wanted to retaliate against her ex-boyfriend. Disillusioned with love at the moment, she just wanted to indulge. As she thought this way, she didn't feel as uncomfortable as before. And the effect of alcohol made the sudden thoughts in her head even more stimulating. In fact, in the bar, she wasn't as drunk as she is now. She still remembered what Gu Chen did for her. But after leaving the bar, the alcohol hit her, and now drunk, she was in a daze. Her mind was like mush, only able to say things subconsciously with her last bit of consciousness. Gu Chen walked towards the room. This is my first time. Wang Min breathed hot air into Gu Chen's ear, whispering softly. Feeling the soft breath in his ear, Gu Chen's body slightly paused. Then, without hesitation, he went into the room. The moonlight was enchanting. After a while, Gu Chen glanced at the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the new title, by any means necessary. Reward, top nightclub TXX in the Magic City. Reward, 1 billion cash. The items rewarded by the system will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner for the host to use with confidence. This is the reward for the 3 tattooed men who were humiliated at the nightclub. From today on, the top nightclub TXX in the Magic City became Gu Chen's industry, along with a reward of 1 billion in cash. A smile appeared on Gu Chen's face. With just this, he easily made back the 1.5 million he spent tonight. The system also popped up with rewards. Gu Chen continued to check the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the new title, Battle Hardened. Reward skill, Detect Affection. Detect Affection, can detect the affection of the opposite sex related to the host. Reward skill, Indomitable. Indomitable, greatly enhance some of the host's qualities. Gu Chen gave it a try. 85% affection. No wonder girls always have deep feelings for their first love. Gu Chen had a deep understanding this time. When he saw the skill Invincible Spear, a look of surprise appeared on his calm face. Although Gu Chen's face remained calm, his heart was already exploding with excitement. The system is indeed amazing. This is probably a skill that all men desire. Invincible Spear was the icing on the cake, taking Gu Chen's kung fu to the next level. Gu Chen was ready to try out this new skill again. Glancing at the time, it was 7 o'clock. Gu Chen still had military training at 8 o'clock. Suddenly, Wang Min's stomach growled. Wang Min blushed and buried her face in the blanket. Are you hungry? I'll order some food. Gu Chen directly took the menu from the table and ordered many nourishing dishes using the room phone, such as chicken stew with mushrooms and pork trotter soup. The two had not known each other for long, but he was Wang Min's first real boyfriend. And now the girl's heart and mind were all focused on Gu Chen, so he had to treat her well. Let her eat more. Wang Min leaned against Gu Chen, lazily stretched her waist, and gently touched Gu Chen's nose with her hand. Your name is Gu Chen. Wang Min softly pronounced his name. Originally, she was heartbroken yesterday and almost wanted to escape to another world. She wanted to drink to boost her courage. She had no regrets anymore. But after meeting Gu Chen, she regained her courage, realized that it was just encountering a scumbag, nothing too serious. How did you know? Gu Chen curiously asked. He hadn't told Wang Min his name, and she was drunk like a dead cat yesterday. How could she know his name? Wang Min blinked. Although I was drunk yesterday, I still had some consciousness. and I have some impression of what happened at the nightclub. You were really domineering yesterday, many women must be fascinated by you. Guchen smiled quietly and listened to Wang Min. Her brown hair scattered on her collarbone and back, peach blossom eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, and a rosy little mouth. Her appearance carried a hint of fairy air, classical beauty. If she were to play Xiaolongnu or the calamitous Sudaji, she would definitely be popular. Now this woman belonged only to him. Guchen thought, a smile appeared on his lips. Thanks to that cheating brother, he left such a good woman to someone like me. Soon, the doorbell rang. Guchen was not short of money. He booked the presidential suite for 8,888 a night. The waiter pushed the meal cart and placed dishes on the table in the living room. After taking a Mandarin duck bath, Guchen came out refreshed. Wang Min had to reapply her lipstick again. She was touching up her lipstick in front of the mirror. At the dining table, Min, where are you studying now? Guchen asked, and she replied, my grades were not good, so I went to a vocational college, studying hotel management. Guchen said while eating, this major has a promising future. No. After graduation, you are almost just a hotel waiter, food delivery person, and the like. It's a major that leads to unemployment after graduation. Guchen said nonchalantly, who said that? With me around, you can work as a lobby manager in my hotel. Not only is the salary high, but the work is also easy. Oh, husband, you also have a store. Yes, I have a variety of industries. Wang Min mumbled, not believing, humph, bragging. Guchen smiled, then I must take you to see it in the future. Guchen asked again, by the way, is your family in the Magic City? Wang Min's mood was a bit low. My parents had a bad relationship, they divorced and formed their own families. I have nowhere to go, so I usually stay at my grandmother's house. Wang Min's father had been divorced since she was young. Because she was a girl, neither parent wanted custody of her, so she was raised by her grandmother. Frowned, let the past be the past. In the future, you have me. No matter what happens, I, Guchen, will always be your strongest support. Wang Min, moved to tears, said, honey, you are so good. I will love you forever. With the promise, Wang Min was overwhelmed with joy. She had been abandoned since childhood and longed for a complete family. Because of her childhood misfortunes, she was always cautious around people, including her boyfriend of 6 months, who had never truly entered her heart. Now, she had let down her guard for Guchen, whom she had only known for a day, and opened her heart. Fate is truly a mysterious thing. Guchen suddenly remembered that he hadn't called home in a while, so he dialed his parents' number. Just after receiving a system reward of 10 billion, Guchen lied that he had won the lottery and left hundreds of thousands for his family. After greeting his parents, he hung up the phone. Guchen enjoyed a meal, savoring their time together. Guchen looked at the dazed Wang Min, gently stroked her hair, and said, you stay at the hotel for 2 days first. When my military training is over, we will go look at houses together. If we find a suitable one, we'll buy it. Buy a house? The property prices in the Magic City are too high. We are students, and paying the monthly mortgage would be a huge burden. Upon hearing Guchen's words, Wang Min slightly furrowed her brows. Although she wanted a nest of her own, she didn't want Guchen to shoulder alone at such a young age. Although Guchen seemed to have money, as a student, his funds came from his family. Buying a house in the Magic City would cost at least 7 to 8 million, and Guchen's family wouldn't easily provide such a large sum. Guchen had long considered buying a house, but he had been busy with military training recently or had other matters to attend to. He had yet to go house hunting. Guchen's hometown was in Anhui, far from the Magic City. He would eventually settle in the Magic City. It would be better to buy a place now and move later if they were uncomfortable, as money was not an issue. Although he got along well with the 3 roommates in the dorm, living with his beloved was a better choice than with a few guys. Don't worry, my little darling. Your husband has money, we won't need a mortgage for the house, we'll pay in full, isn't that great? Guchen said with a smile. Having money is great, it can solve 9,999% of the world's problems. Honey, you're amazing. Wang Min looked at Guchen admiringly, her heart beating with love at the sight of his handsome face. Guchen couldn't give her exclusive love, but he would do his best to give her the best, or to them. Guchen's net worth had already exceeded 20 billion, with over 10 billion in cash and the rest in stocks and real estate. With such wealth, he was a prominent figure in the Magic City, a first-tier metropolis. Moreover, he was only 18 years old. In the future, he could unlock new titles through the system and receive more rewards. Money was just a string of numbers to him now, and he just wanted to live happily, carefree in love and career. If he had more women in the future, he could always move a bit. Isn't that how many urban novels are written? Guchen thought he might give it a try. In Wang Min's reluctant gaze, Gu Chen left. He had to go to military training. The rush hour traffic in the Magic City was congested. Gu Chen drove his Bentley Continental GT, utilizing his skill of driving a supercar with one hand to the fullest. Gu Chen didn't want to be late and have to run extra laps on the training ground. Hurrying, he finally arrived at the training ground before the military training began. As soon as he arrived, he joined the class formation. The three silly roommates saw Gu Wenqing and greeted him. Zhou Tao grinned and said, "Damn, Lao Gu, you're really awesome, daring to stay out all night before military training is over. Aren't you afraid of punishment?" Gu Chen laughed, "Haha, with you guys covering for me, I'm definitely not afraid." Zhang Xiaohong shouted, "Good to know, don't forget to treat me to a good meal." Huang Zicheng also shouted, "Don't forget about your Uncle Huang." Gu Chen punched him in the chest, "You little brat who still smells of milk. How dare you talk about seniority in front of adults? You're the one who still smells of milk. Ha. I'm different from you guys now," Gu Chen said mysteriously. Hearing this, Huang Zicheng, Zhou Tao, and Zhang Xiaohong in the dormitory all looked at Gu Chen in shock, thinking about how he didn't return all night last night. Damn! All three of them were shocked. Could it be that he was with the senior sister last night? Did the stunning senior sister give herself to him? Lao Gu, did you really do it with the senior sister? Zhou Tao asked the question that the three roommates most wanted to know. Who told you it was the senior sister? Was it Chen Yunxue, the school flower? By Yu Guang Qin Munan? The girl with red hair? Zhang Xiaohong urged Gu Chen to say which girl it was, but Gu Chen shook his head and said, "Why do you guys know so much about my private affairs?" Zhou Tao, Zhang Xiaohong, and Huang Zicheng all looked jealous. To be honest, they were all envious of Gu Chen, being the first in the dormitory to have been with a woman. Especially Huang Zicheng, who was full of unwillingness, thinking that he must ask Li Wenfang out during the break. The red Porsche Cayenne at the school looks so good. The one parked downstairs in our dormitory building? Yeah, I heard a Porsche costs at least over $1 million. I heard that belongs to Sister Wang Yanran. Oh, the senior sister who brought water to Gu Chen? The new female students were gossiping, discussing the brand new Porsche parked downstairs that hadn't been registered yet. Some said that Sister Wang Yanran's family was really rich. Some girls expressed disdain, saying that Wang Yanran had hooked up with a rich man. Damn! Lao Gu, did you hear? The senior sister bought a Porsche. Huang Zicheng looked surprised, he just heard a girl say it. Did the senior sister give up pursuing Gu Chen and end up with another guy? Hearing this, there was a commotion around the class. Did Sister Wang Yanran find a rich husband? Wasn't the senior sister pursuing Gu Chen? He's entangled with so many girls, the senior sister must not like him anymore. Such a beautiful senior sister was taken by someone else. What a pity. The freshman boys looked regretful, thinking that if they were successful and had some money in their pockets when they were young, would they have missed out on the campus beauty? When Wang Sonyang, Chu Bolin, and others heard this, they felt extremely relieved. Gu Chen, it's your turn. Serves you right, let you also taste the feeling of being left out. Everyone thought that Gu Chen had been abandoned by the senior sister. Some boys felt a little pleased to witness the downfall of the handsome and wealthy Gu Chen. Lao Gu, don't be sad. If a woman is gone, you can find another one, but brothers are for life. Zhou Tao said with emotion, patting Gu Chen's shoulder to comfort him. Brothers for life? Damn! Are you talking about being gay? Gu Chen shivered, I'm not gay. Zhou Tao, me neither. Then show some emotion. Huang Zicheng said, I can understand that the senior sister becoming someone else's woman must be a great pain in your heart. Who told you that? My watch alone is worth 10 million. Do I look like someone who can't afford a Porsche Cayenne? Gu Chen looked around and said loudly, the Porsche worth over 3 million, I bought it. Hearing this, everyone on the playground widened their eyes, unable to believe it. My God, what did they just hear? The senior sister's red Porsche Cayenne was a gift from Gu Chen. Did the senior sister really give it to him? And the watch he's wearing is worth 10 million. Such a small thing worth 10 million, this is too crazy. Gu Chen doesn't care about everyone's shock. Whether it's 3 million or 10 million, in his eyes, it's just pocket change, like 3 or 10 yuan for ordinary people. It's not worth mentioning at all. Hearing Gu Chen admit that the senior sister's Porsche was bought by him, everyone present was dumbfounded. While they were still thinking about saving some living expenses, saving money to buy a new phone or computer, Gu Chen spent over 3 million directly to buy a luxury car Porsche for the beauty in the department. While they were hiding under the covers at night, saying, so expensive, looking at the luxury watches like Tizat and Longines that cost tens of thousands on their phones. A world of luxury watches worth 10 million is on Gu Chen's wrist. At this moment, all the boys on the playground felt a sense of powerlessness from the bottom of their hearts. The gap between Gu Chen and them is like a huge gulf between heaven and earth. Gu Chen is the sky, they are the ground. Chu Bohan driving a BMW 5 Series, Wang Songyang with 4 houses worth 32 million at home, and Li Yuangue driving a second-hand Porsche sports car. In the freshmen, their family conditions are considered outstanding. They usually walk with their noses in the air, extremely arrogant. But in front of Gu Chen, they are nothing. At this moment, they are extremely envious and jealous of Gu Chen. Compared to the boys, the girls were all exclaiming, "Oh my god, I envy senior Wang Yanran so much. Gu Chen is too good. He spoils the senior sister so much. I'm crying, I regret it, I should have pursued him first. Wake up, stop daydreaming. The real life. Domineering CEO's little life. Which girl doesn't fantasize?" Compared to the past Prince Charming, the new generation of girls prefer the domineering CEO. And Gu Chen, tall, handsome, rich, and spoils women. He fulfills all the fantasies of women about their other half. At this moment, countless girls stared at him with infatuated eyes. Among the crowd, Shin Yunan was different. She looked at Gu Chen with resentment. This little Gu is a jerk. When they were young, they promised to marry each other when they grew up. Now she stands tall and beautiful in front of little Gu, and he doesn't even recognize her. Forgetting about herself is one thing, but now he's attracting other girls, and even giving the senior sister a Porsche. Shin Yunan felt extremely wronged. One day she must make her identity clear to him. She was his big sister when he was young. On the other side, Chu Bohan sowed discord, whispering, "Yunxue, look, Gu Chen is a scumbag. Not only did he not reject you, but he also gave the senior sister a Porsche." Chen Xiaohua frowned. "How many times do I have to say it? Call me Chen Yunxue." Oops. Chu Bohan was taken aback, but not discouraged. He was used to it, and it didn't stop him from continuing to speak ill of Gu Chen. Gu scumbag is playing both sides. First he seduced the senior sister and got tired of her, then he came to you. Chen Xiaohua's voice was cold. "Enough. What he does has nothing to do with me, and it's none of my business." Finished. Chen Xiaohua walked towards Gu Chen. The sparkling water in her hand changed to apple flavor. Damn it! Chu Bohan clenched his fists tightly. Chen Yunxue kept saying it had nothing to do with her, then turned around and went to deliver the sparkling water. Chu Bohan was about to explode. Gudong! 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 The boys looked on enviously as Gu Chen drank up the sparkling water Chen Yunxue gave him in one gulp. "Chen Yunxue, thank you. The apple flavor is much better than the orange flavor," Gu Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing his slightly unfamiliar address, Chen Yunxue pursed her lips discontentedly and maintained her cold voice. "Just call me Yunxue from now on." Gu Chen waved his hand. "Okay, Chen Yunxue." After Chen, the school flower, left, Huang Zicheng approached with envy written all over his face. "The water the school flower gave you is different. You finished it in one gulp?" Gu Chen replied, "To be honest, it's quite ordinary." Upon hearing this, the nearby male students turned green with envy, itching with frustration. The water given by the school flower that they had longed for. Gu Chen, however, said it was just ordinary. Gu Chen was really exaggerating. How could the water given by Chen, the school flower, be ordinary? Damn, not to mention sparkling water, the distilled water given by Chen, the school flower, must be sweet. Even her foot bath water must be fragrant. Hey, Gu scumbag is too much. Yeah, how could he say the water given by the school flower is ordinary? The male students below were discussing fervently, wishing they could replace Gu Chen so they could drink the water given by the school flower. As the freshmen enjoyed a rare break during military training, a man with long hair parted in the middle, walking and looking around, finally locked his eyes on Gu Chen and strode towards him. The newcomer was Niu Tianxi, a junior student and the vice president of the student union, as well as a loyal pursuer of Wang Yanran. Dressed in luxurious Burberry clothes, he displayed his extraordinary family background. Among the military training freshmen, someone asked, "Who is that stylish man?" Someone in the know replied, "Don't you follow the school forum?" His name is Niu Tianxi, a well-known second-generation rich student in the school and also the vice president of the student union. No wonder, his nostrils are almost pointing to the sky. There's no way, he has the capital to be arrogant. Someone dissatisfied said, to be honest, he looks much worse than Gu Chen. What's so great about him?" Niu Tianxi, who looked down on everyone, came on stage, and some male students cursed him irritably, "Pretentious weirdo." Of course, some girls didn't think so, but instead believed that Niu Tianxi had the capital to be arrogant. A bunch of sour grapes. I think the senior has a lot of charisma. He is the vice president of the student union. He should be very outstanding himself. Niu Tianxi was very angry, but in front of so many freshmen, he pretended to be a gentleman, but was actually burning with anger inside. He saw on the forum that someone posted that a freshman had given the sophomore Wang Yanran a Porsche Cayenne. At first, he was disdainful and didn't believe it at all. Because at the end of last year, he had used a flashy confession routine, using a trailer to pull a transparent glass, inside which was a luxury car, and on the outermost layer of glass was pasted, "Yenran, please accept my love." He launched a grand confession campaign at the school gate to Wang Yenran. As a result, Wang Yenran said, "Sorry, I don't like Porsche cars." Unfortunately, the car he confessed with was a Porsche Cayenne. He always thought he was too hasty, so he secretly investigated what type of car Wang Yenran liked and planned a second confession. So, when he saw the forum post, his first thought was, absurd and funny. Wang Yenran didn't like Porsche Cayenne at all. But as the posts multiplied, spreading like wildfire, rumors such as Wang Yenran giving water to freshmen, Wang Yenran sitting in the Ferrari driven by a freshman's co-pilot seat, and a series of other rumors, directly confused Niu Tianxi. In just one summer break, how did Gu Chen, a freshman, dominate the forum after returning to school, and spreading rumors with Wang Yenran everywhere? Rumors of Gu Chen and Wang Yenran were all over the school forum. This made Niu Tianxi very annoyed. Damn, this must be the water army hired by Gu Chen. It's just a small trick Gu Chen used to pursue Wang Yenran. He felt it was necessary to warn this kid a bit. Niu Tianxi approached Gu Chen. When Gu Chen's looks were seen up close, there was a sudden thud in the heart, sinking instantly to the bottom of the valley. Then fortunately, Wang Yenran is not a superficial person. Although feeling annoyed by this kid, one had to admit that he was quite handsome. Damn, pretty boy. Niu Tianxi cursed under his breath, his face darkening as he said, "Heard that Yenran brought you water? And you gave Yenran a Porsche Cayenne?" After saying this, he felt disdainful. All of these must be rumors. Gu Chen was chatting and laughing with his dorm mates like Zhou Tao, paying no attention to Niu Tianxi at all. Shouldn't everyone be acknowledged? If he had to explain every time someone asked, with so many curious people in school, he probably wouldn't have time for anything else all day. Seeing Gu Chen remain silent, Niu Tianxi thought Gu Chen was being cowardly, so he continued, "Why are you suddenly afraid to speak? Let me tell you the truth. Wang Yenran doesn't even like Porsche cars. All those posts on the forum were probably made by your hired water army, just to pursue Yenran by playing tricks." Gu Chen didn't speak. He didn't want to argue with an idiot. Instead, some of the surrounding students, upon hearing this, looked at Niu Tianxi mockingly. "Damn, turns out I'm a water army. Damn. I posted just now too. I'm also a water army. I'll water your grandma." Looks like this person is a shark fin soup. Facing these minor characters, Niu Tianxi paid them no attention at all. He still said to Gu Chen, "Don't think that Yenran will look at you differently just because of your looks. She ultimately likes someone like me who is capable." Niu Tianxi arrogantly adjusted his luxurious Burberry clothing, looking disdainful. A freshman, ignorant of the world, just arrived at school and provoked the department flower Wang Yenran, who knows where he got the courage. Gu Chen, standing in the shade, looked at Niu Tianxi as if he were a fool, raised his wrist to look at his watch, wondering if this shark fin soup standing under the hot sun for more than 10 minutes wasn't feeling hot. Niu Tianxi happened to see the watch, and in a mocking tone said, "Ha, impressive, wearing a Vacheron Constantin multi. I really admire your ignorance, not even bothering to find out the price of a genuine watch. You, a student, wearing a watch worth millions, any discerning person can tell it's fake at a glance." With that said, he raised his own hand, revealing an exquisite Rolex watch, with a proud expression. "My Rolex isn't expensive, just over 150,000. Maybe you'll have the ability to buy one after you graduate if you work hard, but by then I should be wearing a $1 million watch." Niu Tianxi looked arrogant. Every time he mentioned the price of his watch before, it would cause a stir and envy among countless people. At this moment, he was waiting for these inexperienced freshmen to show their shock. Everyone remained silent. Although they thought a 150,000 watch was indeed expensive, with Gu Chen's brilliance in front of them, they felt that Niu Tianxi, who was proud of wearing a 150,000 watch, seemed petty. Even if Gu Chen wore a 10 million watch, he wouldn't show off like Niu Tianxi. 1 second. 3 seconds. A full minute passed, no one exclaimed, no one envied, and no one came to praise Niu Tianxi, making Niu Tianxi somewhat at a loss. Well, these freshmen must have been scared silly. Huang Zicheng couldn't stand it anymore. This person is such a poser. He spoke up, saying, "First of all, you need to understand that it's Wang Yenran who pursued Gu Chen, not Gu Chen pestering her. And are you a watch appraiser? Just because you say it's fake, does that make it fake?" Huang Zicheng detested posers from the city, especially locals like Niu Tianxi, who judged people by their appearance, making many people think that city people were exclusive and liked to show off. Niu Tianxi's face darkened. "Wearing a 20,000 lousy langans, what qualifications do you have to talk to me? Nima, Huang Zicheng is about to explode. Niu Tianxi looked at Gu Chen, who was playing with his head down, frowned, and arrogantly said, "Can't you hear me? Are you mute? Or deaf?" Gu Chen didn't want to deal with him at all. But the other party was too overbearing. Gu Chen finally spoke up. "I am your father. You dare to talk to me with a trashy watch worth 150,000? Niu Tianxi said, "Heh, it's better than you wearing a fake watch. Are you proud of wearing a fake one?" Gu Chen calmly said, "Fake can't be real can't be fake. Do I need to prove it to you?" Niu Tianxi laughed out loud. The more Gu Chen said that, the more Niu Tianxi thought he was wearing a fake watch. He could imagine it in his mind. How could a college student wear a watch worth 10 million? It's ridiculous. Especially on the forum, there are things like a Ferrari worth millions, a license plate worth 168 million. Niu Tianxi had never seen them with his own eyes. He didn't believe that someone could be so extravagant. Just thinking about it, it all seems fake. This is Gu Chen's way, using the forum's public opinion to package himself as a super-rich second generation, deceiving Wang Yanran's heart. Because you can't prove it at all, you are just a poor loser, pretending to be a rich second generation at school, deceiving the emotions of college girls. Niu Tianxi said confidently. Gu Chen suddenly frowned. Niu Tianxi happened to see it, and he burst into laughter. "Ha, have I exposed your identity? Are you feeling ashamed and angry?" Gu Chen ignored the fool. He was looking at someone not far away, a familiar face. Lu Yangwei heard from a friend that Chen Yunxue, a freshman at Moda University, was very beautiful. Today, he drove more than 30 kilometers to Moda University on purpose. Lu Yangwei walked slowly towards the playground. He just came to check out the quality of the new female students. Especially when he heard that someone like Chen Yunxue was as beautiful as a fairy, he had to see how stunning Chen Yunxue's looks were. The depression from a few days ago had been swept away, because that night he had tasted the flavor of a little anchor. It was a blessing in disguise. He didn't spend a penny of the 3 million, it was like a free ride. Comfortable. Now with 3 million in his account, he felt that as long as he used some sweet talk, winning over Chen Yunxue was just a matter of time. When Niu Tianxi turned around, he also noticed Lu Yangwei. Lu Yangwei's family background was not simple. His family was a shareholder of Huafeng Group. Niu Tianxi's father's construction company mainly relied on business from Huafeng Real Estate. It's no exaggeration to say that Niu Tianxi's whole family relied on Huafeng Real Estate to survive. Yang Gu. Niu Tianxi, who was just bragging, suddenly became very flattering. He hurried over to Lu Tianxi, handed him a cigarette, and lit it for him. His movements were smooth and natural, as if he had never stopped flattering Lu Yangwei. Lu Yangwei enjoyed smoking. The vice president of the student union at Moda University lighting a cigarette for himself, wasn't that a big deal? The freshmen also looked at the thin and weak Lu Yangwei with some surprise in their hearts. Wearing a 150,000 Rolex on his wrist, vice president of the student union, Niu Tianxi, with assets worth billions at home, actually bowed and kneeled like a lackey. A male student asked, "Does this guy have a big background?" To make Niu Tianxi so humble, he must be extraordinary. Indeed, people like Niu Tianxi usually like to belittle others, so the person who can make him kneel and lick must have an extraordinary identity. And some girls were disappointed. Their image of the proud vice president of the student union had just collapsed. Lu Yangwei felt everyone's shock and was delighted in his heart. Not bad, this Niu Tianxi still has some insight. Then, he casually asked, "Little Niu, who is that freshman girl named Chen Yunxue in your school?" "Sorry, young Master Lu, I just returned to school today and am not familiar with the freshman." Lu Yangwei raised an eyebrow. "So you came here today just to see girls?" "Young Master Lu, you misunderstood. I just happened to pass by today and saw a freshman wearing a fake Vacheron Constantin multi-watch worth 10 million. Since I had some free time, I decided to educate him and let him know that one should not blindly compare oneself to others, and should be down to earth in the future," Niu Tianxi said with a smile. Niu Tianxi concealed the fact that he came to trouble Gu Chen because of Wang Yanran. Lu Yangwei was a lecherous person. If he found out about the existence of a goddess like Wang Yanran, he would definitely make a move on her. Hearing this, Lu Yangwei also furrowed his brows. With assets of over 4 billion at home, he was only wearing a 400,000 watch. A 400,000 watch that he had to beg his father to buy for him. If everyone wore fake watches, what would his 400,000 watch bought with real money count for? How could he show off in front of others? Lu Yangwei, who cherished his reputation, furrowed his brows and said, "Which little bastard is it? I must educate him too." Niu Tianxi pointed at Gu Chen and said loudly, "Young Master Lu, it's this little bastard who is showing off with a fake watch worth millions." Lu Yangwei arrogantly raised his head and took a closer look. Damn! Gu Chen is from Moda University? Instantly, he was scared out of his wits. Gu Ge. Lu Yangwei stammered in shock. Just now, in a group of densely packed camouflage uniforms worn by everyone during military training, he didn't notice Gu Chun. Then, anger rose in his heart. Lu Yangwei, oh. He was tricked by Niu Tianxi. He had just insulted Gu Chen as a little bastard. No, he had to make amends. Lu Yangwei swung his arm and slapped Niu Tianxi hard. Niu Tianxi was directly stunned. Before Niu Tianxi could speak, Lu Yangwei pointed at his forehead and shouted, "You're the little bastard, your whole family are little bastards." With that, he slapped him twice. Do you know who he is? Gu Ji is someone we all look up to, and you dare to make up lies about him wearing a fake watch? Lu Yangwei continued loudly, Gu Ji comes from a wealthy family, why would he bother with trifles like this? Even if he wore a 30 million or 100 million watch, I would still find it normal. Wow! This statement shocked most of the students to death. Is Gu Chen's family really that influential? Even Lu Yangwei, who was trying to please the vice president of the student union, referred to Gu Chen as Gu Ji. Doesn't that mean Gu Chen's background is even more impressive? Gu Wenqing calmly said, I heard you wanted to educate me? Lu Yangwei was so scared that he ran to Gu Chen, took out a cigarette, lit it, and smiled. If I had known it was Gu Ji, I wouldn't have dared even with 100 guts. Then, he waved his hand, little Niu, you're probably tired of living. I, Gu Ji, am a shareholder of Huafeng Group, owning 10% of the company's shares, with a total value of 8 billion. What kind of watch can't I afford? How dare you spread rumors that Gu Ji wears a fake watch? Upon hearing Lu Yangwei's words, Niu Tianxi was shocked. The freshman he provoked was a shareholder of Huafeng Group, and owned 10% of the shares. At that moment, he felt like he wanted to die. Lu Yangwei's family owned 5% of Huafeng's shares, and he had to fawn over them. But today, he offended another shareholder of Huafeng Group, and what's even more terrifying is that Gu Chen owns 10% of Huafeng's shares. Looking at the cold-faced Gu Chen, thinking about the words he had just said, Niu Tianxi was already sweating profusely. He had just mocked Gu Chen for wearing a fake watch worth 10 million. He even attempted to pursue Wang Yanran, the woman Gu Xiao was interested in. How could he have imagined that the freshman from the first year was a shareholder of Huafeng and had a net worth of 8 billion? Now he had offended Gu Xiao to death. It's over, completely over. He must make amends. Otherwise, with just a word from Gu Xiao, his family's construction company would immediately go bankrupt. Gu Xiao, it's all my fault. Blame me for being blind and not recognizing the authenticity of the watch. Niu Tianxi said as he slapped himself twice. Then, he continued to slap himself on both ears. I shouldn't have provoked the woman that Gu was interested in. I was truly blind and confused. I deserve to be punished. Gu Xiao, I beg you to spare me. Niu Tianxi cried bitterly. He was terrified. He was extremely afraid. Provoking someone like Gu Chen, with just a word, his family's construction company would cease to exist. Niu Tianxi did not want to live a life of poverty. If you make a mistake, you must pay the price. The disaster does not affect your family, so rest assured I will not deal with your family's company. Gu Chen said coldly. Hearing this, Niu Tianxi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for sparing me, Gu Xiao. After that, he took off his 150,000 watch, feeling extremely reluctant, and smashed it fiercely on the ground, shattering it to pieces. Then, he slapped himself hard on both sides, preparing to give himself 100 big slaps. When he reached the 10th slap on the ground, Gu Chen frowned and said, enough, get lost. Punishment should be moderate. Niu Tianxi felt as if he had been granted amnesty and left in a dejected manner. Oh my god. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. They never imagined that facing Gu Chen, the vice president of the student union with assets worth over 100 million, would be so embarrassed. What did they just hear? Gu Chen is a shareholder of Huafeng Group. This is too awesome. Some students who were puzzled took out their phones to search and were shocked. Oh my god, the total value of Huafeng Group is 80 billion. Damn! Doesn't that mean Gu Chen's 10% stake is 8 billion? Gu Xiao, please accept my knees. Damn, the villas in the Huafeng Group University City sell for 300,000 per square meter. Who would have thought that it belongs to Gu Xiao? What a rich man! Low-key, really low-key, if it weren't for others mentioning it, we wouldn't have known how awesome Gu Chen is. A group of male students felt extremely complicated in their hearts. While they were still striving for their future, Gu Chen had already reached the pinnacle of society. Thinking about Gu Chen, the shareholder of Huafeng Group, with a net worth of 8 billion, they were truly envious. The girls looked at Gu Chen, their faces already flushed with excitement. This was the true noble son. Niu Tianxi wasn't even worthy to shine Gu Chen's shoes. They looked at Gu Chen as if they wanted to devour him. If they could cling to this towering tree like Gu Chen, wouldn't they be able to live a life without struggle and become a wealthy lady of a prominent family? Some girls who considered themselves attractive kept throwing flirtatious glances at Gu Chen, hoping to catch his attention. Unfortunately, Gu Chen completely ignored them. Gu Chen saw Lu Yangwei, who was second-rate. He elegantly took a puff of his cigarette and said, "Yangwei, what are you still standing here foolishly for? Get lost." "Okay, bro." Lu Yangwei smiled and said, then quickly left. He was truly afraid that Gu Chen would call and complain, and he would end up getting a beating at home, not to mention he couldn't bear to smash his 400,000 watch. The arrogant and domineering Lu Yangwei, such a powerful presence, is like a little brother in front of Gu Chen, both fearing and respecting him. Everyone now has a clearer understanding of Gu Chen's strength. After the military training ended and returned to the dormitory, the three roommates in the dormitory were also shocked. Who could have imagined that the roommate who had always joked and played with them turned out to be a shareholder of Huafeng Group with a net worth calculated in the tens of billions? How could this not shock them? "Lao Gu, why didn't you reveal your identity earlier?" Huang Zicheng asked first. Gu Chen said, "You didn't ask." "Damn, my family just bought a foreign house in Huafeng real estate a few days ago, and Huafeng didn't even offer any discounts despite selling the house well." Gu Chen asked, "Who bought it? What's the name?" "My dad bought it, Huang Zhenghuang." "Damn, your dad's name is really awesome." Gu Chen joked, picked up his phone and called the sales headquarters of Huafeng Real Estate. "Hello, I'm Gu Chen, the recent owner who purchased a foreign house in Huafeng. Is there someone named Huang Zhenghuang?" The sales department, upon hearing that it was Mr. Gu calling, did not dare to be negligent and quickly found the information. "Mr. Gu, this customer purchased a foreign house in the University City development." Without hesitation, Gu Chen said, "He is a senior of my friend. Give them the biggest discount for buying a house." The sales department lady, upon hearing that the buyer knew Mr. Gu and that Mr. Gu had spoken, did not dare to delay and directly offered Huang Zhonghuang a 30% discount on the internal price for buying a house. After the call was hung up, the sales department lady hurriedly carried out Mr. Gu's instructions to quickly implement the housing discount for Huang Zhonghuang. Magic City. University City, Huaxi Street, Yuan Weichuan Chinese Restaurant. Huang Zhonghuang suddenly received a call from Huafeng Real Estate. The tone on the other end was very polite, indicating that he could get a 30% discount on the foreign house he bought from Huafeng. Without waiting for the other party to finish, Huang Zhonghuang hung up the phone directly. "Nuts!" Huang Zhonghuang cursed. His wife asked, "What's wrong, Lao Huang?" Huang Zhonghuang said, "Someone pretending to be from Huafeng Real Estate called and said we could get a discount on the foreign house we bought. Do you think these scammers are funny now?" His wife also found it ridiculous. These scammers nowadays are really shameless. They don't even bother to check the reputation of Huafeng Real Estate. It's no exaggeration to say that in Magic City, the reputation of Huafeng Real Estate can definitely rank in the top 3, and Huafeng's houses are always in high demand. There's simply no reason for them to offer discounts out of the blue. Huafeng Real Estate is not a charity. Why would they give up making money for no reason? Moreover, they have already paid in full for the houses, signed the contracts, and the money has already been transferred to Huafeng Real Estate's account. Huafeng is not going to spit out the money they've earned. Shortly after, the salesperson who showed Huang Zhonghuang the house called, "What the heck? Big brother, what's wrong with you? Huafeng Real Estate is offering you a discount and you don't want it? Do you think you have too much money? And you know a friend who knows Mr. Gu and didn't say it earlier. What? Really giving me a discount?" Huang Zhonghuang stared, unable to believe it. Salesperson, "Yes, and it's a damn 30% discount. I envy the hell out of you." After chatting for a while, they hung up the phone. He and his wife were extremely excited. Buying a house at a 30% discount. Huang Zhonghuang took out several million from his savings, plus the compensation of over 10 million for the old house relocation from his family, totaling 18 million to buy the house. The foreign house he bought was over 100,000 per square meter, with a construction area of 180 square meters, totaling over 18 million. The total price at 30% off is 12,600,000. He saved a whopping 4 million. How could he not be delighted, as if a pie had fallen from the sky? He thought for a while, called a few friends he thought were pretty good at mixing, and asked if any of them knew the general manager of Huafeng Real Estate. In the boys' dormitory, Huang Zicheng also didn't take Gu Chen's call to heart, thinking that everyone was just joking around earlier. "Alright, Lao Gu, you're really awesome. You were so impressive on the playground just now, not to mention those little girls. Even a big man like me thinks you're super handsome." The shareholder of Huafeng Real Estate, just thinking about it feels so high-end. Zhou Tao danced with excitement, his tone filled with envy. Zheng Xiaohuang was equally envious and jealous, saying, "Lao Gu, you're too low-key, with a net worth of 8 billion. It's making me envy to death. Seeing their expressions, Guchen smiled slightly and modestly said, "These are just family businesses, not worth mentioning. There's no need to envy me, because you can't envy what I have." The three roommates, damn, that's harsh, it's too much. As the four of them were chatting and laughing, Huang Zicheng's iPhone 13 rang. Huang Zicheng took out his phone and saw that it was his dad calling. Huang Zicheng answered the phone directly. "Hello, Dad, what's up? Son, do you know General Manager Gu?" Huang Zhongmuan's voice came through the phone. He had asked all his acquaintances, and no one knew the general manager of Huaphone. It was just a matter of Huang Zicheng not making the call, although he thought the chances of Huang Zicheng knowing the general manager were very low as a student, he still asked. "General Gu?" Huang Zicheng looked puzzled. "Which General Gu?" "The general manager of Huaphone Group. Just now someone from Huaphone Group called, and they directly gave us a 30% discount on the house we bought before, refunding over 5 million yuan back to your dad's bank account." "Damn! The general you're talking about is my roommate." Huang Zicheng stared wide-eyed, shocked to the core. Huang Zhonghuang instructed his son, "I'll transfer 1 million to your account later. You must thank General Gu. Remember to maintain a good relationship with him." After hanging up the phone, Huang Zicheng couldn't believe it, as if he was dreaming. Over 5 million, equivalent to his dad's annual income from business. And with just one sentence, Lao Gu saved his family 5 million. This was too terrifying. Moreover, Lao Gu had only been on the phone for just over 10 minutes, and he had already given a discount and refunded the money. Lao Gu was really impressive. The dorm room was not big, and everyone in the room could hear the conversation. Zhou Tao loudly expressed his envy. "Lao Gu, no need to say anything, you are truly a great brother, so loyal. With just one phone call, you saved Huang Zicheng 5 million in house purchase, only you have this ability. In the future, when I have the ability, I will definitely buy a house from Huaphone, and I'll also ask for a 30% discount." Zhang Xiaohong also looked at Gu Chun with admiration. "Lao Gu, without saying anything, can I still recognize you as my dad now?" Gu Chun shrugged. "Pfft, get lost, I'm still so young, I don't have a son as big as you." Huang Zicheng approached and said that his dad's 1 million had been transferred, asking Gu Chun for his bank account number. Gu Chun waved his hand to refuse. "You keep it, I don't need this little bit." Hearing this, Huang Zicheng thought the same. Lao Gu was so rich, not to mention 1 million, even 10 million in front of him would be considered pocket change. Then his eyes lit up, and he said to Gu Chen, "I won't say anything more. After the military training is over, I'll treat you guys to the biggest nightclub in the Magic City. You just spend, I'll foot the bill." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohuang and Zhou Tao in the dorm room smiled broadly, giving Huang Zicheng a thumbs up. Gu Chen took a shower and changed into clean clothes. White t-shirt, black shorts, white sneakers, a simple outfit that looks both high-end and handsome on Gu Chen. "Lao Gu, I also bought a pair of Nike." Zhou Tao was holding a pair of gray and white Nike sneakers. Last time when he met with Li Wenfang, he saw Mo Luo wearing Nike and thought it looked good, so he spent a few tens of yuan to buy a pair online. Huang Zicheng stepped forward to take a look. "The hooks on these Nike shoes are crooked, yours are not even as good as Putian goods, bought for a few tens of yuan?" Zhou Tao didn't mind, he thought they looked good, saying, 68 yuan including shipping. Gu Chen smiled and patted Zhou Tao on the shoulder. "Whether it's authentic or not doesn't matter, as long as it's comfortable to wear." Zhou Tao chuckled, thinking the same way. It was then that Zhou Tao noticed Gu Chen's outfit. "Oh my god, are you going on a date again? Good to know, if there's a room check, just say I'm in the bathroom," Gu Chen said as he walked away, leaving the dorm room. The remaining three stared at each other, envious of Gu Chen, knowing without guessing that Gu Chen had gone to meet girls again. Compared to him, it's really frustrating. None of them have even held a woman's hand, while Gu Chen has already experienced the youth of a girl. Or maybe the youth of many girls. Before Gu Chen could get into the Ferrari, his phone suddenly vibrated with a message on WeChat. Taking out his phone, he saw it was a message from Wang Min. Gu Chen opened the unread message. "Wang Min, honey, I miss you." Crying, "Wang Min, are you coming over today? I'm waiting for you at the hotel." Accompanied by a tempting selfie, "Wang Min, honey, what's your zodiac sign? Kiss." With a slight smile, Gu Chen typed back, "Take a bath and wait for me. Also, I was born in the year of the monkey in 2004, why do you ask?" Wang Min, "No, you belong to me." Shy, looking at the cheesy words, Gu Chen's lips curled into a smile. "Gu Chen, you don't look like a monkey either." Wang Min, "I don't care, you belong to me." Angry. At this moment, the senior sister also sent a message. "Wang Yanran, did Niu Tianxi bother you today?" Pouting, "Gu Chen, yeah, he even mocked me. How are you going to compensate for the injured heart of your junior brother?" Wang Yanran, "Junior brother, do I look good?" Pictures, shy, seen your sister's artistic photos, Guchen, any benefits? Smirking, Wang Yanran, shame on you. Pictures, teasing, seeing the style she liked, thinking of Wang Yanran's perfect figure, Guchen's anger rose. Demon! Only knows how to start a fire and not put it out. Guchen got into the Ferrari, one hand on the steering wheel. The Ferrari roared like thunder, rushing into the dark night of the Magic City. On the way, Guchen remembered he still had the Magic City game studio. With more and more industries, it's easy to forget. When he had time in a few days, he would go to the game studio for an inspection. Magic City University, in the dorm where Wang Yanran was. One of the girls, named Li Jinxiu, was looking at the school forum on her phone. Exposed. Freshman Guchen is actually a shareholder of Huafeng. At the forefront of the post was a fiery pattern, proving that this post is currently trending. The comments below were varied. Li Jinxiu automatically filtered out the trolls and envious comments. She found out that Guchen gave Wang Yanran a Porsche, and the watch Guchen wore was worth 10 million. At that moment, she was so jealous of Wang Yanran. Li Jinxiu asked, Yanran, is it true that the freshman you're pursuing is actually a shareholder of Huafeng Group? And did he really buy you that Porsche? Yes, he mentioned it last time. He bought the car for over 3 million. Wang Yanran replied without looking up from the forum. Oh, their villa is quite expensive too. Li Jinxiu was stunned for a moment before saying, expensive? Not at all for Guchen. Wang Yanran casually replied. Li Jinxiu pursed her lips and didn't say anything more. The girls used to compare extravagance a lot. Li Jinxiu's boyfriend had bought a townhouse at Huafeng Real Estate before, and Li Jinxiu had been flaunting her superiority in the dormitory for a month or two. One moment she said the townhouse needed to be renovated in a new Chinese style, and the next moment she said the townhouse was too big for 2 people to live in. She even mentioned that the townhouse had 3 parking spaces, wondering if she should ask her boyfriend to buy her a car. Li Jinxiu had been browsing cars on her phone for almost half a semester, but still hadn't bought one. Her boyfriend said they needed money for house renovations. She looked at Wang Yanran, who was already driving a Porsche Cayenne, feeling envious to death. And her school junior was so handsome. His family was also a shareholder of Huafeng Group. His wealth was immeasurable. How could Wang Yanran be favored over a wealthy junior? Li Jinxiu said, Yanran, last time, Niu Tianxi gave you a Porsche. Didn't you say you didn't like Porsche Cayenne? I just don't like the person who gave me the Porsche. Guchen drove to the Lixing Hotel and found the parking lot blocked. After circling the hotel entrance, he found that all the ground parking spaces were taken by luxury cars. So, he circled back to the underground parking lot, thinking it should be clear now. But it was still blocked, with about 10 cars blocking the entrance to the entire underground parking lot. Guchen wanted to find another entrance, but more cars came behind him, instantly blocking the Ferrari. Guchen got out of the car to check the reason for the traffic jam at the entrance. 3 minutes ago, Yang Mo drove her BMW 1 Series to the Lixing Hotel, where her classmate's wedding banquet was being held. The entrance to the parking lot was generally downhill, so she parked at a higher place, waiting for the car in front to enter the underground garage. The Mercedes-Benz S400 in front, perhaps in the wrong gear, hit Yang Mo's BMW directly. The driver of the Mercedes, Zhou Xianghang, got out of the car and immediately accused Yang Mo of rear-ending him, holding her fully responsible. Faced with the false accusation, Yang Mo was almost in tears, with no eyewitnesses and no dashcam in her car. She felt helpless. She panicked and quickly called her classmates to come and help her deal with the situation. When her classmates arrived and saw Zhou Xianghang, who was wearing a large gold necklace and driving a Mercedes S-Class, they fell silent. Among the male classmates who were following Yang Mo, one weakly suggested checking the surveillance footage. Hearing this, Zhou Xianghang flew into a rage and slapped the male classmate, leaving him disoriented. Zhou Xianghang flexed his muscles, and at that moment, everyone dared not speak. I won't make it difficult for you, just go through insurance, Zhou Xianghang said sharply. Yang Mo directly refused. I didn't hit you, why should I compensate you? I won't report to the insurance to compensate a despicable scum like you. Zhou Xianghang laughed heartily and disdainfully said, what a joke, you rear-ended me, it's only right for you to compensate me. The drivers who had gotten out of their cars to check the reason for the traffic jam also echoed, Beauty, it's all your fault, you should compensate. Yes, you should compensate, don't block the parking lot and waste our time. Looking so pretty, why are you so despicable? I really don't know how she got her driver's license, not understanding rear-ending responsibility? This woman is really annoying. Everyone blamed Yang Mo one after another, making her eyes turn red, tears of grievance welling up in her eyes. The false accusation from the Mercedes owner, the silence of her classmates, and the random cursing from strangers who didn't know the situation left young Mo feeling somewhat desperate. She thought, maybe she should just accept her fate. At this moment, Zhou Xianghong spoke up, not losing money is also an option. Beautiful lady, you can actually use other methods. Zhou Xianghong squinted at Yang Mo, this woman is really exceptional. Hearing this, Yang Mo felt even more helpless and tears streamed down her face. Gu Chen strode forward, just in time to hear Zhou Xianghong's suggestive words, and saw Yang Mo crying pitifully. Gu Chen softly asked, Mo Jia, what's wrong? As he asked, he took out a tissue and gently wiped away Yang Mo's tears. Wow! Gu little brother, I've been framed by her. Seeing the familiar face of Gu Chen, Yang Mo cried even more fiercely. While crying, she sobbed and explained the situation to Gu Chen. Both sides insisted they were right. Although Gu Chen didn't know the whole story, the man accused Yang Mo of rear-ending him but refused to check the surveillance footage. Anyone with eyes could see something fishy was going on, and Yang Mo was definitely innocent. Unfortunately, facing Zhou Xianghong driving a luxurious Mercedes S-Class 400, everyone chose not to provoke him. Gu Chen frowned and said sternly, get the property management to check the surveillance. You check your mom, why don't you check it yourself? Zhou Xianghong shouted angrily at Gu Chen. He thought he could intimidate Gu Chen like he did with others, but he was wrong. Gu Chen ignored him and directly called the property management on the wall to report the situation. You're asking for it. Zhou Xianghong was about to use violence, wanting to slap the young man a few times. With the skill of invincible, Gu Chen's face showed a cold smile. He made a swift and handsome turn and kicked out. Puff! The sound of a crisp impact was heard as Gu Chen kicked Zhou Xianghong directly, sending him rolling to the bottom of the garage. Gu Chen's strong kick made Zhou Xianghong cry out in pain. You little bastard! You dare to hit me, I'll make you pay with everything you have. Zhou Xianghong endured the pain and threatened. Gu Chen's face darkened, 3 times. You've insulted my family 3 times. Smack! 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 Gu Chen mercilessly delivered 3 loud slaps to Zhou Xianghong's face, causing visible swelling. Now Zhou Xianghong was truly scared, it hurt too much, and he dared not be arrogant anymore. At this moment, the hotel's security also arrived in time. The head of security, seeing the familiar Mercedes license plate and Zhou Xianghong's swollen face, cautiously asked, Zhou, Mr. Zhou, it's me, don't you recognize me? The head of security remained silent, looking like a beaten dog. I'd be surprised if I recognized you. At this point, Gu Chen succinctly said, check the surveillance, investigate the accident. Seeing 5 or 6 security guards arriving, Zhou Xianghong gained confidence and signaled to the security guards. The head of security was astute and immediately understood. He cleared his throat and said, sorry, the cameras in our garage are broken. Zhou Xianghong looked disdainfully at Gu Chen, his eyes full of mockery. Gu little brother, I'm out of luck, I'll claim insurance. At this moment, Yang Mo spoke up. She was not stupid, it was obvious that the hotel security and Zhou Xianghong were in cahoots. Since there were no witnesses, no dashcam footage, and the hotel refused to provide surveillance video. Even if the other party was maliciously framing her, she had no choice but to obediently compensate and swallow her pride. It's too late. It's not just about the car now, this little bastard also violently attacked me. I'm going to the hospital for examination. Kid, this is a society under the rule of law. Get ready to pay for all my losses and damages. Zhou Xianghong gritted his teeth and said, medical expenses, herbal medicine fees, loss of income, mental distress damages, etc. must make the other party pay through the nose. Do you only realize it's a society under the rule of law after getting beaten up? Who was the one being arrogant and hitting people everywhere just now? Gu Chen's tone was calm as he casually brushed off the dust on his clothes, continuing, as for compensation, I will never shirk my responsibility. Then, Gu Chen's tone turned cold, want to bankrupt me? Your dog's life isn't worth that much money. The head of security saw that both sides were not giving in, and the cars in front of the hotel garage had already formed a long line. In order to avoid angering the higher-ups, he stepped forward and said, oh, young man, no matter what happens, it's not right to start a fight first. Let's handle the vehicle accident first, then sit down and talk properly about what to do. What do you think? The head of security had a friendly tone, but he was subtly siding with Zhou Xianghong, who drove a Mercedes-Benz. Because Zhou was a platinum member of the Lixing Hotel, he often spent a lot of money at the hotel. In order to maintain the loyalty of old customers, he would always lean towards Zhou. The membership cards of Lixing Hotel are regular membership card, silver card, gold card, platinum card, and diamond card. To upgrade to a platinum member, one must recharge 1 million renminbi. Gu Chen said coldly, aren't I handling it now? Instead of wasting time going around in circles with me, why don't you quickly pull out the surveillance footage? The head of security insisted. The surveillance equipment is broken. Hearing this, Gu Chen walked to the surveillance area, pointing at the bright cameras and sarcastically said, "Do you think I'm blind like you? Or do you think I'm stupid? The light from these damn cameras is brighter than the oil on your face. Are you telling me they're broken? Stop playing tricks with me. Go and retrieve the footage for me." Hearing this, the head of security, who was caught lying, remained unfazed. He said, "Sorry, according to company regulations, you do not have the right or qualifications to access the footage. Also, please deal with the accident with the lady in the BMW as soon as possible. Drive the car out of the garage entrance to avoid causing more congestion." With this statement from the head of security, many anxious car owners also started speaking up. "That's right, move the car first, you guys can solve it privately." "Yeah, I'm still waiting to have dinner at the hotel. Damn, I can't hold my pee because of this congestion. The man and woman look decent, why are they so unreasonable? Move the car, quickly clear the entrance of the garage." Everyone was speaking loudly, one after another. At this moment, Zhou Xianghang's swollen face revealed a smug smile. "Huh, I am a platinum member of Lixing Hotel, how can you compare with me?" His words were full of disdain towards Gu Chen. He was a platinum member, so the hotel was on his side. He was a platinum member, so the security didn't retrieve the surveillance footage. In a society where money reigns supreme, having money means having privileges. Zhou Xianghang was extremely proud, thinking he must make Gu Chen, who hit him, pay a heavy price. The two sides had been deadlocked for so long. Yang Yamo was already disappointed. She admitted defeat. She steadied her emotions, softly saying, "Gu brother, let's move the car first. Let's just compensate if we have to. It's okay, I've got it all under control." Gu Chen waved his hand. Gu Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, "Having a platinum card in your hotel means having privileges, right?" The head of security subconsciously nodded. "How much does it cost to become a platinum member?" The security guards looked at him disdainfully. "Recharge 1 million. They didn't believe that a young guy like Gu Chen could come up with 1 million in cash to recharge the card. Gu Chen continued, "What's above platinum?" Hearing this, whether it was the security guards or Zhou Xianghang, they all burst into laughter. "Ha, you little brat, do you also want to become a platinum member? A poor student like you probably can't even afford to recharge 50,000, let alone the money for a regular membership. Diamond members need to recharge 10 million. Can you come up with this money with your poor appearance?" Zhou Xianghang was full of sarcasm, feeling contempt for Gu Chen in his heart. One with a face wearing a lousy mask, yet so young, obviously a poor student trying to act cool with a fake watch. The other woman driving a lousy BMW 1 Series also seemed to have no money. "If we don't bully you, who else can we bully? Today, I'm going to bully you to the end." Hearing this, Gu Chen completely ignored him, considering him a social trash. He took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, President Long? This is Gu Chen. I'm currently in the garage of the Lixing Hotel. Find a branch nearby to bring me 1 billion in cash. Hurry up, I need it urgently." Facing the president of the Magic City Bank, Long Zippen, Gu Chen's tone was not polite at all. The president of the Magic City Bank, on the other hand, was a person with great influence, but in the face of Gu Chen's attitude, he not only was not angry but also lowered his own posture. Not only did he agree repeatedly, but also promised that the money would be delivered quickly. The reason why the president of the Magic City Bank was so eager to please was because Gu Chen had over 100 billion in cash in the bank. What is the concept of over 100 billion in cash? The billionaires on the Huaxia rich list, with assets worth hundreds of billions, may not be able to easily come up with 100 billion in cash. Many of the assets of those billionaires are in stocks, company valuations, real estate, etc., with not much cash flow. In comparison, how terrifying is Gu Chen, who can deposit 100 billion in cash in the bank? Faced with Gu's billions, the president of the Magic City Bank dared not show any neglect. In case Gu Chen became unhappy and changed banks to deposit money, not only would the Magic City Bank lose its high-quality wealthy customers, but even President Long's position would be at risk. Gu Chen's phone call was not loud, but the people around could hear it clearly. Everyone felt shocked and stunned. What did they just hear? Withdraw 1 billion in cash? This is too absurd. This young man must have water in his head. There should be a limit to lying. He kept saying he would withdraw 1 billion in cash. Could it be that the currency Gu Chen used was not the Huaxia currency, but the Zimbabwean dollar, where 100 billion Zimbabwean dollars would only be enough to buy 6 peanuts? Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Zhou Xianghang felt his stomach ache from laughing. His swollen face was also sore from smiling. His crooked mouth and monkey cheeks were so ridiculous. Damn! Withdraw 1 billion? Too fake. Maybe he meant to withdraw 1 billion Zimbabwean dollars. This young man may have a misunderstanding of the unit billion. Even if you want to show off, you should be realistic. This is the first time I've seen someone show off so awkwardly. I would believe if he said he wanted to withdraw 10,000 or 100,000, but sorry, I can't believe he wants to withdraw 1 billion. This young man is hopeless, he must have daydreamed a lot. 1 billion? That's really exaggerating. Hearing that Gu Chen wanted to withdraw 1 billion, everyone present was shocked to the point of dropping their jaws. Damn! To withdraw 1 billion, it's really amazing that this young man came up with this idea. This is too fake. Some people felt embarrassed for Gu Chen. How could he say such awkward and thoughtless words in front of so many people? Yang Mo's classmate standing next to Gu Chen subconsciously stepped back, feeling embarrassed to stand with him. Everyone thought, even if he wanted to show off in front of Yang Mo, he shouldn't brag so much. Going too far. It's simply ridiculous. Absolutely absurd and beyond belief. There are several female classmates who admit that Gu Chen's extraordinary handsomeness makes them feel moved, but his constant bragging is just too low. One chubby girl said to Yang Mo, don't let him deceive you, this guy is totally unreliable when he speaks. The others nodded in agreement, saying, yeah, when looking for a partner, don't just focus on looks, don't choose someone who brags and talks big. It's a pity for his good looks. Bring me 1 billion in cash, just thinking about it makes me want to laugh. Hearing classmates around mocking Gu Chen, Yang Mo couldn't bear it anymore. She angrily shouted, have you said enough? The classmates were shocked to see the usually gentle and virtuous Yang Mo explode in anger, and they all shut their mouths. Yang Mo walked up to Gu Chen and said softly, I'm sorry. Gu Chen smiled and shook his head, indicating it's okay. Yang Mo was disappointed in her classmates. When she was in trouble, they were all scared to death of offending a man who drives a Mercedes, but no one stepped forward to help her. Not helping was their right. Yang Mo could only feel wronged, but she wouldn't get angry. What made her so angry was that not only did they not help, but they also spoke ill of Gu Chen who was helping her. Although asking for 1 billion is a bit exaggerated, you can mock, but you shouldn't ridicule. After all, they were just on the same side. Moreover, Yang Mo knew Gu Chen's strength well. Driving $1 million supercar, the license plate alone cost 168 million. He definitely had the ability to produce 1 billion in cash. There were also a few people in the crowd who noticed Gu Chen coming down from a Ferrari. They had no doubt about Gu Chen's ability to get 1 billion. But except for those few people, everyone present was just laughing at Gu Chen, thinking he was just bragging. At this moment, Zhou Xionghang also mockingly said, asking for 1 billion? Aren't you afraid of spraining your tongue? If you can really produce 1 billion, I, Zhou Xionghang, will kneel down and call you daddy. Zhou Xionghang stood in front of several security guards, his face full of contempt. Gu Chen, if I produce 1 billion, what will you call me? I'll call you daddy. Son. Damn, let you take advantage of me first, you'll regret it later. You, just show off for now. Wait until I get my injuries checked, you'll be crying. Zhou Xionghang was so angry that he was trembling, just about to curse, but he remembered the several big slaps Gu Chen had given him before. Slap, slap, slap. His face still hurt like hell, he couldn't help but shiver, and the curse he was about to say was swallowed back down. Magic City Bank. Long Zipin was very fortunate that the Magic City Bank was in a first-tier city like Magic City. If it was a branch in a small city, there would be very little cash, at most a few 100,000. But in a first-tier city like Magic City, the branches usually have tens of millions to over 1 billion in cash stored in the vault. At this time, it happened to be the time when the cash transport vehicles were transporting the money to the vault. With a command from the head office of Magic City, countless cash transport vehicles nearby reported the funds inside the vehicles to the bank, adding up the cash inside many cash transport vehicles, just enough to make up 1 billion in cash, and then quickly rushed to the Lixing Grand Hotel. How much is 1 billion in cash? Calculated in 100 yuan denominations of Chinese currency, a 100 yuan bill weighs about 1.15 grams, 1 billion yuan is 1 million bills, so 1.15 times 1 million is equal to 1,150,000 grams equals 1,150 kilograms, which is 1.15 tons. According to the current private car's load capacity of 375 kilograms, if an individual were to transport it by private car, they would need at least 4 to 5 cars. Stacked up, 1 billion yuan in cash would be 100 meters high, equivalent to the height of a 3 to 4-story building. Very quickly, dozens of cash transport vehicles, each carrying different amounts of cash, arrived one after another at the Lixing restaurant. The garage was full, so they parked the cars on the street next to Lixing restaurant. 30 to 40 bank employees in suits who had been waiting here in advance got on the vehicles carrying money bags and rushed towards the direction of the restaurant's garage. Chaos. What the hell is going on? I've been stuck here for over 20 minutes. Damn, these two are really shameless. Just take a photo with your phone at the scene of the accident to determine liability. Why block the road here? Brother, why the rush? Can't we just enjoy the show? That's what I think too. I'm just waiting to see how these young people handle this situation. What a waste of time. I don't think he can handle it at all. Onlookers in the crowd were exchanging words and opinions. Some were anxiously waiting, while others were watching the commotion with a smile. At that moment, someone in the crowd noticed something different. A group of people in the same uniform were struggling to carry large bags of something and rushing towards the entrance of the garage. He muttered in disbelief, difficult. Could it be? More and more people noticed the anomaly. One person shouted loudly, damn, look behind you guys. In an instant, everyone turned around. All the people present were shocked and stunned. What did they see? A group of young men in white shirts, each carrying a bag on their shoulders. Damn! Could it be that they are carrying cash? The thought struck them, and everyone was not just shocked, but horrified. Could it really be the person the young man called to deliver the money? This is too unbelievable. At that moment, Zhou Xiong also noticed the group of people, and he felt a sense of panic in his heart. He kept reassuring himself in his mind that Gu Chen, being so young, could not possibly produce $1 billion. These people just happened to pass by. That's right, they just happened to pass by. Zhou Xiong muttered to himself, sweating profusely. In the eyes of the crowd, bank employees, from far to near, quickly ran to the crowd. The first bank employee to arrive, panting heavily from exhaustion, urgently asked, "Who is Gu Chen, Mr. Gu?" Gu Chen calmly replied, "It's me." Following the voice, the bank employee fixed his eyes and was shocked to see that the person who withdrew $1 billion in cash was so young. This is too amazing. He must be a super rich second generation. Young Master Gu, I need to confirm your identity first. No problem, I'll call Long Xing to confirm with you. Gu Chen understood. He knew very well that with such a large sum of money, the bank would definitely be cautious and needed to confirm his identity to ensure that there were no mistakes with the money. Gu Chen picked up his phone and made a call. After confirming Gu Wen's identity, the bank employee respectfully said, "Young Master Gu, the $1 billion in cash you withdrew is gradually arriving here. Please be patient and wait a moment." Gu Chen nodded, "Thank you." Seeing Gu Chen nod, the bank employee turned and ran back to the street, where there were countless more cash waiting for him to carry. Ignoring the shocked expressions of the crowd, Gu Chen opened each bag one by one, revealing the top layer of banknotes, bundles of banknotes that made everyone's eyes widen. Each bundle was 100,000. So, does this bag contain over $1 million? Before they could recover from their shock, more bank employees, one after another, carrying bags, arrived one after another. After placing the bags of money next to Gu Chen, they turned around and ran back to the street. $1 billion in cash was just too much. They would have to move back and forth for a long time. Boom, the people who witnessed this scene were stunned beyond belief. Everyone was shocked and stared blankly at the countless packages. Could they all be filled with money? Even if each package is worth $1 million, with 40 to 50 behind Gu Chen, wouldn't that be 40 to 50 million? Moreover, the money kept coming in non-stop. At this moment, everyone was in awe. The young man wasn't joking. Did he really bring over $1 billion? I can't believe it. This is too unbelievable. Those who had just doubted and mocked Gu Chen were now embarrassed to death. Damn, it's so embarrassing. Their mocking words from earlier now seemed so awkward. Gu Chen directly showed them what it means to be slapped in the face on the spot. The few car owners who knew Gu Chen drove a Ferrari LaFerrari also said at this time, "I told you before that this young man is wealthy, you didn't believe it, now are you shocked?" Seeing him drive a Ferrari, I knew he must have this kind of power. Driving a 10 million Ferrari LaFerrari, he must be awesome. Yeah, the license plate is so cool, Shanghai A11111. Rich kids like them are never short of money. Ha, it's hilarious. Those who were mocking others earlier are now too scared to say a word. These excited words from the few people were heard by everyone present. Hearing their words, those who had doubted Gu Chen felt even more ashamed. They felt so embarrassed that they wished they could find a hole to hide in. In the first 10 minutes, they had mocked Gu Chen, using Zimbabwean dollars, pretending to be tough, and so on. They never expected Gu Chen to be a real big shot, not only driving a Ferrari, but also actually bringing over $1 billion in cash with just one phone call. Seeing this momentum, the Gu Chen they had just made fun of was not only rich, but extremely wealthy. What a tycoon! It's simply terrifying. Ha, doghead saves life. The more they thought about their mockery of the tycoon earlier, the more they felt ashamed. It was simply embarrassing to the extreme. The security guards at the Lishing Hotel were so scared that their legs went weak. Who did they offend, such a big shot? Zhou Xianghan looked at the bags of money scattered on the nearby road, and he was almost in tears. He was just a small-time demolition household with a bit of money, plus a senior executive at a construction company. He was used to being arrogant, but had never seen such a grand scene before. It's worth noting that the assets of the owner of the construction company he worked for barely exceeded $1 billion when combined. And the young man he offended, with just one phone call, the bank staff brought over $1 billion in cash behind the young man. Faced with the heartless tycoon across from him, what should he do now? He regretted it so much. How should he end this now? It's ridiculous. He had just wanted to see how the pretentious young man would end up, but now he was thinking about how to end it himself. Someone who could easily produce $1 billion in cash was not someone he could afford to provoke. Especially when he remembered what he had said earlier, "I will make you pay with everything you have," kept echoing in Zhou Xianghang's mind. He felt so stupid. Someone who could easily produce $1 billion must have assets of not just a dozen billion, at least worth hundreds of billions. He had actually arrogantly demanded that Gu Chun, who had assets worth billions, pay with everything he had. Just thinking about it, Zhou Xianghang felt like a complete idiot. He tried to make amends, his voice trembling as he said, "I shifted into the wrong gear and hit the front of this beautiful lady's car. It's all my fault for having a twisted mind. I know I was wrong now. I will definitely compensate for the repair costs. I only hope that you, the noble one, will not remember the mistakes of the small people. Forgive my unreasonable offense." Gu Chen remained unmoved, taking out thick stacks of money from bags and throwing them onto Zhou Xianghang, the heavy money hitting him hard, causing him to grimace in pain. "Is it enough? If not, I'll compensate more. How much do you want today? I'll compensate you as much as you want." Gu Chen walked slowly forward. After looking around, his gaze fell on Zhou Xianghang, and continued, "If 1 million is not enough, then 10 million. If 10 million is not enough, then 1 billion. Dare to ask for how much? I'll compensate you how much." The indifferent voice shocked everyone. Listening to these words, the domineering attitude was truly revealed. Zhou Xianghang was so scared that his legs were trembling. Beads of sweat as big as beans flowed from his face to the ground. The sweat was not from heat but from fear. Hearing the inhumane words, he was extremely afraid. 1 billion, or 10 million. Enough to buy him several lives? Not to mention 1 billion, 10 million, or 1 million. He dare not even ask for a penny of compensation now. Where would Zhou Xianghang dare to ask for the tycoon's money? Facing a big shot who could produce 1 billion in cash, he didn't even dare to think about the compensation for being beaten. What compensation? "Young master, I'm afraid you've remembered it wrong." Zhou Xianghang kneeled and bowed his head, shamelessly saying, "Clearly, it was my face that scraped against your noble hand. If there is any compensation, it should be me compensating you." Those who heard these words around were chilled to the bone. Damn! Can a person really say such things? Especially when they saw Zhou Xianghang, who everyone was afraid to provoke before, change from his previous arrogance to a swollen face with a smiling face, begging for Gu Chen's forgiveness. They were all shocked. How could they have imagined that Zhou Xianghang, who drove a Mercedes S400, would give in so quickly, becoming a dead fish and rotten shrimp waiting to be slaughtered on the chopping board? A mocking smile appeared on Gu Chen's face. "It's only right to compensate for hitting someone. I, Gu Chen, am not unreasonable." Then, he squinted his eyes, with a tone that brooked no refusal. "It's time to settle the money you owe me. My time is not cheap." Gu Chen believes in not offending others unless offended. If someone offends him, he will retaliate. As the saying goes, do not do unto others what you would not want done to yourself. But Gu Chen wants to use Zhou Xianghang's despicable methods to bully Zhou Xianghang in turn. Gu Chen snapped his fingers. A professional from the bank beside him immediately understood and said directly, "If Mr. Gu deposits 100 billion RMB in a demand deposit, the daily interest is about 82,000 RMB. The interest rate for large deposits is even higher, about 4% for a 3-year term, so the daily interest on 100 billion deposits is as high as 1,090,000 RMB. This means that Mr. Gu's daily income is 1.09 million RMB without doing anything. Not to mention that Mr. Gu's deposits in our Magic City Bank are not only 100 billion. I won't even calculate the remaining tens of billions." After the bank staff finished speaking, in an instant, the air became quiet. 1 second, 5 seconds, 15 seconds. What did they hear? Over 100 billion in deposits? The daily interest income alone can buy a Maserati. If it weren't for the words spoken by the bank staff, no one would believe that a young man had over 100 billion in cash in his account. Just thinking about that string of numbers could make one's scalp tingle. It wasn't until more than half a minute later that the noise began. 100 billion. This is too unbelievable. Damn, did a human really say this? I won't even calculate the remaining tens of billions. Kneel to the boss. Please accept my knees. Is this the true power of a tycoon? The pinnacle of life. Everyone stared in shock at Gu Chen, no longer just envious but almost ready to kneel down and worship the tycoon. Faced with countless envious gazes, Gu Chen remained calm, looking at his Vacheron Constantin watch and continued, "So far, you've wasted about 30 minutes of my time, rounding it up to half a day. You owe me around 500,000 in compensation for my time loss." 30 minutes, rounding up to half a day? Gu Chen was just that unreasonable, that domineering. This is how he deals with others. When facing the likes of Zhou Xianghong, Gu Chen would not show mercy. With a bang, Gu Chen's words were like a bomb, exploding in Zhou Xianghong's mind, leaving him bewildered. 500,000? Zhou Xianghong stuttered in fear. He usually spent money lavishly, but he didn't have that much in his account. The Mercedes-Benz S400 was bought just to show off. The platinum card from Lixing Hotel wasn't his, it belonged to his boss. He just borrowed it to pretend to be wealthy, making the hotel staff think he was rich. They all called him Manager Zhou. He was lost in the sound of Manager Zhou. Where could he find so much money? Facing the billionaire's words, if he couldn't produce that much money, he was doomed. He knew well how powerful the tricks of the wealthy were. Just spending money to hire a smooth-talking lawyer could turn black into white. Moreover, he was the one who started this deception. Framing, slandering, attempting extortion. If a lawyer pinned these charges on him, he would surely end up in jail. Thinking of this, Zhou Xianghong's face turned pale. Gritting his teeth, he trembled as he said, "I'll compensate. I did waste Mr. Gu's precious time. It was indeed my fault, Mr. Gu, please don't take it to heart." After that, he called his company boss to advance more than 200,000 in wages, added to the 200,000 in his account, just enough to make up 500,000. Gu Chun waved his hand, beckoning the nearby bank staff to transfer the 500,000 directly to their account. Then, Gu Chen looked around at the dozens of bank staff transporting 1 billion in cash, accompanied by 40 bank security guards armed with real weapons. Gu Chen spoke, "You've all worked hard. Consider this 500,000 as compensation for your hard work in transporting the money." Hearing this, the staff who had come to deliver the money in the scorching heat, all their grievances disappeared. Generous, open-hearted, and impressive. At this moment, the staff who had been busy all day were filled with joy. Mr. Gu was truly generous. Considering all aspects, ensuring that the subordinates wouldn't lose out, with 50,000 divided among 80 to 90 people, each would get close to 6,000. Soon after, representatives from the insurance company arrived. Zhou Xianghong was held fully responsible for the accident. With the matter settled, the garage returned to order, and the long line of cars gradually entered the underground parking lot. Ding! Host unlocks new title, Shocking Hearts. Reward, Lixing 5-star Hotel. Reward, a 30 billion valued prime land in the Magic City. System rewards will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner for use with confidence. With the cash delivery completed, Gu Chen timely unlocked a new title. Lixing Hotel, the 47-story Lixing Grand Hotel, a 5-star hotel with 520 rooms, offering guests a range of convenient facilities, including 5 restaurants and bars, 10 meeting rooms, a multifunctional grand banquet hall, a gym, indoor swimming pool, and a spa center. The rotating restaurant and starry sky lounge on top of the hotel. The reward this time is just the valuation of the Lixing 5-star hotel, which is worth 50 billion. When seeing the second reward, a 30 billion valued land in the Magic City. "Ha!" Gu Chen exclaimed in surprise. "A 30 billion valued land?" You should know that the Magic City's second batch of concentrated land supply this year has significantly improved in quality, and the enthusiasm of real estate companies participating in the bidding is high. In the end, nearly 40% of the land plots reached the termination price, with a total transaction amount of 78 billion. Only 4 land plots were transacted for a total of 78 billion, while Gu Chen's land plot is valued at 30 billion, which means that his land plot not only has an excellent location but also a larger area. The land is located in Shuzhou District, covering 28 plots including the southern extension of the Huangpu River in Shuzhou District, involving various formats such as commercial office, catering and hotel industry, cultural and sports, commercial residential, social rental housing, and square land, with a total area of over 320,000 square meters and a total development volume of about 1.8 million square meters. The location and scale of this land plot are irreplaceable. The area of this land is located in the central urban area where land resources are scarce, and it is one of the few areas in the Magic City's central urban area, especially along the river, that can be developed on a large scale, with a high starting point in planned development. In fact, large land plots in the central area of the Magic City have long disappeared from the land market, and Shuzhou District's protective development policy for the riverside makes the land value of Shuzhou Riverside self-evident. The 30 billion valued Magic City riverside land left Gu Chen stunned. When he received the reward, a 30 billion valued Magic City land, Gu Chen was visibly stunned. Although he had already obtained 10 billion in cash, a Ferrari LaFerrari supercar, high-end Western restaurants, cinemas, and a series of other rewards from the system by unlocking new titles, making his net worth considerable, he was still shocked by the value of the Magic City land. Not just because of the price. Rare land resources like this generally require strong connections and backgrounds. Even if you have a lot of money, you may not qualify to participate in land bidding. Moreover, a land plot valued at 30 billion means profits from development far exceeding that amount. 10 minutes ago, Magic City, Shanghai Land Exchange. 24 real estate companies from all over the country gathered together. Magic City's Star Real Estate, Huafeng Real Estate, was also among them. Huafeng Real Estate has recently completed development on 7 land plots in the Magic City, most of which have been delivered, with only some high-end villas and foreign houses remaining unsold. The funds used to purchase the land have already flowed back, and the company's cash flow is now sufficient. The group's founder, Lin Hongtian, originally came with full confidence this time, determined to take back 2 land plots. But reality gave Lin Hongtian a heavy blow, because this time the land king in the land auction is the extremely scarce Shuzhou Riverside land. This attracted many nationally renowned real estate companies. Huafeng Real Estate is well known in the Magic City, and the communities it develops are of high quality. However, in the face of competitors who are nationally renowned real estate giants, Huafeng is simply not competitive enough. A total of 15 land plots were auctioned off this time, with 14 of them being taken by large real estate companies, and Huafeng did not win a single plot. Now there is only one land king left, the Shuzhou Riverside land. At this moment, the CEOs of the companies that won the land plots are smiling. This land, Hangjin must win. We, Bigue, must also win it. Ranked among the top real estate companies in China, they are ready to win with a competitive attitude. The bidding price jumped from the starting price of 12 billion to 20 billion in an instant, and it kept rising. In the back row, a few local real estate companies from the Magic City said to Lin Hongtian, "Old Lin, don't bother looking. A piece of land worth over 20 billion is not something we can afford to play with." Yes, these big companies are all targeting this piece of land, otherwise we wouldn't have been unable to secure any land at all. Not afraid, luckily my company still has land for development. Listening to their words, Lin Hongtian frowned tightly, feeling very helpless. These big real estate companies always bid billions for land, making his medium-sized real estate company very passive. The land parcel auctioned this time was acquired at a premium by a big company, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. A pity to abandon it. Huafeng has run out of land. We'll have to wait several months for the next land auction. Lin Hongtian thought disappointedly. 223 billion. 226 billion. Bigue Real Estate bids 250 billion. When the bid of 250 billion was announced, all the real estate developers fell silent. The estimated value of the Shuzhou Binjian land was 230 billion, meaning Bigue Real Estate bid a full 20 billion premium. Many real estate companies present had the financial capability to bid higher, but the CEOs had to consider their own company's financial chain, bank loans, ongoing projects, and various other factors, so in the end, everyone gave up on bidding. 250 billion once, 250 billion twice, 250 billion. Just as the hammer was about to fall, someone spoke up, 300 billion. The person who spoke was the person in charge of the land auction, and he continued, Gu Zong from Huafeng Real Estate bids 300 billion. Just now, he received a call that Gu Zong from Huafeng Group bid 300 billion to acquire the Land King, and the 300 billion funds had already been transferred to the government's account. The system was so unreasonable, Gu Chen didn't even need to show up. The system directly helped him win the land. Whoa, 300 billion? A whopping 70 billion premium? This is insane. The CEOs of the real estate companies were dumbfounded. At this point, they were no longer interested in the Land King. The premium was too high. 300 billion once, 300 billion twice, 300 billion 3 times. Congratulations to Gu Chen, the CEO of Huafeng Group, for winning the Land King in this land auction. Clap clap clap. The CEOs below symbolically applauded. Gu Chen from Huafeng Group? Who is this guy, so amazing, winning the Land King with a 70 billion premium? Lin Hongtian clapped and said, indeed amazing. This Huafeng Group is really impressive, slapping the faces of these big real estate companies. Other local real estate companies in the city also commented. In the instant after the conversation, everyone was shocked. Lin Hongtian, damn. Huafeng? Isn't that my company? Other real estate companies in the city, damn. Huafeng Group is owned by old Lin. Coming back to their senses, someone asked, Gu Chen, the one who bid for the land, is he a shareholder in your group? Lin Hongtian replied with mixed emotions, yes, a small shareholder. At this moment, Lin Hongtian's emotions were extremely complicated. Huafeng Real Estate, which had developed 7 land parcels, was now valued at around 90 billion. And a small shareholder in his group actually spent 300 billion to acquire a land king. Damn, this is too crazy. 300 billion, equivalent to 1/3 of Huafeng's valuation. Despite Huafeng Group being valued at 900 billion, the actual available liquid assets on the books were less than 200 billion. Old Gu, you have more money than I imagined. Lin Hongtian sighed. The implantation of the system also gave Lin Hongtian the memories of the company's shareholder, Gu Chen. Lixing Hotel. Young Master Gu, please don't take offense unintentionally, the head of the security team said nervously. The accompanying security guards dared not breathe heavily. They were nervous, more so cursing Zhou Xiangheng. Damn, those guys actually offended a billionaire. We are suffering for no reason. A cold smile appeared on Gu Chen's face. Unfounded suffering? He didn't see it that way. On the other side, in the office of the manager of the Lixing 5-star hotel, the manager suddenly received a call from the boss. Upon hearing the boss's words on the phone, the manager was suddenly at a loss. The boss told him on the phone that the Lixing 5-star hotel had been sold by him, and from now on, he was no longer the owner of the Lixing hotel. Okay, understood. After hanging up the phone, the manager was still in a daze for a while. The business of the Lixing 5-star hotel has always been booming, so why did the boss sell it? This is no different from killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Ding dong. A document was sent to the manager's email, a message from the former boss. The new owner of the Lixing 5-star hotel was mentioned in the message. Oh my! Looking at the information of the new owner, the manager was a bit dumbfounded. Only 18 years old? To be able to acquire the Lixing hotel at such a young age, it seems that the new owner's family wealth is quite terrifying. At this moment, a knock on the door was heard. Come in. Opening the office door, the lobby manager Ming Wan walked in. Manager, the traffic jam at the garage entrance has been resolved, Ming Wan said. The manager frowned. It took half an hour to handle a minor issue. What were those security guards doing? The manager then forwarded the email to the lobby manager, saying, the Lixing hotel has changed ownership. Take a look at the information of the new owner. I've sent it to your email. Oh, Ming Wan was also shocked in her heart. A 5 billion 5-star hotel was bought just like that? The new owner is too overbearing. Thinking this, she opened the information. At a glance at the photo, her eyes almost fell to the ground in shock. Isn't this the person causing trouble at the garage? She had just observed from a distance, although the young man was wearing a mask, his hairstyle and eyes were exactly the same as in the picture. What did you say? The manager quickly asked. Are you sure? Ming Wan nodded. Seeing Ming Wan nod, the manager suddenly stood up, unable to believe what he had heard. He felt desolate in his heart. On the first day the new owner acquired the hotel, he had already given the boss a warning, offending the new owner deeply. This was definitely seeking one's own doom. No, it must be salvaged. The manager anxiously said, quickly, notify all the management staff to go to the garage to welcome Mr. Gu. Okay. After Mingwan finished speaking, she issued the notification and left. At the garage entrance, order was restored at the garage. Cash transport vehicles drove in one after another, loaded with 1 billion in cash, and left. Although a few security guards had offended Guchun with their words, at this moment, they were like dead pigs not afraid of boiling water. Since Guchun did not accept their apologies, they let it go. So what if the family is wealthy, or the assets are worth billions? It's none of their business, after all, they still only earn a monthly salary of 4000 to 5000. Young Master Gu, we'll leave first. However, before the head security guard could finish speaking, hurried footsteps suddenly approached. Soon, the manager of the Lixing Grand Hotel led a group of management staff over. Boss, you're here. The manager respectfully said to Gu Chen. The group of management staff behind him also greeted respectfully, welcome back, boss. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned. What's going on? The manager of the Lixing Hotel and all the management staff came out to greet? They actually referred to Gu Chen as boss. Yang Yamo was very shocked. The security guards were already in extreme panic. How did things turn out like this? They simply couldn't believe it. They were just maintaining the privileges of the platinum members as usual, and they ended up offending the new boss? Ironically, they had previously questioned whether Gu Chen could afford 1 million, or manage the platinum membership card of the hotel. The result was that the Tycoon directly acquired a 5 billion five-star hotel. Is it still possible to admit mistakes now? The security guards immediately bowed and apologized. Boss. Sorry. Gu Chen remained expressionless, pointing at the hotel manager. You. And you security guards, all of you are fired. Pack up your things, go to the finance department to collect your wages. The leader failed to set a good example, arbitrarily creating privileges. Such experiences must be dismissed. Gu Chen's words seemed like a thunderbolt in their minds. They are now unemployed. Especially the manager with a big belly. He was so scared that he sat on the ground, losing his job with an annual salary of millions. He couldn't help but want to cry. Yang Mo asked with a trembling voice, Gu little brother, did you really acquire the Lixing Grand Hotel? Gu Chen replied without hesitation, yes, seeing sister being wronged, as a younger brother, of course, I couldn't bear it, so I decided to purchase the hotel and directly dismiss those few scoundrels. Hearing this, Yang Mo's university classmates were all dumbfounded. What did they just hear? Acquiring the Lixing 5-star hotel just to dismiss those few security guards? Damn! This is too damn awesome. Just to dismiss a few security guards, he spent a huge sum to acquire the Lixing 5-star hotel worth 5 billion. He really is not stingy at all. Acquiring a 50 billion 5-star hotel is as easy as buying a cabbage in the market. Who wouldn't envy such a carefree life? And those few girls who had spoken ill of Gu Chen before, when the bank really delivered 1 billion in cash, they were all won over by Gu Wen's actions. After 2 years in society, their hearts had become realistic after being baptized by society. Between love and bread, they would not hesitate to choose bread. Their eyes were frequently focused on Gu Chen, rich and handsome, easily taking 1 billion in cash, acquiring a 5-star hotel at the drop of a hat, with billions in deposits in the bank. Especially the act of acquiring the hotel and dismissing the security guards in a fit of anger was simply domineering. The girls felt so secure. Unfortunately, they had just said that Gu Chen was unreliable and had mocked him recklessly. Thinking of this, their mentality exploded. They felt like they had lost the opportunity to get close to the noble son Gu Chen. Gu Chen's gaze swept over them. Ugly people are more likely to cause trouble. His gaze didn't linger at all, directly focusing on the turbulent Yang Mo. Yang Mo had changed her professional style. Today, she wore a black dress with floral patterns, slightly tight-fitting, accentuating her perfect body curves and S-shaped figure. There was a small hollow design on the collarbone of the dress, revealing her fair and translucent collarbone, adding a touch of sexiness and charm. The dress length reached just above her thighs, exposing her fair and slender legs to the air. With sexy slightly curled hair, coupled with a sophisticated and mature makeup look, Yang Mo in the mature lady style was very eye-catching. The only regret was that she was wearing flat shoes because she was driving. If she had worn high heels, who wouldn't love the sexy mature lady style? Of course, Yang Mo didn't believe Gu Chen's nonsense. But after this incident, her fondness for Gu Chen indeed skyrocketed. Handsome, rich, and considerate, how could she not be moved? Feeling Yang Mo's warm gaze, Gu Chen touched his face. Do I look good? Extremely handsome. Gu Chen joked, then give me a kiss. At this moment, Yang Mo's fondness for Gu Chen was extremely high, but with so many people around, she felt embarrassed. She spoke softly, in a voice only audible to the two of them. Next time. There are too many people now. Buzz. Just then, Gu Chen's phone in his pocket vibrated. Taking out his phone and looking at it, it was a message from Wang Min. And sent a lot of messages. The first unread one was more than 10 minutes ago. Yang Mo still had to attend the wedding banquet. Gu Chen said he had something to do and contacted via text, then walked towards the Lixing Hotel. While walking, he checked the messages. Wang Min, honey, haven't you arrived yet? Feeling wronged, Wang Min, do I look good in this maid outfit? Shy, Wang Min, honey, why are you ignoring me? Wang Min, stinky man, heartless. Angry, looking at the messages, there were intervals between the times they were sent. It shows that Wang Min really misses him. Gu Chen was just dealing with Yang Mo's matters and didn't notice Wang Min's messages. He thought to tease her a bit. Gu Chen, there's something going on at school today, can't make it. Wang Min, who was waiting for Gu Chen's reply, finally received a message after a long wait, only to find out it was bad news. The light in her eyes dimmed. Jerk. Villain. Despite preparing various silk and benefits with such care, Wang Min was furious. Mr. Gu, good. Mr. Gu, hello Mr. Gu, welcome home. When Gu Chen entered the hotel, the staff all greeted the boss. Gu Chen saw the badge on Ming Wan's chest saying, front desk manager. Coincidentally, the hotel's general manager had been dismissed. Just promote someone temporarily, and if they're not capable enough, replace them. Gu Wen, pretending to ask knowingly, you are the front desk manager here. Yes, boss, my name is Ming Wan. How many years have you been working here? 5 years at Lishun. Ming Wan was somewhat excited in her heart. The general manager was dismissed, and the boss was asking her these questions at this critical moment. Could it be a promotion? Gu Chen didn't disappoint her expectations. Okay, you can temporarily try the position of general manager. Gu Chen's words were casual, and Ming Wan could also hear the hidden meaning in his words. Temporary general manager. Equivalent to temporary, this is the boss testing her abilities. She thought she must do better than her predecessor. Gu Chen took the elevator to the presidential suite. He knocked on the door. Bang bang. Who is it? Wang Min looked through the peephole. Gu Chen's perfect face appeared in her sight from outside the door. Wang Min's sense of loss vanished. She happily opened the door, hugged Gu Chen tightly, and didn't let go, sticking close to him softly. Wang Min's whole body was hanging on Gu Chen, humming and saying, "Big liar. Honey, I've already taken a bath." Gu Chen leaned down, slowly brought his head close to Wang Min's ear, and in a seductive tone said, "Let me smell." She snuggled up to Gu Chen, in a posture of both resisting and welcoming. Today, Wang Min was wearing a white tight-fitting dress with white knee-high stockings underneath. Under the delicate makeup, there was a pure breath. This sexy outfit was alluring, coupled with a face of pure sweetness. This outfit indeed caught Gu Chen's eye. It seemed like this little girl had put a lot of effort into dressing up. After a while, Gu Chen said, "Next time, you're not allowed to wear such short dresses to nightclubs." Although he liked seeing it, he didn't want others to see his woman dressed like that. "Oh, it's not like I'm heartbroken. I won't wear it anymore in the future." Wang Min wrinkled her cute little nose. Gu Chen smiled, "No, you will wear it." Wang Min smiled sweetly, "Okay, I'll wear it only for you." Gu Chen took a sip of water and saw the black high boots. He asked, "Although these boots look good, won't your feet stink in the summer wearing them?" "I wash them every day, how could they stink?" Wang Min, like an angry little cat, "You saw them on the night we drank, did they stink then?" "Yes." Wang Min pouted, "I'll hit you, they clearly didn't stink." Waving her small fist, lightly hitting someone's chest. Gu Chen grabbed her small hand, his eyes burning, gently breathing hot air. "I don't believe it." After a long time, Wang Min fell asleep directly. At this time, Yang Mo sent a message on WeChat. "Yang Mo, what is Gu Didi doing? Cute, Gu Chen, endless night, can't sleep, thinking of you." Sly smile, Yang Mo knowingly asked, "Why are you thinking of me?" Gu Chen replied with a pun, "Doing." After a moment, Yang Mo responded, "Little pervert, shy, Gu Chen, you owe me a kiss. When will you pay it back?" Yang Mo, "Wait until we meet again." Anticipation, Gu Chen, interest compounds, but it's not just a simple kiss anymore. Sly smile. September in the summer. Youth always comes with goodbyes. The military training at Modu University has ended. Gu Chen and his group bid farewell to the instructors. Some sentimental girls shed tears, and some people hugged the instructors reluctantly. The early stage of military training was tough, the middle stage was filled with laughter, and the farewell at the end was tinged with a hint of sadness. And so the military training came to an end. The memories of that time during military training, including Wang Yanran's black stockings, Chen Xiaohua's soda water, by Yueguang Qin Munin, and Gu Chun who captured the hearts of many girls, were sealed in the memories of countless people with the end of military training. "Hey, let's go see the Oriental Pearl Tower. I want to eat Modu pan-fried buns. Let's go to the Bund Bar in Modu." Huang Zicheng in the dormitory also excitedly said, "Let's go to TAXX tonight." Zhou Tao curiously asked, "What is TAXX?" Huang Zicheng smirked lewdly, "It's the top nightclub in Modu. I heard the girls inside are very beautiful." Zhou Tao was excited, "Have you been inside?" "I've never been to a nightclub in my life." Huang Zicheng answered without hesitation, "Isn't it obvious? If I haven't been, how would I know about the quality of the girls at TAXX? Damn, I didn't expect you to be so experienced." "Impressive." Zheng Xiaohong stared wide-eyed, giving a thumbs up. Huang Zicheng felt the shock from the two, feeling secretly pleased. He was just bragging, only heard his cousin boasting about the high quality of girls at TAXX. He had never been there, but the 1 million in his bank account gave him confidence. Huang Zicheng said, "Lao Gu, you're so rich, you must have been to TAXX, right? Tell them how fun it is." "Gu Chen, I've been there once, it's just okay. I'm quite familiar with the owner. His first visit made him the owner of the top nightclub TAXX in Modu." "Damn, that's a lie. My cousin said the owner of TAXX is over 40 years old. With such a big age difference between you two, you and him couldn't possibly hang out together." Huang Zicheng didn't believe it. Gu Chen smiled and didn't say anything. The four returned to the dormitory. Huang Zicheng hurriedly took off his camouflage uniform and threw it in the trash, took a shower, and changed into what he thought was a handsome outfit. Zhou Tao said on the side that it was a pity to throw away the camouflage uniform. He was planning to wash and dry it, so he could wear it when doing farm work back home. Huang Zicheng wore a white shirt with slightly tight suit pants, tucked the shirt into the pants, deliberately showing off a cool belt, and wore Nike casual shoes. After changing clothes, he fiddled with his blonde hair in front of the mirror. Zhang Xiaohong said, "Damn, why are you so flashy? You don't understand, you have to dress up a bit to go to a nightclub, in case something happens with one of the girls, hee." Huang Zicheng said while fantasizing, with a lewd expression. Zhou Tao frowned on the side. He really couldn't understand Huang Zicheng's outfit. He was already thin like a monkey, and tucking the shirt into the pants made him look even thinner like a paperman. Especially wearing tight pants, the crotch area was squeezed tightly, with two S-shapes, protruding a bit in the middle. It must be uncomfortable. Wasting money, such a strange outfit. Zhou Tao silently complained. Gu Chen is still handsome. Lao Gu didn't need to dress up deliberately, he stood there and was the center of attention. Zhou Tao pondered for a moment and asked, Huang Zicheng, will Mo Luo and the others go too? To be honest, Zhou Tao envied Gu Chen a lot for having so many admirers. He also longed for a romantic relationship. Mo Luo was not only beautiful but also approachable, and he really liked her. Zhou Tao's family conditions were not good. Both his parents worked on the farm at home, and he came from the countryside. Before he entered university, he had never even been to the city where his hometown was located. When Zhou Tao first arrived in the Magic City, he felt a bit inferior, but after the military training, he regained his confidence. Zhou Tao didn't think he was bad enough to not get into a prestigious university. He believed that he would only do better in the future. He thought Mo Luo must have some interest in him, otherwise she wouldn't chat with him. Huang Zicheng was speechless. Bro, who the hell invites girls to nightclubs? The more of us big guys having fun together, the more opportunities we'll have. Lately, Huang Zicheng's heart was restless. There was no progress with Li Wenfang, and he felt envious and jealous of Gu Chen's ability to attract women every day. He couldn't bear it anymore. I really like Mo Luo. Alright, let's make plans to meet them in a few days. And don't mention going to the nightclub to Mo Luo. Huang Zicheng shouted, fearing that it would reach Li Wenfang's ears, and he would be done for. In preparation for the nightclub outing that night, Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong also started to dress up. Zhou Tao put on his Nike sneakers that he got for 68 yuan. Zhang Xiaohong used gel to slick her hair back into a big pompadour, proudly saying, if you want to do well with men, your hair must be slicked back. Gu Chen looked at the three of them dressed up in a flashy manner and felt speechless. He said, we're just going to a nightclub, can't you dress more normally? Huang Zicheng grumbled discontentedly, damn, Lao Gu, you're just jealous of my handsomeness, envious that I'm stealing your spotlight. Zhou Tao grinned, I think you're nothing special. Are you even worthy of comparing yourself to Lao Gu? Why not? I'm a handsome guy in the Korean style. Hearing this, Gu Chen and the others, ugh. Zhang Xiaohong asked, have you guys checked the campus forum? They're discussing the 5 goddesses of the Magic City now, instead of the previous 4. Oh, who's the new one? Zhou Tao asked. Many netizens agree that it's Chen Yunxue. Huang Zicheng disdainfully said, get out of here, Bai Yuguang Qin Nunan is the eternal goddess. She was more than qualified to be the campus belle. The previous 4 goddesses recognized by the Magic City University were Wang Yanran, Wen Qian, Lu Shiyao, and Yu Manman. Now on the forum, the LSPs were crazily discussing which freshman girl was most likely to become a goddess. Most people supported the aloof goddess Chen Yunxue. Rising to fame, Bai Yuguang Qin Nunan, who many male students considered to be the moonlight, also had many die-hard fans. For a while, the two groups were fiercely debating online. Zhang Xiaohong asked, Lao Gu, who do you think is more beautiful, Chen Yunxue or Qin Nunan? Gu Chen was busy chatting with his senior sister at the moment and directly said, they're both beautiful in their own ways. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and each flower has its own fragrance. Huang Zicheng inquired, if you had to choose the most beautiful one, who would you pick? A smile appeared on Gu Chen's face, guess. Hearing this, noticing Gu Chen's ambiguous expression, he didn't say anything, but Huang Zicheng seemed to understand. Huang Zicheng and the others were dumbfounded. Damn, it had to be you, Gu Chen. The situation had just taken a turn. Coming to their senses, Huang Zicheng and the others suddenly had a ridiculous idea in their minds. Should they say it or not, Lao Gu really had that kind of power. During military training, Chen Yunxue had been sending Gu Chen bottles of soda. Even if it was to thank Gu Chen for his bravery, she shouldn't be sending them every day. The campus belle must have Gu Chen in her heart. As for the other moonlight, Shin Munin, she somehow got involved with Gu Chen. She even actively asked for Gu Chen's WeChat. To say or not, Lao Gu's peach blossom luck is really good. Thinking of this, Huang Zicheng, Zhou Tao, and Zhang Xiaohong envy Gu Chen in their hearts. Buzz. Buzz. Just as they were bragging with their roommates, Gu Chen's phone vibrated. Speak of the devil and he shall appear. Taking out the phone to check. Message from Bai Yueguang Qin Munin. Qin Munin, I'm downstairs in your dorm. The military training these days is very hard. I bought you some fruits. Qin Munin, come down quickly to get it. In front of the boys' dormitory, not far away. Qin Munin was wearing a white tight short top, her fair collarbone and slender waist exposed to the air, a pair of loose blue jeans with slits on both sides of the pant legs, revealing a glimpse of her long legs wrapped in black stockings. Her exquisite face and sexy figure would make passing male students unable to resist stealing a few more glances at her. Some boys even stared at her black stockings with a fiery gaze, as if they wanted to devour Qin Munin. Someone shouted in the boys' dormitory, Bai Yueguang is downstairs. Excited, the boys in the building started shouting, spreading the news quickly, and soon many boys were leaning over the balcony, watching Bai Yueguang downstairs. Bai Yueguang Qin Munin was indeed too beautiful. Dressed in the usual military training uniform, today's Bai Yueguang looked even more stunning. Many boys were left speechless for a moment. Were those fruits next to Bai Yueguang? Was she delivering fruits to someone? Looking at Qin Munin, they were very puzzled. Is Qin Munin delivering fruits to a guy? That's impossible. Most likely the watermelon was too heavy, so she stopped to rest. Nonsense, the girls' dormitory doesn't pass through here. Anyway, I don't believe Bai Yueguang would give anything to a guy. The boys were exchanging words and thoughts. At this moment, a bold boy downstairs approached and asked, Miss, are you tired? Where are you going? Let me help you with the fruits. I'm waiting for someone. Qin Munin replied, shaking her head and rejecting him directly. The disappointed boy walked back to the boys' dormitory, and another boy patted his shoulder and asked, What did Bai Yueguang say? Bai Yueguang said she's waiting for someone. What? As soon as this was said, the boys were shocked and pale. Was Bai Yueguang really here to meet someone? How could that be? Are goddesses nowadays delivering things to guys? Previously, Chen Xiaohua sent soda water every day, and today Bai Yueguang bought fruits to give to boys. They were all extremely surprised. That guy must be really outstanding to deserve Bai Yueguang's weight. The boys who witnessed this scene felt a pang of jealousy. They were already envious to death. Among the freshmen, there were only two goddesses. One was Chen Yunxue, who was infatuated with Gu Chen, and the other was Qin Munin, who seemed to have feelings for someone else. The boys felt dejected. Why didn't they have the luck to be liked by a goddess like that? Hearing the commotion, Huang Zicheng was the first to run to the balcony to watch. He was a loyal fan of Bai Yueguang, and just now he was arguing with fans of Qin Munin and Chen Xiaohua on the forum. Seeing Qin Munin in casual clothes for the first time, Huang Zicheng was amazed. And then he noticed the fruits next to her. Huang Zicheng exclaimed in shock, Damn! Qin Munin really came to deliver fruits to the boys. At this moment, Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong also arrived at the balcony. Zhou Tao said with regret, What a pity, during military training, Qin Munin took the initiative to add Lao Gu on WeChat. I thought she had feelings for Lao Gu. Zhang Xiaohong sneered, who in the University of Magic City doesn't know that Gu Chen already has a senior sister, and there's a Chen Xiaohua who acts like Lao Gu's lapdog every day. Qin Munin is not stupid. Upon hearing this, Huang Zicheng also felt that what Zhang Xiaohong said was right. Huang Zicheng agreed and said, I also think that Qin Munin must not be looking for Lao Gu. Lao Gu is already deeply involved in the flower bushes, and Qin Munin is obviously a self-respecting girl. She cannot possibly like Lao Gu again. After saying that, Huang Zicheng sighed and exclaimed, I wonder who is so lucky to be favored by the moonlight. Zhou Tao glanced at Huang Zicheng, who looked like a monkey, and said, Anyway, it's not you. Your sister. If you can't speak, then say less. Huang Zicheng really thought Qin Munin was pretty. If he didn't have Li Wenfang, he would definitely pursue Qin Munin. The three roommates were sighing on the balcony, while Gu Chen, who had put on his clothes, left the dormitory. A while later, the three people on the balcony saw a familiar figure. Huang Zicheng was puzzled. Lao Gu, where are you going? Zhang Xiaohong also wondered, could it be that he thinks Qin Munin is looking for him? Zhou Tao suddenly realized, damn, he wouldn't really be looking for Lao Gu, right? Huang Zicheng said coldly, impossible, absolutely impossible. Downstairs, Gu Chen felt somewhat helpless. He really didn't want to provoke girls anymore. In the Magic City University, dealing with a senior sister, Chen Yunxue, was already enough trouble for him. If Qin Munin came along, he wouldn't be able to handle it. He was not Liu Bei, dividing the three kingdoms. He was afraid of messing things up. Why did this Qin Munin insist on throwing herself into the tiger's den? He didn't understand the logic of a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Hey, I bought some fruit for you on purpose. Qin Munin pouted. Seeing Gu Chen's helplessness, she also felt a bit wronged. The fruits in the school supermarket are not fresh. I picked fresh fruits for you outside the school. It was not close to walk from the school gate to the boys' dormitory, and she, a girl, was carrying a bunch of bananas and a big watermelon, making her very tired, with sweat on her forehead and petite nose. Watching Qin Munin fanning herself with her small hand due to the heat, Gu Chen couldn't bear to refuse her kindness. After seeing the fruits, Gu Chen was a bit puzzled. How did she know that he loved watermelon and bananas the most? Maybe it was just a coincidence. Gu Chen touched the watermelon. It seemed like it was just bought from the fruit shop, still cool. Gu Chen split the watermelon with one hand, then broke a piece off and handed half to Qin Munin. You look so hot, eat a piece quickly. Qin Munin happily ate the watermelon that Gu Chen broke for her, feeling very satisfied, and her slight grievance disappeared completely. The boys who witnessed this scene were not calm at all. Some students had their eyes wide open, mouths agape, looking unbelievably shocked. What's going on? The school's moonlight Qin Munin took the initiative to bring fruits to Gu Chen? Doesn't she know that senior sister Wang Yanran and the school flower Chen both like Gu Chen? Qin Munin was too hasty. Gu Chen's scumbag behavior was so obvious, yet she still wanted to get close to him. The boys were envious to death, unable to envy more. In that moment, Gu Chen became the public enemy of the freshmen. The two goddesses of the freshman year actually both liked Gu Chen. This was too outrageous. Why is everything good happening to Gu Chen? All the boys had pale faces, feeling extremely heartbroken. They wished they could rush down and smash Gu Chen's head into a watermelon. At this moment, the noisy crowd exclaimed, Gu Chen, this bastard, is flirting with the two most beautiful girls. Gu Chen is so awesome, all three school goddesses are interested in him, he's really a big shot. I really want to worship him as a master and learn his skills in picking up girls. How can you learn? Gu Chen is tall, rich, and handsome. If you had his conditions, you wouldn't be lacking women. Damn, it's just being a bit handsome, a bit tall, having some money. I really envy Gu Chen. The boys theorized one after another. They were extremely jealous inside, but also helpless. The gap between them and Gu Chen is just too big. Anyone present, as long as compared to Gu Chen, will feel a little inferiority in their hearts. Gu Chen's dormitory. On the balcony, Huang Zicheng was extremely embarrassed. Just a second ago, he was saying that Qin Munin would never like Gu Chen, but the next second, he was slapped in the face by the two downstairs. He looked down in confusion, seeing Gu Chen and Qin Munin sitting on the edge of the flower bed eating watermelon, wondering when they got together. Zhou Tao patted Huang Zicheng on the shoulder and said, Don't envy, Lao Gu is someone you can't envy. Huang Zicheng. Gu Chen was eating watermelon without caring about his image. Qin Munin felt like they were back to their childhood, when they were around 11 or 12 years old, back when her name was still Yang Mu. She was debating whether to tell little Gu. Little Gu still didn't know she was Yang Mu. It feels strange to tell him now. Let's wait until little Gu likes her, then it will be a surprise. Qin Munin gently told him to eat slower, then took out a napkin to wipe the juice off Gu Chen's face with her own hands. Student Qin Munin. Suddenly a voice came from beside them. A boy walked over quickly. Qin Munin politely said, Hello, Senior Wang. Wang Hongliang glanced at Gu Chen who was eating watermelon, and asked, Is he your boyfriend? Hearing this, Qin Munin frowned slightly, feeling a bit annoyed with him, and replied out of politeness, Not yet. Adding in her mind, But he will be in the future. Wang Hongliang became wary, sizing up Gu Chen, cursing inwardly, Damn, isn't this Gu Chen from the forum? How did he get involved with Qin Munin again? Wang Hongliang, a sophomore student, had a crush on Qin Munin. He had planned to slowly pursue Qin Munin, but now seeing Gu Chen, he knew he had to act quickly. Wang Hongliang warned, Qin Munin, don't be fooled by him, there are many women around Gu Chen. Gu Wen didn't say a word. Seeing Wang Hongliang's aggressive manner, he felt it was beneath him to talk to such a person. Eat your watermelon, even dogs bark, let's go sit in the car. Gu Chen unlocked the Ferrari downstairs, turned on the air conditioning, and they both got in. Wang Hongliang clenched his fists, Damn, so what if he's rich? I will definitely expose your true colors as a scumbag, and let Qin Munin see through your essence. Gu Wenqing and the two chatted in the car for a while, then left separately. On the way back, Qin Munin was quite curious. After not seeing each other for 7 or 8 years, Gu Chen's family had become so wealthy. Back in the dorm, Huang Zicheng asked curiously, Lao Gu, what's your relationship with Qin Munin? Gu Chen replied truthfully, just ordinary friends. After all, he and Qin Munin really didn't have much, and since adding WeChat, they hadn't talked much. Zhou Tao smirked, I don't believe it, Lao Gu, you're not honest. Zhang Xiaohong also pushed her glasses and said, who would give you fruits in such hot weather if they were just ordinary friends? Obviously, they all thought that Gu Chen and Qin Yunan must have a story. After all, in such scorching September sun, a girl willing to brave the heat to buy fruits for a boy. Their relationship is definitely not just simple ordinary friends. Gu Chen shook his head, ignoring them. Whether it was Chen Yunxue or Qin Yunan, he didn't actively seek to provoke them. Gu Chen believed that matters of the heart should be left to fate. In the Magic City, in a certain apartment, Yuanin was a little anxious. She was about to pay the rent again, but she had no money at all. The money Gu Chen rewarded her with can only be withdrawn next month, and distant water cannot put out a nearby fire. She tried to borrow some money from her friends, but most of her peers were still studying and didn't have much money. Finally, Yuanin thought of her idol Gu Chen. He was so rich, she decided to borrow some rent money from him first, and then repay him when the gift income arrives next month. Thinking of this, she no longer hesitated and took out her phone to type and send a message. Yuanin, idol, are you there? Gu Chen happened to be playing with his phone, and when he saw Yuanin's message, he immediately thought of the soft and youthful figure. He replied with a flirtatious tone, "What's up, little darling? Miss me? Yuanin, I want to borrow some money from you to pay the rent, and I will repay you when I get my salary. Is that okay?" Gu Chen transferred 100,000 directly. Yuanin was shocked. Why did he transfer so much? Yuanin, you transferred too much, let me return some to you. Gu Chen, you can use it first, I'm not short of money. What I lack is you. Smirking, Yuanin blushed. Does her brother like her too? Yuanin, liar, then you won't find me to play. Gu Chen, when I have time, you must invite me up to the building for a drink. At this time, the senior sister also sent a message. Wang Yanran, is this handsome, junior brother? Picture. Gu Chen thought it was a benefit and couldn't wait to open it. Oh my god. The picture was of a Porsche's passenger seat, with a label attached that read, reserved seat for brother Gu Chen. Gu Chen couldn't help but laugh and cry. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Night fell. In the night of the Magic City, the lights were red and green, and the paper fans were drunk in gold. Gu Chen and his 3 cheeky roommates left the dormitory. They saw several groups of girls coming and going. In the heat of September, they were all wearing shorts or skirts, exposing their fair and beautiful legs to the air, some wearing tight tops, with prominent chests. The special scenery of summer was brimming with youthful vitality. Huang Zicheng couldn't take his eyes off, smiling, and whispered that there were girls looking at him. Zhang Xiaohong was not to be outdone, insisting that they were looking at him. Zhou Tao looked disdainfully at the 2 skinny monkeys and said with a grin, clearly, they are looking at old Gu. The 4 of them arrived at the parking area. Old Gu's Ferrari can only seat 2 people, Zhang Xiaohong and Zhou Tao. You guys take a taxi to TXX. Huang Zicheng said. Huang Yicheng had never ridden in a Ferrari before, so he definitely wanted to experience it this time. Zhou Tao frowned. I also want to ride in the Ferrari. Zhang Xiaohong also pouted, me too. The $1 million luxury car Ferrari was tempting, and they all wanted to experience it so that they could boast about it in the future. Seeing this scene, Gu Chen smiled and said, you might be disappointed. I'm not driving the Ferrari today, I'm driving another car. Gu Chen pressed the unlock button for the Bentley, and the cool lights of the Bentley Continental lit up, shining brightly in the dark night. Zhou Tao, Huang Zicheng, and Zhang Xiaohong were slightly shocked to see the Bentley Continental. Did old Gu buy another car? Is this the world of the wealthy? Zhou Tao sighed, old Gu, your car is really cool. Zhou Tao admired the flawless aristocratic coupe lineage of the Bentley Continental, with its majestic front end, mesh chrome grille, for round headlights, large wheel hubs, and powerful wheel arches, all symbolizing vitality and passion. He thought how great it would be to take a ride with Mo Luo in it. Huang Zicheng couldn't wait to sit in the passenger seat, looking at the interior decorations and the scent inside. Oh my, old Gu, this car doesn't look like it belongs to you. Whose rich lady is this? Gu Chen chuckled. It's a friend's. I have to return it in a couple of days. Gu Chen had contacted Lin Yingying before, and Lin Yingying told him to go ahead. Zhang Xiaohong, who got on the car, shouted, I don't want to work hard anymore. Lao Gu, introduce me to a rich woman. Huang Zicheng also looked expectant and said, the doctor said my stomach is not good, I can only eat soft food. Gu Chen said, get lost, she doesn't like monkeys. Zhang Xiaohong. Huang Zicheng. Bentley Continental GT left the dust behind, roaring with the engine as it drove out of the Magic City University, heading straight to the top nightclub in Magic City, TXX. Gu Chen, driving with one hand, made Huang Zicheng extremely envious. As the top nightclub in Magic City, Tax's outdoor parking lot is filled with luxury cars every day, such as Ferrari sports cars, Lamborghinis, Rolls-Royces, and so on. Very common at TAXX. Gu Chen's Bentley Continental GT, although outstanding, is not particularly expensive here. Surrounded by luxury cars worth over 4 million, it is evident that the nightlife of the rich second generation in Magic City is colorful. Gu Wenqing parked the car not far from the entrance of TAXX, letting Huang Zicheng and the others get off to reserve a table. After they got off, Gu Chen drove alone to find a parking space. TAXX is packed at night, with cars filling up all the parking spaces. Gu Chen drove around the parking lot in a big circle, all spaces were taken. At this moment, he noticed a vacant space next to the entrance of TAXX, thinking of parking there directly. Before Gu Chen could act, a Lamborghini roared and parked at the entrance of TAXX. As soon as the Lamborghini stopped, the security guard of TAXX walked over with a frown, reminding, "Sorry sir, parking is not allowed at the entrance of TAXX, please leave as soon as possible." Hearing this, the Lamborghini owner frowned and said, "I came here to spend money, can't I park here?" The security guard sternly said, "Sorry, this is the company's rule." The rich second-generation owner of the Lamborghini was not happy, but he often comes to TAXX and knows that parking is not allowed next to the entrance. Because there were no parking spaces today, the rich second generation wanted to try parking at the entrance, but the security guard came to drive him away. The Lamborghini owner glanced at the beautiful girl in the passenger seat and thought he couldn't lose face in front of her. The Lamborghini owner took out a wad of money from his bag and said loudly, 3,000 yuan, I will park here overnight. The security guard shook his head and refused, saying it was not allowed. Then 5,000. The security guard still refused. "I'm sorry sir, it's not about money. It's the company's rule." Hearing this, the Lamborghini owner's face darkened and cursed, "You don't know how to make money even with money, you deserve to be a doorman for a lifetime." After cursing, the rich second generation drove the Lamborghini quickly away from the entrance of TAXX. Just as the rich second generation owner of the Lamborghini finally left, the security guard had not even breathed a sigh of relief when he saw a Bentley Continental GT pulling in. The security guard was almost cursing in his heart. Why are these rich second generations so fond of this place today? The security guard stepped forward and said in a formulaic manner, "Sorry sir, parking is not allowed at the entrance of TAXX, please leave as soon as possible." Gu Chen got out of the car and asked, "Is it not allowed for anyone?" "Sorry, the company." Before the security guard could finish his sentence, he realized that the person getting out of the car looked so familiar. He took a closer look and exclaimed in his heart, "Damn! The person who came was actually the new boss of TAXX, Manager Gu." He was a bit dumbfounded. The boss is the one driving the Bentley. After he came to his senses, he smiled apologetically and said, "Manager Gu can of course park here. Only Manager Gu is qualified to park at the entrance of TAXX. The entire TAXX nightclub belongs to Mr. Gu. Even if he blocks his Bentley in front of the nightclub entrance, the security guards dare not say no." Gu Chen sighed in his heart, realizing that after the system rewarded him with TAXX, it also implanted his information into the employees. "Okay, take care of my car." Gu Chen got out of the car calmly and continued, "When you go to the finance department to get the 10,000 yuan reward later, just say it was my idea." Gu Chen finished speaking and walked into the nightclub. Hearing Mr. Gu's voice was like music to the security guards, making them extremely happy. The 5,000 yuan from the Lamborghini owner must have tempted him, almost equivalent to his monthly salary. But due to company regulations, he could only refuse, feeling somewhat pained to lose 5,000 yuan. Unexpectedly, in an instant, the boss rewarded him with 10,000 yuan. It showed that his work had been recognized by Mr. Gu. With renewed vigor, the security guard vowed to take good care of Mr. Gu's Bentley, making sure no drunken fool would damage it. In front of the TAXX nightclub, two attractive female marketers in revealing outfits greeted Gu Chen before he even entered. One of the girls, named Sumo, had witnessed Mr. Gu's charisma before. She once ordered 20 sets of the 5-color dragon in one go, spending a whopping 1.5 million yuan in a single night. For this, Sumo also received a commission of 15,000 yuan. What's even more surprising is that he didn't drink any of the expensive alcohol he ordered, instead using it to feed dogs. Little did she expect that the next time they met, Mr. Gu had already become the owner of TAXX, truly ruthless. Tax's reputation in the city was booming, attracting numerous high-end customers and packed crowds every day. TAXX was simply a gold mine. Why would the previous owner sell it? Such a lucrative nightclub must have enticed the former owner with an offer he couldn't refuse. Thinking of this, Sumo and the other marketer gazed at Gu Chen with admiration. There were 3 people just now, one of them had yellow hair. Which table did they book? Sumo sweetly inquired, "Are you talking about 2 thin guys, one tall and strong with black hair, and another skinny guy with yellow hair?" Seeing Gu Chen nod, Suemo continued, they booked the A3 area, table 036. With that, Suemo took the lead to guide them to the A3 area, table 036. On the other side, Jin Yi, the second-generation rich kid driving a Lamborghini, finally found a parking spot. After parking his sports car, he headed to the nightclub with a beautiful girl to have fun. Today was his friend's birthday, and they had planned to meet at TAXX to drink and flirt with girls. As Genie approached the entrance of TAXX, he saw a Bentley Continental GT parked peacefully in the spot where the security guard had previously forbidden parking. The security guard was now wiping the car like a lackey. The girl next to Genie also looked surprised at the Bentley. In an instant, Genie's anger flared up. Being someone who valued his image, he felt humiliated in front of the girl because of the security guard's actions. He angrily exclaimed, "Didn't you tell me I couldn't park here? Then why can this Bentley park here? A crappy Bentley can park here, but my Lamborghini costs over 7 million, isn't it worthy of parking here?" The security guard, still wiping the Bentley, shook his head and replied, "Not worthy." Genie's face turned pale with anger as he shouted, "Damn it, my Lamborghini can buy 2 Bentley Continental GTs, why isn't it worthy? If I don't get a satisfactory answer today, I won't let you off." Genie's face was full of anger as he stared fiercely at the security guard. "This is our boss's car. Only he has the right to park here. Moreover, all the TAXX nightclubs belong to Mr. Gu. He can block the entrance of the nightclub. Would you dare to park there?" Hearing this, although Genie was angry, he had no choice. Damn it! Nowhere to vent his anger. After all, the security guard was right. The owner of TAXX nightclub must have privileges. The nightclub belongs to the owner, and the owner can park wherever he wants. If you want to blame someone, blame himself for not being the owner of TAXX. Besides, being able to open the top nightclub in the Magic City, the money and connections of the TAXX owner must be profound, something he can't afford to provoke. So, in a situation where he couldn't reason with him, he didn't dare to cause trouble for the nightclub staff. Genie could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger, angrily entering TAXX with a beautiful girl. He thought to himself that as long as he could win over this girl with a beauty score of over 90 tonight, a little frustration wouldn't matter. Gu Chen followed behind the marketing Sumo's perfect figure exposed in front of him, good legs, and a tempting hip ratio. Especially Suemo, who was wearing a plaid miniskirt, swaying her perky hips, even more enticing. Gu Chen couldn't help but sigh. Last time he was in a hurry and didn't notice how good this girl's figure was. At this moment, it was the busiest time of the night. Various crowds entered the nightclub continuously, excited young girls seeking thrills, well-dressed office workers, middle-aged men with big bellies, hot girls with great figures. Deafening music exploded in the ears. Colorful laser lights dazzled the entire TAXX. People entering the nightclub were excited, blood pumping, spirits high, following the sexy DJ waving their hands. TAXX is divided into private rooms, VIP seats, and open seats. Huang Zicheng booked a VIP seat. The best position for a VIP seat is A1 closest to the DJ booth, followed by A2, and lastly A3. The minimum consumption prices are worlds apart. A1 has a minimum consumption of 200,000 for one night, A2 has a minimum consumption of 80,000, and A3 has a minimum consumption of 50,000. Huang Zicheng booked the A3 VIP seat, but for students, this was also a sky-high expense. At this moment, in the A3 area, card 036, Zhou Tao was already dazzled sitting in the VIP seat. Those women with white thighs, sexy clothes with little fabric, made him swallow hard. When he learned that Huang Zicheng had ordered more than 50,000 worth of drinks, he was shocked to the core. Damn. Huang, the money you spent in one night is more than what I spent in 4 years of college. Zheng Xiaohong was also stunned on the side. Huang Zicheng glanced at the sexy female marketer and said very proudly, "Just over 50,000, bro, not short of money." After speaking, Huang Zicheng glanced at the female marketer and saw her admiring expression, making him feel on top of the world. This feeling of showing off was really cool. Maybe with a little more effort, he could do some things with the female marketer. Before he could show off for too long, an even more beautiful female marketer respectfully led Gu Chen to the VIP seat. The female marketer who had just admired Huang Zicheng's face turned into a shocked expression upon seeing Gu Chen. "Mr. Gu, good evening." Since Gu Chen appeared, the female marketer's eyes had been following Gu Chen closely, completely ignoring Huang Zicheng. In the previous second, he was showing off, but now he felt like a deflated eggplant. Zhou Tao patted his shoulders sympathetically. "Huang, don't take it to heart. Who made Mr. Gu more handsome than you?" Huang Zicheng. Zhou Tao's comfort made him feel even worse. When Mr. Gu arrived, all the staff at TAXX dared not be negligent. They quickly placed drinks, fruits, snacks on the table with respect and efficiency. Zhou Tao looked around and realized that their table had not been served drinks yet, but all the others who arrived later had already been served. He thought it was because Huang Zicheng spent a lot, so the waiters were quick to serve him. He gave Huang Zicheng a thumbs up. Huang, impressive. Huang Zicheng, feeling proud, said, "Look at how quickly the drinks are served, I still have some face." Hearing this, two female marketers covered their mouths and giggled. Su Mo thought to herself that a 50,000 yuan consumption in TAXX was common. A regular 50,000 yuan consumption did not have the privilege of having drinks served in advance. All of this was not because of General Gu. Thinking of this, Sumu subconsciously looked at Gu Chen. In the dim light, his three-dimensional features were like perfect carvings, and the flickering laser lights added a mysterious charm to him. For a moment, both female marketers seemed a bit infatuated. On the table, Huang Zicheng asked with some suspicion, "Old Gu, you've only been here once, and you're already so familiar with them? It's General Gu this, General Gu that." Huang Zicheng felt that the girl who had shown some interest in him just now became more enthusiastic towards Gu Chen since he arrived. Especially the more beautiful Su Mo, not only actively poured drinks for Gu Chen, but also had a charming and attractive demeanor that made him envious and jealous. Most importantly, the two female marketers didn't leave Gu Chen's side since they saw him, sticking to him on both sides. It was not just because Gu Chen was the boss of TAXX, but also because there was no man in the whole place more charming than Gu Chen. Meanwhile, Huang Zicheng, Zhou Tao, and Zhang Xiaohong were drinking alone. They envied Gu Chen greatly. Before Gu Chen could respond, Zhou Tao spoke up, "Hey old Gu, you must have spent a lot last time, that's why they call you General with respect." Then, Zhang Xiaohong whispered, "Sumu next to old Gu really looks good." Huang Zicheng and Zhou Tao also nodded in agreement. In the dim light, Su Mu's makeup was exquisite. She was wearing a gray tight-fitting crop top that perfectly accentuated her curves, challenging even to see her own waist when she lowered her head, let alone drink a beverage. She also wore a checkered mini skirt on her lower body, and her waist-to-hip ratio truly made men's blood boil. The only downside might be the pair of white, smooth legs stacked together, lacking a pair of black stockings. If she wore this outfit with a pair of stockings, which man wouldn't salute her? Although her looks may not be on par with Chen Yinxue and Wang Yanran, she was still a rare beauty. Gu Chen was not a saint. When faced with a beautiful girl who came to him, he casually placed his hand on her round thigh while talking. Sumo's body trembled slightly, paused for a moment, then smiled sweetly and occasionally poured drinks for someone. Sumo was a student at a certain specialized school in Shanghai, often working part-time as a bar marketer at TAXX at night. With her outstanding appearance, her performance at TAXX was also good, earning tens of thousands of yuan every month. Sumo was also a popular figure at the specialized school, not only for her beauty but also for her hot figure, especially her highly provocative outfits, making her the goddess that many male students admired. When are women most charming? It's not when they are naked, but when they are half-hidden, which is the most tempting. Sumo understood this principle early on. Her elusive dressing style captivated countless LSPs. She was reserved and kept a distance from all men. She knew that there was something very important for women. She has always been a prominent figure in the vocational school, with many senior students or rich second-generation men who liked to pursue girls trying to win her over, but none succeeded. At the nightclub, many wealthy men offered designer handbags, luxury cosmetics, and even a CEO boasted that if she agreed to be his mistress, he would provide her with a car and a house. Sumo rejected them all. Although she liked money too, she admitted that she preferred good-looking people. She was a looks-oriented person. Especially that CEO who wanted to spoil her. Sumu felt disgusted just looking at him. Taking advantage of Gu Chen and Zhou Tao going to the restroom, the female marketers looked at Sumo's blushing face and asked softly, "It's the first time I've seen you willing to let a man take advantage. Why? Do you have some thoughts about General Gu?" Sumo nodded subconsciously. "I think General Gu is very handsome. He fits my aesthetic preferences perfectly. Even a crew cut looks so good. I really love it." Another female marketer jokingly scolded, "Looks-oriented people are doomed." She envied Sumo to death. Why did heaven favor Sumo so much? Just with her face, as long as she nodded, countless wealthy men would bow down to her. Before, she thought Sumo didn't know how to appreciate it. Not even one of the second-generation rich or successful CEOs caught her eye. If she were as beautiful as her, she would have become a wealthy wife long ago. Why bother coming to the nightclub every day to do marketing? Who would have thought that Sumo was bargaining, wanting both looks and money? What's even more despicable is that she even wanted to seduce the boss. My goodness, this is too exciting. At this moment, Sumo's mood was also not calm. Her body couldn't help but go weak, feeling numb and tingly. The first time she had intimate contact with the opposite sex, this feeling was inexplicable. She didn't mind Gu Chen's intimacy. After all, the boss looked so good, and he was wealthy. He was simply the domineering president in the novels she read. Restroom. Zhou Tao glanced over and muttered, "Damn, old Gu, you're making me feel inferior." Gu Chen calmly said, "Ah, the Lord has given me a good meal." After flushing, the two walked out of the restroom one after the other. Walking to the booth area, a girl in a dress with a great figure happened to pass by. The girl in the dress took a few more glances at Gu Chen, especially after seeing Gu Chen's face clearly. Her eyes lit up instantly. Feeling the gaze, Gu Chen also glanced at the girl in the dress, and the girl blushed and ran towards the A1 booth area. "Gu Chen, we're all here to have fun at the nightclub, why be shy?" Zhou Tao said on the side. Although many nightclub girls dress provocatively, their figures are not as good as Mo Luo's. Gu Chen also thought of Mo Luo, who often worked out. Her hot and visually stunning S-shaped figure, wearing a dress, wouldn't that mesmerize many men? Recently, Mo Luo has been sending messages to Gu Chen from time to time, and Gu Chen occasionally replies to her. The two walked towards the A3 area, card 036. In the short distance, Zhou Tao could feel many girls' eyes on them. The alcohol stimulated the women's eyes slightly with a hint of heat, making Zhou Tao, who is usually transparent, feel uncomfortable all over. In the eyes of the opposite sex, he felt that even his walking posture had become a bit strange. This was the first time in his life that he had attracted so many sexy and attractive women's attention, although he knew very well in his heart that he was just an accessory. The women's eyes were all on Gu Chen, but he had to admit, Gu Chen was indeed outstanding. Even the tools for flushing were so impressive. The tall and sturdy Zhou Tao felt inferior. Just arrived at the booth, and saw another female marketer already chatting with Huang Zicheng. The two were talking and laughing. Huang Zicheng glanced at Lao Gu's hand, which was casually placed on Sumo's body, or even on her fair and tender thigh. He was extremely envious. Huang Zicheng's family conditions were not bad, but in high school, his heart was always on Li Wenhuan, who was very dominant, and he didn't dare to make any unreasonable demands on her. Huang Zicheng, who had never even touched a girl's hand, sometimes showed a conflicted expression on his face, wanting to be as suave as Gu Chen, but he could never take the first step. He could only drink with female marketers in a reserved manner. Zhou Tao sat in the corner eating fruit, constantly messaging Mo Luo on his phone. Zhang Xiaohong saw that both Gu Chen and Huang Zicheng had female companions with them, and he felt extremely restless. He took a big sip of alcohol, just about to admire the pretty girls, when he saw three beautiful young girls walking towards Zone 3. When he saw the looks of two of the girls, his eyes lit up. 2 minutes ago, the girl in the dress returned to Zone A1, table 006. She glanced at the two men sitting next to her, then leaned down to whisper in the ears of the two sisters. "What? Is what you said true?" The two sisters were excited and thrilled. Seeing Li Yan nod in her dress, the two girls couldn't sit still and asked where he was. Li Yan said she took a peek when she ran, and it seemed like the idol was in Zone 3. "Hurry, let's go find him. It's so boring here." The two girls stood up directly, pushing Li Yan towards Zone 3. The two men at table A1 were still drinking, discussing how to win over the three student sisters, but when they looked up, they saw the girls running towards Zone A3, and they took their bags with them, obviously not interested in them at all, not even giving them a chance. The two men were dumbfounded. The consumption at table A1 was not low, and with table 006 and Zone A1 facing the DJ booth, the minimum consumption today was 300,000 yuan. In order to show their strength in front of the three girls, they ordered 5 sets of 5-colored dragons. One set of 5-colored dragon cost 78,888 yuan, so 5 sets cost 394,425 yuan. The alcohol consumption alone for one night was nearly 400,000 yuan. Ordering 5 sets of 5-colored dragons, they had a grand appearance. The dance group held up light boards, dancing to the beat in front of the table. Feeling the admiring gazes around them, they were extremely pleased. Spending money lavishly like this, they thought they could definitely win over these three inexperienced student sisters. However, the three student sisters unexpectedly ran to Zone A3. What the hell was going on? The two men looked at the many girls who wanted to join their table because of the 5-colored dragons, but their quality was not as good as the student sisters who had just left, and their faces darkened slightly. At this moment, Jin Yi, who had been ditched, returned to table 006 in Zone A1. He saw his two lonely friends drinking in silence. The three girls were nowhere to be seen. Jin Yi shouted, "Damn, where did my girls go? Did they all go to the restroom together?" One of his companions with a pale face, emptied by alcohol and lust, said, "It seems like they went to Zone 3. Hearing this, Jin Yi was furious, but he spoke relatively politely to his younger brother, then why didn't you stop them? What if my beautiful girls ran away? What would I do? Jinhua weakly said, they have long legs, if they want to go, I can't stop them. Jinhua was a timid and fearful person, afraid to cause trouble in Zone 3 himself. What if he got beaten up? After all, he knew his height and physique, he had no fighting power. Damn it, my dignified table in Zone 1 costing over 400,000 yuan is not enough for them to have fun, and they even want to go to that trashy Zone 3. I can't afford to lose face like this. Jin Yi roared in anger. He continued to loudly question another companion, Old Cow. It's one thing for the short guy to be afraid, but why are you acting so cowardly today? This doesn't seem like your usual self? Hearing this, the old cow took a sip of wine and casually said, I've been dealing with a lot of trouble lately, what's the point of worrying about such trivial matters? We'll just go and snatch them later. Who dares to touch the girls we brought? The old cow, recently experiencing financial loss and heartbreak, was in a very bad mood, feeling that this birthday was dull. Then, the old cow changed the subject, touched his stomach, and said, my stomach is feeling uncomfortable, I'll go to area A3 after using the restroom to bring them back. Genie didn't care, you have too many damn problems, Xiaohua and I will go first. I guarantee that by the time you come back from the restroom, I will have brought the girls back too. The old cow waved his hand, that's fine. Genie had the capital to be arrogant, his father was in the rebar business, with assets worth around 200 to 300 million. Genie grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth, and when he became an adult, his family bought him a Lamborghini worth 7 million. His life could be said to be smooth sailing. Genie put in a lot of effort to arrange a meeting with a girl with at least 90 looks, but before he could even touch her, he ran over to someone else's table. What's even more infuriating is that as people aim higher, the three girls abandoned the A1 area where they spent 400,000 and went directly to the A3 area where they spent 50,000. How could this be tolerated? Thinking of this, Genie angrily walked towards area A3, with Jinhua timidly following behind Genie. Genie, feeling frustrated, shouted, at least your family assets are over 1 billion, can't you show some backbone? Jinhua weakly replied, oh. Genie became even more angry, sighed in his heart, if Jinhua wasn't his cousin, he would never hang out with such a coward. Zheng Xiaohong looked at the three girls walking towards him. Two of them were really beautiful. One of the girls was almost as attractive as Su Mo on Lao Gu's body. The nightclub was filled with hormones, coupled with the effects of alcohol. His courage grew, he pushed his glasses, ran his hand through his big hair, revealing what he thought was a handsome smile. He stood up to chat with the girls, of course, his target was definitely not the most beautiful one. Zheng Xiaohong had self-awareness, he set his sights on the second most beautiful girl among the three. Li Yan, with Wang Ye and Yang Ru, quickly spotted their idol. At this moment Su Mo happened to be pouring drinks, and the white-clothed youth suddenly appeared in their sight. Gu Chen looked up, his eyes met the three girls. Ah! The three girls were extremely excited in their hearts. What a pair of eyes, deep, charming, as if the entire starry sky was in his eyes. Just one glance made them deeply infatuated. The idol was extremely handsome, with a youthful aura mixed with a touch of gentleness. His demeanor seemed complex, the domineering arrogance when raising his eyebrows, the elegant and refined demeanor when pursing his lips. The white-clothed youth was much more handsome than on TV. They were extremely excited, a bit overwhelmed at this moment, not sure whether to approach for an autograph first, take a photo, or something else. Just as they hesitated, they saw a smirking man with glasses walking towards them. Zheng Xiaohong stared at his target, Hiru, and said, are you all here to have fun at the nightclub? How about having a drink or chatting together? It's more fun with more people. The three girls looked at the somewhat sleazy Zheng Xiaohong, but he had just come out from the same table as their idol. They couldn't refuse. Who would refuse to have close contact with their idol? Three people were just about to agree when suddenly the tall and burly Jin Yi caught up. He strode forward and saw Zheng Xiaohong chatting up the woman he had brought out. His anger surged as he felt greatly insulted. He rushed over and slapped Zheng Xiaohong's head. Zheng Xiaohong, who was in the middle of chatting, was caught off guard by the sudden slap. His head went blank, and even his glasses were knocked off. Jin Yi stomped on the glasses that flew to the ground, releasing the pent-up anger in his heart. A smug smirk appeared on his face as he loudly scolded, how dare you, a perverted glasses-wearing guy, hit on my girl? Why don't you take a look at your pathetic self in the mirror? Disgusting and shameless, who gave you the courage? Is it Liang Jingru? The sudden conflict left everyone present stunned. Li Yan, Wang Ye, and Yang Ru were terrified. What was Jin Yi, who drove a Lamborghini, doing? Did he have violent tendencies? Huang Zichang and Zhou Tao also looked bewildered at the scene. They thought it was an illusion. Why was Zheng's glasses suddenly smashed? Subsequently, the two of them were filled with anger. How dare someone hit their brother? Both in their late teens, full of youthful vigor. How could they stand by and watch their good friend being hit? Plus, with alcohol in their system, they both stood up ready to confront Jin Yi. Little did they know, Gu Chen acted first. He grabbed Jin Yi's hand as he raised it again heavily. Gu Chen slapped Jin Yi with a force enhanced by his skills, causing Jin Yi to see stars and nearly pass out. Gu Chen dragged Jin Yi to the side of the booth, signaling the security guard who wanted to help. The security guard, recognizing it was Gu, knew that the situation couldn't be easily resolved today. Soon, several security guards came to surround the booth, trying to minimize the impact on other customers and avoid unnecessary panic. In fact, in the deafening nightclub, not many people noticed the chaos here. The people at the nearby booth saw it, but they were not surprised. In nightclubs, it was common for drunken young people to cause trouble, so they were used to it. Moreover, the TAXX security was handling it, so they turned a blind eye and continued drinking. Jin Hua, who was brought into the booth, was trembling with fear. He was afraid of being beaten and quickly explained, "This has nothing to do with me. My cousin insisted on coming." Seeing Jin Hua's cowardly appearance, Gu Chen knew he wouldn't stir up any trouble, so he ignored him. Frowning at the still-dazed Jin Yi, Gu Chen watched as Zhang Xiaohong, who had regained his senses, poured a bottle of alcohol over Jin Yi's head, shouting, "Damn you, are you crazy? Did I offend you?" Zhang Xiaohong was furious for no reason, being hit out of the blue. Even if he was chatting up the girl you brought to the nightclub, couldn't you just tell him off? Soon, Jin Yi, who was dazed by the alcohol, regained his senses. His first reaction was that he had been slapped. And in front of the girl he was trying to hit on, he was slapped hard and drenched in alcohol. He felt utterly embarrassed. Already arrogant and domineering, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? He roared menacingly, "You losers, do you know who I am? The car I drive alone is worth 7 million. If you hit me, none of you will walk out of TAXX standing." At this moment, facing Gu Chen and the other two, Jin Yi felt intimidated. Especially after the heavy slap from Gu Chen just now, he almost thought he was done for. His anger and the alcohol in his brain cleared up. He knew he absolutely couldn't act now, otherwise he would inevitably be beaten up. He simply shouted loudly, "My family assets are worth billions, you losers can't afford to mess with me. I just casually swiped a card and spent 400,000 on drinks. Do you know what kind of person you've provoked today? The Lamborghini I drive is more expensive than your house." He kept boasting, indicating that his family was very wealthy and Gu Chen and the others couldn't afford to provoke him. Seeing that he couldn't win in a fight, he resorted to using money to pressure them. After all, in today's society, billionaires are indeed not people that ordinary folks can afford to provoke. Hearing this, the three girls all came from well-off families, and they felt that Jin Yi was too low-class. On the contrary, Huang Zicheng, Zhou Tao, and Zhang Xiaohong did have some concerns in their hearts. Zhang Xiaohong, who had intended to pour some alcohol on Jin Yi's head, stood still in a daze, no longer daring to act impulsively. Huang Zicheng and Zhou Tao gradually loosened their clenched fists. Faced with Jin Yi's shameless boasting and flaunting of wealth, they were indeed frightened. In today's money-driven society, the wealthy do have privileges. If Jin Yi's family is really that wealthy, they definitely wouldn't dare to cause trouble again. If they were to injure Jin Yi, with his extensive network of wealthy connections, just one phone call could have countless people willing to do anything for him, and they would be finished. "Lao Gu, what should we do?" Zhou Tao asked worriedly with a furrowed brow. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohong and Huang Zicheng also had dark expressions on their faces. Although Gu Chen's family was also very wealthy, this trouble was still caused by them. They all knew that regardless of who started the fight, given Jin Yi's arrogant personality, this matter wouldn't be easily resolved. Hearing this, Jin Yi saw the pale-faced Zhang Xiaohong, Zhou Tao, and Huang Zicheng, and he laughed maniacally, saying, "Now you're scared, but it's too late. Provoking me is the biggest mistake you've made in your lives. I will make sure you all pay the price, especially you." Jin Yi's gaze turned sharp as he looked at Gu Chen. Even though Gu Chen had just slapped himself to the ground, Jin Yi's head was still spinning. He stood up and angrily said to the four burly TAXX bodyguards at the table, "I am a platinum member of TAXX, I have recharged my card with 3 million in cash, and you bastards are just going to stand by and watch a platinum member get beaten up? I will complain about you, and have all you useless security guards fired." The reprimanded security guards remained unmoved. What a joke! The one who slapped Gu Zong is the boss of TAXX. Even if he's a platinum member, even if Jin Yi is a diamond member who recharged 10 million, he still has to take a beating if he deserves it. Sumu was also looking at the absurd Jin Yi at this time. This second-generation rich kid was so drunk, he still couldn't see the situation clearly now? Thinking about someone who could make TAXX bodyguards so obedient, it seemed like they had quite a bit of power, yet Jin Yi was still acting recklessly. Seeing that even his status as a platinum member of TAXX was useless, Genie had no choice but to take out his phone and shout angrily, "Damn you, you dare to hit me, and the bodyguards do nothing? I'll call someone myself." Hearing this, Gu Chen furrowed his brow. Before Gu Zong could react, one of the tall and burly security guards raised his arm and delivered a big slap, leaving Genie, who had just regained his arrogance, dumbfounded. He was both dumbfounded and shocked. His phone fell to the ground, and he covered his face with both hands. His eyes widened in disbelief. This security guard, how dare he, the proud son of a billionaire, actually got slapped by someone from the lower class? You, watch your mouth. Am I someone you can insult? The security guard reprimanded sternly. Genie looked up, full of hatred in his eyes as he glanced at the security guard. He recognized this security guard. Whenever he came to shop at TAXX before, this security guard always treated him with utmost respect, always addressing him as young Master Gene. And Genie never even bothered to look at the security guard properly, just a damn gatekeeper. Genie felt that talking to such lowly people would tarnish his own identity. Never did he expect. At this moment, he was actually slapped by the insignificant person he looked down upon. His face turned liver-colored in that moment. He was about to go crazy with anger. He no longer cared about the number of people on the other side, let alone about Mr. Gu. He just wanted revenge. He reached down to pick up his phone from the ground, muttering continuously, "I must cripple them. Break all the hands that touch me." Crack! Gu Chen stomped on Genie's iPhone 13P, smashing it to pieces. Zheng Xiaohong, upon seeing this, felt a strange sense of admiration. Old Gu really knows how to handle things. "Break my glasses, my brother will break your iPhone 13P. I'm not losing, I'm winning. Want to make a call? I'll fulfill your wish." A sneer appeared on Gu Chen's face. He waved his hand, and soon a security guard understood, handing his own phone to Genie. Gu Chen continued in a cold voice, "I believe in not offending others unless they offend me. If someone offends me, I will offend them. I'll give you one last chance to call for help. Today, no matter who comes, even if the King of Heaven himself comes, nothing can stop it." Gu Chen's words were extremely domineering, but not without reason. In his own territory, with his friend being assaulted, Gu Chen was also very angry. Hearing Gu Chen's voice, Sumu, Li Yan, Wang Yu, Yang Ru, and another female marketer were all influenced by his words. Women admire strong men. At this moment, Gu Chen was willing to offend the second-generation rich for his friend. This kind of behavior was simply cool to the extreme, making them feel very secure. This fearless man could bring them a great sense of security. The sharp sword-like eyebrows that Gu Chen raised seemed to carry a hint of roguishness. At this moment, Gu Chen changed his gentle demeanor, exuding an air of arrogance, as if he didn't care about anyone. Genie was too scared to meet Gu Chen's eyes. His gaze was frantic as he dialed a phone number, saying, "Yang Gu, help me, I'm being beaten." "Yes, at TAXX. Knowing that Yang Gu would come right away, Genie breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Ji's family assets were in the tens of billions, not to mention his wide network of contacts. Yang Gu also knew many people from all walks of life, and it was said that he had some connections with the boss of TAXX. As long as Yang Gu arrived, these jumping clowns would all be taken care of. Thinking of this, Genie seemed to see Gu Chen and the others kneeling in front of him, apologizing. A cruel smile appeared on his face. He was determined to ruin the handsome face in front of him later. Smack! The security guard slapped him again. "Stop smiling, show respect to Mr. Gu. Genie." Then the tall and burly security guard's sharp eyes swept over the cowardly Genie, warning him to show respect to Mr. Gu. Then the security guard's gaze frightened the cowardly Genie, who almost peed his pants. The timid Genie, afraid of getting beaten, timidly approached and said, "Bro, have a cigarette." "No smoking. Cigarettes are harsh, they hurt the throat." Smack! The security guard slapped Jean Hua's head again. "Didn't you hear me say no smoking? Do you know what respect means? When you distribute cigarettes, you should first distribute them to Manager Gu. Are you trying to show off in front of Manager Gu by giving me cigarettes first?" Jean Hua was dumbfounded. I was just trying to show respect to Manager Gu by offering cigarettes and a light." Even though the order was wrong, he still couldn't escape being slapped. Innocent victim. The coward online cried in the storm. Gu Chen smoked his cigarette and looked at Genie standing beside him. This kid is really fearless. I wonder how many people he has harmed with his arrogant and domineering personality. Zheng Xiaohong saw the situation getting worse and worse. He stepped forward and whispered, "Old Gu has called for backup. Discretion is the better part of valor." The situation escalated because of Zheng Xiaohong, and Old Gu only became enemies with Genie because he was trying to help himself. Genie's arrogance and grandeur were so overwhelming that Zheng Xiaohong had no idea what might happen. If old Gu got hurt, he would be the culprit. Zhou Tao also looked serious. Old Gu has endured enough, and he has learned his lesson. We are not at a loss. Damn, if I had known this would happen today, I wouldn't have come for drinks. Old Gu, let's leave. Huang Zichang also stopped smiling for once. The three roommates were all worried. Jin Yi, who had been beaten but remained arrogant, indicated that the reinforcements he called were definitely not good people. It's wise to temporarily avoid confrontation. Although everyone knew that Gu Chen came from a wealthy family, it would be best not to escalate the situation. Besides, Jin Yi had been boasting about his family's assets being worth billions, which was indeed intimidating. At this moment, Gu Chen's face still showed no expression. Endure? How can one endure when the anger keeps growing? Endure? Endure like a green-haired turtle? Like a ninja turtle? As a man with connections, why should he endure in his own territory? It's okay. He won't make a difference. After a moment of silence, Gu Chen said calmly. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Huang Zichang and the others did not leave, they just sat at the table drinking in silence. At this time, Lao Niu, who had just come out of the restroom, also found card 036 in Zone 3. His gaze passed the security guard and fell on his friend Jin Yi's swollen face. At that moment, he also felt some anger. Which idiot dares to mess with my bro? Who hit him? He and Jin Yi were best friends. How could he stand by and watch his friend get beaten up? Moreover, the three of them all came from wealthy families worth billions. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were at the top in TAXX. Who could they not afford to offend? Lao Niu disregarded everything and pushed past the security guard, rushing into the private room. Lao Niu's face was full of anger. Looking at Gu Chen, who was leading the group with a cigarette in hand, exhaling smoke, that handsome face. Why did it look so familiar? Damn! Gu Chen! Niu Tianci was shocked. Jin Yi dared to provoke Gu Chen? Niu Tianxi's face, which was full of anger a second ago, instantly became even uglier than if he were crying. Was he digging his own grave? Niu Tianxi's sudden intrusion surprised Huang Zichang and the others. Jin Yi, the arrogant and domineering second-generation rich kid, actually knew the vice president of the student union? Well, both of their families were worth billions, and they had similar personalities, so it wasn't surprising that they knew each other. A smile appeared on Gu Chen's face. Good timing, let's catch them all. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Niu Tianci almost kneeled down on the spot. Niu Tianci knew very well how terrifying Gu Chen's connections and wealth were. He was not someone to mess with at all. Gu Xiao, I was reckless, I'm very sorry. I'll go and ask my friend to apologize to Gu Xiao. Niu Tianci hesitated for a second, then walked up to Jin Yi and whispered in fear, Damn, how did you provoke Gu Xiao? He can easily take care of us with just a few words. Jin Yi sneered, Don't be afraid, this is not like your previous temper. I've already called Yang Gu, we must settle this today. Yang Gu? Lu Yangwei? Yes. Hearing Jin Yi's words, Niu Tianci was furious. What a disaster. Not only did he harm himself, but he also dragged himself and Lu Yangwei into trouble. Niu Tianxi's voice trembled. Do you know who Gu Xiao is? Gu Xiao is someone even Yang Gu looks up to. You've messed up both me and Yang Gu. Hearing this, Jin Yi was shaken to his core. What did he hear? The man in front of him is someone even Yang Gu respects? How is that possible? Lu Yangwei is a shareholder of Huafeng Group, with assets of over 4 billion. His assets are more than 10 times that of Jin Yi's family. Niu Tianci and Jin Yi are usually under Lu Yangwei's command. Lu Yangwei is already a big shot in Jin Yi's eyes. And the young man in front of him who hit him is even more powerful than Yang Gu? He could hardly believe it. What? Jin Yi was sweating coldly, his tone terrified. Are you serious? Don't mess with me. Am I kidding you? Niu Tianxi's mood had already hit rock bottom at this point. The second time. This is the second time he has provoked Gu Xiao. He can only hope that Gu Xiao will let it go this time. At this moment, more than 20 people loudly found card A3-036, where Gu Chen was seated. Move aside. Lu Yangwei, the leader, shouted sternly. The security guards on the card seat remained unmoved. At this point, the escalating conflict attracted the attention of everyone at TAXX nightclub. Everyone was watching the commotion. Such conflicts often occur in nightclubs and are usually stopped by Tax's security guards immediately, so they are not afraid at all. My brothers behind me have bad tempers, I'll say it one last time, get out of my way. Lu Yangwei bluffed loudly. Feeling all eyes on him, Lu Yangwei was extremely proud. He loved these big occasions, loved having everyone's attention on him. Lu Yangwei was enjoying himself, thinking he must look cool right now. And indeed, at this moment, some people at the nightclub looked at the leader Lu Yangwei. Some who didn't know him asked in surprise, who is this guy? How dare he cause trouble at TAXX? Someone answered, Brother, you are ignorant. Yang Gu is a shareholder of Huafeng Group, and I heard he knows the owner of TAXX. Yang Gu is a regular here, with a strong background. His family assets are tens of billions, some knowledgeable people said enviously. Hearing this, some people were shocked by Lu Yangwei. Some girls even threw admiring glances at Lu Yangwei. Feeling the awe of many people and the favor of beautiful women, Lu Yangwei was ecstatic. He thought, this is the demeanor a true hero should have. At this moment, a familiar voice that Lu Yangwei knew well came. Yangwei, do you remember what I told you last time? I said, if you act so arrogantly outside again, I'll curse your father to death. It was Gu Xiao. The heroic Lu Yangwei, who was not yet successful, met his end. Lu Yangwei bowed respectfully and walked up to Gu Chen, saying with a smile, young Master Gu, it's you. The grandiose Lu Yangwei, appearing humble and fawning, addressing a young man as young Master Gu? Boom! It was as if thunder had exploded in everyone's minds. What did they see? Could this wealthy young Master Lu Yangwei also have such humble moments? With assets worth billions in his family, who exactly was this young man that could make him so reverent? The scene before them left everyone present dumbfounded. Ha! The imposing Yang Gu who just exuded confidence, why did he suddenly falter? Wasn't he just full of bravado moments ago? Why was he now bowing and lighting a cigarette for that person again? Especially with that fawning smile, it was truly quite humble. They were both shocked and astonished. Who was the handsome young man from Area A3, card 036? Those who were familiar with Lu Yangwei followed everyone's gaze, feeling even more shocked. Damn! Always so arrogant and fearless, except when facing his father, Yang Gu actually showed fear in front of a young man. My goodness, could this be an illusion? They were dumbfounded, unable to believe that all of this was real. Yang Gu? Why the hesitation? Even Yang Gu has to flatter this person, you can imagine how terrifying he must be. Some say that a big shot can be really low-key, actually sitting in Area A3. The domineering Yang Gu finally has a time when he's being dealt with. Some people were discussing. And in Area A3, card 036, Gu Chen remained silent, quietly smoking a cigarette. The atmosphere in the card seat was tense, and Lu Yangwei glared fiercely at Jin Yi, blaming this kid for not recognizing the situation. As time passed bit by bit, Lu Yangwei, Niu Tianxi, Jin Yi, and others were already sweating profusely, all scared. The more the big shot remained silent, the more uneasy they felt. Feeling Gu Chen's intimidating gaze and his sharp aura, they were extremely afraid. They kept wondering how young Master Gu would deal with them. Would they lose their arms and legs? Or even their lives? Lu Weiyang and the others' thoughts became more and more absurd, scaring themselves silly. This was not an exaggeration. Gu Chen's strength and connections were unfathomable in Lu Yangwei's mind. He had just heard from his father that young Master Gu had single-handedly spent 30 billion to buy the Land King in the Magic City. A whopping 300 billion in cash. How terrifying was that financial power? Gu Chen remained silent. Their hearts were filled with fear. After who knows how long, they had forgotten about time in their fear, or perhaps in front of the overbearing young Master Gu. Every minute and second felt like an eternity. Ding! The host unlocked a new title, Impressive Presence, rewarding 90% of shares in Huafeng Group. 5 billion reward has been issued. System rewards will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner for use with confidence. Note, in general, it is not possible for one person to hold shares in a real estate company, which is unreasonable, but in the novel, the most unreasonable system has appeared, so let's consider this 100% share as reasonable. Author's dog head guarantee. The system's voice was like a divine sound. Gu Chen's expression remained unchanged, but his heartbeat suddenly accelerated, reaching an extreme level of excitement. 90% of shares in Huafeng Group. After Huafeng Real Estate developed all the land, the total valuation would be around 900 billion. Excluding the 10% of shares he already owned, the total value of these 90% shares is 81 billion. Not 800 million, not 8 billion, not even 80 billion, but a whopping over 800 billion. With the previously rewarded 10% shares and today's 90% shares, now, Huafeng Group truly belongs to Gu Chen's private property. Faced with such a luxurious reward, the wealthy Gu Chen also finds it hard to remain calm. It's just too exciting. Let's see the next reward. 5 billion in cash? Not bad, better than nothing. With over 800 billion worth of gems in front, 5 billion cash suddenly doesn't seem as precious. 1 minute ago, all shareholders of Huafeng Group received a mysterious call. Premium acquisition of the shares of Huafeng shareholders. The offered price was irresistible to all shareholders, and they nodded in agreement directly. The founder of Huafeng Group, Lin Hongtian, initially refused to agree, How could he sell his beloved Hua Feng Group that he had worked hard for his whole life? It was like selling his own son. How could he bear to do it? But under the opponent's monetary offensive, his stubborn heart wavered. Hua Feng Group founder Lin Hongtian, Hua Feng Group is something I built from scratch, just like my own son, no more money. In the end, Lin Hongtian got what he wanted. He achieved financial freedom, got his billion things, and started his retirement life early. In front of Lu Yangwei, Jin Yi, Niu Tianxi, Gu Chen received all the information given by the system to Hua Feng Group. No wonder Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi have been flattering Lu Yangwei, always treating him as their leader. It turns out that it's because Lu Yangwei's father, Lu Guoliang, has always been in charge of the construction site of Hua Feng Real Estate. Jin Yi's steel business and Niu Tianxi's construction company both need Lu Guoliang's approval to enter the construction site of Hua Feng Group. The businesses of Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi's families are extremely dependent on Hua Feng Group. As long as Hua Feng Group cuts off their business and makes a call in the real estate circle of the Magic City, then their companies will definitely suffer over time. After all, those nationally renowned real estate companies have their own dedicated suppliers. They don't need the Jin family and Niu family. And the low-end real estate can't sustain the businesses of the Jin family and Niu family. It can be said that the survival of the Jin family and Niu family is in the hands of Gu Chen. In front of Lu Yangwei, Jin Yi, Niu Tianxi, Gu Chen made a phone call, and in a calm tone, he said, "Yes, I am Gu Chen. Starting today, the group will cut off all cooperation with the Jin family and Niu family, directly blacklist them, and never cooperate with them again." Hearing this, Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi looked at Lu Yangwei with puzzled eyes, as if to say, "Isn't it your dad Lu Guoliang who manages the construction site affairs of Hua Feng?" Lu Yangwei was also a bit confused. Although Gu Chen holds more shares, he doesn't have the authority to manage the construction site, right? All the internal divisions of the company are clear. Without the approval of his father Lu Guoliang, the people under his command wouldn't randomly do things with just a phone call. At this moment, the phone in Lu Yangwei's pocket rang. He first glanced nervously at Gu Chen, and only after Gu Chen nodded slightly did he dare to take out his phone. The incoming call was from his father, Lu Guoliang. Lu Yangwei answered the call. "Hello, Dad. What? You are no longer a shareholder of Hua Feng Group? Bought at a premium. Let me go back and count how many zeros are in my bank card. Okay, I'll be back in a bit." Hanging up the phone, Lu Yangwei felt like he was still sleepwalking. My goodness, the shares turned into cash, and it was a premium acquisition. Upon hearing the news, he did not feel lost, but rather a hint of joy in his heart. Business valuation is all virtual, only the money truly in hand is real. Isn't it true that he now truly owns billions of banknotes at home? Thinking of this, he felt somewhat pleased. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face, and it happened to meet Gu Chen's gaze. His neck shrank in fear, his eyes focused on the floor. Even if his family owns billions, Gu Xiao is the one who boldly acquired the 30 billion king of the devil in the city. Compared to Gu Xiao, how could a firefly dare to compete with the bright moon? Later, the phone of Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi also rang. Similarly, they both looked pitifully at Gu Chen, seeing that Gu Xiao was not displeased. Jin Yi answered the phone. "Jin Yi, you idiot, did you offend young Master Lu? Just now, Hua Feng Group suspended all our family's businesses? I've told you countless times to butter up young Master Lu, quickly go and apologize to him. You've caused big trouble for the family. If we lose cooperation with Hua Feng Group, our family's company will be finished." Niu Tianxi's phone rang, and from the other end came the same questioning voice, asking if Niu Tianxi had upset young Master Lu. The cooperation between the Niu family, Jin family, and Hua Feng Group has always been pleasant. When Hua Feng Group suspended the business, the first thing that came to mind for both families was that their sons had caused trouble by offending Lu Guoliang's son. After the call, the two were at a loss. How could they have offended Lu Yangwei before they had a chance to flatter him, and how could they possibly offend him, especially when Lu Yangwei was bowing his head to apologize to Gu Xiao just like them? They were not stupid, and combining the conversations of the three, they quickly connected the dots. Yes, it was a call from General Gu. Lu Yangwei's shares in Hua Feng at home were acquired at a premium. Subsequently, in the calls from the Jin family and the Niu family, it was indicated that the business with Hua Feng Group had been unilaterally cut off, and the root of it all was that they had offended the young man in front of them. Thinking of this, Lu Yangwei, who was fine at home, while Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi were already scared to death. Thud, thud, two muffled sounds, the heavy contact between the knees and the ground. Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi knelt directly, trying to beg for forgiveness from Gu Xiao, and Jin Yi was the most terrified. Now he finally understood the terrifying power of Gu Chen. No wonder Niu Tianxi and Lu Yangwei were so afraid of Gu Chen. Gu Chen's background and connections are so profound. His eyes were full of panic. It's over. All over. He regretted deeply at this moment. If only he had known. Smack! 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 Niu Tianxi knelt down, continuously slapping his own face hard, hoping Gu Xiao would give in once more. Seeing this, Jin Yi, unwilling to be outdone, also began to slap his own face vigorously. For a moment, the crisp sound echoed in Area A3. The two seemed to be participating in a slapping competition. You slap once every 3 seconds. No, I must be faster than you. I have to slap twice every 2 seconds. In the private room, Wang Yaya and the others were shocked. Is the power of the idol, boss, so powerful? Just one phone call turned the arrogant Jin Yi into a miserable dog. Huang Zicheng and the others were also stunned. Gu Xiao, just treat me as a fart. Gu Xiao, disaster doesn't reach the family. You can handle me however you want. Just please leave a way out for our family. Niu Tianxi and Jin Yi cried bitterly, even slapping themselves. They were not crying because of pain. It was because the family's business was at stake, with almost all of their businesses revolving around Huafeng Group. If Huafeng Group abandoned them, the family's businesses would plummet, and it wouldn't be long before they went bankrupt. Used to a life of luxury, losing the source of huge amounts of money would make Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi wish they were dead. Humph! Gu Chen sneered, staring at the bloodied faces of the two. Cherish the last days of being young masters, you will miss it in the future. Then his tone turned sharp, out of respect for your father, I have only given you a trivial punishment, otherwise. Gu Chen approached the two, speaking in a cold tone that only they could hear, otherwise, you will never see the sun tomorrow. Boom! Gu Chen's voice was like thunder from the heavens, leaving the two paralyzed with fear. The yellow liquid eventually flowed out. Several girls frowned, their faces blushing as they ran away. Never see the sun tomorrow. Tomorrow's sun. Not see. They were extremely fearful, truly scared, seeing Gu Chen as a demon from hell, making them tremble. They had no doubt about Gu Chen's words. Even Lu Yangwei, a ruthless character, begged for mercy when faced with Gu Xiao. So what chance did they, these scum, have? Lu Yangwei, on the side, saw that Gu Xiao's anger had subsided. He approached with a smile, lighting another cigarette for Gu Chen. Gu Chen's lips curved into a smile. His words just now were meant to scare Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi. He didn't expect them to be so cowardly and gullible. But it was for the best, their current fear. They would probably run for their lives whenever they saw Gu Chen in the future. True fear in a person is never about submitting to force, but leaving an indelible, terrifying memory in the other's mind. This way, they would never dare to act recklessly in front of Gu Chen again. And, after tomorrow, Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi would fear him even more, when the news of Gu Chen acquiring Huafeng Group spreads. The entire real estate industry in the Magic City would be shaken. Not to mention these two insignificant, cowardly cockroaches. The two men knelt on the ground, frantically slapping themselves. Seeing this, everyone at TAXX was not just shocked, but horrified. Especially when someone recognized the identities of the two men kneeling on the ground. One was Jin Yi, with assets of 200 to 300 million at home, driving a Lamborghini worth millions, usually arrogant to death. The other was also a regular at TAXX, Niu Tianxi, with assets worth millions at home, known for being cunning and ruthless. These two were a disaster at TAXX, relying on their wealth and power. Who knows how many women they had taken advantage of. And they often snatched pretty girls from other people's tables. Everyone dared not speak out, because Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi were very wealthy. The arrogant duo, now kneeling and slapping themselves in the face, this is definitely explosive news. They are the wealthy second generation with a fortune. Now, kneeling at the feet of a young man, fiercely self-harming. Those who are closer can faintly hear them pleading, please spare us, Gu Xiaoyao. My goodness, this is too crazy. Even the sons of billionaires are kneeling and begging for mercy? Am I dreaming? Those two are nothing. That young man is someone even Lu Xiaodo dares not provoke. Some puzzled individuals ask, may I ask who Lu Xiaodo is? He is the son of a shareholder of Huafeng Group, with assets worth tens of billions. Do you understand now how powerful that young man in front of us is? Hearing this, everyone present has a hint of awe towards Gu Chen. Even the young masters with assets worth tens of billions at home have to bow their heads and admit their mistakes in his presence. It can be seen how powerful the young man is. Especially some of the girls present. Their uncontrollable eyes want to look towards the A3 area, seat 036. There sits a young Tycoon. Especially under the dim lighting, his smoking posture is truly imposing. If they could get close to this young man, wouldn't they become prosperous? Facing the complex gazes of countless people, some envious, some admiring, etc. Gu Chen remains expressionless. The dust settles. Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi paid a heavy price for their arrogance, dragging down the family business. losing the business of Huafeng, they are not far from bankruptcy and closure. Yang Wei. Gu Chen shouts. Ah, Wei Zi is here. Gu Chen frowns. Do you remember what I said last time? Do I need to take action myself? And no. I'm afraid of dirtying Gu Ji's hands. I'll do it myself. Lu Yangwei's voice carries a hint of crying. Smack. Along with the dynamic DJ beats, Lu Yangwei fiercely slaps his own face. Repeatedly. This unexpected incident ultimately affected the mood of many customers. Gu Chen waves his hand, and the manager of TAXX scurries over, bowing. Gu Chen says, go tell the front desk that I'll cover the bill for everyone today. And then he adds, except for those bastards from Jinyi. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, the manager's eyes widen in shock, and he stammers, Ji Gu. Gu Zone, today is a packed day. The manager means that the total consumption today is not insignificant. Gu Chen smiles, patting the manager's shoulder. Let's consider this as TAXX apologizing to everyone for today's farce. Gu Zone, so generous. The manager is completely impressed by the new boss. The manager knows that once it's known that Tax's Gu Zone is covering the bill for everyone, it will definitely cause a sensation in the nightlife circle of the city, and Tax's reputation will rise even further. In the future, more and more customers will come, and the place will be packed for a while. And the hundreds of millions or even billions that Gu Zong invested upfront will be earned back multiple times. Gu Zong is truly amazing. What the manager doesn't know is that he is overthinking it. Gu Chen simply felt that he had disturbed everyone's enjoyment, so he decided to cover the bill for everyone. The cost of drinks at TAXX for one night is only a few million. For Gu Chen, whose assets are already in the billions, let alone a few million, even tens of millions are just a drop in the bucket. For Gu Chen, tens of millions is just like a dime to an ordinary person. Not worth mentioning at all. Moreover, Gu Chen has acquired nearly 100 billion in assets through system rewards, so the money for everyone to have a drink is just like water. The atmosphere at TAXX, where order is restored, becomes lively again, with people drinking, swaying, and vigorously waving their arms, creating an extraordinary scene. Suddenly, the dynamic music volume decreases, making the joyful crowd turn their attention to the DJ booth. What's going on? Fighting just happened. The atmosphere was just getting lively. Why is this happening again? It really affects the mood and atmosphere. Many people furrow their brows, feeling very unhappy. Ahem. At this moment, the sexy DJ inhaled into the microphone. With a smoky voice, she said, due to the chaos just now affecting everyone's mood, our boss at TAXX, Mr. Gu, has decided. Today, Mr. Gu will foot the bill for everyone in the venue. After saying that, she turned up the music to the maximum volume, holding the microphone, and shouted loudly 3 times, Today, Mr. Gu will foot the bill for everyone in the venue. Today, Mr. Gu will foot the bill for everyone in the venue. Today, Mr. Gu will foot the bill for everyone in the venue. Boom! The atmosphere instantly reached its climax. Everyone present shouted in unison, Mr. Gu, awesome. Mr. Gu, impressive. Mr. Gu is awesome. Mr. Gu is impressive. At this moment, everyone present reached the peak of happiness. TAXX is so much fun, they must come back next time. Those who have heard of Mr. Gu's name look towards a 3036 card. Is that mysterious young man Mr. Gu? Is he the Mr. Gu who spent over 1.5 million on drinks in one night and fed the dog? Now he has actually become the boss of TAXX. It's simply terrifying. Even TAXX, which is famous in the underworld, has been acquired by Mr. Gu. His connections and financial resources are extraordinary. No wonder even proud young masters like Lu Yangwei fear Mr. Gu. Lu Xiao is still in a 3 area, 036 card, madly slapping his face. They just feel painful looking at him. The drinking session is over. Although there were some accidents, the ending was still good. The troublemakers also paid a heavy price. 3 little fangirls took photos with their idol and left reluctantly. Zhang Xiaohong had a bit too much to drink and shouted, Hey, Lao Gu, I haven't gotten that girl's WeChat yet. Zhou Tao stood by, supporting his swaying glasses. Huang Zicheng also added another female marketer's WeChat. The female marketer's name is Wangya. After successfully adding the girl's contact information, Huang Zicheng's expression looked a bit smug. The group left TAXX. A cool breeze blew by, bringing a hint of chill. Don't drink and drive. The Bentley Continental GT can't be driven. Huang Zicheng hailed a car with his phone, and they waited on the roadside. Hey! Huang Zicheng looked up and gestured towards Suemo behind everyone, then said, Lao Gu, why don't you add that girl's WeChat? She's so pretty, it's a waste not to add her. Zhou Tao also chuckled and nodded in agreement. Gu Chen smiled faintly and responded, I don't need to take that step at all. Hearing this, Huang Zicheng, not convinced, pursed his lips and said, although we acknowledge your excellence, not all girls are like Wang Yanran, actively pursuing you like Chen Xiaohua. Some of the pretty girls are quite reserved, like Wang Ya, who is actually quite reserved. I've long seen that she wants my WeChat, she just doesn't want to ask for it. So I took the initiative to ask for her contact information. Zhou Tao on the side looked disgusted, thinking Huang Zicheng was talking nonsense, just trying to say that Wang Ya likes him. What a show-off! Oh my god, where are you spitting? Oh my god, my newly bought Nike shoes. Zhou Tao looked down in pain at the shoes covered in vomit, feeling helpless. Damn it! When Zhang Xiaohong wakes up, he'll have to compensate for a new pair of Nikes. Zhou Tao wiped the shoes with a piece of paper, and at that moment, the ride-hailing car arrived. Zhou Tao helped Zhang Xiaohong to the back seat. Huang Zicheng, feeling disgusted, opened the passenger door and sat down. He looked smugly at Gu Chen, as if to say, old Gu, you've been wronged, squeeze into the back seat with them. Gu Chen closed the back door. He was still standing on the opposite side of the road from the TAXX. Old Gu, where the hell have you been all night? Huang Zicheng shouted tearfully from the passenger seat. At that moment, he finally understood what Gu Chen meant earlier. Why bother with WeChat? Strike while the iron is hot. Damn it! Old Gu is too awesome. He was so proud after adding Wang Ya on WeChat. When people are compared, I, Huang Zicheng, am a bit weaker. In the back seat, Zhou Tao was also shocked, grinning and saying, is old Gu going to have a feast tonight? As soon as he finished speaking, the driver, Huang Zicheng, and others all smiled knowingly, men understand. Outside the TAXX door, those who should leave have left, and those who should stay have stayed. Under the dim streetlights, Su Mo, wearing a tight gray t-shirt, stood vivaciously, her hair swaying in the breeze. In the shadow of the light, her charm was even more prominent. Looking at the beauty, Gu Chen said lightly, come, accompany me for a walk. Sober up. Su Mo naturally took Gu Chen's arm and asked, where to? The boss is really handsome and domineering. I really want to be the boss's little wife. Sob sob sob. Gu Chen is simply Su Mu's color dog. The moon is enchanting. Tonight, the spider kept trying to climb its web. She subconsciously glanced at the boss beside her. His features were three-dimensional, his appearance like a painting, making her, a color dog, unable to resist. She was a bit infatuated. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, her phone vibrated. It was a call from her roommate. Su Mo looked at her phone and saw over 20 missed calls, all from her roommate. Su Mo answered the call. Mo, where did you go last night? Why didn't you come back? A caring voice came from the other end. I was working last night, you know I do part-time marketing at TXX. Su Mo responded softly. You're lying. You've never stayed out all night before when working, you must be with a man, Momo. Are you trying to seduce a rich man? The roommate joked. Then, the roommate gossiped, let me tell you, yesterday brother Bylan waited for you downstairs all night, I saw him leave only this morning. Tisk TSK, unrequited love. Brother Bylan is so pitiful. Pity him. Roommate said he pitied senior Bylin, but in his heart, he was actually gloating. Whose phone? Gu Chen woke up at this moment and asked. Upon hearing Gu Chen's voice, a girl's shocked voice came from the phone. A man. Mo, you are really deceiving me. I am at odds with you. Su Mo blushed and hung up the phone directly. It's my roommate. She has a crazy personality. She called to worry that I might have an accident outside. Su Mo sweetly responded. After breakfast, Gu Chen drove his Bentley Continental GT to drop Su Mo off at the school gate. He watched Su Mo enter the school. The two had a deep bond. Gu Chen could now use the skill, check favorability, 99 points? Does Su Mo really have such a high favorability towards himself? Wang Min's favorability towards him was 85 before. In comparison, Gu Chen couldn't understand why Su Mo's favorability towards him was so off the charts. According to the system's favorability division, favorability from 0 to 20 is a stranger, 20 to 40 is an ordinary friend, 40 to 60 is a close friend, 60 to 80 is liked, 80 to 90 is a lifelong love, and 90 to 100 is unwavering until death. So, Wang Min's favorability towards him is a lifelong love, while Su Mo's favorability towards him is directly unwavering until death. Gu Chen couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it, so he decided to stop thinking about it. Anyway, Su Mo was already his. The higher her favorability towards him, the better. In the car, Gu Chen called Tax's finance department to get Su Mo's bank card number. He transferred 1 million to her first. Giving Su Mo some pocket money first, suddenly giving too much might scare Su Mu. She might even think Gu Chen is trying to draw a clear line between them. Treat your own woman well. In addition, he needed to balance things with Wang Min, although compared to Su Mo, Wang Min's favorability was slightly lower, but over time, his favorability would definitely increase. Suddenly having a woman who was unwaveringly loyal to him, Gu Chen was still very happy in his heart. He parked the car, humming a tune, and brought breakfast for the three of them on the way, then walked into the dormitory. There were no classes in the morning, the three sons were still sleeping soundly. Get up! Get up! The sun is already shining on your butt. Gu Chen placed the breakfast on the table. Ha! Old Gu, did you bring us breakfast? Damn, did you have a good time last night? You dare to come back today? Seeing Gu Chen return, Zhou Tao, who had just woken up, looked envious. Huang Zicheng also had panda eyes, took a few buns, and said while eating, Old Gu, you are quite lucky. Did you easily win her over yesterday? Huang Zicheng was full of curiosity. Although Gu Chen was slightly better than himself. But in less than a day, he managed to win over such a beautiful girl. Huang Zicheng still found it somewhat unbelievable. Most likely, Old Gu was showing off in front of them. In reality, he must have booked a room alone last night, empty-handed. Gu Chen glanced at Zhang Xiaohong, who was still sleeping soundly, with a meaningful smile on his face. Guess. Huang Zicheng frowned, looking like an emotional master, and said seriously, I guess you definitely didn't take advantage. You have to gradually increase each other's favorability like me. I think this is the most reliable way. Zhou Tao chuckled, when your relationship is in place, the girl won't even know whose arms she's in, and you won't even be able to touch the girl's hand. Huang Zicheng. Hearing this, Huang Zicheng furrowed his brows, his expression awkward. I damn want you to stab my heart. Gu Chen stood aside, smiling as he watched the two relationship novices hurting each other. In the Magic City, at a certain university, Su Mo limped back to the dormitory. At this moment, there was only Chiu Chiu in the dormitory. The girl Chiu Chiu who had just talked to her was looking at Su Mo strangely. She asked, what's wrong with you? Su Mo blinked her eyes and said, I was exercising in the gym last night and pulled a muscle. Oh, you're lying to me again. Hee. I'm serious. I was doing squats and leg lifts yesterday. For a long time. Chiu Chiu, also an experienced person, immediately understood. Who is it? Is he strong? Are you really in love? Chiu Chiu was curious like a cat scratching, feeling itchy in her heart. As best friends, she knew Su Mo quite well. She was sure that Su Mu, the rich and handsome guy, was not her type. So, the man who spent the night with Su Mu must be very handsome. Su Mo sweetly said, our boss. Ah. Hearing this, Chiu Chiu was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Oh. In the morning, Chiu Chiu heard Gu Chen's voice on the phone, but it was too fuzzy to guess his age. Chiu Chiu couldn't believe that Su Mo, who was obsessed with looks, had changed. Did she finally come to terms with reality and choose stability over looks? Chiu Chiu had heard Su Mo mention before that the boss of TAXX was a middle-aged man in his 40s. Chiu Chiu stared in astonishment. So, you really gave in to him? Su Mo mischievously replied, why not? Oh my goodness. The thought of that scene, a 19-year-old goddess with a 40-year-old man. So cringeworthy. Mo, you've fallen. Weren't you obsessed with looks? Ha! Our boss is drop-dead handsome. Nonsense, how handsome can a man in his 40s be? Can he satisfy you? Put. Pft. Su Mo scoffed lightly, pouting, who told you he's in his 40s? We changed the boss at TAXX, and let me tell you, he's really handsome. Chiu Chiu asked, do you have a picture? Seeing Su Mo shake her head, she sneered, next time, I'll see how handsome he is. He must have mesmerized you to look like this. Su Mo sweetly smiled, he's really good looking anyway. I don't believe you, if he's not good looking, I'll knock your head off. The two girls teased each other for a while. Su Mo glanced at her phone and saw an unread message. She opened it and her eyes widened. There was an extra 1 million in her bank account? Her first thought was that it was from the boss. What did this mean? Night fee? Thinking of this, Su Mo's face turned pale. She opened WeChat, wanting to ask the boss about this money. Gu Chen, use the lipstick well. Evil grin, don't refuse, or else you'll face severe punishment. Remember to thank me verbally next time. Seeing the message, Su Mo's tense body relaxed. It's good as long as she doesn't have to do it herself. Later, thinking of the small grove last night, she lightly scolded in her heart, boss, you're really bad. She replied, humph. Then you accompany me to buy, dog head. In the afternoon microeconomics class, Gu Chen and 3 people from the dormitory sat in the back row, waiting for the teacher to arrive. A beautiful scenery passed by outside the window, stirring the hearts of many boys. A boy said it was the school flower Chen Yunxue, As soon as the boy finished speaking, Chen Yunxue walked into the classroom lively. Chen Xiaohua was wearing a white slim-fit t-shirt, revealing fair arms, paired with slightly loose jeans, accentuating her sexy waist and youthful vibe. Her hair was tied up, swaying gently with her steps, the school flower with light makeup exuding a pure and playful charm. The boys were all mesmerized, she was so attractive. But then came a wave of heartache. Chen Xiaohua was not an economics major. Her presence here could only be for Gu Chen. The goddess actually came to audit a class for a guy. Crazy, school flower, you need to be reserved. As expected, Chen Yunxue walked over to Gu Chen, frowning. Gu Chen was sitting at the edge, with Zhou Tao sitting next to him. No available seats. Hey, Chen Xiaohua, I'll give you my seat. Zhou Tao grinned and gave up his seat. As he left, he even winked at Gu Chen, as if saying, bro, I'm considerate, right? Gu Chen plopped down in Zhou Tao's original seat, and Chen Xiaohua sat lightly next to him. At that moment, feeling the envious and jealous gazes of the male classmates, Gu Chen seemed to hear the sound of many hearts breaking. Gu Chen pursed his lips and asked, how come you're here? Chen Yunxue always felt cold, like an iceberg. Despite her pure appearance, why was she so aloof? Chen Yunxue didn't hide her intentions, to see you. Gu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, as soon as this school flower spoke, it broke her icy demeanor. What he didn't know was that Chen Yunxue was only like this in front of him. We all have one nose and two eyes, what's so special about it? Chen Yunxue's playful eyes stared at Gu Chen without blinking. I think you're special. Unfair, I want to see you too. Gu Wenqing joked. He openly admired Chen Yunxue. He even deliberately made two praising sounds. Feeling Gu Chen's scrutinizing gaze, Chen Yunxue relented, no longer looking at Gu Chen, her eyes drifting towards the blackboard. A slight blush appeared on her face. He should be able to see it. Gu Chen admired Chen Xiaohua up close. Her smooth and fair cheeks, delicate features. A bulging front, definitely not lacking in milk for future children. Her slim waist was also very enticing. In his line of sight. Chen Xiaohua, sitting with her legs crossed neatly, the bare part of her jeans revealing black stockings encasing her fair skin. They were from Paris. Wow, Gu Chen, the black stocking enthusiast, was invigorated. The silk inside the pants Gu Chen couldn't help but look a little longer. Is it nice? Chen Yunxue asked shyly. Gu Chen said in a diplomatic manner, it's a real eyesore, how can you dress like this? He said seriously, it's so hot today, wearing jeans must be very hot. Is it? But I'm not hot. After Chen Yunxue finished speaking, she slightly pulled up her loose jeans, revealing her sexy legs wrapped in black stockings. But, seeing you, I feel a bit hot. Gu Chen was dumbfounded. Was he being teased by Chen Xiaohua? Clatter! The pen in Gu Chen's hand accidentally fell. Gu Wenqing widened his eyes, bent down to pick up the pen. In this class, he only picked up the pen. And then he came to a conclusion. Chen Xiaohua's stockings were indeed top-notch. Wrapping her legs from Paris, you could faintly see that fair skin. Enticing. In the classroom, the teacher was lecturing on the stage. Many students were distracted, turning to see Chen Xiaohua in the back row, her face flushed with embarrassment. And that jerk Gu Chen, why was he constantly looking up and down? The girls were enviously looking at Chen Yunxue next to Gu Chen. One had to admit, a perfect match of talent and beauty. Just like the male and female protagonists on the cover of a comic book. They are simply a perfect match. After a while, class is over. Some students left the classroom with their belongings. Chen Yunxue hesitated for a moment and whispered, do I look good? Seeing Gu Chen nod, she said, then I'll wear it next time. Gu Chen was stunned. Oh my, is this still the aloof goddess? Why does she seem so lively in front of me? Something's not right. How does she know that I like sparkling water and black stockings? Clearly, her previous style was campus JK style. After microeconomics class, Chen, the school flower, had a class and left reluctantly. After class, Gu Chen called his secretary to inform all senior executives of Huafeng Group to have a meeting at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's time to start the 30 billion yuan development project in Shuzhou district along the river. Gu Chen has no management experience, but Huafeng Group has a complete operational system, so relatively speaking, the management difficulty is very low. Early this morning, the real estate circle in Magic City exploded. Huafeng Group was actually acquired by a mysterious person. According to shareholders of Huafeng Group, the buyer offered a price that they simply couldn't refuse. As soon as this news came out, it caused an instant uproar. Huafeng Group is valued at over 90 billion yuan. If they are acquiring shares at a premium, wouldn't they have to spend at least over 100 billion yuan? Rich people. So willful. All the big shots in the real estate industry are curious about the mysterious buyer of Huaphone. Many of these big shots, seemingly worth hundreds of millions or even billions, are just stocks, real estate, and so on. They don't actually have that much liquid capital. And to be able to easily come up with over 100 billion yuan, these big shots are truly envious. Gu Chen doesn't care about all this. He is preparing to make an appearance and have them come up with a preliminary land design plan. The Niu family and the Jin family also got wind of the news, and from the mouth of the son who looked like a swollen pig head, they learned that it was a call from President Gu that terminated the cooperation. So, what role did President Gu play in this acquisition? But one thing is for sure, as long as they mend the rift with President Gu, their company can rise from the ashes. The heads of the Niu and Jin families, with a sense of urgency, ordered their sons to do whatever it takes to please President Gu, at all costs, to repair the rift with President Gu. After hearing this, Niu Tianxi and Jin Yi were emotionally overwhelmed and burst into tears on the spot. They actually have to face that demon. Just thinking about it makes them feel extremely fearful, not to mention trying to please him. It could end up in death. Zhou Tao enviedly said, "Lao Gu, how does it feel to sit next to Chen, the school flower? Ha, I see the looks of those boys in the class. They wish they could swallow you alive. Actually, I think Lao Gu and Chen, the school flower, are quite a match." On the way to the cafeteria, the three roommates were each saying a sentence. Zheng Xiaohong envyingly looked at Gu Chen. "Lao Gu, you're so amazing. Just teach me a couple of tricks to help me get out of being single. I'll treat you to a month of meals." Huang Zicheng disdainfully said, "Damn, Lao Gu is so rich, why would he need you? Besides, occasionally eating at the cafeteria is fine, but eating there for a month will make you sick." Then, Huang Zicheng smiled and said, "If you help me wash my socks for a month, I'll teach you 2 tricks to help you get out of being single." Hearing Huang Zicheng's words, Zheng Xiaohong looked strange. "Even if you wash my socks for a month, I won't learn from you. You don't even dare to hold a girl's hand, and you dare to come out and take on disciples?" Zhou Tao grinned. "I think Huang Zicheng has no skills, he hasn't even figured out his own rank." Huang Zicheng protested loudly, "I just don't want to touch Wang Ya. Whenever I think of Li Wenhuan, I can't get over it in my heart. I'm not like Lao Gu, showing mercy everywhere." Gu Chen was speechless. "Stop yelling and ruining my reputation." Zhou Tao disdainfully said, "Huang Zi, I really admire you. Isn't it uncomfortable to not show off for a day? Lao Gu is excellent. If I were as rich as him, I would also be willing to have several beautiful women accompany me. And you, as thin as a refugee, just bragging all day long. Damn it, mind your own business, don't call me Huang Zi. It sounds like the yellow paper for Qingming tomb sweeping. So damn unpleasant. Alright, Huang Zi, Huang Zicheng." The 4 of them arrived at the cafeteria. It was mealtime, and the place was packed with people. There was a long line at every window. The 4 of them had to choose a window with fewer people and line up one by one. The second floor served stir-fried dishes in small pots, which tasted much better than the large pot dishes on the first floor and were also more expensive, mostly consumed by teachers and staff. Gu Chen was eating at the first floor cafeteria for the first time since school started, thinking of trying the taste, so he didn't go to the special stir-fry window upstairs, watching the line in front of them move as slow as a snail. Huang Zicheng complained, "Oh my goodness, these people are not active in class, but they run faster than anyone when it comes to eating." Zhou Tao, who was tall and big, was already so hungry that his front chest was sticking to his back. He shouted, "Damn it, we have to wait for a long time, I'm really starving." Huang Zicheng also nodded in agreement. At the front of the line, a girl who was about to get food noticed Gu Chen among the 4 of them. Soon, she carried 2 large plates of food and walked carefully to Gu Chen's side, whispering softly, "I've got your food ready." Holding the food with both hands, Yun Weiwei was afraid of accidentally dropping it. She continued, Go over there to eat." Gu Chen nodded, took the plate from her hands, and the 2 of them left the line one after the other. Gu Chen walked ahead, and Yun Weiwei followed closely behind him like a young wife. Huang Zicheng, Zhou Tao, and Zhang Xiaohong, who were still in line, were dumbfounded. Traders who prioritize romance over friendship. Watching the backs of the 2, they were extremely envious. They thought that the 4 of them could still happily chat and brag while waiting in line together. But when Gu Chen walked away with a large plate of food bought by Yun Weiwei, they couldn't feel happy anymore. Damn it! Gu Chen is really showing off in front of them just to have a meal. Zhou Tao sighed. Did Lao Gu hit on a goddess? This Yun Weiwei seems quite pretty too. In short, the 3 of them were extremely envious of Gu Chen being able to eat early. The 2 found a corner to sit down. Gu Chen's plate was full of meat, eggs, and 2 vegetables. Gu Chen glanced at Yun Weiwei, who was eating dry rice with small greens. Feeling Gu Chen's gaze, Yun Weiwei felt uncomfortable all over, her face slightly blushing. She whispered, thank you. Then she raised her head, her tone firm. I asked others and also checked online. That car is very expensive, it should be more than 10,000 to compensate. I will pay you 150,000. I will go to work after class, I will have money. Yun Weiwei seemed gentle on the surface but was actually very stubborn. Gu Chen exchanged their dishes, took a few bites of vegetables, and said, I need more vitamins these days, so I'll eat more vegetables. It's not 150,000, that's Li Yuangui's outrageous demand, just talking nonsense. Don't worry about how much I compensate, it has nothing to do with you. The minor scratches on the Porsche you hit, 10,000 is enough. After Gu Chen finished speaking, he glanced at Yun Weiwei sitting quietly across from him and thought to himself, she really is pretty. Oh. Yun Weiwei responded in a silly manner. When she noticed someone looking at her, her face turned red, and she lowered her head to shovel food into her mouth, cheeks puffed up like a hamster. Gu Chen chuckled, Yun Weiwei, do you have a grudge against food? Ah. Yun Weiwei looked dazed, a look of confusion on her face. Gu Chen thought to himself that she wanted to find a part-time job, should he help arrange one for her? Whether it's a Western restaurant, a movie theater, or a 5-star hotel, as long as Yun Weiwei likes it, she can choose where to work. In the end, Gu Chen dismissed the idea. She was a stubborn girl to the core, and with a closed-off heart, it's best to take things step by step. Besides, Yun Weiwei has her own thoughts. Gu Chen felt good after the meal. As he prepared to leave, he saw his 3 roommates just finishing their meal, looking at him with some resentment. They all went to the cafeteria together, and old Gu had finished eating while they had just gotten their food. That's the difference. Gu Chen smiled and left the cafeteria. At noon, there were many people at the university, many girls wearing hot pants and short skirts, showing off their long legs as they walked, adding a beautiful scenery to the hot weather. Gu Chen returned to the dormitory, prepared to take a nap before going to inspect the Huafeng group. Buzzing, buzzing. His phone vibrated. Gu Chen opened his phone to see a message from his senior sister Wang Yanran. What are you doing, Junior? Shy, missing your senior sister? Damn. This demon. It's the same routine again. Gu Chen couldn't be bothered to respond to her. Ignore her. Lately, she's been a bit out of line, not messaging for 3 days, trying to play hard to get. Apart from Wang Yanran's message, Lin Yingying, with her red hair, also sent a message on WeChat. Lin Yingying, Gu Chen, are you free this afternoon? I made plans to go shopping with my girlfriends, and they all brought their boyfriends. I'm feeling lonely, can you accompany me for a stroll? Pitiful, pitiful, pitiful. Gu Chen remembered that Lin Yingying's car was still with him, so meeting her would also be a good opportunity to return the Bentley to her. Gu Chen typed, what time this afternoon? Lin Yingying, I made plans with my girlfriends for 3 o'clock. Excited, the high-level meeting at Huafeng Group is at 5 o'clock, so the timing doesn't clash. Gu Chen replied directly, sure, send me your location, I'll come pick you up. In the Magic City, inside a certain villa, Lin Yingying, who received Gu Chen's message, cheered with excitement, internally hoping that time would pass quickly, and it would soon be 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There were some other messages on WeChat, from Mo Luo. Gu Chen ignored them, simply locking his phone screen. With his head resting on his hands, lying on the soft bed, Gu Chen looked up at the ceiling, contemplating the assets he owned. Apart from the 16 billion cash lying in his bank account, various assets rewarded by the system, enterprises under Gu Chen's name, Debon Western Restaurant, 2 top-tier cinemas in the Magic City, Huafeng Group, Magic City Game Studio, 10 storefronts on Huaxi Street, Lixing 5-star Hotel, TXX Bar. Unknowingly, Gu Chen had acquired so many assets under his name. Any one of them, when taken out, was a high-quality asset that many people dream of, allowing ordinary people to live a comfortable life. And Gu Chen owned them all, especially the Magic City Studio. Gu Chen had always forgotten about this little transparent entity. Today, he suddenly remembered and realized that he had always talked about inspecting the Magic City Studio, but had never taken action. Gu Chen shook his head, sighed. Blame it on the recent overwhelming events. Busy all day accompanying the girl. At this moment, the phone placed on the bedside buzzes again. Gu Wen took a look, and the senior sister was actually spamming. Ha! Women! Wang Yanran, Jr., why are you ignoring me? Crying, Wang Yanran, have you fallen for someone else? Gu Chen sneered, who asked you to keep people guessing? The previous ones could be considered just appetizers. Unfortunately, the main course is still simmering in the pot, not served yet. Recently, Gu Chen hasn't been so uncomfortable. After all, there is already a beauty accompanying him. When playing games, Gu Chen's output is fierce. The senior sister dragged on for so long that Gu Chen, who is no longer a fledgling, is no longer so impatient. After all, the classical beauty Wang Min, the sweet Sumo, and Wang Yanran have similar overall scores, all rare beauties. Any of the three walking out would attract a lot of attention. They are the center of attention. Senior sister. It's not that I, Gu-chen, am ignoring you. It's that you've been keeping me, someone, guessing, causing me to be picked up by someone else. I, Gu-chen, really don't want to deal with you today. Wang Yanran, Jr., is this good looking? Picture, dozens of various pictures, wearing different outfits every day. The only common thing is different long stockings. Truly worthy of being a dance student. Those alluring long legs, round and straight, relatively even and coordinated, those different outfits. Gu-chen stared intently, his attitude still plain and unremarkable. Gu-chen brazenly said, "Is this it?" Disdain, after a long time. The opposite Wang Yanran seemed shy or hesitant. Wang Yanran, Jr., can you help me see how this looks? I bought it specially for you. Picture. Gu-chen sneered, clicked in. When the picture was enlarged. On the photo, the slender waist, those sexy long legs. Alright, senior sister is awesome. Gu-chen, address. I'm coming right away. Wang Yanran, location, still in class. If you like this kind of thing so much, I'll definitely save it for you, waiting for you. What nonsense are you talking about? Gu-chen, I'll wait. One day I'll make you cry. Angry, Wang Yanran, I'll wait. Shy, Gu-chen. On the other side of the dorm. Huang Zicheng's phone also rang. Seeing the message from Goddess Wen Huan sending a WeChat message, Huang Zicheng was overjoyed. Usually, he would take the initiative to find Li Wenhuan, and the other party rarely contacted him. Huang Zicheng thought that after the military training, Wenhuan should be asking him out to play. He eagerly opened the message. Li Wenhuan, Mo Luo asked me to ask, why is Gu-chen ignoring him? Damn it! Huang Zicheng was disappointed after seeing the message. He thought, why does Mo Luo keep chasing Gu-chen and always instructing me, Huang Zicheng, to do things? But as a senior dog licking Li Wenhuan, he wouldn't refuse the goddess's request. Huang Zicheng typed back, Huang Zicheng, okay, I'll help ask. Huang Zicheng, Wenhuan, the military training is over, let's go out together when we're free. Questioning, Li Wenhuan, let's talk about it later. It's inconvenient to go out without a car. Huang Zicheng, oh, you're right, it's indeed inconvenient to go to a far place, grimace. The message was sent out, but Li Wenhuan didn't respond for a long time. Huang Zicheng thought she must be taking a nap. Huang Zicheng pursed his lips and said, Lao Gu, what's going on between you and Mo Luo? Wenhuan asked me to ask you. Hearing Huang Zicheng's voice about Mo Luo, Zhou Tao's ears perked up. Zhou Tao had just sent a message to Mo Luo, but it was also met with silence. Gu-chen casually replied, nothing, she asked me to go work out, but I don't want to. Gu-chen really didn't want to go. And he didn't reply to Mo Luo because they couldn't find common topics to talk about. Mo Luo always talked about funny things related to working out, but Gu-chen didn't understand anything about it. Besides, his body had been perfectly modified by the system, so he didn't need to work out at all. Hearing Gu-chen's words, Zhou Tao became spirited and grinned. If Mo Luo asked me out, I would definitely fly over. Moreover, Zhou Tao felt relieved that Gu-chen didn't have any other thoughts about Mo Luo. Thinking about this, Zhou Tao felt that he shouldn't be hesitant and should be more proactive. Zhou Tao grinned. He sent a message to Mo Luo. Are you working out? I can join you. Soon, Mo Luo replied, not going. Huang Zicheng reminded, Zhou Tao, be realistic, Mo Luo comes from a good family background and has high standards, it's not easy to pursue her. Seeing Zhou Tao's fawning smile, Huang Zicheng pursed his lips, thinking Zhou Tao was obsessed with Mo Luo. Zhou Tao nonchalantly said, we are also students of Magic City University, with good education backgrounds, we will do well in the future. P.S. Roommates will not participate in Gu-chen's business, at least not before graduation. Purely roommates' father and son relationship. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Gu-chen felt that they were all young people, it's right to love and hate bravely, if you break up, just find a new target. Looking at the two roommates staring at their phones, Gu-chen sighed, what is love in this world? At this moment, Huang Zicheng also remembered what Li Wenhuan had just said, it's inconvenient to go out without a car. Huang Zicheng pondered whether he should buy a car. Although there was a car in his family, it was usually driven by his father, Huang Zhonghuang, to work, and Huang Zicheng rarely had the chance to use it, especially when he recalled the cool scene of Lao Gu driving a Bentley Continental GT on the way to the bar. He became even more excited in his heart. Damn! No wonder he couldn't compare to Lao Gu. The only difference between me and Lao Gu is a car. At this moment, Huang Zicheng glanced at Gu-chen, feeling enlightened, as if he had found a breakthrough. It just so happened that the money deposited by Huang Zhonghuang in his bank account was not used much, and he had also obtained his driver's license in the summer, so he might as well buy a car to drive. Huang Zicheng then opened an app to look for cars. Gu Chen activated the skill, affection detection, and saw the affection levels of the two girls he was interacting with. Wang Min, current affection level towards the host, 91%, Sumo, current affection level towards the host, 99%. Their previous affection level towards Gu Chen was 85%, but after these few days of getting to know each other, their feelings had warmed up significantly, directly breaking through to 91%. Both of them were unwaveringly devoted to Gu Chen. Both sides benefited. Gu Chen also transferred 1 million to Wang Min and told her to use it first. 1 million may not be much for Gu Chen, but for other college students, it's a huge sum of money. 1 million is not a small amount for Wang Min and Sumo. Gu Chen is very clear about this, so giving them money is relatively restrained. Use it first, and give more if it's not enough. Wait a few days, then let them take a driving test and buy a commuter car. At a school in the Magic City, Wang Min's phone is charging on the table. Suddenly, the phone vibrates, and the screen lights up. The roommate sitting next to her curiously glanced over. It's a message. Your account 0328 received 1 million renminbi. 00, balance 1,022,019 renminbi. 59. Alipay income. Magic City Bank, so many zeros? The roommate thought she was seeing things. She rubbed her eyes and looked again. It's correct. It's a 7-digit number. A whole 1 million. She was completely stunned. What did she see? Someone transferred 1 million to Wang Min? After the roommate was stunned, she was shocked. She muttered to herself, a whole 1 million. What 1 million? The other two roommates saw her shocked expression and came over to take a look. Boom, their eyes widened, their heads seemed to be bombarded by thunder. They were too shocked to speak. Is it really 1 million? One of the short-haired girls thought, did the bank transfer the money by mistake? Or did Wang Min do something unspeakable? 1 million is undoubtedly a huge sum for them. Their breathing became rapid. At this moment, Wang Min, who had just washed her hair, walked in with wet hair. She saw her three roommates standing there like wooden statues, curiously asking, what's wrong with you all? Standing there like wooden statues, what's going on? One of the girls who had a good relationship with Wang Min said, Min, you've struck it rich. The other two roommates looked at Wang Min with envy, wishing they had 1 million. I've struck it rich? Wang Min didn't understand what they were talking about until she picked up her phone and saw the bank card information. Then she saw an unread message on WeChat with the note, husband. Her husband Gu Chen transferred 1 million to her. She typed back, husband, why did you give me so much money? Shocked, Wang Min didn't know how much money Gu Chen had. Gu Chen had only mentioned wanting to buy a house to her, but she didn't take it to heart. When she received Gu Chen's 1 million, she realized that Gu Chen wasn't joking, he seemed to be really rich. 1 million is not a small amount for a sophomore student like her husband, right? At that moment, she felt a sense of being valued. Gu Chen, it's your pocket money, buy whatever you want, husband is not short of money. Buy a few more from Paris, otherwise it won't be enough for us. Evil grin, Wang Min, okay, I'll buy a whole box full, waiting for you, husband. Shy. Roommates have seen news online about bank errors transferring money by mistake. They said it has to be returned. It couldn't possibly be money from Wang Min's family. It must be a bank operation mistake. They knew that Wang Min is a local in the Magic City. Her family is well off, even though her parents divorced and didn't want her. But her grandmother was extremely good to Wang Min, often giving her a lot of pocket money. Otherwise, Wang Min wouldn't have the money to spend at TAXX. But this outrageous 1 million, regardless of whether her grandmother has that much money, wouldn't give it to Wang Min. At this point, the girl who had a good relationship with Wang Min curiously asked, Min, the bank must have made a mistake with this money, right? The other two girls also perked up their ears, waiting for Wang Min's answer. Wang Min didn't hide it, she whispered, it's not a bank mistake, it's my boyfriend giving me pocket money, she said, feeling a little sweet in her heart. What? What did they hear? Wang Min's boyfriend giving her pocket money? The three of them looked incredulous. College students directly transferring 1 million to their girlfriends as pocket money. It's simply beyond belief. The short-haired girl snorted lightly, if you don't want to say it, then don't. Is there a need to tell such unbelievable lies? The other girl beside her said, exactly, not honest at all. Wang Min smiled and said, I'm telling the truth, whether you believe it or not is up to you. After that, she ignored the two girls, turned on the hairdryer, and started blow-drying her hair. The two girls pursed their lips, snorted coldly, and walked away. Unlike boys, girls' dormitories usually have their own small groups. The two girls who left gossiped softly. One girl said, it's obvious she's lying to us. She just broke up, could she really have found a new love so quickly? The short-haired girl disdainfully said, I don't believe she would give Wang Min 1 million as pocket money, but what if she's being kept? The other girl covered her mouth, her eyes full of shock. Wang Min being kept? It doesn't seem unreasonable. That 1 million must be the keeping fee, that should be it. Afternoon. Guchen drove a Bentley Continental GT, following the navigation to a villa area. Yijing Garden Villa. The average price of villas here is close to 200,000 per square meter, and they are all detached villas. Jigging Garden Villa has 81 detached villas, each with a different style, appearance patent, and unique features, each with its own merits, all different. The smallest villa in Jigging Garden is over 700 square meters, meaning that any random villa here is worth over 140 million. Each villa comes with a basement, landscaped gardens, swimming pools, and the people living here are either rich or noble. Lin Yingying's clothes alone are valuable, and even a casual Bentley Continental GT costs millions, so living in a super luxurious villa area like Jigging Garden is not surprising to him. And he doesn't envy it. Gu Chun himself has a decent real estate group. What kind of villa he wants to develop is not a problem. He has the land, he has the money, it's only right for others to envy him. Since the Bentley belongs to Lin Yingying, the entrance automatically recognizes it as the owner's car, and Gu Chun smoothly arrived at the navigation point. Looking at the villa in front of him with its unique and distinctive style, Gu Chun thought that he should have one in a few days. He may not need a villa, but he must have one. Besides, there's no need to buy, just choose the best one from the projects developed by Huafeng Group. It's now 14:52. Gu Chun arrived a few minutes early. He contacted Lin Yingying. Soon, Lin Yingying came out excitedly. She still had her red hair, wearing a fitted black dress that accentuated her chest and hips, making her slender waist even more alluring, as if the whole outfit highlighted her explosive S-shaped figure. She wore a pair of high heels, making her legs look even longer with that sexy and unique appearance. The black dress she wore wrapped around her lower body, exposing her fair and long legs. With the added height from the high heels, Lin Yingying's already impressive figure looked even more slender, especially those beautiful long legs. So long and shapely. Lin Yingying opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. She felt a little happy sitting in the car, as she had spent a long time picking out this outfit. If she couldn't catch Gu Chen's attention with it, she would cry. Lin Yingying said she would go to the main entrance first, and her two girlfriends would be there soon. Parking the car at the entrance, the two chatted about interesting things. Gu Chen's Lin Yingying covered her mouth and giggled. Her beautiful big eyes were filled with Gu Chen. Boom! Boom boom boom! The deafening roar of two sports car engines, getting closer and closer, echoed through the streets. Soon, a blue Ferrari 488 and a silver Aston Martin, two cool sports cars, parked next to each other. The one driving the Ferrari 488 is called Yen Yun. The other in the Aston Martin is Zheng Jihong. Madden saw this, comment below. Ah, both families are very wealthy. Lin Yingying introduced them. Zheng Jihong smiled friendly towards Gu Chen as a greeting. Gu Chen also nodded back, acknowledging their acquaintance. Yen Yun, driving the Ferrari, looked down on others, rolled down the window, not even sparing a glance at Gu Chen. His girlfriend beside him frowned, saying it's not good to ignore Gu Chen like this. After all, Gu Chen is Lin Yingying's friend. For Lin Yingying's sake, they can't just disregard Gu Chen like that. Yen Yun, oh. Yen Yun sneered in disdain. Is he worthy? In Yen Yun's eyes, even driving Lin Yingying's Bentley Continental GT, it's clear he's not on their level. Yen Yun has no interest in men who rely on their looks to freeload. He firmly believes that Gu Chen is just taking advantage of Lin Yingying's wealth and beauty. The girlfriend in the passenger seat said, but he looks like a white-clad youth. Gu Chen's appearance on the news was just a flash, she wasn't sure either. Plus, the popularity of the white-clad youth has faded, buried in many people's hearts. Yen Yun sneered mockingly, who cares who he is, he's just a freeloader, definitely aiming to latch onto Lin Yingying's wealth. Hearing this, the girlfriend fell silent. Their destination this time is Huaxi Street. Soon, the three luxury cars arrived at the underground garage of Huaxi Street. Lin Yingying's friends are all second-generation rich, and their boyfriends are also wealthy and well-matched. They shop in the high-end luxury sales area. Louis Vuitton, LV, Chanel, Dior, Versace, and more. As soon as they entered Chanel, the staff warmly approached to introduce various clothes. Having worked in luxury brands for a long time, they have a keen eye and could tell at a glance that Gu Chen and his group are rich or wealthy. A staff member led Lin Yingying to the high-end women's clothing section, introducing her to long dresses, or short skirts and t-shirts. Lin Yingying looked expectantly at Gu Chen for his choice. A woman dresses to please herself, buying clothes to show him. So, which one does he like? Do you want me to choose? Lin Yingying nodded obediently like a little chick. Then let's not buy here. Gu Chen took Lin Yingying to other stores. Soon, Valentino, Balenciaga, Victoria's Secret. Seeing Gu Chen's preferences, Lin Yingying understood. So he likes this kind of style? If she had known, she would have worn Balenciaga today. The two left the group and bought some of Gu Chen's favorite styles. Then they met up with Lin Yingying's friends. When Zhang Jihong and Yan Yun saw Gu Chen carrying bags, especially with the brand logos on them, Zhang Jihong and Yan Yun were both surprised. Balenciaga. Men like this brand, but they didn't dare to dictate to their girlfriends, wishing they could also wear Balenciaga and step on Valentino. They both envied Gu Chen with a glance. In my heart, I envy Gu Chen to the extreme. Lin Yingying is already very beautiful. If she wears a sexy outfit, she will definitely charm everyone. Zhang Jihong lightly punched Gu Wen's body, smiling and whispered, "Brother, you're really something, you've captured Lin Yingying so quickly. And even trained her to be so obedient. That's really impressive." Gu Chen smiled without explaining. As long as Lin Yingying doesn't reveal the true relationship between them, he cannot ruin Lin Yingying's reputation. On the contrary, Yan Yun became even more disgusted with Gu Chen. The word hate was almost written on his face. Gu Chen didn't care at all. He's not Chinese currency. He doesn't need everyone to like him. The group strolled for a while. Lin Yingying bought many luxurious clothes for Gu Chen, spending over 50,000. Gu Chen was ready to pay for it himself, but Lin Yingying directly took out her membership card and let the front desk deduct the balance from the card. Gu Chen is not someone who hesitates. Reciprocity is important. Just return the favor with a gift. This scene made Zhang Jihong and Yan Yun envy and hate Gu Chen to the extreme. Damn it! The two of them accompany their girlfriends shopping like human ATMs. They just pay for whatever their girlfriends buy. On the other hand, as a girl, Lin Yingying bought over 50,000 worth of clothes for Gu Chen. The contrast was too painful to bear. Especially when Lin Yingying buys clothes for herself, she always asks Gu Chen what style he likes her to wear. She buys whatever type Gu Chen likes. Obedient Lin Yingying, especially satisfying for men, makes them feel proud, making the two rich kids jealous of Gu Chen to the point of madness. Unlike Yan Yun's arrogance, Zhang Jihong, on the other hand, had a pleasant conversation with Gu Chen and learned that Zhang Jihong's family runs a decoration company. Gu Chen smiled and said they could cooperate in the future. Zhang Jihong nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Yan Yun burst into laughter and said, "Other people's Zhang Jihong's family takes on big projects, why would you bother with a decoration business at home, doing some whitewashing, and looking for Zhang Jihong for what? Isn't that ridiculous?" Hearing this, Lin Yingying frowned, looked apologetically at Gu Chen. Her best friend's boyfriend was really rude. The best friend was also extremely embarrassed. Gu Chen also frowned. But at that moment, they happened to pass by a Vacheron Constantin store. Gu Chen noticed that Lin Yingying didn't have a watch, and he didn't like owing favors, so he decided to buy her a watch. Plus, Gu Chen forgot to wear a watch after showering at noon, so he decided to buy one for himself as well. He took Lin Yingying and pushed open the door to enter the Vacheron Constantin store. Behind them, Zhang Jihong also followed in with his girlfriend. Seeing everyone entering, Yan Yun walked by and sarcastically said, "Humph," pretending to be a big shot again, wanting Lin Yingying to buy him a luxury watch. "I'm really fed up with it." His girlfriend pinched him on the side, telling him to shut up. Yan Yun became even louder. "Why are you pinching me? I didn't say anything wrong. He's just relying on his good looks, living off women, it's disgusting." His voice was loud, attracting all the attention in the Vacheron Constantin store to Gu Chen and his group, especially when they saw Gu Chen leading the group. Several people in the store were stunned. "Young Master Gu! Young Master Gu! Young Master Gu!" Several voices rang out in the store, full of respect for Gu Chen in their words. Yun Jing, who had served Gu Chen, was full of surprise in her tone. Lu Yangwei's tone was full of respect, while Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi, towards young Master Gu, were both in awe and fear. Lu Yangwei, Jin Yi, and Niu Tianxi came to Jaeger-LeCoultre to buy watches. Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi are preparing to buy a luxury Jaeger-LeCoultre watch to apologize to Gu Xiao. They brought the budget given by their family and came to Huaxi Street with their eldest brother Lu Yangwei to pick a wristwatch here. Lu Yangwei and Niu Tianxi have both seen Gu Chen's 10 million Jaeger-LeCoultre watch. Thinking that Gu Xiao likes the Jaeger-LeCoultre brand, the three of them came to Jaeger-LeCoultre to choose a suitable watch to give to Gu Xiao as an apology, to slightly mend their relationship with Gu Xiao. Gu Chen lightly said, "Xiao Yangwei, it's you again." Hearing Gu Chen calling his name, Lu Yangwei hurriedly ran to him, respectfully saying, "Gu Xiao, are you also here to choose a watch?" Then Lu Yangwei glanced at Lin Yingying, the daughter of Lin Hongtian, the former chairman of Huafeng Group. Lu Yangwei had the privilege of seeing Lin Yingying from a distance before, and she stunned him at first sight. but he knew his reputation was bad and he didn't dare to approach Lin Hongtian's daughter. She is Lin Hongtian's reverse scale. Gu Xiao and Lin Yingying seem to have a complicated relationship. Standing behind Gu Chen like a delicate flower, Lin Yingying seems to have a strange attitude towards Gu Chen. Even Lin Hongtian's daughter can be won over, truly worthy of being Gu Xiao. Gu Xiao? Xiao Yangwei? Hearing Gu Chen and Lu Daxiao calling each other, everyone was shocked. Lin Yingying's two best friends were even more stunned, their eyes looking at Gu Chen. Is he some big shot? Especially Yan Yun, who looks down on Gu Chen, his expression is now one of horror. He didn't mishear, did he? Lu Daxiao actually called the pretty boy Gu Xiao. Yan Yun still knows a bit about the notorious Lu Yangwei. Lu Yangwei is definitely a ruthless and vengeful bastard like a wolf. But now, in front of Gu Chen who is living off a woman, this wolf has turned into a wagging tail haba dog. As obedient as can be. Yan Yun's heart sank to the bottom. Gu Chen's clothes are not from any luxury brand, showing no signs of extravagance. How could he be called Gu Xiao by others? And the car he drove is also Lin Yingying's ride. So why does he make Lu Yangwei so respectful, even calling him Gu Xiao? Yan Yun's face darkened, he didn't expect to have misjudged. Lu Yangwei and Yan Yun know each other, their relationship is just nodding acquaintance. Behind Lu Yangwei, Niu Tianxi and Jin cast fierce glances at Yan Yun. Damn, this guy just dared to mock Gu Xiao earlier. Later, they will first deal with this short-sighted Yan Yun, hoping to ease the relationship with Gu Xiao. Why don't you introduce us to the watches? Gu Chen said to the salesperson Yun Jing. Pointing to Lin Yingying behind him, Gu Chen said to Yun Jing, let her choose a watch first, price doesn't matter, as long as she likes it. Hearing this, Yun Jing respectfully said, okay, Gu Xiao. Yun Jing kept replaying the majestic words in her mind, price doesn't matter, as long as she likes it. She admired Gu Xiao to the extreme. He's just too handsome. Many women present also looked at Lin Yingying with envy. And all the salespeople in the Jaeger-LeCoultre store envied Yun Jing greatly, and Yun Jing was also very happy in her heart. It seems Gu Xiao still remembers her. Sales clerk Wen Jing helped Lin Yingying choose for a while, and in the end, Lin Yingying chose a watch priced at over 600,000. 600,000 is a very clever number, not much different from the price of the clothes she bought for Gu Chen. Lin Yingying took off the jewelry on her hand, put on the Vacheron Constantin watch, and admired it with joy in her heart. It looks great. I love it. Lin Yingying was delighted, not because of the price of the watch, but because the person who gave her the watch was Gu Chen. Later, Gu Chen casually chose a watch worth 6 million. After Gu Chen successfully swiped the card, Yun Jing respectfully bent her knees, slightly lowered her body, and handed the bank card to Gu Chen. This. Yan Yun stared blankly as Gu Chen took back the bank card, his eyes widened in shock. It went through. He spent over 7 million on 2 watches? Yan Yun was greatly shocked. The prices of the 2 watches were even more expensive than the Ferrari 488 he owned. This is really outrageous. Although Yan Yun's family was wealthy, spending 7 million on a watch was too extravagant for him. If his family gave him 7 million, he would definitely exchange it for a better sports car, not buy 2 small watches like this. This is the difference. Yan Yun and Gu Chen are not on the same level at all. Gu Chen controls his own money and spends it as he pleases. While Yan Yun's family has assets of over $1 billion, he still needs to see if his family is willing to give him the money. Lu Yangwei and others, as well as Lin Yingying's 2 best friends, stared blankly at Gu Chen's Vacheron Constantin watch, feeling extremely complicated. Lu Yangwei and Niu Tianxi were fine, they had long known that Gu Xiao was not short of money. Last time, Gu Xiao wore a watch worth 10 million, and this time, 2 watches only cost over 7 million. This small amount of money is nothing to Gu Xiao. On the contrary, Lin Yingying's 2 best friends were extremely envious of her. Her boyfriend is really generous. They thought that Lin Yingying's family was also super wealthy. After selling shares, they had several hundred billion in funds. Since ancient times, daughters of wealthy families are usually well-matched. It is likely that Gu Chen's family is not much different from the Lin family, and maybe even better. Although their families were not poor, compared to Lin Yingying, the difference was like heaven and earth. Anyway, they and their boyfriends could never be as carefree as to buy a watch worth over 6 million. Not to mention over 6 million, they might not even buy a watch worth 600,000. The saying the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches is vividly demonstrated. At that moment, Yan Yun was extremely embarrassed. While driving, he was still mocking Gu Chen for living off women. Thinking that he was driving a Ferrari 488 worth millions, he looked down on Gu Chen, who drove Lin Yingying's Bentley. He even openly mocked Gu Chen for living off women, only knowing how to deceive women for money. He never expected that Gu Chen was someone even Lu Yangwei, a big shot, would respect. Just casually buying 2 Vacheron Constantin watches, they were worth more than his Ferrari 488. He even mocked Gu Chen as a poor guy, still showing off the Ferrari he drove in front of his girlfriend. That little pretty boy could only drive Lin Yingying's car. As a result, the watch he casually wore was worth over 6 million. It was not just a watch, it was like wearing a Ferrari on his wrist. He was simply a clown. Embarrassed to the extreme. Yen Yun's face turned as green as a pig's liver. He was extremely embarrassed. For the clown like Yen Yun, Gu Chen completely ignored him. He led a group of people out of the Jaeger-LeCoultre store with Lin Yingying. Just as Yen Yun stepped out of the store, he was grabbed by Lu Yangwei around the neck, scolding and saying, "What the hell did you just say? Respect Gu Xiao. Otherwise, your end will be very miserable." Lu Yangwei walked into the corridor while speaking, followed by Niu Tianxi and Jin Yi. At this moment, Yen Yun, whose head was stuck, had no trace of arrogance left, only a face full of fear. Lu Yangwei actually offended Yen Yun in order to please Gu Chen. At this moment, Yen Yun finally understood that Gu Chen was not someone he could provoke, but it was already too late. Niu Tianxi and Jin Yi followed behind, cursing. "Can you insult Gu Xiao? I'll smash your mouth." Lu Yangwei took Yen Yun to the corridor for some friendly communication. Gu Chen saw the scene. A hint of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. Evil people will have their retribution. Gu Chen could let the shameless Yen Yun go, but Lu Yangwei, Niu Tianxi, and Jin Yi, who wanted to please Gu Xiao, would definitely not let Yen Yun off easily. Ha! Yang Wei can still be dealt with. The three girls, along with Zheng Jihong, paid no attention. Zheng Jihong had long been fed up with the arrogant Yen Yun, and seeing Yen Yun being bullied, he even felt a bit pleased. Yen Yun's girlfriend had long been utterly disappointed with him. They had only been dating for a few months. Luckily she didn't give herself away. Yen Yun was indeed arrogant and conceited. Most importantly, Yen Yun spoke without using his brain. Knowing that Lin Yingying was the leader among the three of them, he still openly mocked the people around Lin Yingying. He wondered why his judgment was so poor. Compared to Gu Chen, Yen Yun was about to be crushed to pieces. They must break up. Gu Xiao, how about adding me on WeChat? Zheng Jihong didn't want to miss the chance to get to know Gu Chen. He was glad he didn't look down on people like Yen Yun. He had a good chat with Gu Xiao just now. Maybe the cooperation mentioned by Gu Xiao could really happen. Seeing Zheng Jihong's sincere eyes, Gu Chen agreed. At that moment, they happened to walk out of the mall. Gu Chen raised his wrist, looked at the time, and said, "Yingying, I have a meeting at the company this afternoon. Let's make plans when I'm free." Lin Yingying nodded instinctively. She was ecstatic in her heart. What did he just call her? Yingying. Such an affectionate nickname. He. Lin Yingying, greater than over equal to less than over equal to backslash. Gu Chen looked at the dumbfounded Lin Yingying in confusion. Could she be suffering from heatstroke? He reached out and brushed aside Lin Ying's moist hair. His hand paused in front of her fair forehead, then he touched his own forehead. Normal temperature. Lin Yingying's expression remained unchanged, but her cheeks turned red with shyness. Lin Yingying, asterisk greater than over equal to less than over equal to asterisk. The two best friends who were also girls naturally noticed Lin Yingying's change. She was in love. Oh no! Seeing Lin Yingying like this, she was probably not far from complete infatuation. It's unbelievable that the wealthy heiress who countless men couldn't have, would now be so infatuated with a man. Those people would probably find it hard to believe. After all, if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that Lin Yingying could be so infatuated with a guy. They instinctively looked at Gu Chen. His fair complexion, well-defined features with a touch of sternness, and a gentle temperament. The aura emanating from him is so complex, sometimes gentle and refined, sometimes unrestrained. It made the two girls think of a saying, a stranger on the street is like jade, a gentleman without equal. Even though Lin Yingying was reluctant, Gu Chen still left. He first went to the Debon Western restaurant on Huaxi Street. He put all the things Lin Yingying bought for him in Debon. Then he interviewed a female manager. She was relatively humble, had rich experience in catering work, and did not ask for an exorbitant annual salary, which Gu Chen was quite satisfied with. Gu Chen guaranteed with his reputation that he was genuinely impressed by her abilities, not dazzled by the female manager's car lights. He gave her 3 months to try managing the restaurant, prove her abilities, and then discuss salary. Although Gu Chen's money came like a gust of wind, he was not generous to everyone. Although he quite liked to be generous to people, especially those who were in need. For example, the little anchor Yuanin was quite good. Due to driving a Bentley Continental GT, the car has been returned to Lin Yingying. Now as the chairman of Huafeng Group, as long as Gu Chen makes a phone call, a dedicated driver will come to pick him up. Gu Chen was fine, he just hailed a taxi. Inspection must be done discreetly. If it was announced that the meeting would start at 5 o'clock, Gu Chen would arrive early to carefully examine things that are not usually seen. Otherwise, when the group's dedicated driver arrives, everyone in Huafeng Group would know that the new chairman has arrived, and they would all show their best side. How could the flaws be inspected? After all, as the chairman of Huafeng Group, it was necessary to conduct an inspection. Thinking of this, Gu Chen also felt emotional. After obtaining the system, he went from a poor student to now worth over 100 billion. Who could have imagined that Gu Chen, who was just a freshman in college, has now become the chairman of the Huafeng Group in the Magic City? An 18-year-old group chairman. Just the thought of it would make ordinary people excited. But Gu Chen, who was 18, was such an existence. His assets now span across catering, entertainment, real estate. And his assets have soared to billions. His current net worth was something Gu Chen dared not even dream of before. Not just money, but also the company of a beautiful woman by his side. At this time, the ride-hailing car arrived. Gu Chen got in the car and said to the driver, Huafeng Group. Huafeng Group, located by the Huangpu River, the overall headquarters center of Huafeng, meets the standard of 65% energy saving, incorporating dozens of green technology measures, a good transportation system, maximizing employees' use of public transportation to commute. The office building of Huafeng Group is elegant in appearance, like a grand piano standing on the bank of the Pujiang River, magnificent. In less than half an hour, Gu Chen arrived at the front of Huafeng Group. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Gu Chen entered the gate of Huafeng Group. Before Gu Chen even reached the main building, he could see a Mercedes-Benz parked next to the main entrance of Huafeng Group's main building. Gu Chen frowned slightly. Huafeng Group has its own underground parking lot. For pedestrian safety, it was explicitly stated within the company that parking was not allowed on the ground. It seems that this inspection has yielded some results. Huafeng Group changed hands just a few days ago? Lin Hong left, and some people's wings have grown stronger? Gu Chen strode forward. He heard a woman arrogantly say, "The security guard at the door doesn't dare to stop my car. Are you sure you want to stop us from entering?" The security guard apologized, "Sorry, unless I receive instructions from my superiors, no outsiders are allowed to enter." Instructions from superiors? Do you know who he is? Xiang Mei pointed to the man next to her. Then, with her proud neck held high, she said, "He is the son of your group's vice president Du Yisheng." Hearing this, the security guard was a bit at a loss. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. If you are not an employee of the company and do not have a company access card, you cannot enter the company building at all. Usually, apart from company employees, anyone else who comes will receive instructions from their superiors, and then be allowed to pass. In fact, it's a simple matter. As long as they make a phone call to Vice President Du Yisheng, they can enter smoothly. However, Xiang Mei was stopped by the security guard, and she was very unhappy, criticizing and educating the security guard. Vice President Du Yisheng usually had a big attitude, relying on being an elder under Lin Hongtian, always looking down on them, and when Du Yisheng was in a bad mood, he liked to take it out on his subordinates. The security guard really didn't have the courage to call Vice President Du Yisheng. The higher-ups have more power, not to mention that Vice President Du Yisheng's level is much higher than his. With just a word he could decide the fate of this small security guard. Upon hearing that the man was the son of Vice President Du Yisheng, the security guard finally compromised. Seeing the security guard let them pass, Xiang Mei was still aggressive. "You, a person with no insight, are really incompetent as a security guard. I can make you lose your job with just a word. Don't believe me? Let's wait and see." Xiang Mei was very angry. Her boyfriend's father was the vice president of the group. In the group, he was above many people and below no one. How could a small security guard stop them from entering? This made her lose face in front of her friends. The group of four, besides Xiang Mei's boyfriend, included two other girls who were friends of Xiang Mei. All three of them were recent graduates, planning to use the relationship of Xiang Mei's boyfriend to enter Huafeng Group through the back door. Xiang Mei had boasted in front of her friends, guaranteeing that they would successfully enter Huafeng Group to work. But they couldn't even enter the company building. "It's all your fault, you should have told your dad in advance." Xiang Mei scolded her boyfriend again. Her boyfriend nodded and smiled. He had worked hard to win the goddess, so he had to cater to her, right? The group of four entered the Huafeng building, and Xiang Mei didn't forget to turn around and threaten, "Just you wait. I'll make sure you pack up and leave right away." The security guard, feeling helpless and indignant, heard a pair of strong hands patting his shoulder. The security guard looked up and exclaimed in surprise and awe, "Mr. Gu, Chairman Gu, hello." Gu Chen said, "Don't be discouraged, you did nothing wrong." Then, Gu Chen said word by word, "Rest assured, no one dares to fire you. I, Gu Chen, guarantee it." Upon hearing this, the security guard was almost moved to tears. Both are important figures in the company. Vice President Du likes to bully his subordinates, while Chairman Gu is so kind. That's the difference. Later, Gu Chen strode into the Huafeng building. All the employees of Huafeng had received information implanted by the system about Gu Chen's acquisition of Huafeng Group. Just as they entered the first floor of the company, there were several receptionists at the front desk, who immediately stood up and respectfully greeted Gu Chen. "Hello, General Gu. Hello, Chairman Gu. Hello, Director Gu." Witnessing the absurdity at the entrance, Gu Chen was in a bad mood. He nodded slightly, then picked the most attractive receptionist and said, "Take me to the meeting room." "Yes, General Gu." The chosen female receptionist was slightly pleased. Dressed professionally, she swayed her hips as she led the way, pressing the elevator button. Gu Chen's face was cold, with a slight frown. The other receptionists watched as General Gu entered the elevator. They let out the breath they had been holding in their hearts. President Gu's aura was really strong, his cold demeanor making them afraid to even breathe too loudly. President Gu was really young, and so handsome, so cool and domineering in reality, like a tyrant CEO. Oh my god. I envy Shiola, who is leading the way. She gets to spend more time with President Gu. President Gu was not only handsome, but also young and wealthy, truly the dream lover in their hearts. Unfortunately, they were self-aware and could only think about it in their hearts. Shiola led President Gu towards the conference hall, occasionally twisting her body. But Gu Chen ignored it. He just found her pleasing to the eye, letting her lead the way. President Gu had already gone to the meeting room. The receptionist on the first floor would definitely notify all the staff who needed to attend the meeting, otherwise, it would be their negligence to let the dignified company president wait for others for a long time. At this moment, most of the senior management had already learned that President Gu had arrived at the company. Soon, the company's planning department, engineering department, technology department, construction department, and other management personnel all arrived. Several vice presidents and the general manager in charge of administration were already quietly seated in the conference hall, waiting for the arrival of the new owner. Well, it's not exactly a new owner. Gu Chen was a director of the company before, owning 10% of Huafeng Group's shares, but he often kept a low profile, rarely coming to the company and not participating in the company's management. Now, a former minority shareholder had fully acquired Huafeng Group. Just thinking about it now, they all had great respect for President Gu in their hearts. It's simply amazing. A real estate group worth over 90 billion, just acquired like that. The power behind President Gu was self-evident. At this moment, everyone in the meeting room couldn't help but feel awe and a little nervous. They were about to face the new chairman. As the saying goes, when a new official takes office, 3 fires are lit. They didn't know if this first fire would burn them. Most of the senior management were quite fortunate about Gu Chen's acquisition of Huafeng Group. At least the president who acquired the group was an old acquaintance. He was a shareholder of the group before. Otherwise, if an outsider had acquired Huafeng Group, they might have faced a major restructuring. Among the quiet senior management, in the huge conference room, there was not a sound of noise. No one was whispering to each other. They all wanted to leave a good impression in front of the new boss. Maybe they would be appreciated by the boss and soar to new heights. Shiola first led President Gu to the chairman's office. When Gu Chen stepped out of the elevator, the former chairman's assistant, Li Jiawei, had been waiting at the elevator entrance for a long time. She quickly greeted in a crisp voice, "President Gu, good afternoon." Li Jiawei was dressed in a gray white-collar uniform, a gray thin coat over a white shirt, a gray pencil skirt, perfectly highlighting her curves. Black stockings, black high heels, her legs were shapely and even. Li Jiawei's long hair was tied up in a bun, simple makeup, peach blossom eyes, slightly red lips. In a white-collar work outfit, coupled with the black-framed glasses she was wearing, there was a familiar feeling. A bit like a teacher or a female boss in an action movie. Gu Chen took a closer look. The information system provided about Li Jiawei, 26 years old, graduated from a prestigious overseas school, extremely capable at work. And the remaining information about her, unmarried, no boyfriend, what's up with that? Gu Chen nodded and walked into the chairman's office. The first thing that caught his eye was, the office was huge. About 400 square meters. The interior decoration style inside is unique, luxurious yet not vulgar, with a bold touch of classic. Elegant yet noble, it exudes a magnificent beauty that is indescribable. The floor-to-ceiling windows on the high floors allow for an easy view of the nearby Pujiang River. Sitting on the boss's chair, the assistant to the chairman, Li Jiawei, has prepared tea and gently placed it on the table. She used her peach blossom eyes to size up the new chairman a few times. So young, and very handsome. The data shows that he is only 18 years old. At the age of 18, he acquired the Land King for 30 billion, and at 18, he fully acquired the Huafeng Group. Before meeting, there have always been legends about Chairman Gu in the group. She has been looking forward to meeting Chairman Gu. At this moment, Chairman Gu is sitting in front of her. His aura is really too strong. It made her feel a bit breathless, the slightly breathing car lights, shaking up and down with each breath. Gu Chen looked at the tea in front of him. He doesn't understand tea, nor does he like to drink tea. At the age of 18, in the prime of his life, Gu Chen, who is the best, would not be interested in learning about tea. If he doesn't like it, he doesn't like it. Gu Chen frowned. In the future, only sparkling water will be served in my office. At the sound, assistantly moved. With her sexy legs, she went to prepare sparkling water for Chairman Gu. In her heart, she thought that the young chairman was really extraordinary and domineering. Gu Chen, who has a systematic approach, lives freely according to his own desires. As long as he likes it, he doesn't care what others think. Gu Chen stood up and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the high floor, with a broad view of the scenery, overlooking the mountains, especially with the Huangpu River right in front of him. In the spacious and luxurious 400-square-meter office, you can see the Huangpu River close by at a glance, with a beautiful female assistant standing by. It's not an exaggeration to call him a winner in life. Gu Chen looked at the time and it was time for the meeting. Huafeng Group Headquarters. The meeting room of Huafeng is very large, but at the moment it is crowded with people. The company's planning department, engineering department, technology department, construction department, and other management personnel are all present. At this moment, no matter how high the position is in Huafeng Group, or how long the working years are, everyone is sitting quietly in the meeting room waiting for the inspection of the new chairman. When Gu Chen stepped into the meeting room, everyone greeted him one after another. For a moment, the voice of Chairman Gu, or Chairman Gu, was endless. Gu Chen smiled and nodded without speaking, striding towards the chairman's position at the front. Gu Chen sat there like this, looking around. Who hasn't arrived yet? Such as Vice President Du Yisheng, or other management personnel. Then, the first thing Gu Chen said was, call the roll first. Those who are absent will be dismissed, and those who are late will be fined 3 months' salary. At the sound of this, everyone was shocked. This atmosphere is not right. To dismiss people so easily, isn't this too strict? The meeting room instantly quieted down again, with everyone showing a look of doubt. Assistantly hesitated for a long time before speaking. The sales director is still supervising the sales department. Because the sales department is too busy, he couldn't make it. He called in advance to ask for leave. Gu Chen glanced at her and said lightly, except for those on leave. Call the roll. Li Jiawei didn't understand why Chairman Gu was so strict, but as long as she did her own job well, it would be fine. She picked up the list and started calling the roll. Excluding the sales director who asked for leave by phone, in the end, 4 people were absent. Gu Chen looked at his watch, paused for a moment, and said, I notified everyone for 5 o'clock sharp. It's now 5:10. If even a simple task like holding a meeting cannot be executed, how can the execution of more complex tasks in the group be effective? No one spoke, because Chairman Gu was right. One by one, they looked at each other, feeling that the young President Gu had such a strong presence, completely unlike a young person's demeanor. Quick to fire. Every time he opens his mouth, it's about deducting bonuses. Decisive and ruthless. And then they were relieved that they weren't late, nor absent. President Gu Chen said nothing. His eyes swept over the complex faces of the crowd, pretending not to be angry is false. The scene of bullying under the building already made him very uncomfortable. Notifying the meeting in advance, and still some absent. Employees without execution power, better off without them. Besides, if he's not a bit forceful, how can he control a group of old foxes? The old foxes have been in the workplace for many years, saying one thing to your face and another behind your back. If Gu Chen isn't a bit forceful, they would think the young President Gu is an easy target, letting people take advantage. Seeing President Gu's displeasure, everyone fell silent. Especially a few people, their faces slightly changed. At first, some people did feel lucky, thinking that President Gu is only 18 years old, should be easy to fool. Plus, when Gu Chen was a shareholder before, he had no involvement in the group's management, so he should be easy to talk to. Who would have thought that he would come in with such a show of strength, catching many people off guard? Some smart people, not surprised, as the saying goes, when a new official takes office, 3 fires are lit. As long as they do their job well, changing bosses at the group level has little to do with them. Gu Chen fell silent for a moment before speaking. Let's start the meeting now. The main purpose of this meeting is to fill the vacant position left by the Huafeng shareholders. We have the ability to speak. If you have the ability, you can take the position in my place. is to implement specific plans for the development of the 30 billion acquisition of the Shuzhou Riverside land. Upon hearing President Gu's words, everyone suddenly felt excited. It turns out that the Huafeng shareholders held high positions within the group, almost all were heads of various departments. Now that there are vacant positions, those who can take up the positions are among them. And there's the Land King in President Gu's hands. The plot is located in Shuzhou District, covering the southern extension of the Huangpu River in Shuzhou District. The location and size of this plot are irreplaceable. The area of this land is located in the central city area where land resources are scarce, and is one of the few areas available for large-scale, high-level, and planned development in the central city area of the Magic City, especially along the river. It can be directly developed into commercial office, catering and hotel industry, cultural and sports, commercial residential, social rental housing, square land and other formats, with a total area of over 320,000 square meters, and a total development volume of about 1.8 million square meters. This plot of land is a high-quality plot that Huafeng Group urgently needs. If developed well, it will elevate the status of Huafeng Group. Moreover, along the river, as long as President Gu is willing to spend money, he can completely take the high-end route, making this riverside land a flagship industry of Huafeng Group. Thinking of this, everyone present was full of hope for the future of Huafeng Group. As long as Huafeng Group gets better, their income will also increase. Creak! The door of the meeting room was pushed open. Deputy General Manager Du Yisheng stood at the door. Gu Chen frowned, looked at his watch, and said sternly, "Deputy General Manager Du is indeed a busy man, he's more than an hour late." The eyes of everyone in the meeting room also focused on Du Yisheng at the door. No one was surprised. When former director Lin Hongtian was in power, Du Yisheng, relying on his status as a senior employee of the company, often arrived late to meetings. They were already used to it. Although no one was surprised, they were secretly cursing Du Yisheng for being foolish. He's already a deputy general manager, how does he still not understand the rules? On the first day of the new boss's inspection, he dared to be late, completely disrespecting Chairman Gu. It seems that Du Yisheng used to be carefree, and now he doesn't understand the need to change. At the entrance, Du Yisheng, who was being watched by everyone, remained unfazed. He explained, "Chairman Gu, I'm really sorry, I was busy with work just now, assigning tasks to new employees and explaining some of the company's rules and regulations to them." "No need to explain," Gu Chen said coldly. Then he looked around, a hint of severity on his face. What is HR doing? Does a deputy general manager of a group need to stoop down to assign tasks to new employees and introduce them to the group's affairs? Then why don't we just disband the HR department altogether and let you, Du, handle all the tasks of interviewing new people? Hearing Chairman Gu's words, the HR director was scared out of his wits, knowing well that Chairman Gu, being so strong-willed, might actually do that. After all, his methods just now were swift and decisive, firing those who didn't attend meetings and fining those who were late, showing no mercy. The HR director was sweating profusely, and he quickly stood up to explain, "Chairman Gu, our group has stopped hiring recently. We have already recruited fresh graduates and interns in June and July. The group's land development is also completed, and the group doesn't need more people." Gu Chen sneered, "Oh, then please explain to me, where did the new people mentioned by our deputy general manager Du come from?" In fact, he already had an answer in his heart, most likely those few people he met downstairs, getting in through Du Yisheng's connections, using the back door. Standing at the entrance, Du Yisheng's face was now red with embarrassment. He cursed inwardly, this young Gu Chen was too aggressive. It's quite normal for the group to use connections to bring people in. Why did Gu Chen have to make such a big deal out of it? Hearing this, the HR director glanced at Du Yisheng at the entrance. At this point, even the HR director was in a dilemma. Chairman Gu, Deputy General Manager Du, neither of them was someone it could afford to provoke. But between the two, he would definitely stand with Gu Chen without hesitation. He wasn't a fool. Chairman Gu was the one with the power of life and death, and the usually high-ranking Deputy General Manager Du was nothing in front of Chairman Gu. After a moment, the HR director said directly, "It was the Deputy General Manager Du who brought these people. He didn't go through our HR department and directly assigned them work." Then he continued with a troubled expression, "Chairman Gu, as you know, when the higher-ups press down, there's nothing I can do about it." Gu Chen nodded without speaking, looking at Deputy General Manager Du Yisheng at the entrance. Du Yisheng knew that he had to yield in front of so many people, otherwise, if he embarrassed Chairman Gu, he would definitely not have a good time. An embarrassed smile appeared on Du Yisheng's face. "Chairman Gu, I'm really sorry, my son's girlfriend was looking for a job, so I thought of arranging her in my own group, to give her some support." No need to say more. Gu Chen didn't want to listen to Du Yisheng's rambling anymore. He interrupted him, saying coldly, "Everyone has relatives. Arranging relatives and friends to enter the group is fine. I, Gu-chun, am not unreasonable. If you want to recommend someone internally, you can. I support that, but internal recommendations must also go through an HR interview. At least the recommended person must be capable of doing the job well. If the recommended person, who didn't go through an HR interview, turns out to be a useless person who does nothing but take the company's salary, am I just feeding useless people with my money? Remember, my money doesn't support useless people." Hearing this, Du Yisheng was sweating profusely at this moment. The group has clear regulations that internal referrals also need to go through an interview with the HR department. Before Du Yisheng could speak, Gu-chun said, "The Mercedes-Benz at the entrance of the group, was it parked by that group of people? They even arrogantly mentioned your name as Deputy General Manager Du, pressuring the security guards to bow their heads. You really have a great sense of authority." Du Yisheng wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, General Gu, please let me explain." "Explain? There's nothing to explain. I informed you in advance of this meeting, emphasized multiple times not to be late or absent. Did you just ignore my words? If you can do it, then do it. If you can't, then get lost. Huafeng Group is not lacking in talents." Du Yisheng was sweating profusely, feeling embarrassed and wishing he could find a hole to hide in. As a senior figure in Huafeng, he was always the one reprimanding others. Never did he expect that as the deputy general manager of the group, he would one day be scolded in front of everyone. He wasn't afraid of Gu-chen, but every word Gu-chen said was reasonable, and he couldn't refute it at all. He could only play the role of a clown and let Gu-chen scold him at will. He knew that the new chairman Gu-chen was using this incident to warn others and establish his authority. At this point, he knew he couldn't stay in Huafeng Group anymore. Gritting his teeth, Du Yisheng turned and walked out of the meeting room. Gu-chen didn't mind and calmly said, "This is for the best. Remind the HR department to have him submit a resignation letter." Gu-chen then asked, "Which departments do the other 3 absentees belong to?" Assistant Li Jiawei said, "The head of the property department, the head of administration, and the planning director. None of them applied for leave." Gu-chen said calmly, "Dismiss them all and promote from within the organization." Then, Gu-chen scanned the room and said, "Huafeng Group is vast and prosperous, and what it lacks the least is talents. Everyone, take care of yourselves." Gu-chen continued, "Any objections from anyone?" With the chairman speaking to this extent, they dared not have any opinions. Even General Manager Zhang Jingyin didn't dare to speak up, let alone the lower-level management. However, the swift and decisive actions of Chairman Gu shocked everyone. A deputy general manager of a company was dismissed just like that. But everyone felt relieved, as the usual bully Du Yisheng had finally been dismissed. This troublemaker had caused so much trouble in the company. Former chairman Lin Hongtian turned a blind eye to his past actions out of nostalgia. The new chairman Gu was ruthless in his decisions, once he decided to dismiss someone. Truly, as the saying goes, when the emperor changes, the officials follow suit. Gu-chen then glanced at the general manager Zhang Jingyin. According to the system data, Zhang Jingyin's capabilities in Huafeng Group were quite good. Gu-chen said to Zhang Jingyin, "With so many positions vacant in the group, it's up to you, General Zhang, to promote capable individuals. These decisions rely on you." Zhang Jingyin quickly responded that it was her duty. Gu-chen only participated in setting the company's strategy, leaving other matters to Zhang Jingyin to handle. After all, in the past few years, under her management, Huafeng had been running smoothly. Towards the end of the meeting, Gu-chen roughly reviewed everyone's salary situation in the data and found that they were still lagging behind compared to national real estate enterprises. He wanted the horse to run, but not without giving it grass to eat. Gu-chen clapped his hands and instructed Zhang Jingyin to create a performance growth table for each department. As long as they met certain standards, their salaries would be increased by 10%. The tasks for each department were realistic and achievable. As long as they worked hard, everyone could accomplish them. This meant that as long as they didn't slack off, most of the employees in the group would see a 10% increase in their salaries. The senior members in the meeting room were in an uproar. All the senior executives present were very excited. This is not just empty talk. Real salary increase. As soon as Manager Gu took office, he maxed out everyone's benefits. Although Manager Gu was more dominant and overbearing, it is only when the other party makes a mistake. Just like that, he announced the benefits to everyone. A boss with a conscience. Manager Gu was really impressive. The employees present had their favorability towards Manager Gu skyrocketing. Why do they work hard? Isn't it for money? As long as the salary increases, they are happy, which means there is more money to be allocated each month. How can they not be excited? With a meeting adjourned, From Manager Gu, the senior executives of the group walked out of the meeting room in a happy mood. 3 good news. 1. The arrogant vice president Du Yisheng was fired. 2. The vacant positions in the company will be filled from among them. 3. With a little effort, salaries can increase by 10%. On Manager Gu's first day in office, he made significant changes to Huafeng Group. At this moment, everyone is full of respect for Chairman Gu. Manager Gu is decisive and efficient in handling people, but very generous when it comes to employee salaries. In short, after the first meeting, everyone no longer underestimates Chairman Gu just because of his young age. The meeting is over. The initial outline of the group's strategy has taken shape. The toxic tumor of the group that needed to be cleaned up has also been taken care of. Chairman's assistant Li Jiawei made a call to the group's driver, informing him to pick up Chairman Gu at the group's entrance. A group of people, grandly escorting the chairman. Just as they reached the ground floor, they heard a man standing next to a Mercedes-Benz car, loudly questioning, "Didn't you just say that Nini's work was implemented?" Du Yisheng patiently told his son, "It's ruined." Upon hearing this, the man became even angrier. "Dad, you are a vice president of a company, yet you can't even secure the rights of a few people? Who has the authority to ruin everything you arranged?" Manager Gu felt quite helpless towards the son of a vice president, who was quite submissive in front of his girlfriend Xiang Mei, but had a big temper in front of his own father. Manager Gu coldly replied, "It's me." Hearing the sudden voice behind him, 4 young people, along with former Vice President Du Yisheng, looked towards the back not far away. A group of company executives. The man, seeing that Manager Gu was young, loudly questioned, "Just you? Do you know who my dad is?" Manager Gu directly interrupted the man. He calmly said, "I know your dad is a vice president, so what? And let me tell you a piece of news, starting today, your dad is no longer a vice president of the group." Upon hearing this, the man frowned angrily at Manager Gu. "What nonsense are you talking about? It seems like you don't want to work at Huafeng anymore. My dad is a vice president, who has the authority to dismiss him. You really are ignorant." Upon hearing the man's words, all the executives present looked strange. It seems that Vice President Du's son really can't see the situation clearly. Feeling the ridicule of the group of people, especially some executives, many of whom he had bullied and looked down upon. Those ants that he used to play with at will, are now laughing at him. Du Yisheng. Du Yisheng's face turned red, not wanting everyone to see his downfall, he hurriedly wanted to get in the car. Seeing the position slip away, Xiang Mei panicked. Xiang Mei nudged her boyfriend with her hand, and the man understood. "Dad, Nini's work." Smack. A crisp slap. Du Yisheng angrily gritted his teeth. "Your father's vice president position was ruined by you, and you still have the nerve to mention their work?" Boom. Upon hearing Du Yisheng's words, the men and Xiang Mei seemed to be struck by thunder. Their faces were full of disbelief. What? What did they just hear? Lin Yisheng, the vice president of the prestigious Huafeng Group, has been fired? Impossible, right? Who could have such power? Only the chairman of the board of directors of the group could dismiss the vice president. Xiang Mei quickly thought of that security guard. "It must be you. Did you report to the boss? Did you exaggerate and tell many lies?" Hearing this, the man next to Xiang Mei, his eyes turned red with anger. As a dependent on his father's decent income, he relied on Du Yisheng for support. Now that his father, the vice president of the group, has lost his job, it means that their whole family has lost their source of income. How can he, who is used to a luxurious lifestyle, not go crazy? Moreover, the minor incidents that happened at the door were not enough to justify the dismissal of Vice President Du Yisheng. So, it must be the security guard who made up some false accusations, reported to the boss, and led to his father's dismissal. Otherwise, if his father had been doing well, how could he be fired just like that, especially when they only provoked the security guard just now? Thinking of this, he rushed towards the security guard, ready to question him about what was going on. Xiang Mei and the other 2 who lost their positions at Huafeng Group also angrily surrounded the security guard. The security guard was at a loss. Gu Chen's face showed a cold smile. Daring to be arrogant? Gu Chen waved his hand and said coldly, "Get them all out." "Yes, Chairman." Several security guards nearby responded. "Chairman?" Boom. The simple 3 words fell into the ears of Xiang Mei and the others, sounding like thunder. The man's eyes widened in shock, looking terrified. The chairman of Huafeng is so young? He doesn't even look 20. A person under 20 is the chairman of Huafeng Group? And the one who fired his father is undoubtedly the young chairman in front of them. Ridiculous. Just now, he threatened to ask if Gu Chen still wanted to work at Huafeng, and mocked him for being young and ignorant. How ridiculous. Threatening the chairman of a prestigious group, the one who is young and ignorant should be himself. Moreover, even if there was a slight chance of a turnaround regarding his father's position, after causing such a scene, it was all set in stone. It's over, all over. The more the man thought about it, the more he collapsed, his legs went weak, and he sat down on the ground. Xiang Mei and the other two girls were also shocked. Chairman? Chairman? Is it true? The young man in front of them looks younger than all of them. How could he be the chairman of such a large real estate group? Looking at the decent-looking Gu Chen in front of them, the three of them were dumbfounded. No matter how they tried to escape reality, they already had an answer in their hearts. The young man stood steadily in the center, with numerous Huafeng executives surrounding him, and with Du Yisheng remaining silent. They knew deep down that the young man in front of them was the chairman of Huafeng Group. In an instant, their faces turned pale. Without the chairman's orders, even if Vice President Du Yisheng was dismissed, they wouldn't dare to step forward to help. It's easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for them to intervene. Now that Chairman Gu has given the order, the security guards directly drove the man and three women out of the building. Many people saw Du Yisheng, the former vice president, fleeing in a very embarrassed manner. Many people inexplicably felt a sense of relief, especially those employees who had been oppressed by Du Yisheng before. At this moment, they couldn't help but want to celebrate with firecrackers. President Gu has really sharp eyes. On the first day at the company, he kicked out Du Yisheng, this troublemaker. Many employees kept shouting in their hearts, "President Gu, amazing! President Gu, well done!" After dealing with the Vice President Du Yisheng, Gu Chen's prestige and influence within the company reached an unprecedented peak. The company's special car is already parked in front of the company's gate. Executives smiled and escorted Chairman Gu to the car. Without waiting, the driver with white gloves opened the door, and an executive had already opened the car door. Another executive, a bootlicker, saw Chairman Gu getting into the car and quickly placed his hand under the car roof to prevent Chairman Gu from hitting his head on the roof. The chairman of Huafeng Group's special car is a Rolls-Royce. Executives watched the Rolls-Royce leaving in the dust, feeling relieved. The aura is too strong. It's almost terrifying. Before the meeting, some executives couldn't help but look down on the 18-year-old chairman a bit. After all, age is there, and lack of experience should be easy to deceive. Little did they know, the young chairman caught everyone off guard. What's even more exaggerated is that he directly made an example by removing the vice president Du Yisheng from his position. From that moment on, everyone dared not underestimate Chairman Gu anymore. Even the vice president of the company was fired just like that, so for those ants lower than the vice president position, wouldn't they be even more insignificant? Although the new chairman is indeed decisive, he is very generous when it comes to employee benefits. Everyone is shrewd and knows that this is a case of giving a slap and then a candy. But they love this kind of routine. After all, with increased wages, they have more money in hand. They really hope President Gu will use more of these tactics. Thinking of this, now, everyone in the company admires Chairman Gu. Chairman's assistant Li Jiawei, her peach blossom eyes are filled with curiosity. Curiosity about the 18-year-old Chairman Gu. At this moment, it is 8 o'clock in the evening. The sun is gradually setting. Autumn still has some lingering heat. After class, Wang Min took a shower, changed into a beautiful outfit. She wore a light gray t-shirt, with a hollow design at the collarbone, slightly revealing a bit of collarbone, and wore a plain pair of jeans. Her buttocks are round and shapely. The short-haired girl in the dormitory, seeing Wang Min who had changed her outfit for a long time, felt disdainful, thinking that Wang Min was probably going to meet her sugar daddy. Wang Min is quite famous at school. Many male students call her a classical goddess. Wang Min is slender, with big eyes, willow leaf eyebrows, snow-white skin, and long black hair hanging in front of her. She just lacks a hanfu. With such looks, wearing a hanfu would definitely captivate many male students. Unfortunately, no one in the school has ever seen a classical beauty wearing retro-style clothing, making the school's old perverts regretful. Wang Min, with just lipstick on, still looks youthful and beautiful. The short-haired girl in the dormitory has been envious for a long time. I guess she's definitely going to see her sugar daddy. The short-haired girl whispered to the girl next to her. But she does have the capital, looking this good while young to make some money. She won't have to worry in the second half of her life. Hearing this, another girl said, if the male students at school knew about this, they would probably go crazy. And Wang Min's ex-boyfriend, he would definitely be furious. The short-haired girl revealed a mysterious smile on her face, glanced at the beautiful Wang Min, and said in a lower tone, how long before many people will know about this? The short-haired girl anonymously posted many posts on the school's website smearing Wang Min for being kept by a sugar daddy. For the short-haired girl, this is not called smearing. She posted real posts. Wang Min has received 1 million, besides being kept. The short-haired girl really can't figure out where Wang Min can earn 1 million renminbi a day. Besides being kept, there shouldn't be any other way, right? What do you mean? I don't understand. Another girl looked confused. Although she envied Wang Min for having $1 million, and suspected that Wang Min was being kept by a sugar daddy, she never thought of revealing this secret to the public. After all, Wang Min has never offended her, and she is too lazy to meddle in other people's business. The short-haired girl smiled mysteriously. You'll know soon enough. Let the bullets fly in the forum for a while. Wang Min looked at herself in the mirror for a while, thinking that she was dressed conservatively enough. Her husband said last time that she was dressed too revealing. Looking at her cherry lips in the mirror, with a touch of lipstick, suddenly remembered, her husband really likes her verbal rewards. Putting on lipstick was a bit inconvenient, so she simply took out a tissue and wiped off the lipstick on her lips. This way, it would be much more convenient to reward her husband. Then, she took out her phone and sent a message to Gu Chen. Knowing that he was about to arrive at her school soon, Wang Min went downstairs directly, walked out of the school, and stood at the school gate, waiting. At this moment, Wang Min stood on the roadside at the school gate, chatting with her husband on the phone. But even so, the reputation of the classical beauty still attracted many male gazes, with fiery eyes focused on Wang Min. It is said that the classical goddess Wang Min has just broken up with her boyfriend. Many people are eager to try, wondering if they can have a chance with her. Some boys just gathered the courage to approach the goddess. Squeak! Just then, a convertible Audi stopped in front of Wang Min. Immediately, the convertible Audi's window rolled down, revealing a man wearing sunglasses, with a hint of heat in his eyes. Beautiful Wang, care to have dinner with me? The boy driving the convertible Audi is from the same school as Wang Min, and he has long been coveting Wang Min's beauty. However, Wang Min had a boyfriend before, and he couldn't find an excuse to get close to her. Now that her boyfriend has cheated, the goddess Wang Min has dumped the cheating man, causing a stir in the school. Almost everyone in the school knows about it. Now that Wang Min is single again, it is the perfect opportunity to take advantage of her sadness. The man driving the convertible Audi had confidence on his face, believing that Wang Min would not reject him. After all, Wang Min's ex-boyfriend was a loser, and Wang Min had been devoted to him. He, on the other hand, drives a convertible Audi, several levels higher than Wang Min's ex-boyfriend. Any girl with eyes would know to choose him. Wang Min was waiting for Gu Chen like a waiting stone, gazing at the road with anticipation. Without looking back, she said, I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Click. Countless boys' hearts shattered. The goddess is off the market again? It's only been a few days, and she's already taken? This is too much. Upon learning the news of the classical goddess Wang Min's breakup, many self-proclaimed decent boys in the school were gearing up, dreaming of winning over the goddess. But before they could make a move, the bad news came. Wang Min actually has a new boyfriend? This is too fast. Everyone is itching to know which jerk took down the goddess. This person is probably going to become the enemy of all the guys. What? This can't be true. Didn't you just break up? The Audi convertible guy's shocked sunglasses fell off. Could Wang Min have found another poor guy again? Why does she always like to date poor guys? The Audi convertible guy sneered and glanced at Wang Min's miscellaneous bag, saying, even if you have a boyfriend, you can still be dumped. As long as you promise me, I'll buy you a new LV bag. Wang Min slightly furrowed her brows. Why is this person so difficult? She had already rejected him, yet he kept pestering her. Wang Min walked away with long strides, distancing herself from the Audi guy. What if her husband sees this and misunderstands? Seeing Wang Min pulling away, the Audi convertible owner was slightly puzzled, not understanding why such a beautiful girl like Wang Min wouldn't use her advantages and instead choose to date poor guys. He simply got out of the car and walked towards Wang Min, who had her back turned to him, her figure wrapped in jeans, her perfect hip ratio making him look greedy. On the other side, on the way to Wang Min's school, the driver with white gloves saw Chairman Gu squinting his eyes as if dozing off, so he drove the Rolls-Royce even more carefully. In the back of the Rolls-Royce, Gu Chen was looking at the system. Gu Chen had just raged at Huafeng Group and unlocked a new title in the system. Ding! Host unlocked the new title, Mighty Presence. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Basketball Master. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Second Growth Spurt. Basketball Master greatly enhances the host's basketball skills, strengthens jumping ability, confrontation, making the host possess the qualities of a professional NBA basketball player. Second Growth Spurt can increase the host's already established height, guiding the host's height to grow again. Over time, the host will gradually grow taller by 3 to 5 centimeters. System rewarded items will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner for the host to use with confidence. As the system's prompt ended, Gu Chen was a bit confused. Is this the reward this time? 2 rewarded skills, Basketball Master, and second growth spurt. What? Does the system want him to play in the NBA? Although the skill, Basketball Master, is not usually needed, but it's better to have more skills than none. As for the second reward, second growth spurt, this reward is quite good. Guchen's net height is just 1.8 meters, growing another 3 to 5 centimeters would be great. The system is still reliable as always. Second growth spurt has a note to increase by 3 to 5 centimeters. Otherwise, if he keeps growing like a bamboo, that would be a disaster. At the school gate, Wang Min carried her bag, waiting pitifully for Guchen to pick her up. Meanwhile, the man driving the Audi convertible stood far away, guessing that Wang Min must be meeting her new boyfriend privately. He wanted to see if this time, Wang Min's new boyfriend is another poor guy like her ex. Many males around were also looking, intentionally or unintentionally, to see if the Audi convertible guy could successfully charm the goddess. At this moment, a luxury car in the traffic caught everyone's attention. The soaring goddess emblem on the front of the car, signifying that the luxury car is valuable. It's a Rolls-Royce. Car enthusiasts even recognized that this car is the Phantom model under Rolls-Royce, and it's the long wheelbase version. The bare car price quotation is over 9 million, and the total cost to get it on the road is at least tens of millions. What sets Rolls-Royce apart is its extensive use of manual labor, leading to high production costs, which is one of the reasons for its astonishing price. It takes 15 hours to make a steering wheel, 31 hours to assemble a car body, and 6 days to install an engine. As a result, it can only move 6 inches per minute on the assembly line. It takes 2.5 months to make a 4-door car, and each car has to undergo 5,000 miles of testing, so customers who order Rolls-Royce usually need to wait patiently for over half a year. Rolls-Royce only produces a few thousand cars a year, not even a fraction of the output of major car companies. However, from another perspective, rarity adds value. Rolls-Royce cars have become symbols of status and identity precisely because of their low production volume and handcrafted nature. Everyone sees the unique and domineering appearance of Rolls-Royce, as if the car itself exudes extraordinary charisma. At this moment, many people can't help but admire and exclaim, "That's a Rolls-Royce Phantom, I wish I could have one. I'm not as greedy as others, just let me sit in it. So cool, standing out in the crowd of cars. Only big shots can ride in this kind of car. I really want to drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom and experience it." Forget it, with your demeanor, driving a Rolls-Royce will only make others think you're the driver. Just when everyone was extremely envious. Squeak! The sound of the tires lightly brushing against the ground. The Rolls-Royce Phantom that they envied so much came to a stop right in front of them. Even the guy driving an Audi couldn't help but be drawn to the imposing Rolls-Royce. It was just too cool. Compared to the Rolls-Royce Phantom in front of them, his beloved Audi A5 convertible seemed so weak. You could directly buy a Rolls-Royce Phantom for the price of 10 or 20 top-of-the-line Audi A5s. He couldn't help but fantasize about owning a Rolls-Royce Phantom one day, which would definitely make it easier to impress the girls at school. With that in mind, his eyes were full of envy towards the Rolls-Royce owner. Whoever rides in this car is a true big shot. On the side of the road, Wang Min also glanced at the Rolls-Royce Phantom. She usually didn't pay attention to cars and didn't understand much, but she thought, why is this car so long and ugly, like a moving coffin? Wang Min thought, although the car is not good looking, such a big car must be very expensive. After looking at it for a while, she shifted her gaze back to her phone, looking at the chat history, hoping Guchen would come soon. Under the gaze of the crowd, the driver with white gloves on both hands got out of the car, gently opened the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, and respectfully said to Wang Min on the roadside, "Miss Wang, Mr. Gu is waiting for you in the car." Upon hearing this, Wang Min took out her phone, asked if Gu Chun was in the car, and got a positive answer. Wang Min was overjoyed and finally could see her husband. She happily jumped into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. The room. Witnessing the school's goddess getting into the Rolls-Royce Phantom, everyone present was as if struck by lightning. They were dumbfounded, too shocked to speak. Watching the goddess sitting in the multi-million luxury car, they all felt uncomfortable. At this moment, a song came from a nearby shop. If I were young and promising, I wouldn't feel inferior. Click. Their already fragile hearts shattered into powder, carried away by the wind along with the song. Silence lingered for a while. There was a boy who sighed and said, "Ah, the goddess has run off with someone else." Another younger student lamented, "Wang Min is really beautiful, but unfortunately she has a boyfriend." Who wouldn't say so? Wang Min has been faithfully following that scumbag for so long, only to end up being cheated on. Wang Min must be heartbroken. That's why she now only chooses material wealth. The boy who drove an Audi A5, his sense of superiority vanished. How can this be? Others drive Rolls-Royce Phantoms, while he only drives a small Audi, not even in the same league. The difference between the two is like night and day. He is the mud underground, while Gu Chen is the cloud in the sky. No wonder from start to finish, the goddess Wang Min never even glanced at him. That's the gap. Seeing the goddess Wang Min getting into the Rolls-Royce Phantom and leaving, chaos ensued on the scene. Damn, a date tonight? Who knows what's going on? It's over, my goddess is no longer pure. Another girl fallen for money. In today's society, those with money drive Rolls-Royces, those without money work themselves to death. You're wrong, bro, the big shots in the Rolls-Royce tonight will also work themselves to death. At this moment, just the thought of the goddess spending the night with a man, all the boys present were in a complex mood. On the Rolls-Royce Phantom, the driver in front was driving attentively. Wang Min leaned against Gu Chen's chest. Gu Chen couldn't help but move his hand down. He looked at Wang Min in jeans, with a voice only the two could hear. Why aren't you wearing what I like today? I am. Wang Min pouted, silk inside her pants. The Rolls-Royce Phantom sped away. It was nearing nightlife, and there were many cars on the road. The Rolls-Royce was driving smoothly because other cars on the road were avoiding it. After all, they couldn't afford to accidentally scratch this car. The car entered Huaxi Street. The driver, following Gu Chen's orders, also drove away. Gu Chen and Wang Min got off the car. They hadn't eaten yet. Gu Chen asked Wang Min what she wanted to eat. Wang Min leaned on Gu Chen, still feeling the teasing from the car just now. Her body soft, she said. I haven't decided yet. What do you want to eat? Gu Chen blurted out, oral reward. Hearing this, Wang Min was stunned for a moment. Seeing Gu Chen's gaze, she knew exactly what he meant. Playfully blinking her eyes. What else to eat? Light or heavy? Without thinking, it's clear. After a while, Gu Chen sat comfortably in front of the computer. Just then, Gu Chen's phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Gu Chen looked at the incoming call display. It was a call from Huang Zicheng. He pressed the answer button. You old Gu, you're out all night again? One day I'll report you. And haven't you seen the messages in the group? The welcome party for new students is coming up. Our economics department is also putting on a show, and everyone agrees that you, Gu Chen, are talented, so you will represent our economics department on stage. As soon as he answered the phone, Huang Zicheng on the other end said many things. Old Gu, you better prepare well. Rehearsal tomorrow, performance the day after tomorrow, don't mess it up. The voices of Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong came through the phone. Upon hearing their words, Gu Chen slapped his forehead. It seemed like there was indeed such a thing. The squad leader had approached him before for the freshman party, but he had rejected it citing lack of time. Little did he know, after half a day of not checking the group messages, the task of performing on stage representing the economics major fell on him. Gu Chen. Gu Chen pursed his lips and said, forget about rehearsal, I'm busy tomorrow. Just tell the squad leader directly, if she wants me, Gu Chen, to perform, I can do it, but I won't waste time rehearsing. Will she still want me to perform? Just kidding. Just a small school performance, and they want me, Gu someone, to rehearse. He was a billionaire. Why would he bother wasting time on such things? It's better to spend the rehearsal time playing games. Besides, the parallel space song rewarded by the system had already formed in his mind. No matter how he performed, it wouldn't go wrong, so why bother rehearsing? Alright, I'll talk to the squad leader, but I think with your talent, old Gu, going on stage to perform is a sure thing. You better think about what performance to do. If it's cool, the three of us will have a lot of face walking around the school. Picking up girls will be much easier. Huang Zicheng's tone revealed a hint of playfulness. Old Gu, boys need to protect themselves when they're out. And remember to be safe, bring TAO. Through the phone, came more banter from Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong. Gu Chen laughed, damn, go to your manly man. After saying this, Gu Chen hung up the phone. Who was on the phone? Seeing her husband hang up the phone, Wang Min's eyes were full of curiosity. Gu Chen said, college roommate. Wang Min pouted and said, oh, I envy the friendship between you guys. Unlike us girls. Hey, what kind of friendship do we guys have? Purely a father-son relationship. The three of them always treat me as a father. Hearing Gu Chen's words, Wang Min blushed, and surprisingly said loudly, you are my one and only BB. Hearing this, Gu Chen was dumbfounded. Am I a father figure now? Wang Min was driving straight, the wheels rolling over Gu someone's face. After playing the game, Gu Chen felt a bit hungry. He rubbed his stomach and asked, Min, what do you want to eat? Wang Min thought for a moment and said softly, I want to eat Debon Western food. Debon Western restaurant on Huaxi Street was famous. Many internet celebrities in the Magic City would come to check in. Wang Min had also seen it on Douyin and had always wanted to try Debon Western food. Hearing Wang Min's words, Gu Chen smiled, then I'll call and have Debon Western restaurant deliver the food to us. Wang Min pouted, looking pitiful, honey, Debon Western Restaurant doesn't do delivery. As far as she knew, Debon Western Restaurant was always busy, with customers lining up for a long time. If they also did delivery, wouldn't it exhaust the staff? Gu Chen flicked her small nose with his finger. Who said that? The Douyin foodies are all saying it. They even said that Debon Western Restaurant is too busy to handle. How could they do delivery? Gu Chen smiled. Maybe Debon Western Restaurant didn't have delivery service before, but as long as our Min Min wants to eat, then they will have it today. Wang Min listened, feeling very happy in her heart, regardless of whether Debon delivers takeout or not. The thoughtfulness of having a husband moved her greatly. Gu Chen directly made a call to the front desk of Debon. In her mind, she inexplicably remembered the new manager who had just been hired. What was her name? She forgot. Let's just call her the head manager for now. The bulging thing that the head manager carried was indeed comparable to Yuanin's. It made Gu Chen involuntarily think of a saying, a woman who lowers her head is already a beauty in the world. Subconsciously, she glanced at the beauty beside her, and compared to Yuanin, it seemed that she still needed to continue to develop herself. While Gu Chen was contemplating, the phone rang. Hello? This is Debon Western Restaurant, may I help you? The crisp voice of the female receptionist came through. Oh, please deliver a takeout to Tianqing Hotel, 5 to 520. I'm sorry sir, our Debon Western Restaurant does not offer delivery service. Wang Min, sitting next to Gu Chen, gave her husband a look across the air. It seemed to say, see, what they said online is true, Debon Western Restaurant doesn't deliver takeout. Gu Chen smiled and continued, I am Gu Chen. Ah, it's General Gu. After a moment of exclamation, the receptionist was shocked and silent on the phone for a while. Oh my, it turned out to be a call from General Gu. Then, the female receptionist spoke softly and gently, the privilege of takeout from Debon Western Restaurant is only available to General Gu. General Gu, what dishes would you like to order? Gu Chen said it's for the two of them, and the kitchen can arrange it. The female receptionist at Debon Western Restaurant hung up the phone, thinking thankfully that her polite tone just now did not cause any mistakes. General Gu's meal cannot be delayed. The female receptionist directly used the intercom to say that General Gu wanted a takeout for two people. The kitchen can arrange the dishes and deliver it to Tianqing Hotel. Upon receiving the instructions, the kitchen, upon hearing that it was General Gu's meal, instantly raised their spirits by 200% to get the job done. At this moment, the newly arrived manager heard the words takeout from afar. She walked over with determination and said, Xiao Ya, we at Debon do not deliver takeout. This takeout is for Gu Chen, requested by General Gu. Upon hearing this, the female manager did not hesitate to say, oh, then it's fine, let the kitchen prepare General Gu's meal quickly. Inside Tianqing Hotel, Wang Min's beautiful eyes widened. Debon Western Restaurant actually made an exception to deliver takeout. Moreover, the staff on the other side even referred to her husband as General Gu. Wang Min curiously asked, honey, are you a shareholder of Debon? Gu Chen replied lightly, expand your horizons a bit. Could it be that you are the owner of Debon Western Restaurant? When Wang Min saw Gu Chen nod, she was a bit dumbfounded. Is her husband so amazing? Does that mean I won't have to wait in line to eat at Debon Western Restaurant in the future? If Gu Chen knew she was thinking like this, he would definitely blow her mind, thinking so small. Just thinking about eating. The urgent order from the Debon kitchen, Gu Chen's dishes were quickly delivered to the hotel. Outside the door, the Debon server pushed a small cart into the room, placing over a dozen dishes and 2 bottles of red wine on the table. General Gu, these dishes were specially prepared by the kitchen according to your previous taste preferences. Okay, thank you. Gu Chen casually gave a 1,000 yuan tip to the server. Gu Chen didn't have cash on him, so he took the 1,000 yuan from Wang Min's purse. Thank you, General Gu. President Gu, you're too kind, this is what I should do. The waiter bowed to Gu Chen in gratitude, then backed out of the door, gently closing it behind him. After leaving, the waiter was still a little excited in his heart, as it was the first time he had received so many tips. Honey, this is so delicious, Wang Min said with her cheeks puffed out, looking like a hamster. Then eat more. Just as Gu Chen finished speaking, his phone vibrated. Gu Chen opened his phone and saw that it was the class monitor adding him on WeChat. Gu Chen accepted the friend request. Monitor, Huang Zicheng said you don't have time for rehearsal tomorrow? Questioning, Gu Chen, I don't have time tomorrow. Monitor, I've already put your name forward to the student union's publicity department. If you don't rehearse, what are we going to do if it messes up? Seeing this, Gu Chen frowned. Damn it. I never said I wanted to participate, you took it upon yourself, and now you're making me rehearse. What a big favor you're asking for. Gu Chen directly retorted, if you're afraid of messing up, find someone else. Did I say I wanted to participate? With that said, Gu Chen put down his phone and focused on eating. As for the position of class monitor, everyone originally wanted Gu Chen. After all, he had experienced a heroic incident, and the students in the class were quite familiar with him. When it came to the election of the class monitor, most people voted for Gu Chen. Gu Chen received 95% of the votes in the class, making him the undisputed class monitor. However, Gu Chen refused it himself. The reason Gu Chen refused was that he was often late and absent from class, and he would stay out late at night, completely unable to set a good example, so the position of class monitor was not suitable for him. Furthermore, being a class monitor would involve a lot of responsibilities, and Gu Chen would lose his freedom. So Gu Chen directly refused, leading to the birth of the current female class monitor. As for the female class monitor, making decisions on her own to perform in the show had already made Gu Chen somewhat resentful, and now she was forcing him to rehearse. This was something he could not agree to. However, on the other hand, ever since he received the system reward of 10 Chinese-style songs, there were still 9 songs gathering dust in his mind. Besides, Gu Chen was not short of money, so there was no need for him to release an album and earn that little bit of hard-earned money. News spread from within the Huafeng company. After fermenting for a day or two, many companies in the real estate industry in the Magic City were greatly shocked. The mysterious person who fully acquired the Huafeng Group emerged. It was the shareholder of the original Huafeng Group, Gu Chen, who fully acquired the Huafeng Group. According to the revelations, Gu Chen's actual age is not even 20 yet. At this moment, countless real estate workers in the Magic City felt like they were going crazy. A young person under 20 acquired the Huafeng Group. Not yet 20 years old and already became the chairman of the Huafeng Group. Moreover, many people were not unfamiliar with Gu Chen, as he had acquired the land along the river for 30 billion. Not long after, Gu Chen once again took the full ownership of the Huafeng Group into his arms. It was simply ruthless. In a moment, the 3 words Gu Chen became famous in the real estate circle of the Magic City. Gu Chen was the real big shot, with the Huafeng Group worth over 90 billion in the 30 billion land along the river. In less than a month, he invested billions. The connections behind Gu Chen and the amount of liquid capital were unimaginably huge. Some curious real estate big shots wanted to dig into Gu Chen's background, but they couldn't find anything. At this moment, the big shots were even more convinced that Gu Chen's methods were extraordinary. Perhaps he was the descendant of a big shot in Kyoto. In any case, he was someone they couldn't afford to provoke. Actually, they were overthinking it. All of Gu Chen's information has been protected by the system, making it impossible for anyone to investigate. The Jin family and the Niu family received the news immediately. Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi were greatly shocked. Is this the level of Gu Chen? At this moment, they were extremely fearful of Gu Chen. If ranked by level, Gu Chen is undoubtedly the strongest king, while Jin Yi and Niu Tianxi are just silver scraps. Incomparable to Gu Chen. Magic City, Ji Jingyuan Mansion. Lin family. It's actually Gu Chen. Lin Hongtian frowned and muttered to himself. In his impression, Gu Chen had a decent appearance, but he didn't know how strong his abilities were, and he wasn't very concerned about the group's affairs before. Lin Hongtian had thought that Gu Chen was a young man who liked to be carefree. He never expected that such a young man would actually acquire Huafeng Group from his hands. Lin Hongtian had to admit that he had misjudged. Moreover, Lin Hongtian knew more than others. On the first day Gu Chen inspected the group, he dismissed the group's vice president Du Yisheng, as well as several arrogant executives who were also dismissed. The young man acted decisively and ruthlessly. Lin Hongtian knew that he could never be as decisive as Gu Chen. He was someone who cherished the past. As long as his subordinates did not cross the group's bottom line, he would not pursue it further. Gu Chen mercilessly dealt with Du Yisheng and those people, which made Lin Hongtian somewhat admire Gu Chen. This young man did what he had wanted to do but never did before. Thinking of this, Lin Hongtian sighed to himself, it seems that I should indeed retire and enjoy my old age. At this moment, the door of the villa opened. Lin Yingying, who had been having a crazy day with her girlfriends, walked into the house. Seeing Lin Hongtian smoking alone in the living room, she asked, Dad, you're still not asleep. Seeing his daughter standing at the door, Lin Hongtian thought of Gu Chen, who seemed to be less than 20 years old. A crazy idea emerged in his mind. Lin Hongtian tentatively said, Yingying, do you know about Dad's group? Lin Yingying, puzzled, replied, yes, didn't you sell it? Do you know how big the mysterious person who acquired Huafeng Group is? Lin Hongtian looked at his daughter's face full of confusion and continued, the person who spent a huge sum to acquire Huafeng Group is very young, and he is also a freshman like you. Yingying, you should get to know this kind of genius. Lin Yingying still didn't understand what medicine her father was selling, it was just that he seemed to regret selling Huafeng now. wanting to make the chairman who acquired Hua Phone Group her son-in-law. This way, Hua Phone Group would still be connected to the Lin family. Thinking of this, Lin Yingying pouted and said unhappily, "Dad, you said before that I couldn't date other boys, but now you're pushing me towards someone else's man. Aren't you afraid of pushing your daughter into a fire pit?" Hearing this, Lin Hongtian awkwardly touched his nose, cleared his throat a few times, and said with a serious tone, "I just want you to get to know him, in case you hit it off. Besides, if you're not interested in him, just ignore him. It's still necessary to have more contact with outstanding people of the same age. The white-clad young man you mentioned before, Dad indeed appreciates him, but compared to a young man who can manage a billion-dollar group at such a young age, the white-clad young man is still at a disadvantage. No, I won't listen to you." Lin Yingying covered her ears and quickly ran back to her room. She didn't give Lin Hongtian a chance to nag at her anymore. Lin Hongtian watched his daughter leave and sighed softly. Yingying was still too young. I have no idea how terrifying the power behind the young man who can manage 100 billion group is. It is not an exaggeration to say that with Gu Chen's two big moves, in the Magic City where families can spend money so extravagantly, you can count them on one hand. It is not an exaggeration to call Gu Chen a true noble family. There are countless women who want to climb onto Gu Chen, but Yingying actually looks down on such a proud person. Lin Hongtian thought to himself, forget it, let it be natural. Gu Chen, who was famous in the real estate industry in the Magic City, is now sleeping with a beauty in his arms. The night slowly fades away. The sun slowly climbs into the sky. A new day. Gu Chen wakes up in a special way. A new day, exchanging deep words. After a long time, Gu Chen woke up refreshed. He thought, this unique way is quite effective, there is no trace of morning grumpiness, it seems that he should try it more in the future. Gu Chen first called the hotel front desk and ordered some food. After breakfast, the two of them were ready to go see the house. They walked out of Huaxi Street and arrived at the garage. Gu Chen slapped his forehead, damn it, he forgot that he didn't drive himself. The Ferrari is still sitting idle at the school. Gu Chen originally wanted to call his assistant Li Jiaowei to arrange a car, but in the end he thought it over. Let Li Jiaowei send a car driver, it's quite a distance from Huafeng Group to Huaxi Street. With this free time, it's better to take a taxi, and the taxi is faster. Gu Chen took out his phone and booked a ride on the app. Wang Min held his hand as they waited by the roadside. Magic City University. Every year, Magic City University will have a freshman welcome party. In order to ensure a flawless performance tomorrow, the student union's publicity department will rehearse in advance, cutting out the unqualified programs, only leaving some exciting and interesting programs. Wang Hongliang, the head of the student union's publicity department, was looking at the program list with a few staff members. The program from the Economics Journal is a solo performance. Strangely, there is no song title. Minister Wang Hongliang didn't even look up, and said directly, "Oh, what kind of monster dares to come? Cut it, let the economics department report a new program." Hearing this, a female staff member next to him sadly said, "This is the program of Gu Chen from the economics department, what a pity." The female staff member has long admired Gu Chen, especially the video of military training on the campus network. The song Lu Zhoumoon is so beautiful, but unfortunately the recording is not clear, the sound quality is poor, but the lyrics and singing are indeed amazing. Ah, what a pity. My Gu male god. Ha! Minister Wang Hongliang narrowed his eyes, it's that kid. If there is a road to heaven, you don't take it, if there is no door to hell, you barge in. Since Qin Munin gave that scumbag Gu Chen fruit, Wang Hongliang has been sleepless all night. Whenever he thinks of Qin Munin and Gu Chen getting into the Ferrari, he can't help but feel jealous. Damn it! It's so difficult for me to have a goddess-like youth. And this kid Gu Chen, relying on money, can have many goddess-like youths. In the university, there are already known entanglements with Gu Chen, Wang Yanran, Chen Yunxue, Qin Munin. All three of them are top-notch goddesses, but they all flock to Gu's scumbag. Thinking of this, Wang Hongliang is itching with hatred towards that kid Gu Chen. If he could make that kid Gu Chen make a fool of himself in front of the whole school. This thought came to mind, and Wang Hongliang's eyes lit up. Gu Chen's solo has no song title, no background music. Isn't this just what he wanted? Wang Hongliang clapped his hands and put on a friendly face, saying, "Since you are so eager for Gu Chen to perform on stage, Gu Chen can skip the rehearsal and be directly promoted. Come perform tomorrow." The female secretary Xiaoyan joyfully replied, "Okay, thank you minister, you're so kind." Wang Hongliang's face showed a smile. Could Gu Chen play original like he did with the new recruits during military training? If Gu Chen plays well, it's fine, but if he doesn't, he'll be a laughingstock in front of the whole school. Anyway, Wang Hongliang doesn't have high hopes for Gu Chen. He thinks Gu Chen will probably end up as a clown. Thinking of this, a smug smile appeared on Wang Hongliang's face. He finally got back at Gu the scumbag. In this moment, Wang Hongliang felt extremely pleased. Gu Chen and Wang Min sat in a ride-hailing car. Wang Min was exhausted from yesterday. She leaned on Gu Chen's shoulder and fell asleep. For Wang Min's convenience, Gu Chen planned to buy a house near her school, so it would be easier for Wang Min to go to and from school. The properties from Huafeng Real Estate were quite far from Wang Min's school, so they decided to directly choose a house from other properties. Anyway, it wouldn't hurt to spend a little more money. Tianyua No. 1. Tianyua No. 1 is located not far from Wang Min's school, and it is considered a well-reputed project in the area. Situated in a bustling area, with mature commercial facilities nearby, the greenery in the community is abundant, making the environment and air quality very good. Tianyua No. 1 is also a local real estate development in the Magic City, with a grand project that divides the entire plot into 2 sections, one for high-rise buildings and townhouses, and the other for high-end villas. The ride-hailing car sped along and soon arrived at Tianyua No. 1. Yawn. Wang Min, who was awakened by Gu Chen, looked around with sleepy eyes. She looked around in confusion and said, "Isn't this next to our school?" Gu Chen smiled and said, "Yes, buying a house is all about convenience." Wang Min was deeply moved. She hugged Gu Chen and said, "Honey, you're so good to me." Gu Chen said, "Just saying that won't do. I'll give you a verbal reward tonight." Wang Min shyly glanced at Gu Chen and did not refuse. Anyway, she had tried all sorts of things. As long as Gu Chen liked it, she wouldn't refuse. Seeing the sales office, Wang Min knew that the grand and majestic Tianyua No. 1 inch was definitely not cheap. She remembered that when Tianyua No. 1 was first launched, the sales staff even distributed flyers at their school, targeting not the students, but the teachers and professors at the school. After all, many teachers at Wang Min's school were locals who had been relocated, and the sales staff would not forget these potential buyers. Wang Min had also picked up and looked at the flyers scattered on the school grounds. The prices on the flyers made countless people hesitate. Tianyua's high-rise apartments start at 100,000 per square meter. Tianyua's townhouses start at 150,000 per square meter. Tianyua's standalone villas, with the smallest size of over 400 square meters, start at a minimum price of 96 million. The exorbitant prices on the flyers still haunted Wang Min. Even though this location of Tianyua No. 1 was not considered top-notch, the prices were still so high. Had the housing prices in the Magic City risen so sharply? Wang Min was a local in the Magic City. Although she occasionally heard people around her discussing housing prices, she had never paid much attention to it. It wasn't until she saw the flyers for Tianyua No. 1 that she realized how expensive the housing prices in the Magic City were. "Honey, how about we wait for the prices to drop before buying?" Wang Min said with a furrowed brow. Although she knew Gu Chen was very wealthy, she still felt that spending over 10 million on a house was not worth it. Without buying a house, the two of them could do many other things with over 10 million. It's hard to say whether the prices will drop, but since we're here, let's go in and take a look. Gu Chen pulled Wang Min towards the sales office. On the way, Gu Chen noticed some luxury cars parked in the ground parking lot. Bentleys, Maybachs, Lamborghinis, and even ordinary models of Porsches couldn't compare here. The sales office of Tianyua No. 1. Entering the sales office lobby of Tianyua No. 1, there weren't many people looking at the houses. 3 or 4 sales ladies eagerly watched the door, waiting for customers to view the new houses. When Gu Chen and Wang Min entered Tianyua No. 1, the sales ladies' eyes lit up at the sight of the handsome couple, especially when they saw Gu Chen's outfit, the way he moved his arms, and the Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist. The sales ladies already knew that this young couple in front of them were definitely high-quality customers. The real estate sales ladies had sharp eyes. Gu Chen had an extraordinary temperament. He was dressed in luxury brands, with just one Versace men's t-shirt costing over 10,000, not to mention the Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist. Although the specific model couldn't be clearly seen, judging from its unique appearance, it was worth at least millions. Although Gu Chen and the girl arrived by taxi, not a single salesperson dared to underestimate them. Just the watch on his wrist alone was worth millions. Who would dare say that this young man had no money? Looking at the girl beside him, dressed plainly with an ordinary bag, but her appearance was outstanding. The girl's extraordinary beauty was incomparable to ordinary girls. The rich second generation and his beautiful girlfriend. Seeing Gu Chen come in, it was clear that they were high-quality customers. The first female salesperson to rush over to greet Gu Chen softly asked, "Sir, which type of house are you interested in?" "A villa," Gu Chen replied. Hearing this, the female salesperson was delighted. The villas at Tianyua No. One started at a minimum of 96 million, and if this deal went through, she would earn a substantial commission. The female salesperson had no doubt about Gu Chen's financial strength. As she approached, she immediately recognized the price of the Vacheron Constantin watch. The young Gu Chen was wearing one worth over 6 million. Just wearing a watch worth over 6 million, it was clear that the rich second generation was not short of money. The female salesperson inexplicably envied Wang Min beside Gu Chen. Then, the female salesperson continued to inquire, "Sir, what size villa are you looking for? What types are available here? Row villas, standalone villas." The female salesperson rattled off many types, orientations, and more. Hearing that Gu Chen wanted to buy a villa, the gentle Wang Min beside him was shocked. The cheapest villa at Tianyuan one was 96 million, close to a billion. Spending over 10 million on a high-rise small unit already seemed expensive to Wang Min, let alone spending nearly a billion on a villa. She thought, maybe her husband was just looking around. Although she knew Gu Chen was wealthy, Wang Min found it unbelievable for a sophomore to spend a billion on a villa. Unfortunately, she didn't recognize luxury watches, let alone know that the watch Gu Chen was wearing was worth millions. The standalone villas currently available have sizes of 1060 square meters, 860 square meters, 660 square meters, and 560 square meters. If calculated at 200,000 per square meter, the total price of the 1060 square meter villa would be over 2 billion, a significant amount. The smallest standalone villa was 560 square meters, also priced significantly. The high total price of the villas at Tianyuan one made many people hesitate. While the 400-plus square meter villas were mostly sold out, the 1,060 square meter ones had only sold 2 sets in over 2 years since the opening. Gu Chen directly chose the largest standalone villa, 1060 square meters, just over 2 billion. Gu Chen directly said, "Instead of talking more, let's go see it in person." The female salesperson took out an information sheet and respectfully said, "Sir, to view the villas at Tianyuan 1, you need to verify your funds. Are you available for that?" Although Gu Chen's status seemed decent, the necessary procedures still had to be followed. Generally, this kind of villa needs to be verified for funds. The buyer needs to provide bank deposit documents, which must meet the amount specified by the developer of Tianyuan 1. During the verification process, it is also necessary to see if the buyer meets the purchasing conditions. Birds of a feather flock together, people are divided into groups. Owners who purchase detached villas naturally hope to live in the same villa area as noble individuals, rather than lowering the status of the owners and the quality of the villas. Verification of funds? Gu Chen is also buying a house for the first time, but according to the rules of Huafeng Group, high-end villa areas indeed require verification of funds to view the houses. Gu Chen will certainly not refuse. Gu Chen glanced at the form. Buyer's identity information, company position, annual salary, and so on. Especially the column for company position. Gu Chen has many titles, but in the end, he filled in the most intimidating one, chairman of Huafeng Group. After filling out the form, the bank card deposit was much simpler. Gu Chen directly opened his phone, pulled out the balance information of the Modu bank card, and handed it to the female salesperson to see. Oh my god! The numbers on the bank card balance directly shocked the female salesperson. She was shocked, covering her mouth with both hands. Gulp! She couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. So many digits, she couldn't count them all and it made her dizzy just looking at them. After waiting for a while, she calmed down and finally counted it clearly, a full 11 digits. It means over 100 billion. This young man in front of her is too terrifying. You should know that in 2 years, she has received many people looking at villas, and the customer with the most funds in the bank card during the verification process had 10 billion. A balance of 10 billion, at that time, she was already amazed. She didn't expect to encounter someone even more exaggerated today, with over 100 billion directly. At this moment, she didn't even look at the form anymore. It would be ridiculous to waste time confirming identity information for a tycoon with over 100 billion in the card. She casually placed the form on the table and said in a very respectful tone, "Sir, you don't need to go through the verification process anymore, I will take you to see the house directly." After the sales lady finished speaking, she took a series of villa keys and prepared to take Gu Chen to see each one. At this moment, the female salesperson was extremely excited in her heart. The customer has a deposit of over 100 billion, if everything goes smoothly today, the chances of closing the deal are very high. "Sir, our courtesy car is ready, we can set off to see the house at any time." Gu Chen said calmly, "Let's go then." Wang Min immediately hugged Gu Chen, still thinking about the chairman of Huafeng Group that her husband filled in, seems to be a real estate company too? Wang Min's brain was a bit insufficient. Could it be that her husband's family is also in real estate? Then why spend money wrongly to buy a villa at Tianyuano? 1. At this moment, her small brain was full of big questions. The three of them got into the courtesy car together, and the driver skillfully drove the car into the vast villa area. As soon as the two left, the sales hall started to discuss. The female sales staff in the sales hall whispered, they didn't verify the identity information and went to see the house directly? I'm so envious. It must be a second generation rich with an overflowing bank card balance, skipping the verification process. Looking at the situation, Xiaomi has encountered a big shot. Just the Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist is worth millions. His identity must be extraordinary. In the sales hall, many customers who came to view the houses were also envious of Guchen. Real wealthy people. They came directly for the villa area worth over 2 billion, with over 1,000 square meters. While they were still considering the price and what type of high-rise to buy. More importantly, the young man looking at the villa was so young, and the woman beside him was so beautiful that it made people envious. This is the real peak of life. In the villa area, there are still a few salespeople showing houses to clients, but they are all heading towards Zone B. Zone A has only 1,060 square meter villas, with only Guchen and his group. Tianyuano. 1 has only 10 1,060 square meter villas, 2 have been sold, and 8 are still available. The actual usable area is 1,200 square meters. The female salesperson continued to introduce as they walked, and all the villas in Zone A are fully furnished, ready for immediate occupancy. If the owner is not satisfied with the style, they can also redecorate themselves. Surrounded by greenery, the villa area even has exceptionally fresh air. Zone A covers 48 acres, with only 10 villas, each with its private garden, with a high greenery rate of up to 60%. Under the guidance of the female salesperson, they arrived at Villa No. 1. The 10 villas of Tianyuano. 1 are designed in different styles, each meticulously designed with a unique appearance and decoration style, each with its charm. As they entered the villa, Guchen listened quietly to the salesperson's introduction, while Wang Min was already amazed. 1060 square meters of villa. A huge entrance garden, swimming pool, gym, home theater space. Combined with a youthful style, the villa exudes vitality and fashion. The black and white color scheme is not only classic but also distinct, creating a comfortable and grand atmosphere. Not only was Wang Min impressed, even the salesperson, Xiaomi, who introduced the villa, was attracted by the decoration style of the villa. This was not Xiaomi's first visit to this villa, but every time she came, she couldn't help but be amazed by it. Unlike the two, Guchen thought to himself, I didn't notice from the outside, didn't think 1,200 square meters was that big, but entering, it does look quite grand. Guchen was very calm anyway, with money in his bag, he could afford any villa. Guchen asked casually, what is the price of this villa? Hearing this, salesperson Xiaomi was surprised, asking about the price so soon? She hurriedly replied, Villa A1 is the king of villas, relatively more expensive than other villas. According to the current market price, it is 30,000 per square meter, totaling 3.18 billion. Upon hearing this, Wang Min felt like her soul was about to float away. She didn't mishear, 3.18 billion. Guchen remained indifferent, no change in expression. Then this one. Ah, Mr. Gu, aren't you going to look at the other villas? Guchen waved his hand, saying calmly, since each one is a king, what else is there to see in the supporting roles? Hearing Guchen's words, salesperson Xiaomi was completely stunned. Less than 10 minutes, and he decided to buy it? Although she knew Guchen was super rich, she was mentally prepared for the deal. But someone like Guchen deciding to buy a villa so quickly, in all her years in the industry, she had never heard of such a thing. This was a complete 3.18 billion villa transaction. How could it seem so casual in the eyes of this young man? Is this the world of the wealthy? On the way back to the sales office in the courtesy car, Wang Min whispered to him, her expression pained, didn't you say we were just coming to look? How come you suddenly want to buy a villa for over 3 billion? Guchen pinched her blushing cheek, if it's suitable, just buy it. Anyway, we can live in it. If you want to buy, just get a smaller unit, buying such a large villa is too spacious. And the price of 3.18 billion is too outrageous. Wang Min didn't see Guchen's bank card balance, nor did she know how much money Guchen had, but in her deep-rooted mindset, spending 318 million to buy a villa was not worth it at all. Do you like it? I like it. Guchen patted Wang Min's head, that's settled then. Price doesn't matter, as long as you like it. Pat my head again, and I'll bite you. Guchen leaned close to her ear, smirked, and said, I'll be waiting for that. Wang Min pouted and gave Guchen a disdainful look. While chatting, why did he start driving again? Last night, according to the system's goodwill probe, Wang Min and Sumo's goodwill towards each other both reached 99%, just 1% more to reach max. Goodwill between 90% to 100% is unwavering. It means their love for Guchen will never change until death. Guchen suddenly felt a sense of responsibility because besides his parents, he now had two unwavering companions by his side. Thinking about this, Guchen felt it was time to come clean with his parents, reveal a bit of his net worth, and let them retire early to enjoy their lives. He'll come clean with his parents during the National Day holiday. When the three of them returned to the VIP lounge, the salesperson Xiaomi quickly brought out cold drinks again, confirming that Guchen wanted to buy the Building King in Area A. She exclaimed excitedly, "Mr. Gu, please wait a moment, I'll go get the purchase contract." Okay. With a total of 3.18 billion for the Villa Building King, her commission alone was over $1 million. After working as a salesperson for so long, this was the first time she had earned so much money, and her face was filled with an excited smile. The other salespeople could tell from Xiaomi's excited expression that this deal was definitely going through. Curious, they asked which villa Xiaomi had sold. Area A. The Building King in Area A. The salespeople were shocked to hear this. Xiaomi had actually sold the most expensive house in Tianyuan. 1. The Building King in Area A cost 300,000 per square meter, with a total price of 3.18 billion. Since its opening, many wealthy individuals had visited the Building King, some liked it but couldn't bear to spend 3.18 billion on it. 2 customers had settled for other villas in Area A. After all, other villas of the same size in Area A were $1 billion cheaper than the Building King. However, compared to the Building King, the location, feng shui, and private garden of the other villas were inferior. Moreover, the customer who bought it looked very young, probably under 20 years old. He actually bought the Building King in Area A? Oh my god. This is unbelievable. Many company executives had visited the Building King since its opening but ultimately left because of the price. They never expected that the Building King, which even those big bosses couldn't bear to buy, was purchased by a young man. Looking at Gu Wen, who was calm in the VIP area, they sighed in their hearts, he's a true rich and handsome man, it's hard not to make women's hearts flutter. Despite the shock and envy of the other salespeople, Xiaomi was busy preparing the purchase contract. Just then, the general manager of Tianyuan 1, Xia Rongsong, who had just arrived, glanced at the table. Chairman of Huafeng Group, Gu Qin. He was slightly surprised. What did he see? The young Gu, who had shocked the entire real estate industry, was buying a house at Tianyuan 1. Damn, this is someone even the boss of Tianyuan 1 wants to befriend. Listen to the earth-shattering things the 18-year-old Gu has done. Investing 30 billion to buy the Land King. Acquisition of Huafeng Group in full. Xia Rongsong couldn't sit still, hurried over to greet after inquiring about where Gu Chen was. At this time, Gu Chen and Xiaomi were about to sign a contract, when General Manager Xia Rongsong rushed over, not knowing that Chairman Gu of Huafeng Group has arrived. Please don't blame Chairman Gu for any negligence. Xia Rongsong lowered his posture like this because the CEO of Tianyue Group had mentioned to him before that he wanted to make friends with Gu Chen of Huafeng Group. Who are you? Oh, I am the general manager of Tianyue, my name is Xia Rongsong, you can call me Xiaoxia. After Xia Rongsong finished speaking, he learned from Xiaomi that Chairman Gu was buying the King of the A area. He directly instructed the finance department to give a 30% discount on the total price of the villa. Gu Chen remained silent, offering help without any ulterior motives. Xia Rongsong also knew that he had been impulsive, and continued, our boss has long admired Chairman Gu, let's just be friends with Chairman Gu. Making friends is fine, but less than $1 billion, Gu Chen, don't care about these. Rest assured, Chairman Gu, it's just making friends. Our boss has no other intentions. Alright, thank your boss for me. He made it clear, less than $1 billion, don't expect me, Gu, to owe any favors. With the conversation reaching this point, Gu Chen agreed. By the time the payment was made, Gu Chen had already left the sales office. The shocked expressions on the faces of all the sales ladies had not dissipated. Xia Rongsong, the general manager of the group who usually had a high profile, actually lowered his posture so much. As far as they knew, besides the group's boss, only Gu Chen received such treatment. So what kind of identity does that young man really have? With just one identity, can Xia offer him a 30% discount and waive over 95 million in housing purchase amount? General Manager's Office. Xia Rongsong was on the phone with the boss, talking about Chairman Gu of Huafeng Group coming to Tianyuan 1 to buy a house and other matters. Well done. Listening to the boss hang up the phone, Xia Rongsong, who was praised by the boss, showed a smile on his face. The boss wanted to make friends with Chairman Gu of Huafeng Group, undoubtedly attracted by Chairman Gu's background and wealth. As for deeper matters, it was not something a mere worker like him could consider. The two left Tianyuan 1. At this time, Wang Min's face was still rosy. The house bought just now was signed in her name. It meant that her husband spent over 200 million to buy a villa for her. Gu Chen's sudden gift of a house made Wang Min feel dizzy. Gu Chen didn't mind. Wang Min belonged to him entirely, and indirectly, wasn't the house also his property? Moreover, now Wang Min's fondness for him had reached its peak. The system also unlocked a new title. Gu Chen couldn't wait to check. Ding! Host unlocked new title, devoted. 50 billion reward has been issued, 10 parallel world songs, 60% stake in Yunmeng Entertainment, system rewards will be delivered to the host in a reasonable manner for use with confidence. Gu Chen checked Yunmeng Entertainment and was a bit disappointed. It was just a small entertainment company incubating anchors and internet celebrities, mainly operating Douyu Live and Huamo Live. It also had a few relatively famous anchors. The total market value of Yunmeng Entertainment was only 8 billion. Gu Chen's 60% stake was only worth 4.8 billion. In comparison, the 50 billion renminbi reward from the system was more substantial. At this time, the shareholder information of Yunmeng Entertainment was also implanted in Gu Chen's mind. Gu Chen called the chairman's secretary, Li Jiawei, directly. He asked her to arrange for someone to negotiate with the shareholders of Cloud Dream Interactive Entertainment and acquire all their shares. After giving the order, Gu Chen hung up the phone directly. Within Huafeng Group, Li Jiawei was a bit confused, as it seemed like the boss's order shouldn't be her responsibility. But she didn't dare to refuse and quickly found people to negotiate with the shareholders of Cloud Dream Interactive Entertainment. With a market value of only 800 million, Gu Chen undoubtedly wanted to acquire it fully. He wasn't short of money anyway. Furthermore, Gu Chen believed that as long as he unlocked more new titles and obtained some parallel world songs, movies, and other content, the future development of Cloud Dream Interactive Entertainment would be promising. Transforming a small internet celebrity incubation company into a top entertainment company gave Gu Chen a sense of accomplishment. Since it was destined to be a rising company, of course, he couldn't let others profit for nothing. The villa was just bought, many things were not ready, so they couldn't move in today. Gu Chen first took a taxi back to the school. Then he drove the Ferrari with Wang Min in the passenger seat. They first took a stroll on Huaxi Street. After they came out, Wang Min had changed into a different outfit. A gray dress from Balenciaga and Valentino. After dinner, it was already getting dark. Sitting on the chairs in the square, people were coming and going, taking advantage of the darkness, holding Wang Min. There are so many people on the street. Gu Chen persisted. Under the faint moonlight, wearing a gray dress, with a well-proportioned figure, especially the striking curve of her hips perfectly wrapped in the dress, looking round and perfect. Balenciaga wrapped around her fair long legs, and the stiletto heels made her already sexy legs look even longer and more perfect. Although the moonlight was charming, it couldn't compare to the carefully dressed beauty beside him. He considered himself a person who only knew how to work hard and do things meticulously. In the morning, Gu Chen first sent Wang Min back to school in the Ferrari. Then, according to the address provided by the system, he navigated towards the Magic City Game Studio. Currently in China, the major game companies are Tencent, NetEase, and the rising MiHoYo with Genshin Impact. In 2022, the top 3 mobile game publishers in China are Tencent, NetEase, and MiHoYo. Times have changed, with the pace of life getting faster, mobile games have become mainstream. Nowadays, the money-making ability of mobile games is undeniable. Many game companies have also ported their PC games to mobile, indicating that mobile games are the trend in the current gaming market. Gu Wen had also researched the information. In the whole year of 2021, the flagship mobile game Honor of Kings from Tencent generated a total revenue of $2.8 billion on the global mobile platform, equivalent to about 17.9 billion renminbi. MiHoYo's Genshin Impact had a total revenue of $1.8 billion on the global mobile platform, equivalent to about 11.8 billion renminbi. It is worth noting that the $1.8 billion here only accounts for the revenue from the mobile platform of Genshin Impact. As Genshin Impact is a game available on all platforms, the revenue from the PC and console platforms has not been included. If this part of the revenue is also taken into account, the actual revenue of Genshin Impact would increase by another 30 to 50%. In 2021, in terms of mobile game revenue rankings, Tencent's Honor of Kings topped the list with a revenue of 17.9 billion renminbi. MiHoYo's Genshin Impact ranked second. Although NetEase's Fantasy Westward Journey and On Myoji did not rank high, their money-making ability is undeniable. Although Gu Chen's net worth is now considerable, with over 20 billion in his bank account. More than 20 billion seems like a lot, but developing the land along the river requires a significant amount of investment. Although Huafeng Group has borrowed a lot of money from banks using land as collateral, before starting construction, Huafeng Group only has expenses on its books, without any profits. Moreover, the entire Huafeng Group is solely owned by Gu Chen. He plans to first invest in the construction of the land along the river with 100 small goals. If it's not enough, he will borrow from the bank in the Magic City. In any case, Suzhou District and the land along the river must be developed into landmark buildings. The main focus is on a high-end, grand, luxurious route. And all of this requires money, a lot of money. Therefore, as long as the game developed by the Magic City Game Studio is good, it can bring considerable income to Gu Chen and play a crucial role in the development of the land along the river by Huafeng Group. Of course, the premise is that the games produced by the game studio have strong playability and can make money. However, generally speaking, Gu Chen believes that the systems produced will not disappoint him. Magic City. In an office building, in a small room of less than 80 square meters. Ocean Game Studio. Ocean Game Studio is just a small workshop with only 20 people. 16 of them are responsible for game development, while the other 4 are in charge of game promotion. In the first 6 months, everyone lived in the cramped room of less than 80 square meters, but there was no dissatisfaction. Instead, their spirits were high. Dreaming that the game they develop will be loved by countless players as soon as it is released, fame and money will come along with the game's popularity. As time passed, in less than 6 months, the staff of Ocean Game Studio went from the initial 40-odd people to the current 20 people. About 20 colleagues who fought together, due to lack of hope, low wages, poor working conditions, and various other factors, resigned, changed jobs, or even switched careers. What's even more disheartening for Ocean Game Studio is that the boss of the game studio, unable to see hope, recently sold Ocean Studio at a low price. With only 20 employees left, the angry shouts of the former boss when leaving are still fresh in their minds. Waste, a bunch of good-for-nothings, I invested hundreds of millions, and in the end, there was nothing to show for it. Just as the game was about to be successfully developed, the publicity department asked me to invest another 10 million as a game promotion fee? Do I look like an idiot? Lost once, and you want me to lose a second time? Especially you, the stupid game planner, imitating the popular games. Why do you have to stubbornly create some garbage shooting game? I tried playing it once, and it was a complete mess. What kind of gaming experience can you have? Garbage is garbage, the game is garbage, and you developers are also fighter jets in the garbage. At this moment, the remaining 20 people at Ocean Studio are listless, watching the game that has been online for half a month, with less than 1,000 players online. Everyone is disheartened. Perhaps, as the former boss said, they are all useless. The game they developed is also trash among trash. What's more important is that Ocean Studio's finances are already depleted, and the new boss has also forgotten about them, hesitating to inject funds. If this continues, the team will soon disband. Gu Chen drove to the office building. Taking the elevator, he arrived at the door of Ocean Game Studio. The studio space is pitifully small. The environment is poor, and the lighting is dim. It's just a small workshop. The rewards from the system shouldn't be this trash, right? Thought to himself, it must be that the game they developed has great potential. Gu Chen was quite familiar with the system's temperament and it was impossible for him to give them a burdensome reward. Ahem! With a light cough in front of the door, Gu Chen instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the studio. The game studio, rewarded by the system, of course, also implanted Gu Chen's information into the employees. Seeing the new boss they had been longing for, everyone greeted him one after another. For a moment, the voice of Manager Gu was endless. Gu Chen nodded with a smile, visibly seeing everyone's morale low. Gu Chen would definitely not pour cold water on everyone again. Let's have a meeting. The studio of less than 80 square meters had no meeting room at all, so the meeting was just everyone sitting at their own workstations, while Gu Chen stood in the aisle, conducting the meeting for them. The 20 employees working on the game, looking at the young new boss, all knew that he was not even 20 years old. This age was too young. And looking at his thick hair, they knew that Gu Chen was definitely not in their line of work. Game development, coding all day, staying up late to think of ideas, it was impossible to have a head of thick hair. Looking at the young new boss, everyone's already low spirits became even more depressed. Especially, this person looked just as clueless as the previous boss. The lead game planner Jiang Hong had already lost hope. He was already thinking about his own way out. Show me the mobile game you guys developed. Facing the skeptical looks of the 20 people, Gu Chen said calmly. PUBG? Guchen checked the gameplay of PUBG. In PUBG, you can see 100 players collectively parachuting from a plane onto an island. They scavenge for weapons, vehicles, and equipment. At the start of the game, you can try to make your way to the beach to reduce the chances of being surrounded by enemies, but as time passes, the available area in the game keeps shrinking, forcing players to fight it out in a chaotic battle to determine the winner. Just seeing this unique innovation of PUBG made Guchen's eyes light up. The most popular shooting games on the market now are Tencent's Crossfire mobile game, but they lack innovation. Just transplanting the gameplay from the PC version, and a battle royale game like PUBG has never been seen before in the world. Unprecedented. As long as the game quality is good, it will definitely become a hit. Guchen then checked the recent data of PUBG. Less than 1,000 registered users. There were a few scattered positive reviews in the game's comments section. Guchen then tried playing the game. Fortunately, the game planner Jiang Hong had designed many bots in the game, otherwise with less than 1,000 registered users, it would take a long time to find a match. The graphics were good, creative, and highly playable. After playing a few times, Guchen felt a bit reluctant to stop. Damn, the design of the bots is so awesome. He didn't even get to eat a chicken. Everyone at the overseas game studio saw the slight change in Manager Gu's expression. Everyone's heart sank, falling into a low point. Manager Gu's expression was just like the previous boss who was in his 50s when he tried playing PUBG. It's over, the overseas game studio might not survive this time. And the game they had worked so hard on for a whole year might just die out, shut down, and taken off the shelves. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with endless bitterness. They were all losers. Just as everyone was thinking about where to go and pack up, slammed the table and said, "PUBG is so much fun, I believe it will definitely be a hit." Hearing Mr. Gu's words, they were incredulous. What did they hear? Mr. Gu said the game is fun. At this moment, they were extremely excited. For the remaining 20 employees, PUBG was like their child. Someone praised their game, how could they not be delighted? Moreover, it was their boss who praised it. Does this mean they don't have to disband? Or worse, be unemployed? Guchen's face turned serious at this moment. I have roughly understood the situation of the studio, and I am pleased that the game you made is indeed quite good. The game has quality, the content is innovative, the only drawback is lack of funds. In this era where traffic is king, even good wine is afraid of deep alleys. Without exposure, without traffic, no matter how interesting the game is, it is difficult to have a chance to succeed. And the Far Ocean Game Studio lacks just this slight opportunity. Hearing Mr. Gu's words, everyone was shocked. Mr. Gu shared their thoughts. They had absolute confidence in their development of PUBG, and it was on the verge of success, but the former boss refused to invest in advertising costs. No matter how much the lead game designer Jiang Hong pleaded, the former boss remained unmoved, insisting not to invest a penny more, and even put the company up for sale online at a low price. Everyone at Far Ocean Company believed that with advertising funds for PUBG, even if they didn't make a lot of money, they could easily recoup the initial investment made by the boss. From today, the studio is officially renamed as Huafeng Game Studio. I will invest 100 million upfront as the advertising fund for PUBG. If 100 million is not enough, then 1 billion. I believe with the quality of PUBG, it will definitely be a hit. Guchen's indifferent voice made all the Far Ocean employees widen their eyes in astonishment. Did they hear it right? Mr. Gu threatened to invest 1 billion in advertising for PUBG? Keep in mind, the development cost of PUBG did not exceed 10 million, and Mr. Gu wanted to use 1 billion directly for promotion. This is too crazy. Mr. Gu is simply so damn cool. In that moment, everyone present was impressed by Mr. Gu's courage. This is what you call vision. The former boss was not willing to spend even 10 million on advertising, but Mr. Gu wanted to invest 1 billion for PUBG. It shows how much Mr. Gu believes in PUBG. This greatly excited all the employees developing PUBG. Finally, PUBG had found someone with a discerning eye. The once desperate crowd, after receiving Mr. Gu's affirmation, was ready to invest another billion. Suddenly, hope for the future of PUBG arose again. Feeling the renewed fighting spirit in everyone, Guchen continued loudly, "Let all the top streamers on various platforms take the time to play PUBG. As long as they are willing to play, money is not a problem. Major software stores, game platform advertising fees must not stop, no matter how much it costs. PUBG's poster must be in the most prominent position, so that people can see the 4 big words PUBG as soon as they click in. I want half a month to make PUBG explode across the internet." After hearing Mr. Gu's words, all the employees present were filled with passion, full of hope for PUBG. With 1 billion invested, How could PUBG, with its quality, not become a hit? When everyone was passionate and fantasizing about the game becoming a hit. Knock knock knock. A knock on the door was heard from outside. An unexpected guest stood disdainfully at the door. All eyes turned to see the former boss with a balding head. Some employees thought, the game studio no longer belongs to him. What is he doing here? Some employees looked at the former boss with hostility, the one who mocked Far Ocean Game Studio as trash, and called their production of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds the worst of the worst, belittling them to nothing. For some reason, the former boss felt extremely angry upon seeing the resurgent Far Ocean Studio. Damn it, when I was the boss, they were all like wilted eggplants, now they are full of energy under a new boss. Mr. Gu, nice to meet you, the former boss first said politely. Then, with a sarcastic tone, he said, forgive me for being blunt, but the current game design of Far Ocean is really not up to standard. Their team lost me over 10 million, and now thanks to Mr. Gu's acquisition, I have recovered some losses. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you for your generosity, allowing me to finally escape from this misery. But acquiring Far Ocean, it's better to throw money into the water, at least you can hear a splash. The former boss, with the expression of an experienced person, pretended to comfort Gu Chen. Mr. Gu, you are still too young, lacking in social experience, daring to take over any mess. Mockery. Naked mockery. The former boss's words were full of gloating, relentlessly belittling Far Ocean, and even mocking Gu Chen. Everyone at Far Ocean Studio looked at the former boss with anger. Mr. Gu had just announced $1 billion investment for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. If he withdrew the investment just because of the bald man's mockery, who would they cry to? The game's chief planner was about to step forward to argue. But Mr. Gu spoke first. Faced with the former boss's sarcasm, Gu Chen was not one to hold back. Gu Chen calmly said, oh, seeing you bald from worry, must have spent a lot of energy on this game project, right? Thank you, bro, for wasting so much precious hair, and finally handing over the completed game studio. You are truly a philanthropist. Shrimp and heart. Upon hearing this, the former boss was already furious. Baldness was already a sore point for him, and Gu Chen bringing it up was like rubbing salt in his wound. He suppressed his anger and said loudly, a game with less than 1,000 registered users, Mr. Gu really has the courage to take over. Have you hit your head on the door? A smile appeared on Gu Chen's face, and he calmly said, in my opinion, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a masterpiece of the century, far superior to King of Glory by Tencent and Genshin Impact by miHoYo. You are getting old, your taste is off, go home and drink tea and tend to your flowers. First, the game studio is a system reward. In fact, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is the real reward. System rewards are always top-notch. Second, as a young person who often plays games, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is very much to his liking. The more you play, the more addictive it becomes. Considering the above reasons, even if PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds cannot become a hit, it is definitely not only deserving of its current performance, it's just a slight opportunity away from taking off, and Gu Chen is the chance for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds to soar. Haha, you want to make me laugh out loud? Comparable to King of Glory and Genshin Impact? This is the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life. So, let's wait and see. Gu Chen issued the eviction order. There was nothing to say to such a stubborn person. Then, looking at the things on the ground, Gu Chen shouted, hey, wait, your dentures fell out. Gu Chen left, leaving behind the remaining 20 people from Huafeng Studio staring at each other. At this moment, they were extremely excited. A publicity cost of 1 billion, this was something they had never dared to think of before, and now President Gu was actually preparing to spend 1 billion to pave the way for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with immense approval for President Gu. President Gu was truly everyone's benefactor. We must not disappoint President Gu's expectations. We must make PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds reach the same heights as Tencent's Honor of Kings and miHoYo's Genshin Impact. In fact, they were thinking too much. President Gu was just bragging in front of the former boss to elevate PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds to the same level as them. It's not that Gu Chen didn't think PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was excellent, but reaching the level of Tencent and miHoYo was just too difficult. Tianli, Dilly, Runha, all are indispensable. Otherwise, with so many creative mobile games out there, why are Honor of Kings and Genshin Impact still on top? Soon, the finance team of Huafeng Group arrived. Both sides were staring at each other in shock. What? Chairman Gu acquired a game company? And allocated 1 billion for operations? What? President Gu is the chairman of Huafeng Group? Damn! President Gu is actually a real estate tycoon worth hundreds of billions. Time passed bit by bit. 7:30 in the evening. The 2022 new student welcome party of Moda University kicked off in the gymnasium. The grandstand hall of the gymnasium was packed. There were 2,000 to 3,000 new students from the 2022 class alone, plus many old students who came to join the fun, and many students from other schools who were invited, making the entire hall overcrowded. Zhou Tao, Huang Zicheng, and Zhang Xiaohong sat among the economics students, with 4 girls from the School of Business sitting next to them. Last night, Huang Zicheng told the goddess that the school was holding a welcome party, and Li Wenhuan, who liked lively events, immediately said she wanted to come and watch. Then, she mentioned it in the dormitory, and the other 3 girls in the dormitory also said they wanted to come. Mo Luo was the first to express that she also wanted to go. When Daishi, with fair skin, heard that Mo Luo was going, she inexplicably wanted to go too. Su Chocho had the best relationship with Daishi, so if Daishi went, she would definitely follow Daishi. In the end, the 4 of them came together. At this moment, when the 4 beautiful girls arrived, the male economics students' eyes lit up instantly, especially since each of the 4 girls had their own unique qualities, and they were all good-looking, making many male students feel itchy inside. Watching the 4 girls sitting with Huang Zicheng and the others, it was clear that Huang Zicheng had invited them to watch the performance. One bold male student, taking advantage of the fact that several girls were going to the restroom together, walked over and quietly tapped Huang Zicheng on the shoulder, whispering, "Huang, does that girl with the brown hair and beautiful eyes have a boyfriend? If not, introduce me to her." Mo Luo had asked several times as soon as she arrived where Gu Wenqing was. Huang Zicheng's head was spinning from her questions. Without thinking, he replied irritably, "No, if you want to pursue her, get her contact information yourself." The male student's eyes lit up after hearing this. Zhou Tao said on the side, "Huang, that's Li Wenhuan." "What?" Huang Zicheng looked over and saw Li Wenhuan returning, indeed being approached by the male student. Huang Zicheng went straight up, "Brother, you're not being honest. Are you trying to steal my thunder? This is my girlfriend. You should have said earlier." Li Wenhuan arrogantly ordered, "Huang Zicheng, I want milk tea." After speaking, he completely ignored the boy who was trying to chat him up, and went back to his seat with his roommates. In an instant, Huang Zicheng looked pleased. He comforted the boy by patting his shoulder, "Brother, don't mind, my girlfriend has always had this cold personality, don't take it to heart." Seeing the boy's constipated face, Huang Zicheng felt extremely satisfied. He happily thought, "Is this the feeling of showing off in front of people? It feels so damn good." Then, he happily went to buy milk tea for Li Wenhuan. 4 girls sat down. Li Wenhuan said, "I heard that Gu Chen is quite talented. The song Lu Zhoumun he created during the military training at Moda University was quite popular in the university town. Even our school has many people discussing him." Hearing the name Gu Chen, Mo Luo became spirited. She said, "Hehe, I saw it on Tieba before. Gu Wen holding a guitar looks really handsome." Su Chocho struck, "Come on, the video quality is so bad. You can't even see what Gu Chen looks like." Daishi also nodded in agreement. They all watched the video. Mo Luo stubbornly said, "Anyway, I think he's handsome, and his songs are nice." At this time, Huang Zicheng, who bought the milk tea, came and distributed it to the 4 girls. At this time, Zhang Xiaohong and Zhou Tao also came over. Zhou Tao kept staring at Mo Luo. Zhang Xiaohong had been politely rejected by Su Chocho before, so there was not much interaction between them, and it wasn't too awkward. Zhang Xiaohong directly said, "Damn, Huang Zi, are you prioritizing love over friendship? We went out to get some fresh air, and you forgot to buy us milk tea." Huang Zicheng sneered, "A grown man should buy his own bubble tea." When the time came to 8 o'clock in the evening, the party officially began. Beautiful music played, and the originally noisy gymnasium instantly quieted down. The hall lights dimmed, the curtain slowly opened, and 2 elegantly dressed hosts, one male and one female, walked out from backstage. The female host was Wen Xian from the student union. The male host was Wang Hongliang, the Minister of Propaganda of the Student Union. After the 2 finished their opening remarks, they announced the first group's performance. 2 girls with exquisite makeup and beautiful outfits sang cheerful songs, warming up the atmosphere. Under the lights, the girls looked charming, eliciting bursts of applause and cheers. After the singing, one performance after another followed, singing, dancing, skits, and so on. Gu Chun also handed over the backing tracks exported by the system to the members of the student union backstage. The monitor reminded Gu Chun in time that his performance had not been cut, otherwise Gu Chen might still be with Wang Min. At this moment, while others were performing on stage, Wang Hongliang, the Minister of Propaganda, walked to the backstage and whispered something to the members of the propaganda department beside him. Soon, the staff of the propaganda department deleted Gu Chen's music from the computer, and then hid all the guitars backstage. Wang Hongliang saw this and a triumphant smile appeared on his face, saying that in the next semester when he retires as a senior, he will definitely recommend you as the Minister of Propaganda. Hee, Gu Chen, get ready to make a fool of yourself. A cold smile appeared on Wang Hongliang's face. Gu Chen comes from a wealthy family. It is said that even the vice president of the student union, Niu Tianxi, dare not provoke him. Wang Hongliang certainly wouldn't dare to confront Gu Chen face to face, so he could only make some moves behind his back. Then he glanced at the song reported by Gu Chen. Nocturne. This song name is unheard of, and it's an original by Gu Chen. Wang Hongliang curled his lips. The name doesn't sound good at all. The next performance is Gu Chen's solo singing, and in front of Gu Chen, there is a girl playing the piano. This was intentionally arranged by Wang Hongliang. During the rehearsal, the girl's piano performance was stunning. It could easily be the highlight of the welcome party. But Wang Hongliang, in order to embarrass Gu Chen, deliberately placed the piano performance before Gu Chen's act. The amazing piano performance set the bar high. If Gu Chen's performance is not outstanding, the contrast will be obvious. And Qin Munin is also in the audience. This way, Gu Chen will be embarrassed in front of white moonlight. The scene is definitely going to be very exciting. After all, Gu Chen is not a professional songwriter. Just by chance he wrote a song like Luzhou Moon is already a surprise. Wang Hongliang doesn't believe that Gu Chen can produce high-quality songs like Luzhou Moon. What's more, he directly deleted the music accompaniment for the song. Through the freshman military training, Wang Hongliang also knows that Gu Chen plays the guitar very well, so he hid all the guitars backstage, just to disgust Gu Chen. On stage, the girl finished her piano performance. As the beautiful music slowly faded away, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Everyone thought the girl's performance was excellent, and they all applauded from their hearts. Beautiful. I declare this is the best performance of the evening so far. My ears are almost pregnant. Many people in the audience praised the piano performance of the girl. Seeing this scene, Wang Hongliang's face revealed a smug smile. At this moment, the atmosphere on the scene was already tense. Everyone was looking forward to the next performance. Once Gu Chen's performance is significantly different from the piano girl's, it will definitely provoke a lot of ridicule. Thinking of this, the smile on Wang Hongliang's face became even brighter, as if he could already see Gu Chen making a fool of himself in front of everyone. After the piano performance ended, the female host Wen Xian also took the stage to announce, "Next, please enjoy the song Nocturne brought by Gu Chen, a student of economics." Wen Xian smiled at Gu Chen and made a cheering gesture. Gu Chen nodded and walked onto the stage. The audience heard that it was Gu Chen's turn, and the name of the song Nocturne sounded so unfamiliar. Is it another original song? In the economics area, Emo Luo was a bit excited. After waiting for so long, he finally gets to see Gu Chen. Dai Shi and Su Qiuqiu were also full of anticipation. Hearing the excited cheers of many girls around her, Li Wenhuan felt a bit exaggerated. Isn't it just an original song? What's the big deal? She seemed a bit naive. Wang Yanran and the crowd heard the announcement, full of anticipation. Most of the girls present were looking forward to Gu Chen. The song Luzhou Moon during the freshman military training had impressed them for a long time. Many girls still have videos of Gu Chen playing the guitar stored on their phones, and they would listen to it from time to time. Gu Chen has not yet taken the stage. The atmosphere below was already bustling and lively. A girl whispered softly, "Is it another original song? I can't wait." Gu Chen hasn't arrived yet, but his name alone can cause a stir among the girls. This made Zhou Tao envious. Another original song. Old Gu is really rich and talented. Huang Zicheng said, "Actually, I can also compose songs. I just don't have the time." When Huang Zicheng spoke, it indeed caught the attention of Li Wenhuan and others. Li Wenhuan thought to himself, how come he never heard of Huang Zicheng composing songs in the 3 years of high school? Maybe I've been neglecting Huang Zicheng too much. Zhou Tao and Zhang Xiaohong remained silent. They were used to Huang Zi boasting all the time. A beam of light shone down, moving slowly with Gu Chen's steps. Under the light, Gu Chen made many girls infatuated. Standing on the stage, Gu Chen frowned. Why hasn't the prelude started yet? After waiting for a while, the atmosphere that many students had just built up in the audience was gradually dissipating. In the crowd, Xu Bowen, who was sitting not far from Chen Xiaohua, felt a sense of joy in his heart. Is there a problem with the performance? Anyway, seeing Gu Chen in trouble made Xu Bowen happy. At this moment, the host Wang Hongliang held the microphone and said at the right time, "Sorry, Gu, there are some issues with your accompaniment. The backstage is working hard to adjust it." "Oh, it's okay even without accompaniment. Do you have a guitar?" As expected, just as he thought, Wang Hongliang remained calm on the surface, but inside he was laughing. Being able to mess with Gu Chen made him feel great. Seeing Wang Hongliang shake his head, indicating there was no guitar, Gu Chun couldn't help but understand. There was clearly a student using the guitar backstage just now. Why is it gone when it's his turn? Actually, he could go backstage again to import the accompaniment, but it was unnecessary. Maybe the backstage would do something else. The piano used by the girl in the previous performance happened to still be on the stage. Gu Chen walked to the piano on the stage, sat down calmly, and tried the piano scales first. As long as he sang songs from the system, Gu Chen was invincible. Singing the songs rewarded by the system, he could even handle instruments he didn't usually use with ease. Gu Chen spoke into the microphone the name of the song. This song is called Nocturne. According to the system's prompt, Nocturne was very powerful in the parallel world. In the parallel space, it was said, when the prelude plays, step on the stage to receive the award. That's referring to the song Nocturne. Once the prelude starts, it sets the level of this song, commonly known as prelude kill. A beam of light shone on Gu Chen, his slender fingers pressed the piano keys. Ding 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 ding. The prelude began. The magnificent melody emanated from the piano, entering the ears of everyone in the gymnasium. As the piano played, the previously noisy stadium quieted down. At this moment, many girls made a gesture of silence, whispering to the person next to them, listen carefully. With a captivating prelude. In an instant, everyone involuntarily closed their mouths and listened intently. This prelude was simply divine, drawing people into the song even before the main part began. Even Wang Hongliang's expression instantly froze. He can actually play the piano, removing the accompaniment and hiding the guitar backstage. He thought it might affect Gu Chen's mood, mess with his mindset. Who would have thought this kid could play the piano? And he played the piano as professionally as the guitar. Gu Chen's piano playing even made Wang Hongliang feel that Gu Chen's skills were more impressive than the girl in the previous performance. Playing the piano for the songs from the system, Gu Chen's piano playing was flawless. So good to listen to. Prelude kill. Such a classical music prelude. Many girls' eyes were filled with stars. When the prelude played, everyone was eagerly anticipating Nocturne. After a section of the prelude sang out special lyrics, a group of bloodthirsty ants are attracted to rotting flesh. I look at the lonely scenery expressionlessly losing you. Love and hate become clear without you. What else is there to care about when doves no longer symbolize peace? I am finally reminded feeding in the square are bald eagles. I use beautiful rhymes describing love that has been plundered empty. With classical rap lyrics, Gu Chen's voice swept through the entire stadium. The Nocturne started with piano sounds and simple rhythms, leading people into a scene of heartbreak, but the expression was very beautiful. The song describes the protagonist's longing for a lost lover, still choosing to commemorate love in the way of playing Chopin's Nocturne, commemorating the love that carries a profound sense of pain, truly evoking a sense of melancholy atmosphere. With the system's rewarded buff, Gu Chen sang Nocturne to the fullest, his deep rap voice making people feel heartbroken. Especially for emotional girls, they immerse themselves in the song with feelings of heartbreak, misery, and the urge to cry. Under the lights, Gu Chen's appearance was sharp and distinct. When he played the piano, he exuded a resolute temperament. Many girls were mesmerized by him. At this moment, Gu Chen noticed Wan Yanran sitting in the front row. Today, Wan Yanran was different from usual, not wearing black stockings. She wore a short skirt, revealing her round and long legs, which were really long. A faint smile appeared on Gu Chen's lips, tilting his head slightly, playing the piano while looking at the senior sisters below the stage. If it were other girls, being looked at by Gu Wen like this, they would definitely feel shy and avoid eye contact with him. But Wan Yanran, looking at the junior brother gazing at her, smiled at him, forming words with her mouth from a distance. Gu Chen looked at her mouth shape. The senior sister silently mouthed, "I'll wait for you tonight." Wait for me? Damn it! She's really good at teasing. Gu Chen glared fiercely at the senior sister's long legs. Gu Chen continued singing, playing Chopin's Nocturne for you, commemorating my dead love, a voice like the night wind. The sound of heartbreak is very pleasant. Fingers tapping lightly on the keyboard. I miss you very carefully. The place you buried is called the underworld, playing Chopin's Nocturne for you, commemorating my dead love, and I hide my name for you, playing the piano under the moonlight.